martial under United States USMCA. You know what I'm talking about, right? So the idea that we're going to go in under political leadership and completely carpet. Oh, well, we're not talking about carpet bombing. We're saying just kill a little bit of civilians, whatever the fuck it is. If they don't follow the rules of war, and I'm not talking about rules of engagement. Rules of engagement are different than rules of war.
To define it, TC, break it down.
In terms of, I'm driving. I'm not gonna. I don't want to be quoted on it, but we know what the laws of distinction are.
No, but help me on this, because like I was giving examples of taking out transportation depots and the systems of communication, and so what's acceptable to cripple a country to knees? Like, how would you do it?
I'm not an attorney.
No, I'm not. I don't practice the law of war. I'm just curious, like, how do you do it?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but I wanted to preface it by saying I'm not an attorney.
TC, well, let me let you answer it, but I do want to add something to this. Go ahead, just answer it and do what you need to do. Go.
Yeah, based on my layperson's understanding, right? You can target infrastructure that's being used to foment war. If it's considered a target that is used to, for example, transport military equipment or military technology, if it's used to fuel military infrastructure or technology systems that are in place, those can be legitimate military targets, even if they're also being used for civilian purposes as well. So, for example, a military target like a hospital, right? So you, as an enemy combatant, cannot go in to a school and I now commandeer this school and now I get sanctuary from being targeted militarily under Geneva Conventions because it's a school. No, you've effectively turned that into a military target. So when you're talking about locomotives or if you're talking about transportation and that type of thing, and it's being used by enemy combatants to effectuate war, those become legitimate targets. What I'm suggesting that should not be the case, okay, is that we don't use any type of distinction evaluating whether or not a target is a legitimate military target, such as what was being proffered by the previous speaker, that we just go in and blow up a whole bunch of shit. We have laws in this country. Like, that's what stops us from being the very tyrants that we seek to eliminate from.
I never said anything that you said. I said
you were promulgating.
I never said carpet bomb, you fucking idiot. God damn, you're dumb. Fucking straw man, you faggot.
Let me add my question really quick.
Sorry, what now?
I looked up the rules of war if you want me to read it to you. It's not that long.
I simply said they should have hit the IRGC harder. Yeah. I never said anything about civilians. I said they're a casualty of war, and it sucks. But the same thing that Israel's doing in fucking Gaza is justified. And they're showing the fucking...
It's not justified. What they did in Gaza was not justified.
Aleister Crowley.
This doesn't exist, you faggot.
Please timestamp this. This is a man with 140 IQ. This must be...
What?
Yeah, 141 claim.
Yeah, don't steal my 1 point.
Okay, Sean, hold on. Let me ask TC, if the generals and the powers that be that make our decisions, I'm assuming they go in always thinking that they're gonna, what they're doing is to win, right? If something comes down the pipeline where they're told that, okay, if these X, Y, and Z decisions are made, we're automatically winners, regardless of what we're doing, there's no way they're not going to do it. That's kind of like that's the counter argument to what you're saying. Unfortunately, we're there to win. It doesn't really matter at what cost, actually, in some sense. Do you see that at all or not? I know you're gonna.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you that no other international party can hold America accountable. That's correct, right? We answer only to our U.S. Constitution. Our U.S. Constitution places certain demands that America is bound to through international treaties like the Geneva Convention and makes it the supreme law of the land in the U.S. Constitution, right? And so if the Geneva Conventions that the U.S. is party to, and that treaty says that we have to engage through distinction, and we cannot just go in and say, oh, that's just the casualties of war, collateral damage. Oh well, no. Then if that was the case, then when those guys went in,
can I ask for clarification?
when those guys went in,
I disagree legally. I disagree legally. The supreme law of our land is not the Geneva Convention, and nor does it overshadow or trump, excuse the pun, our Constitution whatsoever.
I agree with you on the second part. I disagree with you on the first part.
No, it's not. Firstly,
the international treaties does not trump the Constitution.
This was the point.
Hold on, John. I'm engaging with Abby for a second.
Spoken long enough.
All right, so hold on, Sean. Let me respond to Abby specifically.
That who would hold
Abby,
accountable
while I
would be the U.S.
disagree
armed personnel.
that the United States is not treated to international constitution.
Where was the Geneva Convention violation when Obama instructed his fucking...
I'm not fucking defending Obama,
I'm not talking
dimwit.
about you're defending it, you dumb faggot. You fucking said, oh, well, the people that stopped it be the armed service person. But where the fuck was the court martial? Where was the goddamn trial for the fucking armed fucking, the military, the fucking airmen who were instructed to take the fucking drugs? Fucking U.S. citizens. Where was the court martial? Where was the Geneva Convention fucking trial where they had to go and fucking before a tribunal because Obama instructed them to fucking drone strike U.S. citizens? You said they wouldn't pull the trigger. They surveyed armed personnel and they asked them, would you fire on U.S. citizens? 70% of them said yes. They said during martial law or a lockdown or a severe situation in the United States, they would engage U.S. civilians as combatants and fire on them. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you done, dude?
You're a fucking idiot. You said
are you done?
The military would stop them in the Constitution. We can stop them when Obama said, hey, drone strike that motherfucker. Did it. I want to see where the fucking court martial in the trial was. You dumb fucking faggot. Stop strawmanning. I never said carpet bomb anybody, faggot.
You got it. You got your point out.
Goddamn dumb cunt.
Now let TC rebut it.
And let the stupid midwit
Rich, come
faggot
on,
talk.
man. Rich,
You know, I should have.
Stop it. Go ahead.
I should have never gotten down to this level because I know I'm not going to be able to match that level of idiocy. But I'll at least try and respond. So and I'm driving. I'm happy to grab the sources once I'm done driving. In the Iraq War, I can't remember exactly what the situation was, but apparently there was a situation in which a few of our soldiers went in and...
No, it was in California. It was a guy who killed a cop, too. Don't forget about that. Black guy. There was a black guy that was running road
I don't have to hit you for this.
in California, and they drone striked him on U.S. soil. You fucking retard. I'm not talking about Iraqi combatants. There was a black guy who went and fucking murked a fucking cop, and they drone striked his ass.
Chris Dorr.
Yeah, the guy that was running through the forest, they drone striked his ass.
Yeah,
the guy in California, he's running through the forest like playing fucking...
No, they burned his house down. He was in a log cabin, and they torched the building, and they roasted him.
Where was the tribunal? Where was the court martial, you dumb faggot? Where was the fucking airman that said, I'm not going to do that because it gets the fucking Constitution?
You know, what's interesting about all of this is that ideologically, I kind of align with what TC is saying to an extent. I do think Gaza was wrong, and I do think killing civilians is bad. But unfortunately, because we needed and did go into Iraq...
Yeah, they have free elections in Iraq now.
Hey, because what we were going to do in Iran, and it should have just been, again, overwhelming force from day one. Because this sends the word...
Senior, what makes you think it was an overwhelming force on day one? What makes you think that? Because they put down an incredible amount of firepower, and so apparently it's not enough fire for you. Well, how much more firepower would you require to satisfy your complaint?
To satisfy my complaint? Honestly, jokingly / non-jokingly, I want enough firepower that I don't want a building standing in fucking Tehran. That's what I want.
So you want to nuclearly obliterate an entire city full of innocent people? Wow, that sounds like black supremacy and black fascism to me.
Sway and threaten and, correct?
And nobody would have held us accountable. They all would have been fucking happy when the IRGC was completely eliminated. Just like everybody's going to be happy when Hamas is eliminated 100%.
Let me ask you a question, Senior, since you put this on the table, Senior. What do you think the unintended consequences of that action would be? If we did do suggestion, which is to flatten Iran, what do you think?
I don't think that's what he said, though.
I thought he said,
no, he said flatten fucking IRGC and the 10% would support them.
Right. No,
going into Iran.
He wanted the bomb.
Yeah, he said all the ones that are part of the IRGC are the 10%.
No, that's not what he said. That's not.
I gave clarification. Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Because they said don't talk more.
Senior, did you say? I thought you said you didn't care much about the civilian casualties.
No, he said it's a casualty.
I'm less concerned about it. Yeah, I'm not overly concerned about.
It's been okay if we dropped a nuclear bomb and eradicated Iran. Would you been okay with that?
No.
Yeah, see, there you go.
So, okay, so what's the balance here? What did you want to see?
If I'm gonna be asked for what sort of overwhelming force would I would have satisfied me from the beginning, jokingly / non-jokingly, I would have said level all of Tehran, or at a very minimum, address that we had for where someone who was in the IRGC lives, the whole fucking building came down.
Yep.
If there's a guy in the IRGC who lives here, it all comes to the fucking ground.
Okay, and what are the unintended consequences of taking?
I mean, listen. Hold on. I'm not going to say that there's not going to be any unintended consequences, or there's not going to be bad consequences from it. But I think for America, because that's where my concern is, the consequences are going to be now. We look like we can't fight no fucking body now.
Yep.
We look like
weak.
We look like the fucking Iranians are able to hold.
Yeah, but man, Infinity, the point is,
Infinity, do you think they're looking at the consequences? Rich, do you think they're looking at the consequences of what happens to American citizens when they threaten death to America, and when they get the nuke and they have long-range ballistic missiles that can hit our shores? Do you think they really care about the damage to American citizens?
No,
they surely didn't care. Wait, let me just finish my sentence. They surely didn't care about damage to the Israeli civilians on October 7th with their proxies. They went in and they caused all kinds of damage to civilians. They didn't care, nor do they care when they shoot their ballistic missiles into Tel Aviv and into Jerusalem. And they hit civilian targets like universities and hospitals that don't have military installations. They don't care. So why are we?
That's the balance.
Okay.
So wait, and let me just say one last thing.
Yeah.
On the other point, the Constitution is our supreme law of our land, and it overshadows foreign treaties, legislative, the supreme law of the land is the Constitution. So it needs to be clear on what you were saying.
To a treaty, it becomes the supreme law.
It does not become the supreme law of the land.
Do you want me to get you the chapter and verse?
I will tell you what part of the Constitution
Israel's the size
makes
of
it very
New Jersey.
clear that the Constitution
They've been
is
claiming
the
that they were going to bring him up on war crimes and
Oh my
fucking
God.
throw him to Hague and shit
So,
like that. It's never going to happen.
the supremacy clause, so if we want to talk about what part of the Constitution, we can go through Article 6, and we can talk about the supremacy clause. Treaties that are made under the United States are supreme over state
Yeah, you're
laws,
not going to win this.
but
TC.
not over the Constitution.
Abby,
Yes,
you're not gonna be able to debate me on this.
Yes, she can. Yes, she can.
Okay,
I
thank you.
agree.
How
TC.
many years have you been
Sorry.
practicing law after?
This is a moot point here. We both agree.
Okay,
The
thank you.
international treaties do not trump the Constitution.
Thank you.
If the dimwit allowed me to speak earlier, he'd understand. He'd be able to understand what I agree with and what I
You
disagree
said they were
with.
co-equal.
Where I disagree. The Constitution.
Come on, TC. TC. When you call him a dimwit, TC, that's just ad hominem projection, TC. Come on, TC. No ad hominem projection, please, TC.
But it has to go through
Like,
congressional
why are
ratification.
you having a debate with 10 people and one guy? Like,
Because he's
he can't
being
answer
dumb.
10 of you. I mean, irrelevant. Just ask
Well,
one at a
he
time.
said that the armed
Okay, fine,
personnel
good, I don't care.
military
Just have
would
one at a
not
time.
fucking, they would not fucking violate the Geneva Convention, and that they wouldn't
Okay,
fucking
I don't care.
commit fucking
You
war
act like I
crimes.
care.
But
Just
then
take one
Obama
at a time.
drone striked an American citizen in California.
Okay, great. You know what? I would have fucking shot him too.
Yeah, so would I. So would I. We agree with you, Brad.
Never conducted
TC
a drone
saying
strike
they
on
would never done
U.S.
that.
soil. You
He said
are
they
liars.
would have looked at their superior and said,
There
"No,
has
we're not
never
gonna
been
do
a
that."
lethal drone strike on U.S. soil. You are a liar, sir.
What, Bree? What, Bree?
There has never been an illegal drone strike in
I didn't say
U.S.
it was, I didn't say it
soil.
was illegal.
I feel.
Oh, lethal. Yeah, there has.
No, there hasn't.
Yeah, there has. There was a guy
You're a
that
liar.
was in the fucking log cabin in California who
You're a
killed a
liar.
cop. They drone strike you.
You're a liar.
You're an idiot. Go look it up, retard. You're also drunk.
What's U.S. soil to you?
California?
Is a U.S. base U.S. soil?
Yes, 100%. So is the embassies.
Is it territory?
Correct. Yes, 110%. Yep, Guam. U.S. Marshall, Marianas Islands, American
Okay,
Samoa.
great. Why don't you let TC finish what he was originally saying, then you guys can rebut it.
Yeah, this is hard to do because I'm
And the
driving.
U.S. Virgin Islands.
But I'm gonna put this in the chat now so that we can read it. This is what I was saying. I don't disagree with you, Abby, that it does not trump the Constitution. But the Constitution is clear, and I posted it in the chat. I'm driving. Any questions on that, you can take it up with the Constitution.
Alright.
Status. It clearly says, all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. Take that and shove that up your ass, Sean.
But it also is very clear that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Yeah.
Without
Treaties
question.
have to be self-executing. They have to either be self-executing or they have to be, which means they're implemented by Congress, or they have to have legislative action.
And the one that we're talking
TC's
about
equivalent argument is when the Muslims say, oh, well, so we don't accept it.
In 2013, Christopher Dahmer, a former LAPD officer who killed 4 people, including law enforcement, waged a revenge campaign against the department, ended up in a California mountain cabin standoff, but no drone strike was used to kill him.
Like, conservatives, we have to do better. Like, if we're going to be as dumb as Sean, at least mute him so that we can correct the misinformation that's spewing out of his mouth.
So,
first
TC,
said that they would
TC, can I leave it at this with
At
you?
the very least, we
that
can have some credibility and mute him when he's spreading
TC,
bullshit.
although the treaties will have certain status, they can't supersede it.
Again, TC, please stop with the ad hominem projection, TC. You keep projecting your ad hominem onto Rich, and Rich is making valid points.
Probably knows, probably more relevantly than people, because I know that I'm an American citizen. I have the Constitution. I joined the Army, and I was under UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice, which stripped me away of having my constitutional rights because I was now underneath the UCMJ, but also because I was a medic. In order for me to be a medic on a battlefield, I had to take the Geneva Convention license. I am certified to be, no, but like, I have my Geneva Convention card, I have the Constitution, I have the UCMJ, and like, y'all are completely, and dude, I'm 100% on Abby's side with this thing. Like, if you are a civilian, the
That was
Constitution
not the guy that lasted
is
42 minutes.
Marie, let me ask you, people who have served,
45 minutes.
because I do want to get a real world example. So just real quick, if there's a person in a house, a high value target, right, in a house, and, you know, we need to get him. We can't do it like with special ops, let's say, and
he's building a nuke.
Okay, maybe. Just hold on, Rich. We'll get to that maybe. But the person's doing their business there, and there's family members and what have you. What is the rule there? Like, what are we doing here? Like, this is,
Well, that would be like when
That was for Abby, not Bree.
we cornered Uday.
it could be Abby and.
Let's hear Abby so we don't have to hear about Bree doing teardowns.
Rich, you know.
Chill.
Then
No, but when we cornered Uday Hussein, right? He with his family in like one of these little small palaces. We surrounded it. Like they had people that were in there, plus his family and all that shit. And we were taking fire from them, that motherfucker, and we got tired of it. So look, yeah, we dropped a JDAM on that motherfucker.
So is that a war crime? Like, are those people in prison?
No.
And
The
who's
TC
gonna
said they
enforce-
wouldn't.
That was my question to TC.
We do that. So in HVT.
Yeah, that was the whole point, Brad.
Okay, dude, chill. I'm talking. All right, chill. You can talk after me. Just take a breath. So, like, an HVT, if it, depending on who's ordering it, I mean, and we're talking, you said high level, some guy that we, like, Soleimani type. Yeah, we will take out the house, we will take out the children, we will take out the wives, we'll take out everybody if we have to. If that's the last and best option to go ahead and do this, yes.
Even if he's a U.S. citizen.
Jesus Christ. Even if they're a U.S. citizen, people act like we didn't drop fucking bombs on top of an apartment building because Black Panthers were in it. Like, spare me your outrage. So this HVT, if they're an asset that we deem that has to be killed or removed from the field, yeah, they're gone. So are their children. And unfortunately, in the days of modern warfare, the way they hide amongst children and they put family members around them, Bree is right. Like, you're going to, yeah, we'll try to snag you in a way, but if it doesn't work out and we have a limited window, yeah, you're going to get a JDAM, you're going to get a tomahawk, you're going to get something coming through the window to come put that warhead on her forehead.
So
it's going to be a lot.
So far, Bree, Brad, and Senor and Rich are all right.
So is it fair to say that they have immunity of some sort going on here? I mean, how is this not being applied to, like, pretty much a lot of these things? I don't know.
Because war crimes are determined by, well, to be honest, the winners. If you really want to know the truth.
See, what do you make of what you're hearing right now?
Well, that's our point.
He's on a point, man.
That was our whole point. Yeah.
Do you guys want an example on, or TC, do you want an example? Oh, he's on I put a case in the chat.
Don't worry, as soon as TC gets off the phone, he'll tell us about his multi-million-dollar deal that he was just doing right now.
I'm not, okay, I guess the difference is that was like a sick event, it's one person's versus, say, 100,000 people.
Look at it this way, man.
Is that the difference, Brad?
Yeah, it's one person, plus they're not, generally, like, an enemy of the United States or a combatant against the United States is not granted the same constitutional rights you may be. Hence why we still have, Guantanamo Bay, waterboarding, having people stand up and stretched out for days on end, tight little boxes, having to shit in their own hands. These things, they get a little murky on it. The UCMJ does govern us, but Top Hat actually says, go ahead, it's cleared. Top Hat's going to get what they want. They're going to execute. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you run to. So, like, for those saying it's, yeah, but who's going to actually enforce it? Because the U.S. The U.S. doesn't agree to any of that. A lot of the countries, they have their special provisions. Like, France is never going to turn over Macron for a war crime. France has committed war crimes, but no one calls them out. England, I guess you could throw Tony Blair under it. You think England's going to give up Tony Blair? Putin? You honestly think Russia's going to hand over Putin to a world court without any enforcement mechanism? It's just a virtue signaling court. That's it.
How about like a scenario? Let me just grow it out a little bit bigger. And if we want, we can throw in Rich's scenario there of a nuke. Let's say there's a gathering, say, of 500 people to, 800, and they're all, like, in a factory working on various nefarious
Nuclear
activities.
physicists.
And we go in there and we just completely, bomb the fuck out of it. We're still in the clear, because the whole point, like I was mentioning to TC, is if there's a way to win the war, we're gonna do it, right, Brad? I mean, it's just the way it is.
Right. That's what we did in Japan. We targeted resources. Like, here's a simple construct of how the military operates. We'll attack you from the front. We try to dominate the skies, and we take out your threat aerially because we don't want the aerial threat to exist. And if we hit your resources, we cut off your supply lines. We cut off where you're going to manufacture your bullets. Who manufactures those bullets? Civilians. We're going to bomb. We did that in World War II. We did it in Vietnam. We did it in Gulf War I, and we did it kind of in Gulf War Gulf War II. So the U.S. has a three-tiered prong.
Had it with the ballistic missile facility in Iran.
Jesus, Rich. And we'll, if it's at sea and it involves a sea element or a naval, we will do it at sea as well. We absolutely fucking destroy civilian areas. We cut off, we do chokeholds, and we will starve, eradicate. We will blow up watersheds, infrastructure projects, water pipelines, energies. We absolutely will. Like, total war is not fucking your video games or your fucking Hollywood movies. Like, war is war.
And we win at all costs. There's no, like, honestly, there's nobody going, well, because so and so is there, we can't do it if it's not, you know, like, it's. I mean, unfortunately, that's just the way it probably goes down, right? I mean, I don't know, like, Beam is gonna come off the mic. Beam, I know you're there, and like,
but no,
it's not full throttle.
Matt, it's more of this.
Against this or what?
No, it's the problem is that now you have groups that embed themselves in the civilian population. So think about this. Would you, like, every American in this room, let's say Iran blows up, I don't know, LA, and Karen Bass doesn't get to rule over that. All of a sudden, you have, or we issue war on Iran, fuck every Iranian there. We're coming in, we're going for blood, we're taking scalps. Now, all of a sudden, the IRGC, all the Houthis and whatever ABC alphabet group that wants to exist under them, they're going to hide amongst the civilian population. Do you think your sons and daughters deserve to die because of a war that was, you know, regardless of how you feel politically, but your sons and daughters should have to go in and fucking go through room by room? Fuck no.
Yo, Matt, real quick, you mind if I...
We're not gonna, the whole idea of war is to kill the other side or kill enough of the other side until they surrender. That's the end goal of war. How you do it doesn't matter. Really doesn't.
The issue that we had with TC's exact statement was that they're bound by the U.S. Constitution, and our armed personnel will not do that. They will not violate the Geneva Convention. And it's like, no, we do this all the time. Like Brad said, we bombed the fucking ballistic missile facility and killed civilians in fucking north of Tehran. We had no fucking problems or quorums with doing it. But he's like, oh, that's a war crime. Our you know, people like Brad would never pull the trigger. Yeah, the fuck Brad would. Brad gets a fucking command, pull the trigger, he pulls the fucking trigger. You know, because that's what he's supposed to fucking...
Yeah, I would probably pull the trigger. Depends on the
scenario.
scenario.
If you guy control the ballistic missile and they said push button, you push button.
Oh yeah.
If you can, you would do the same thing.
But I mean, here's the other thing too. Like we abide by it, but I mean, fuck. You're talking about like the Germans wanted us to get rid of shotguns because they thought that was such a horrifying weapon. Like really? We abide by a lot of rules. Like we generally, like Abu Dhabi or whatever it is, you know, in the prison up there, we had, you know, that was torturous and people paid the price. We have various other black sites that now exist in other places. So you know, you just don't get to have your like feel good feelings and your virtue signaling, because I hate to tell you this, the other side is going to kill you. Like you may not like the grittiness of war. This is why it's a calling, not, you know, you're not forced into it in the United States. You get to call up and you get to go do it, and you better let the men and women that can do it and sleep okay at night, you better let them go ahead and do it, because quite frankly, you're not prepared for that kind of fight.
This is just a side note. Out of curiosity, because I'm just going to try to, this Beam is not going to do it. If we didn't have a army or military or any kind of defense, how quickly, a little bit off topic, but I've always had this question, how quickly would we be invaded on the mainland, do you think, Brad? I've always wondered this.
What? You mean if we didn't have the ponds on either side? And
yeah, like anywhere, I guess.
Oh, no.
Like if we were in Europe, we would have been invaded multiple times already. If we were like Poland, yeah, we would have been fucked with a long time ago. The U.S. is saved by topography, it's saved by distance, right, and it's saved by, I mean,
rednecks with shotguns and beards and pickup trucks.
How quickly would we be, like the mainland, like if all of a sudden, like we woke up the next, you know, tomorrow, and all of a sudden, for whatever reason, we don't have any military, I don't know what happened, but how quickly just be like, fuck this, we're going to the mainland.
I don't know if China really would. It's a dangerous crossing. They got to cross the pond. They have to find an entry point. And by then you'd have a civilian population that was armed. Yeah, they could probably launch some missiles. They could do some damage. But would they be able to suppress the entire territory of the U.S.? Fuck no. I mean, you would have to get mechanized units. You'd have to get supply lines over the Rockies. Fuck, good luck with that one. You're going to have, if you decided to come from the West, the East, good luck with that, because you got fucking Europe sitting right there that would fucking actually go ahead and start knocking on their door, along with some of the South American and Central Americans. They would start fucking putting out, an arsenal.
So kind of like
you need the Arctic though, Brad, to be fair, right? So that's why we need Greenland. I'm being honest,
how about
because
Russia? Would Russia move on us, or like so? Here's the thing, like it kind of goes.
There's 120 guns for every 100 of Americans.
So Matt, I think
we have more guns than people.
Hold on, I'm talking. What the hell? Are you talking over me, man?
I know, but Matt, I think your actual question that you should ask.
You asked a question. I was answering.
No, I didn't ask a question. I'm not asking a question right now. I'm actually doing a follow-up. Okay, so I'm just trying to think. Okay, so first of all, now you made me lose my fucking train of thought.
They would take Taiwan, Japan, Hong Kong,
Okay, my question is, how quickly would that happen? So are we saying it would happen, or we're saying it wouldn't happen?
A total invasion, Matt, or takeover?
God damn it. Okay, my point is, this kind of goes to the favor of people who are like, anti-war, anti-military. If they're not going to do anything, then maybe we don't need a military. That's
extractable batteries and people's back.
Take it. Go for it.
Okay, so Matt, a takeover would probably take, year and a half. If you were really talking about really the U.S., maybe 2.5 years, 1.5 to 2 years, to get your resources to set up logistics. Like, people don't realize how big the U.S. is. I know a lot of you don't, but trust me, it's fucking massive. Its terrain is so diverse. You go from desert to fucking tundra. Yeah, we'd probably lose Alaska. Hawaii would probably be taking over parts of California and probably stop at the Rockies. On the East Coast, they'd probably get to about the Adirondacks and Appalachian Trail thing, and then they'd probably stop there. Just because it's so vast. That middle prairie is not something you want to contend with. Like, fuck it, 2.5 days to get through Texas. That's just one fucking state. And that's driving at 85 miles an hour. Try moving a mechanized unit of like 100 fucking men, supplies. Like, you have to know where water supplies are. I mean, shit, these guys would be drinking from cobalt ponds in the back of fucking electric plants, and then they'd be fucking dead. So, I mean,
So is our military mostly to be overseas doing our business, not mostly protecting the home?
Yeah, we have a really strong... We have a strong protection, dude. Like, it's massive. Like, our defenses...
What did you say?
Oh, our defenses are massive. Like, trust me, us. Not for the next 100 years.
I just play like a devil's advocate role here, because like if we're safe here in the mainland and we don't need a military, then why do we have a military?
Well,
That's the next question. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
If we're okay here, what the hell? We're just sitting here. No one's gonna do anything. Go for it. Yeah.
Well, Matt, I had a question, and maybe Brad can answer this, but the only vulnerability, and it's not really a vulnerability, but the Arctic is the area where the China have tons of ships right now, or at least tons of interest in there. Same with Russia. I mean, it is an area where Canada would get attacked first, but the fact is we're right there. So it's an important area that I think that's why Greenland is so important, and that's why other presidents, including Truman, have looked at Greenland as a strategic stronghold, and it's probably the only chance that any country would really have to try to come to the U.S. Doesn't mean
King, you're under the impression that we would be pretty invaded by China. That's your
No, not quickly. I'm saying that's the only place that would stand even a 1% chance to try would be that area.
Okay. Huh.
Because Greenland is protected by the Danish, which in 5 minutes could be destroyed, right? So I mean, I know we have bases there and stuff like that, but we don't have our full strength there that we would have on the West Coast or East Coast. So to hit the mainland U.S. is going to be really. But if you're going to come in through the Arctic, you may have a shot at least.
This is a really interesting thought experiment. I know it was kind of off topic to what we were just about war crimes and what have you, but I've always just been wondering about that because if we're, maybe, just maybe, I'm just playing that part out, that maybe...
She's on debate, Matt.
I know, well, you're trying to get me off the mic. I'm trying to find something here to support the people who think that we should have less military. And if our mainland...
All right, Matt, tell them that they're going to kill all the plants. They're going to kill all the plants and all the flowers, and she'll come up.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Matt, why is the U.S. Army older than the United States of America?
Way older? What?
Yeah, the U.S. Army is 1775. The United States of America is 1775.
It's not lying on that.
Okay.
1 year older.
Why? I mean...
Well, the answer is because it took the military to make the United States. And the reason we have the United States is because we have a military that will fuck shit up.
That's true. No, I don't disagree with that. Chaos wanted to jump in here. Go ahead, Chaos.
Slumdog Millionaire.
Is that Chaos and chillism?
Yeah, it's a Slumdog Millionaire chillism, Chaos.
Yeah,
Andrew's
it's been a while.
Chaos, good.
Yeah, so it's a really good topic, guys. I do love talking about stuff. I do think that America can't be invaded at the moment. I feel like you guys have a really good geological advantage, which would prohibit any force at mass to accumulate and attack. And a couple of things. I think Matt, you asked how why does America have a huge military? I think I want to draw comparisons to Rome. I think Rome, and it became from a local regional power, the superpower. The military just expanded completely. I think we could draw similar parallels with America as well, where after World War I and World War II, I think it became from a regional power to a superpower. And I think we could draw parallels like that. So that's one thing I want.
USA, 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 US.
So, is there anybody here that thinks that we should have less of the military? Just out of curiosity.
I still try and look at it.
I just want to see. I don't
think she's sleeping, bro. Her diabetes because of...
Amazing she's not chiming in.
Well, that's because
I'm not chiming in because
I felt guilty that last round.
Hey, I wasn't trying to bait you, Bima, but I actually have a question, Bima. Do you have, and you don't have to answer if it's too personal, do you have family members that are in the military or were in the military?
Yeah,
Stop it.
the man that I'm with served almost 20 years.
And so what's your impression of the military?
Well, it's shit. It's shit.
He think it's shit, the guy that served?
Yeah, he does. And he recognized that when he was out serving in war, when he was over there, and he was told what to do.
Where did he serve?
Alone. He served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He went to both. He did both. At first, he was in the front lines. He did a bunch of stuff, but it was you could talk to him about it. But ultimately, he saw that there were different narratives that were being played from the recordings of what, they would record news articles and news stations here, send them out there, and then they would play them over there. And when they'd be playing them, the narratives of what U.S. was being, what we were being told back home was completely different from what he was experiencing out there.
Also, what would play? Would it be curated just for military, or would they CNN or Fox or
You're right. All of that stuff.
All of what?
All of CNN, Fox.
So how is that curated differently for the? How is that curated differently for the military?
Because it didn't match what he was experiencing. He wasn't against a bunch of terrorists that were trying to kill.
Turks.
And he wasn't. He was him along with all of his members there. They were experiencing something much different. And
so anecdotally, he had a different experience.
Right, he had a different experience.
Was he in a command position?
At one point,
like a captain level?
No, never, no. That far because he was causing too much trouble. he's like me, he's hard-headed, and he's a good person, and he refused to do things. But they knew that he was a good person, that he wasn't refusing to do it out of, I don't want to follow command. It was a genuine, like, heart, I can't do this. I can't morally do this.
So what happened? Was he court-martialed for it?
No, never. Everybody that was always in a bigger command position than he was, they would try and do whatever they could. He tells this story of them taking him on long rides, having conversations with him, putting him in different positions where he wouldn't have to do the things that he was asked to do in other positions. He got into land nav because of it. They took him out of the front lines, and he got into land navigation, and
but he wasn't in a command position, and he wasn't privy to those levels of strategic information.
You would have to talk to him. I don't know what
Brad might
to.
He's better to ask this than me.
Yeah, I've never heard. I'm sure Bree's going to back me up on this. I've never heard of like a captain taking me out because I wanted to refuse an order. That shit just doesn't happen. Fuck no.
Well, I mean it did. So
No.
No, it didn't. The story doesn't make sense to me. Like, there's something misaligned.
Okay, well, I'm not going to try to.
I gotta ask the question so you can chill.
That's fine.
There's something that doesn't add up because that's not anybody's experience in the military. No, if you refuse an order, that's trouble. You're getting an article.
Well,
and they don't take you out for a ride and go, here, you can have a new job. Like, you don't get these things. Like,
right, just like I'm sure people in prison don't have weapons and phones and telephones.
But your story doesn't make sense.
Right?
All of us that serve.
Would you agree that people don't have cell phones but they do.
That has nothing to do with one. That has nothing to do with it. You're just making up a story. Okay, then I'm making up a story. Then don't talk to me about it. It doesn't matter. Just because. But your experience is wrong. Like, it's flat out. I hate to tell you this. He either didn't serve.
I appreciate you, but you can't just say that.
You can't say that he protested in the fucking military. You don't do that.
You can't say that. You understand that? You can't just say it and believe it to be true. I mean, sure, of course you could say it, but it doesn't make it true. And you say as loud as you are, or as loud as anybody else is going to be, it doesn't make. Okay, sure, that's fine. You can deny it all you want. If it's too difficult for you, to process that something like this happened, then that's fine. Listen, I have no desire to prove myself to people on Clubhouse or to try to prove somebody else's real life experience wasn't the truth. Like
I want you to find a military. I'll shut up.
Okay.
Veteran on here who served. I want you to tell me. Military and get to drive out. When's the last time you got a cushy ride by an 06 to fucking go on and talk about your life choices?
Maybe you guys aren't good people. Maybe you guys are just trash human beings.
He was a tier 1 operator. Don't fucking forget it. Put some respect on his fucking name.
Of a combat role. Like, fuck.
Well, I know that you're scared, but it does happen because we do have good people, and we even have good people serving in the military. We do have people that are in command positions that are still good people. We do, and that's just the fact of the matter.
Entire military shit. So that meant all of us, and then you went on to proceed to say that you're soft.
No. The concept. No. I don't think that the people. I don't think that the people. No. The system, Brad. The system.
I'm gonna call cap on it. The story doesn't add up.
That's fine. You can call whatever you call it whatever you want. I don't care. It's not gonna make it that it didn't happen.
I got beat off the mic. My goal.
What's crazy is that I feel like you guys are so disconnected that you think that this isn't the experience of so many people and so many soldiers that we had to add. No, not that. I'm talking specifically that there was, hold on, Brad, it absolutely did, okay? Okay, sure.
That doesn't.
Sure. Okay, well, guess what? Guess what? I have evidence where he can prove it to you. I mean, like, how far do you want to go? Like, you're just, it's stupid. It's no point. But I mean, and then, how far is he gonna, he's gonna dox himself up to tell you? I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. I understand that it is, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, that does. I call him out. I'll say if that's the story he told you verbatim, then he's full of. Beavick, can he come on the app sometime?
Yeah, he doesn't lie.
Can he come on? He did with telling you that story, girl. Can you hear me?
I promise you, he doesn't lie.
If you were active duty and you protested, what would happen? Throw in the break?
Dude, the only time there, like, we had a war crime in my unit is this one captain. He lost 3 squads in like all of like 2 weeks, and from this one guy that was making courtyard IEDs. Well, he ended up getting the guy at the end of it. After that, they figured out where he was at with the commandant and all that crap. They found him, and they handcuffed him, and they took him out, or zip tied him and took him out to the desert, and he walked up and shot him in the back of the head, execution style.
Yeah, but what's the punishment, Bree, if you were to protest?
He went 11 words. Can I answer? Because he told a kid.
Bro, we don't need a whole story, your fucking life story.
He told a kid.
Duty, you protest.
You need to shut the front door. You need to shut the front door.
You throw in the brig and you be court-martialed. That's it.
No, he told a kid to shoot the guy first, and the kid wouldn't. And the kid would not do it.
Stories, but fuck, we don't have
Second Cavalry. It was a war crime. It happened in 2008.
Even when he's sober.
Okay, Machiavelli, you've been trying to talk. Who are you? I don't know who you are. Go for it.
Bro, I mean, like, dude, if you want to know the truth of it, he disobeyed the order, but it was an unlawful order. He did not go to jail. The captain went to jail for killing the guy.
Calm down, brother.
You ask a question, then you don't want the fucking answer.
No, we asked the person protested why they were active duty. What would be the punishment?
We got it. Take a guess, man. Take a guess at who this is, brother.
Somebody trolling you, man.
Wait, is that BB?
No, it's not. Dog, take it, man. Take a fucking guess, bro. Who else was black that was in the space that was into this, bro? Who else? Who else used to set Clubhouse ablaze?
No.
This started to creep me out a little bit, but yeah.
Man, it's my fashions, man.
Oh, fuck. You know, I wanted to go there, but I'm waiting for him.
I'm back from the dead.
Crazy. I was wondering if you were still out there. I was wondering if you were still out there, but that's pretty cool, man. Welcome back.
Oh man, I'm just back for a short time, not a long time. I see that you guys are fighting. I like this. Continue.
All right.
No, we weren't fighting, and I just wanted to clarify to Brett too. Brett, I don't want you to think that I was saying that you or the people that serve for trust. That's it. Please hold on. That's not what I was saying.
What were you saying?
That's not what I was saying. What I was saying was that the way that the system is and the way that it preys on people and ruins people's lives, that's what I was referring to.
We're just saying your boyfriend shouldn't lie.
I feel that the people, do you know, Rich, you're a piece of trash. You honestly are always a piece of trash. No, you are trash. You are trash. The only person here that's trash, Rich, is you, okay? All you want to do is start trouble, try to humiliate people. It's just trash. It's just trash. It's so annoying. He's so annoying. So that's what I was saying. The way that the government ruins people's lives and targets and people that are in the military, I feel that the large majority of them are victims. That's what I was getting at. I just wanted to clarify.
So I loved every day that I was in the military. Were there shitty days? Yeah. Was it the greatest job I ever had? Absolutely.
absolutely. I would give anything to go back and go hang with my brothers. I miss them to this day. Yeah, there was bullshit, there was politics, there was fucking dumb shit all around. Getting issued fucking broken down equipment, waiting on fucking...
Hurry up and fucking wait.
Yeah, hurry up and fucking wait. Fubar, fucking fucked up beyond all recognition. Snafu, situation normal, all fucked up. Like, all of that and a bag of chips. But the idea that now I would never... I call Cat because in this day, I have been on Clubhouse for a long time. We have found people who have said, fucking, they were SEAL Team Delta fucking Rambo operators from fucking Marsac, and that they were snipers all in one fucking time. So many times on this app, and it's so much in real life. And I'm like, even guys who have served, I just kind of take a step back now and just like watch what they say, watch what they do. I can honestly tell you, and I'm saying this as not a mean guy, nothing harmful. Whatever it is, whatever story people want to tell, it's their story. There is no fucking way in a combat zone that you, let alone in the rear, wherever you're at, on a base, you're going to tell some officer or a gunny or a chief or what does the fucking army have? Whatever those idiots have. You are never going to tell them, no, I'm not going to do something, and you're going to get played. You're going to get kid gloves on it. It just doesn't happen that way. And I'm just telling you, you may be telling the story wrong. I'll accept that. But if that's exactly verbatim what he told you, there's a lot missing on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I can accept also that I think that this is an extreme exception. I think he's an extreme exception because he's just a very different individual. He's not like most people, and he's just I don't just all together he was different. So I don't doubt that, and I don't think that it wasn't good for me to tell this story at all, because I think that hindsight, it shows weakness, and it's just a bad idea overall. So yeah, I'll just put it off to I lied and the story was bullshit. I think that's fine. I don't care. But ultimately, I still will hold to everything else and say that I think that the government targets young minds, ruins lives, and is trash overall. I think I'm happy that you had a good personal experience, and I'm glad that the brotherhood, and that's good for you. But I know way too many people, way too many lives who have been completely ruined, destroyed forever, and affected generations. I can't ever. I worked for the National Purple Heart Museum, so you could just imagine what that was like, right? Documenting the soldiers' stories over time, and talking to people up close and personal for a long time. I work. Well, I'm not going to dox myself, but there's a lot of. I'm in a military area. I'm just going to say that, okay? And the exposure that I've had to people and conversations, I'm telling you, maybe it was one too many for me, but overall, I just don't think the military is a moral actor for exactly the reason we're talking about before, right? And this is what Matt wanted to get me off the mic for. I don't think all of this stuff about leveling. Listen, no law is going to tell me what to do when it comes to self-defense. So no UN document, no constitution, no nothing. As long as it's declared, definitive, objective, objectively factual, identifiable, confirmed, clarified, verified fact that it's self-defense. Once that happens, you've lost all sphere of protection, any type of limitations, any type of, you're done. Anything goes at that point for me, right? Much different. But with that being said, also, I'm not going to ever advocate for a nation right? Because we remember that we're ruled by the ruling elite. The large majority of us are just people trying to live from day to day to harm innocent people that specifically had nothing to do with the ruling elite's decisions to do whatever they're going to do. You can't kill innocent people and to your way. You can't kill innocent people in some sort of attempt to attain moral legitimacy. It's never going to happen, right? You identify the aggressor, you identify the situation, and you take care of it. You don't cause more innocent people to die. I reject war theory. I think the war theory is trash, and I think we need to update our compass. But at the same time, like I said, don't think that I'm a pacifist, because I'm not a pacifist. As soon as it becomes self-evident that this is defense, pray.
Well, that's a great question. I don't know if we can keep going back and forth, but I was kind of curious. Is there anybody here who is like just like pro-war, like just gung ho, like any?
Do you really have to fucking ask this question, Matthew?
No, I gotta ask it. I
No, seriously, I'm on stage and you could ask dumbass questions.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
you should just address Rich and be like, Rich, okay.
Okay, what are you? Okay, go ahead and answer the question.
Oh, yes. I'm
just
for wiping out every fucking combatant on fucking Earth and just decimating all the fucking combatants.
So you're for like any war, like we should get involved in any war. What?
Oh, somebody be
it. Okay, so you're for any war. You want to be involved in all the wars that go on.
Oh no, I'm not like a war hawk. Want to go out and just fucking strike, but I'm saying enemy combatants. Like if they pose a fucking imminent threat to the United States, we should kill them all.
Okay.
And I say we should like invade fucking Paris and kill them.
Right.
Matt.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Young men go to war, young men that don't know each other, because of men that do know each other. We need to make these old men that want to start the wars that send young men in, we need to put them on the front line of shit. Back when kings used to be filled with their men. Like, we need to go back to that kind of shit. Because, like, right now, you're literally just sending the youth to go kill the youth because of old fucks that want to make money off of the war machine.
I'm going to be honest, you kind of pissed me off because you went back all the way that far. Like George Washington didn't lead his men in a war, you son of a bitch.
To go forward.
Well, where are our leaders that do George Bush? You didn't see George Bush in Battle Rattle.
No, but you saw Schwarzkopf.
Hey, I love me some General Schwarzkopf.
George Washington was a straight
You haven't had a president lead in a battle.
George Washington was a straight up gangster.
Should that be a required
gangster president ever in life?
Who's that?
There will never be another president who was like that. I'm gonna stand on the front of the boat while we cross this icy river, and I'm gonna look gangster as shit with a cape on, showing a flask on with the red, white, and blue. Nigga, it ain't that more gangster than that.
That's true. Good point.
With the teeth pulled out of his own slaves.
And he had a big old musket ready to blow.
Marshall, you raise a good point. I mean, should our presidents be on the front line? Would that change the whole dynamics of war for them if they're out there doing the business too? I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Marshall?
Let's go back to the ancient world. Fuck it.
Okay.
Realistically, it would probably bring in some kind of moderating. You'll probably bring in some kind of a moderating influence because they would have to be there and fight themselves.
Exactly.
But no, realistically, modern presidents are not getting back in the field. The last president we had that led men into battle as like a general thing, like as a full commander, was Andrew Jackson. But you also had Zachary Taylor, who was a general. Eisenhower was a general, right? Now, they might not have done any fighting themselves, but that experience certainly taught them how to manage the military as well as United States expectations internationally. So, should they be on the front lines? No. Should we require some sort of military training?
probably not going to pass Congress, but I'm feeling if you had military training, you'd probably use the military a whole lot less.
I'm not going to lie.
That's a surmise and a historical guess on my part. Brad, what do you think?
I want Trump on this.
Brad.
He's on the phone.
Brad's on the phone first.
What's up, Marshall?
I disagree with Harley. Because George Washington caught fucking bodies. Like, this nigga was dropping niggas in the field. Like, bro, this wasn't no regular. Bro, as far as I think George Washington was a fucking alien.
Wait, Machiavelli.
I think this nigga was an alien, bro. George Washington was dropping niggas in the field, bro.
Wait, hold on, Machiavelli. Based on what you just said, are you saying he was dropping slaves in the field?
Yo, you know what I mean? Did I be a fucking?
Oh no, I was just curious.
No, he was pulling their teeth out of slaves to use them as
Bro,
bolts.
he was fucking blicking people, bro. This man he was shooting motherfuckers off of horses, bro. He was playing the motherfuckers, bro. There was nobody more gangster than that. Whose president caught a body?
Yeah, but
like,
we
whose
also
president has caught a body recently?
We also have to keep aware, at the time, he was not president. He was just a regular general. Like, not even
Syria?
George III at the time led his
What about Eisenhower?
troops into battle. I mean, Eisenhower didn't lead troops into battle. Eisenhower commanded them.
No,
The
not
last
as
time
president.
not as president. The last time you had somebody who commanded men in battle, I think, was Andrew Jackson in the War of 1812. Right? Like, you had other presidents that served, like George H.W. was a fighter pilot. So
he wasn't a Texas National Airman.
No, I'm not talking about W. I'm talking about H.W. H.W. World War II.
I'm throwing my hat
Before you
I'm throwing my hat into this ring. I agree. I think that presidents should be on the front lines. Why? Because it forces the presidents to be physically fit. And it will also force a representation to men of how we're supposed to fucking be. That's also going to set a precedent for men in America as well.
I threw it into AI. So, sitting presidents to lead troops. The only one was George W. Bush as president. Right, he led the Continental Army to put down the Whiskey Rebellion in Pennsylvania. Presidents who led troops and saw combat before presidency was Theodore Roosevelt, who led the voluntary cavalry known as Rough Riders. Andrew Jackson served in the Revolutionary War and commanded forces during the War of 1812, but he wasn't president at the time. Ulysses S. Grant led the Union Army in victory in the Civil War. William Henry Harrison commanded American forces at the Battle of Tippecanoe. Other presidents with combat experience: Harry Truman led troops as an artillery officer in World War I. JFK, John F. Kennedy, served as Navy lieutenant in World War II, known for his actions in PT 109, and H.W. Bush was a Navy pilot who saw combat in World War II. Several other presidents saw combat or were in the military during wartime, including James Monroe, Rutherford B. Hayes, James Garfield, and Dwight D. Eisenhower, who commanded Allied forces in World War II. There you go.
But again, it goes back to old men that start wars that know each other, but young men are the ones that don't know the person that they're fighting on the other side.
Yeah.
Like, for all I know, like, when I was fighting people, if we would have been given a chance to sit down in a coffee shop, I might have enjoyed having a conversation with these people. But no, we're shooting bullets at each other. Like, it's young people fighting young people because of old people that do know each other. And, like, war is going to be a bitch. It really is. And if you worked on the military Order of the Purple Heart Union, you can look me up. I'm Brian Pat. I'm Chapter 1000, Military Order of the Purple Heart. I'm not talking shit when I'm talking about the military. I mean, it was the worst thing going through it, but the thing that, like Brad said, I want to go back to so bad. Like, it was shit going through it. But it's the thing that I missed kind of the freaking most.
Because it's a man thing, nigga. It's a man thing. Bullets, gunfire, you can smell that gunpowder. I wasn't even there. I wasn't even fucking there. You understand me? I'm not set foot in Afghanistan.
Did you say it's a manfinity? He's here.
He was one of the
interesse.
Yes, every battle ever is based on Mitch Kennedy's proven track record.
and what happened? Everything went to the garbage.
There you go.
Why? What comes in a non-kosher way?
Wait, welcome to the stage, Elsie. How are you, Al?
All these women
Fantastic, Naveen. How
who
are
does
you?
not modest things for money.
Wow.
Hey,
Either they're gonna end up with cancer eventually,
if I didn't ask him
and all
fast,
the
what did he think of the
dreams
stuff
that they
Trump
had
right now?
will be cut.
I gotta get
will
your
be
opinion
very,
on
very
what you're thinking, 'cause
miserable.
you went hard.
All the government, all of
Oh yeah, I was
And whatever happened is going to happen, and they're going to expose the ugly of the world, whether you like it or not. So be ready. And that's what he said. So I don't understand why motherfuckers
An image of Joe, and on the left side of the screen was like a panel where they put information on ivermectin, calling it a horse dewormer, and for some reason they put a horse icon. They literally took a little image of a horse.
Bro, and this is the problem with people
What?
too.
Dude,
People
it
got
was.
so
I
fucking
mean, it
strong
was the.
and got so bitch made. They forgot what America was really like from the beginning. Nigga, we came from the days of the Wild Wild West. We came from the days where people rode on horses and shit. There was
Randy today is slightly different.
An unexpected repair could wipe out your savings fast. Protect yourself with a home warranty from Cinch Home Services. In the end, people are awake that something happened during COVID that was unholy. So that was an important victory. And this hantavirus story, if it is just people talking themselves into a frenzy, fine. But if officialdom is playing games again, they are probably playing them for a reason. And we need to know what that reason is, because hantavirus is not a natural for this role at all.
Well, it's easy to strip people of their rights in an emergency.
Exactly.
I mean, the Moderna vaccine story from 3 days ago is crazy, dude. How can you even begin to say it's a coincidence? It's maybe it's a coincidence, Moderna. Maybe this just happened to happen within a week. Maybe it was a slow news day on accident. Maybe they didn't stifle the news for 3 days to let the hantavirus story go wild. Maybe they didn't do that.
Well, I think people need to understand that whatever else it may have been, the COVID pandemic was the debut of gene therapies dressed up as vaccines. That's what
They changed the definition of vaccine.
I know they did.
That's wild, huh?
It is wild, because if they had said to people, we're going to require you to take a gene therapy, people would have said, huh?
What's the value of the gene therapy? Assuming steel manning the argument, you get some badass mRNA treatment. Like, what's the good upside of it?
Well, you want to know?
Yeah.
From the point of view of the vaccine making industry, it is the ultimate cash cow for multiple different reasons. It streamlines the process of creating a vaccine, and it cuts through the regulatory apparatus, because the argument that they're going to make is, we tested the platform, it's safe, so we've just loaded a new gene in. The only thing we have to do is test the gene and the antigen it produces. As long as they're safe, then the whole thing is safe. Now the fact is, none of it's safe, and it can't be made safe. Anything you load into that mRNA platform is going to be dangerous. It's going to do the same damage to the body that the COVID shots did, and it's going to show up in the heart. That's
I want to show you guys this post from Jack Posobiec. He tweeted, "What if instead of a vaccine, we just were able to get exposed to a weak version of the virus that enabled us to build the antibodies we need to fight the real thing?" Of course, Jack's point was that mRNA vaccines were totally different from the, what is it, attenuated virus, is that what it's called? Yeah, vaccinations, which were in the past what vaccines would do. And Jack was making that point. And this guy, Dave Jorgensen, said, the anti-vaxxers went so far right, they looped around and invented it. These people, I'm wondering if the real left-right divide is sub 70 IQ versus everyone else. And I'm being intentionally mean. These individuals had no idea, and to this day have no idea what is actually going on in the world. They from Jack, and they are so far removed from the context of the real conversation around this technology, they genuinely believed the COVID vaccine attenuated virus vaccines.
Yeah, they weren't at all.
No, they were mRNA vaccines.
Were any of them attenuated? Were those DNA vaccines? Is that the difference?
No, the DNA were gene therapy.
But there was a difference. Wasn't one of the
Johnson
other ones
and
Johnson
right?
and Johnson.
No.
It wasn't attenuated virus, but it wasn't mRNA, right?
It wasn't mRNA. It was DNA. But the question: language did you write the gene in? It's still gene therapy. The gene into DNA in the Moderna, they wrote it into mRNA, but it's almost the same difference. Now the mRNA platform has a special vulnerability, but you can't. Maybe I should tell you what that vulnerability is. The mRNA is basically a RNA gene wrapped in a lipid nanoparticle. That lipid nanoparticle has no addressing mechanism on it. They inject it into you, it flows around in your blood and your lymph, and any cell touches may take it up because it's basically just coated in fat. Your cells are made of fat, like dissolves like, it goes in. So the problem is, that shot tells your cell to make a foreign protein, in this case the spike protein. That foreign protein ends up on the surface of the cell, and your immune system, when it sees your cell making a foreign protein, it thinks virus. Why? Because that's the only place it sees that. It's a viral pattern. So what does it do? It destroys the cell that made the protein. Now, if that cell is in your muscle or your liver, not a big deal. If that cell is in your heart, it's a big deal, right? Your heart is not supposed to have a viral infection. They're rare. Your body decides, well, killing off heart cells isn't a good idea, but leaving heart cells isn't a good idea either, and it kills off those cells. That's where your myocarditis is coming from. And myocarditis itself is misleading. So what myocarditis means is just heart inflammation. This isn't just heart inflammation.
And pericarditis.
Right, but these are itis, inflammation. It's not inflammation. This is inflammation, which is the symptom of damage to your heart, which has an extremely low capacity for self-repair. So why is it that a soccer player is running down the field and his heart gives out? Because he's got a wound in his heart he doesn't know about. He's running under pressure, and suddenly something gives way.
Real quick though, you said the heart doesn't usually get viruses.
Yeah.
Can you explain more on that? Is this like your immune system just won't let it happen, or?
No, it's very well protected, right? Your heart, it's really important that it not get viruses. Right. So you would expect the protections to be turned up. It's also pretty well insulated, right? Your lungs aren't. Your lungs are exposed to the outside world. So in any case, I'm not saying it never happens.
Is that true for any other internal organs, like your kidneys are less likely to get an infection?
No, your kidneys can get infected because they're also exposed.
But I mean, your blood, it's like your heart. You know what I mean? Like sepsis.
It happens, but it's very serious when it happens.
Right.
To clarify, you're saying OG vaccines, they would put the pathogen in the body, and the pathogen would be there in the body, be like, immune system, kick on, go get it, and now you strengthen it. But these new mRNAs, they attach to a cell, healthy cell in your body, and then make it seem like it's a virus. And your own body destroys its own healthy cells, and that's supposed to knock up to create an immune response.
What if it's built in? And so what the whole thing was predicated on was that the shot stays in your arm, right? If the shot stayed in your arm and their little pseudovirus infected your cells and then your immune system cleared those cells by killing them off, it wouldn't be a huge deal. But one of the things that Steve Kirsch and Robert Malone and I talked about on that podcast in June of 21
was the fact that the biodistribution did not suggest that it stayed in the arm at all.
Are they working on figuring out a way to make these lipid particles address properly now?
They won't acknowledge the problem. So I don't know if they
But that would cure cancer, wouldn't it?
Well, cancer's a different matter. If you have a terminal disease and we've got an mRNA shot that might address that disease, you might be willing to take that risk, right? The risk of the shot might be low enough and the benefit of the shot might be high enough. So,
but let's just address the theoretical nature. If they were to create the addressing mechanism, as Ian was asking, targeting for destruction cancer cells, specific cancer cells, because not all cancer are the same, they inject it into your arm or whatever, it floats through the body, but specifically only attaches to the cancer, your immune system then destroys those cells. Is that possible?
Our immune system already has a tremendous amount of capacity to fight cancer.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't. That's when we find out about it, right? When the thing isn't properly addressed. So yeah, and I would cautiously say I don't trust these people. I'm not necessarily going to buy what they tell us about how effective the thing is, but I'm open to the idea that in extremely dire cases you might be willing to take such a shot, but I'm not open to the idea that it's a vaccine, and I'm not open to the idea of preventing infectious disease with it, because the platform itself is terminally flawed.
So we're going to go to Rumble Rants and Super Chats. One quick last question, though, is how much information can be delivered to the cell? I mean, could they reprogram a cell could they repair damaged DNA or RNA?
With the mRNA platform?
Yeah, so imagine they took like a stem cell of yours, they had like a perfect DNA strand or whatever. Could they inject it into your body so that it tells the cells to reproduce perfectly, so that basically destroys the aging process or ends the aging process?
Well, we're not going to end the aging process, and we'll have to talk another time about why that is. They're
biological reasons or biological?
Biological reasons.
Oh, let's talk telomere. Could they make the cells reproduce perfectly again? Like it's a damaged cell, but they give it the perfect information. Well, program it to reproduce.
You're kind of coming at the story upside down, because the promise of gene therapy was very much like what you're describing, right? The idea is you might have cells that are doing the wrong thing for some genetic reason, and if you could get genes taken up into these cells, you could get them to do the right thing, and you might cure a disease. It never panned out for reasons like this addressing problem. Right? The problems never worked, and so the huge investment that we biologically put into gene therapy never returned on that investment.
Yeah, but if you were able to do like one clinical test on, say, like 5 billion people, you get all of that data at once to solve for this. You dispatch various batches to key regions, make everybody. I mean, could you imagine if something like that happened, where they were doing a mass clinical test like that?
Yeah, but what I would tell you is that what can be done on paper is spectacular. What happens when you try to deploy these things in the layered complex systems that make up the human body is you end up with all sorts of unintended consequences.
I understand that. I'm saying, so imagine if you could do 5 billion clinical trials all at once.
Between the year of 2021 and
you can.
2024.
And you're like, we get the data, and they say, well, it's going to take 20 years.
You're asking whether or not COVID was an experiment.
Oh, I never said that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying that instead of doing a bunch of we can't figure, it's from the 80s, and you're like, why can't we get this addressing problem right? So only if we could test it out 5 billion times in a short period and get all the data. We're going to go to your super chat, so smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. The uncensored portion of the show will be up in about 12 or so minutes at 10 p.m. Rumble.com/TimCastIRL. And then, what say you? HS Disturbed says, just found out I'm pregnant with my 4th child. I'm 42. My last pregnancy was 10 years ago. Please pray for us as I attempt to bring another God patriot into this world. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
That's so great.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Oh, you're going to be so excited when you get another baby. I just know it. Running around. J Dirt Biker says it's because Lindsey Graham is a progressive Republican, which is still a progressive. Glenn Beck covered that today. I am surprised he mentioned that.
Where is he progressing to? That's what I care about.
Off a cliff.
Maybe. Time to regress, Lens.
Monkey King says, wow, Brett even cut his hair for this interview. Thank you, Tim. Did you?
Hair Bible.
No, I had someone else do it.
Correct. All right. K-Toth Swiss says, feeling bad for got us here, Brett.
This is tough.
Did you press the red button or the blue button?
that a reference?
You know this one?
No. Oh, you mean the sweating?
With a what? There's a red button, a blue button. If more than 50% press the blue button, everyone lives. If more than 50% press red, anyone who pressed blue dies. Moral dilemma.
Yes, it is one.
And everybody just says, like, just press the red button.
There's a big leap of human evolution some 300,000 years ago where they discovered the first human bone that was actually looked like it had been repaired. Before that, if someone broke their leg, they were just left, and that was very bad for us as a species. Once they started taking care of their weak and their wounded, we evolutionarily leapt. So we're sort of in a situation like that. I mean, I think that's your argument. I'm trying to steel man your argument.
My argument actually is that the transhumanists, and there's lots of people who fall under that banner who wouldn't label themselves that way, but the transhumanists sold us a bill of goods, and I think many of them have lied to themselves. And the story that they tell themselves is that there are people who are so broken, there's just nothing we could do for them. And they're half right, okay? Once a person has gotten through development, it's very hard to help them. Before they've been damaged in development, it's very easy to protect them by delivering an environment that looks like their ancestral environment, so their body knows what to do, their mind knows how to develop, and that's what we ought to be targeting. So I just want you to separate two questions. What do we do for the broken people on planet Earth today? And the answer is that's going to be a tough one, and we're going to be less successful than we would like by a lot. What can we do for the generation that has yet to emerge? Everything, and it ought to be our obsession. Right? We can start dealing, you don't need to have children who need orthodontia. We know how to solve that problem. We're just not admitting it, right? It's solvable, right? It has to do with a feedback. When you chew as a child, you put information into your body, and your body reshapes your jaw based on that information. All of this giving children baby food and formula and making sure they don't chew stuff is causing our jaws to collapse. There's not enough room for the teeth. They come in all crooked. And the fact is, most children now need orthodontia. That doesn't need to be. If you wanted that problem to be solved 10 years from now, we could solve it, and we wouldn't create massive numbers of new people. You need a tiny number of orthodontists just for the few people who have...
What are you saying, kids should be eating hard stuff?
Yeah. Look up Mike Mew.
Mike Mew?
Mike Mew.
What do you mean? Like, my baby doesn't have teeth, you know?
Right, but your baby, and you should go to Mike Mew for the exact advice on what to feed when. But your baby naturally wants to chew on things, right?
Yeah, she does.
And if the instinct is, oh, they don't have teeth, it better be pureed, then what you're going to do is you're going to cause the wrong information to register. Her jaw will collapse. She'll need orthodontia. And then you know what the orthodontist will tell you? It's genetic.
But
which doesn't make any sense.
She gets pure sometimes, but we were told by all the doctors to give her stuff to chew on, so she chews soft things.
Do you ever do like a frozen strawberry and a little net thing? That stuff's awesome.
Yeah, she's got one small tooth coming in.
My son loved that stuff.
Mike Mew calls it the big bolus involving chewing a large ball of 5 to 10 pieces of gum to strengthen the masseter muscles and develop the gonial angle, the jaw corner. But how old, how young do they start?
Ask Mike Mew. Right, I don't want to pretend to be an authority.
The problem is today,
I'll ask AI to analyze his work.
And she was rather enjoying her beets. But I was eating cheese, and she saw me eating cheese.
And she knew that cheese can't be beets.
And she reached over and she went, And I looked at my wife and I was like, should I give her some? Should I give her a little? So I gave her a little piece of cheese, and then she took the beets and threw them on the floor.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what happened.
You gotta mix the beets with the cheese.
And she's like, now I don't have to eat them. And then we're like, you're done, you're not eating. And then she started crying.
He says the earlier the better. The earlier the children start, the better. That's an interesting philosophy. It makes a lot. I mean, just basic, duh.
The most important thing, though, is that we handed her a flute, and she instantly figured it out. And she's just going, burp, 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 and we're like, yes. Oh, I gotta tell you guys this story, totally unrelated. Just, we went to Guitar Center because we went out to eat, and there's a jazz band playing. We were in Baltimore before we went to Phil's show, and she was staring at the jazz band, obsessed. And she kept reaching over me. So my wife let her watch me. Bring her back over to eat. She started freaking out again, wanting to go back to watch the jazz band, and we were like, okay, she likes music. So we went to Guitar Center, and we showed her the piano, and she immediately, I put her sideways on the bench. She immediately spun to the keyboard, she went bang, 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 and we were like, she knew right what to do.
To buy the piano?
Yes, and when we told the band we're going to buy it, and picked her up and put her in a chair and started reaching for it and yelling and complaining, and then started punching her back, refusing to go into her seat because she wanted to play the piano.
Hear that?
So we're very excited.
Morning, dude. Yes,
and then
Is it already delivered? Is it all in the house now?
Yeah, so
Like all the time?
we've had it for 2 or 3 days.
Love it.
And she just goes bing, 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 bing.
So
And she's matched it. She's won. So it's pretty obvious she loves music.
That's fantastic.
I mean, Alice and I both play guitar and sing, and so she sees us and we play music for her. So we've done music, but
In all of your studies as a molecular and evolutionary biologist, do you get deep on music and the value of music?
Oh my God! First of all, I'm not a molecular biologist, though I am made of molecules, so I suppose there's an argument. But
you are molecular.
Yeah. Yeah. When somebody asks about a microbiologist, I often wonder how small they are. But
At least Mallory
the question of music is fascinating.
What's the latest on
I will tell you, it goes all the way back to
War Park, what's that going to take? What's going on with that? Join us tomorrow, 6 to 8 p.m. at First Free Church on Belleville, Aspen, for our development town hall. It's our quarterly one, so you need to find out everything that we're working on. All the questions you have, we're happy to answer them.
Our love of and pursuit of music was the result of the fact that it combined a bunch of other things that we love, that it has no meaning of its own, and he compared it to, he said it was, I think, musical cheesecake.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And so this is a giant mystery where we can't admit that the answer is it's something really frickin' important, but we don't know what it is. And I have my own hypothesis, but let's just say the fact that all human cultures have music, the fact that both males and females participate in music, that every human being until recent times has had their own individual relationship with music, the fact that you hear a song, even a sad song makes you feel sad, but you want to hear it again. That's why you disagree with which part?
Not all music is the same, and some things people describe, like Ben Shapiro says rap isn't music. He's unmoved by it. He doesn't connect with it emotionally.
I'm not defending every piece of music or every genre of music.
But so what I would say is the important thing is to reduce it a little bit and say every society has some kind of emotional communication through sound.
Speech, for instance, it's like an evolution of music.
But I would argue that couple rap is, I understand it as music functionally, but it's actually it's nails on a chalkboard to me.
Yeah.
It fills me with rage.
Right.
I will strike the person doing it. You know what I mean?
So let's just say
I feel that way about spoken word.
spoken word poetry. Yeah, I do too. I'm not a fan.
No, it depends on how it's spoke. Sorry to interrupt.
I mean, it's not the occasional piece.
We have a couple more minutes. I'll get a couple of these. We'll come back to this for the uncensored portion because this is fun. Freedom Strength says, I know Brett is not a big fan of Trump, but he must know that science is better with him in office at this point.
Well, my relationship with Trump, who I've never met, so I don't have a personal relationship with him, but my relationship with him is complicated. I certainly voted for him. I would vote for him again. I think
The alternatives are disastrous.
it is so terrifying that just even the fact that you have a person who is in possession of his mental faculties, who you could haul in front of Congress and ask questions, that can make a decision if the phone call comes in the night and, Mr. President, the missiles are on the way, what do we do? Is so far and away better than having a empty suit puppet or a demented old man or any of that stuff that covers the cabal on the blue team. It's no contest. Nonetheless, I very definitely voted for no new wars, and I am not happy that we are involved in a new war.
But didn't you know that Miriam Adelson was backing Trump for the purpose of helping Israel annex the West Bank? Donald Trump had stated numerous times he would never allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. He killed Soleimani. He fired 59 Tomahawk missiles into Syria. So I agree he was the better candidate on the war things. And I think it is fair to point out we didn't want him to start a war. And I'm not saying it's a view, but just generally speaking, I mean, we all knew the possibility, the probability was decent.
Well, I think we'd be at war either way. And I think what we've really learned is that we don't have a choice on that one.
Yeah, I agree. My response is what was that? A president started a war in the Middle East? I'm so shocked. Heavens.
I think
can't
there's
believe
a very
that.
good chance that that America's waging of foreign wars facilitates our peaceful existence here.
I think there's a couple big
Or at least that.
I actually think one of the reasons the war started is because the economy is is burning in a very, very bad way. I want to fire, but I don't want to imply that it's good.
Defense production is a great way to lift an economy, and being at war and spending all this money on weapons, that's a great way to lift the economy. That isn't
So
how we got rich. That's how we got rich.
Well, it's artificially inflating, but the general idea is stealing the resources from other places to inflate our own economy. And I don't mean currency-wise. I'm saying we took Venezuela. We've now got planes over Cuba, just like we did before we took Maduro out. So Trump said imminently we will take Cuba.
Right.
The goal is, I think the economy was really, really bad. There's a plethora of factors involved. But I think, it's time for a war again and take other people's stuff so that our economy can be better.
Did you see the thing about how lithium was found in Appalachia?
Oh,
like 300 years worth of lithium, like massive lithium deposits.
We gotta go to the uncensored portion of the show. We'll talk more about this in music. So smash the like button, share the show with everyone you've ever met in your life. You can follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. Brad, do you want to shout anything out?
What are you asking for?
Dark Horse Podcast.
Oh, the Dark Horse Podcast, of course. And find me on X at Brett Weinstein, and Brett has
What's the newest book?
The only book that I've published is A Hunter-Gatherer's Guide to the 21st Century, which I co-wrote with Heather. And if you those people like me who likes audiobooks, Heather and I read the book for the audiobook. So if you want to hear us tell you what it means, you can hear that too.
I'm Ian Crossland. Follow me on the internet, Ian Crossland. I was actually talking to Brett about graphene a little bit before we went live on the Discord show. I'm doing a documentary with Jim Tour and the folks at Rice about graphene and all sorts of banging nanotechnology. So go to graphene.movie, sign up for the mailing list when that goes live and be notified. Follow me at Ian Crossland.
I want to clarify.
Well, technically, every time you breathe in smoke, you're breathing it in. Did you know?
That's right. Now let's start our housekeeping.
Follow me on the Carter Banks. Brett, thanks for coming on. I can't wait to get on the after show with you.
I'm Evans. You can find me on Twitter at Libby Evans, and tomorrow my new podcast drops with Yang Yadla and Chloe Chung, all about crazy things happening in China and how we should watch out for them.
Have you ever smoked DMT?
I haven't. I want to ask you about mass population reduction and the mass death of people over the past several years, which will be available at rumble.com/TimcastIRL in about 10 seconds. We'll see you there.
Ashley, go. Plant the device.
The time she's like, I don't understand. No shit, we know you don't understand. You're fucking dumb. Literally dumb. The dumbest of the fucking doornails, but yet you mob these rooms that have 100 people in it, and I don't understand why. Like, the only reason I go listen to how dumb they are, so when I encounter these dumb people in real life, I'm not shocked and appalled because I hear the dumbness here on Clubhouse. But I don't understand why. You see, like them, I just don't understand why. People listen to them as if they have the authority on any information that comes out of their mouth because they are some of ignorant, dumb people. Dude, Bando has become so Islamophilic. Like, he sits there and he talks about Islam the way Tucker Carlson does now. So it's really interesting to see how everybody has shifted so much. What was his name? Goat, right? That was his name?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. He used to be a friend, to pretend to be a friend of the Jews, but he never was, ever. Hi, guys.
Well, I said this from the beginning. Being a black-faced anti-Semitism is not a good look. It's never worked out very well for anybody.
funny though, since you changed the title, like, we really do have more people in the room.
Do you think that a lot of those accounts that sit in that room, do you think a lot of those are real accounts?
You know, I never actually thought about that. Like, how does the bot thing go out?
They just come and park in the rooms, but if you look at their engagement of the chat, it's just the same people arguing with each other.
True. I mean, every now and then I do jump in the chat.
Hey, I got a general question. BB, doctor, alumni, feel free to answer.
Oh, I'm an alumni.
Oh, my apologies. Didn't mean to mispronounce your name, ma'am.
It's okay. You're fun, dumpster.
You know, me personally, I don't have no issues with Jewish folks. I don't, personally. I'm a Catholic man, and you know, but I don't understand what the problem is that a lot of people have against Jewish folks.
I hate Jews, man.
Well, why? They ain't doing nothing for y'all.
No, I got nothing to do with me being so. I just hate the Jews, man, because Nick Fuentes told me they fucking control the government and they control the media and they push the homosexuality in the goddamn schools. They want all that kids to be tranny.
So you listen to white men, like you
I listen to Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Dave Smith. Dave Smith is a goddamn Jew. He told me, fuck the Jews.
I thought it was mainly black urban males that are spreading awareness of, you know, the transgender movement. I mean, they're the ones fucking them the most.
I don't make no goddamn tranny boy.
They're the ones fucking them the most.
I don't like to go on the goddamn slide. I ain't no goddamn homosexual. Hey, calm down. I support the Jews, man. Let me tell you something, dumpster, right? I watched a documentary of goddamn Hitler, right? And they translated his speech. But when you hear this shit in English and they translate it, I'm like, Hitler ain't really that bad of a guy. Hey, are we gonna be here to troll, or we gonna have a conversation, sir?
I'll be for real,
man.
I don't think he's trolling.
I was gonna say though, it kind of feels like he's making fun of how stupid all of this is.
Making fun of what? Listen, Fuentes told me, fuck y'all motherfuckers, and he brought very good points. I'm like, you know what? Nick Fuentes is a goddamn. But you know what? This virgin, he might be gay. Who fucking knows? But he makes some fucking sense. Fuck the Jews, man.
Oh, so you.
But you sound retarded, bro. Like, how do you? I don't even know how you chew with that fucking mouth. Like, you sound like you're missing teeth, everything. Like.
And now you're gonna come
and you
here
said
and
the
make fun
same.
of the Goyam. The Goyam.
This guy said the exact same shit the other day.
I'm the smartest guy in the room. The Goyam's retarded.
You shouldn't beat the
This is what they do. This is what the Jews do, man. They just think everybody's beneath them. Fuck you, baby. We're not beneath you. We know what the fuck you guys are.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Smile.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
This is a goddamn honor to have my. Wow.
Because you're a good guy.
You know what? I'm actually.
Well, thank God I made a mistake there. Holy shit.
Oh my God! Thank God.
Now you're
Well, okay. My thing is, baby, I think it's quite foolish to target someone's religion and think that they're trying to take over everything. You know, I'm a Catholic man, okay? I don't have no ill judgments toward Jewish people. I don't have no ill judgments to atheists. I do have concerning issues with Islam, but you know, because the direction that they're going is directly targeting Jewish folks, Christian folks, and anybody that doesn't pertain to that. I have never met a Jewish woman or man in my life that gave two fucks that I'm not Jewish. They just go, I don't swing that way.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And you know, I was just starting to like you guys. You gave me mud. I was like, holy shit! Like I'm starting to like the Jews. But then you moved me to the fucking audience.
No, well, Luke's here. He hates Jews. He hates Jews.
Oh no, I actually hate the Jews, but then I like the Jews because BB gave me
just want to correct something when it comes down to Kitty. I apologize if I offended you regarding the whole friends thing. I don't mean that I'm not friendly. I'm just saying that we're acquaintances.
Do you understand, Olivia?
Not that we're enemies. So
She don't sound like she likes you very much.
yeah, it's because I said friends on this app were acquaintances, and she's taking it way too seriously.
Understand this, Olivia, as long as
I didn't mean like that we're not friendly.
we're not going to if you hate Jews. Got it?
There's nothing. I don't hate Jews.
With titties
I don't know
like
what
that,
you think
I
a
just
Jew
might
is.
become a Jew. I ain't gonna lie to you. With titties like that, you can do anything.
But I just want to be clear: if you're being passive aggressive because of the comment, I didn't mean it.
Listen, man. When I see titties like kitties, man, it makes me want. I don't want to be an anti-Semite no more. Fucking.
When was the last time you saw these, Sam?
I'm a Semite, so I can't really be anti myself.
I kicked that dude down.
He's in the Middle East.
Wait, I like Simp better than Illumi. Like, Simp he could stay.
It was another Illuminati.
You fucking stole my name, you piece of shit. You fucking Hamas lover. You get fucked in the ass by fucking Hamas. It takes your fucking pieces of shit.
Amen.
Fucking piece of shit.
That literally
Yeah.
makes no sense.
Do you see
Fucking Islamic fucking terrorist piece of shit.
Stop doing your shit, Illumi, and that way people that have cool names like Illumi won't have to fucking beat the shit out of you. And I won't have to kitty slap you in the face.
There is only one Illumi, and Illumi
It's
cannot
not
be
you. It's not
mimicked.
you. You're a fucking piece of shit. It's not you.
Well,
Fucking
I'm not here to
Islamic
shit
terrorist.
talk with a woman that I don't even know.
I love
So
Islamic terrorists. Oh yeah,
if I wanted that, there's $100 I'll go down to the Vietnamese
stole my fucking name.
massage place and I'll get a happy ending.
I don't think you know how to talk to women.
What the fuck just happened?
I think I probably have a
No, you have
pretty
a pussy.
good record
That's
with
what
women.
Are you married?
have a pussy.
You get fucked.
You get fucked. But
What's up, BB?
Dr. Adams.
How you doing?
Be friends until you're nice to Jews.
You can't even define a Jew. What are you talking about?
In the holidays, do you
you
understand?
get a woman.
Yeah, what is a woman?
Yeah, tell him, ask him.
Yeah, what he said. Look, he had a lion in his flag. He was okay. He had a lion.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It says, I don't hate Jews, I hate Zionists. Bullshitty? Wait, bullshitty? Nah, I hate Jews. I love Jews. I'd rather be fucking. Okay, I took it.
Address. Don't you have kids, Kitty?
No, why? You want to make some tonight?
Okay, so why, BB, why am I confused that she's your cousin? There must be someone who sounds like Kitty or looks like Kitty, and I'm confusing them.
Okay, he is from England. I am from America. Do you know where America is? Do you know where England is? They're different countries.
No, he thinks you sound like Dickie.
There we go. What's her name again?
What's her name?
Nikki. That's what it is, bro. He's
I never
tripping me
met
the fuck up, man.
Well, then just get off the app. You can delete it.
Sounds
Just
nothing
go.
like
Just hold down the Clubhouse app on your phone and go delete, and just delete it. It'll be fine.
Rafi. Yo, I just woke up. What the fuck? We changed the title and Sparks.
About hate Jews.
I need help staying awake tonight, Rafi. I have a lot of work to do. So I needed some friends to keep us entertained.
That's all you. Whether we have a fucking Chinaman, a Hindu man, or a Paki who came on stage with me.
Yeah. You're pretty accurate. And an Islamic terrorist.
Me, a Chinaman? I'm a Semitic man.
We have a Hamdalului and who's Bahudi.
Tiger be going Jackie Chan on motherfuckers. Like,
I'm
not to
what
start
you
no
wish
shit
you
with
were,
those.
brother.
Just call me Bahudi.
I'm what you look in the mirror and pretend to be.
What the fuck is Bahudi? You know Bahudi?
It's like, what is it, like rubbing on my boo-hoo-hoo-tee? What? I don't know.
You know, wait, Mr. Steve, you don't know? He's good?
I don't know.
Probably don't have an ass salute me.
He's got, you get cracked in your ass by fucking Islamic terrorists, so shut the fuck up. Cody,
There's a lot of homosexual in doing this.
you are a homosexual, yes.
This
you
person
are.
is sexually frustrated.
I'm a homosexual. What the fuck?
You, yes, this person, meaning you. But we're not talking to you. We're talking to Bodhi. Hi, Bodhi. Who the fuck are you?
Greetings, Bodhi.
I'm a individual who ascended with Jesus, and he made me come back to Earth to save you all. So.
Can you start with the Islamic terrorists?
I like your stuff on TikTok.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, the Jews fucking killed Jesus, by the way, just so we all know.
Goddamn Jews.
Yeah, we have a rule. We try to we kill you. That's the rule. Just like all the Muslims have. No, you can't leave it once you join it.
No, what happened is that actual Earth
That literally made no
is
sense.
Jesus existing forever, giving us heavenly experiences and enlightening us for all eternity. And then these fucking Jews who were pissed off because he wasn't their God came and killed him.
Yo, but who?
I don't think you're
We're
the
stuck in that
only...
dumbass.
We got a bunch of Hellenized heathenists pretending to be Jews. They can't define what a Jew is.
Hey, I'm a Catholic man here, dude. Don't disrespect our direction. Have some decorum, my guy. Have some decorum.
My guy, are you in a what branch are you, my guy? Because I can tell.
How do people continue to repeat that narrative that the Jews killed Jesus?
Because
they
they're
did. According to was put in the Bible by Paul, who didn't fucking exist before 2022, so that we would remember that the Jews killed Jesus and it wasn't the Romans.
Why'd you guys drop the movie?
Please show me a picture from before 2022.
I know, what is that emotional stuff, bro?
Do that for me.
Wait.
I want to timestamp.
Hey, I was gonna tell the guy.
Yes, it's
United
nothing
States
else.
Marine Corps, sir.
Be careful, Rafi.
Can y'all control this? I don't even know who this person is.
Narrative like it's ridiculous. He was killed by Italians.
Little block right there. Just
Is your account?
Hey, sir.
Stop.
I was gonna tell that alumni guy.
Hey, Rafi and BB, just take note that he just said he's blocking me, so if you're gonna have him on your stage.
Who's blocking you?
Modern, first of all.
No, it's just the fake ass piece of shit.
You gotta be careful. You're gonna start wearing your wigs and your underwear soon.
Yeah, but
I don't know what these guys are smoking, but shit, man, you need to change your plug, bro. Change that plug.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
you
sir.
asked me a question, and United States Marine Corps, sir.
United States Marine? Okay. Just the walking guy and all that. I can tell you're military. Air Force. Tactical aircraft maintenance.
Dumpster fire? Okay, I'm adding you now.
Are you maintenance or are you combat?
Combat.
Okay.
I'm not even fully expressing myself right now.
Baloney, do you understand?
Hoorah, man.
Yeah.
What does the Air Force say? Like the equivalent of hoorah?
Do?
Fly, fight, win. We're gonna
No,
get
Air Force says do will.
Yeah, we do that. But it's not like a thing. It's just no slogan. It's only flight, fight, win. That's it.
What about kamikaze? Is now flight, fight, win, kamikaze it must be?
They like the planes and the pilots to come home. Yep. That's all around supporting the air mission.
Unless it's a two flight plane, then you tell them.
Wait, Olivia, do you fight in the United States military?
Fight? No, I didn't fight
You
anyone.
weren't in my military. You were in another. You were in. I heard him say we, Kitty. I heard him say we.
He's in the U.S. Air Force.
Are you sure?
Yes. He just said it.
Okay, fine. I like you a little more. No, he's just infiltrating. Don't let him die. He's trying to learn and take that information back. Oh,
Yeah, that's a pretty anti-Semitic comment.
piece of shit.
It's the only kind I'm pretty sure you
You
like.
hate Christians. You act like you love Jesus, but you hate Christians.
Huh? Which Christians? Who's worse? I don't. First of all, I don't hate Christians because in Palestine, some of my best friends are Christian. But when we're talking about Christians among each other, the Orthodox Church anathematized everyone. Everyone's an anathema, so they're not going to paradise. The Western Church literally, responded with the same. The Orientals anathematized them. They're all saying they're all going to hell. Each of the churches pretty much is saying the other one's going to hell. You're really going to come and talk to the external?
It pretty much explains, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Lumi?
We understand that, and that's the case for Moses and Muhammad. You have to believe in them because their way is the only way to eternal life.
Call him Mecca. Call him a fucking terrorist. Don't call him a dumbass. And he can
Muhammad, Satan, and the Jews.
I just want to say they're women, and I'm letting it slide.
Muhammad raped a little girl, and he thinks that Jesus is just a prophet.
None of the guys get any
He's going
ideas.
to heaven. That's not real, and you need to know that.
Kitty, all you need to know is how to make me a sandwich.
Okay, you can kick him down now, Ralphie. It's fine. He's a dumbass.
Alright, I guess he's your bitch.
100%.
Go ahead, Ralphie.
Good man. So is BB, and so is Dumpster Fire. That's something that you're not.
That's cool.
We can't behave, Illumi.
No, don't call him by my name. He is Mecca. He
I'm
is a
chilling.
piece of shit. He is a
I was hoping to have a conversation, not get chewed out by a bunch of chihuahuas.
Marcus can't stand him. Marcus can't stand him.
I'm kidding. Okay, hold on. Sir,
Squiggly lines OS. Welcome back.
What are you,
sir.
E7 or E6?
E7.
Okay.
Sir, what direction do you want to go in this conversation? Do you want to put fruit to the conversation on the title, sir?
Sir, whatever direction you want to take this, sir.
Well, what do you think of the title? What do you want to? Do you think people hate Jews?
Sir, if you don't mind me asking a question,
You
define a Jew, sir.
And Kitty, patience, honey, patience.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, sir.
Well, what everybody calls a Jewish, the culture. Because there's a lot of people that have issues with the Jews, and we used it more direct. So, what do you think, sir?
Sir, if you're talking about the demographic we call Jews, or commonly known as Jews, it would be up to that individual. If you're asking me to stereotype a whole community, I can only do that based on my understanding of the rabbinic Jewish tradition and their values. Sir.
Those go down, come.
Thank you for your
I'll
input.
answer this. You want me to answer?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyone who believes in Yahweh, an angel, is stupid, and anyone who believes Yahweh is God is a Jew, and I fucking hate Jews because they're stupid.
You're a dumb.
Do you want a Shem angel experience? How about you only experience Shem angel?
Sir, direct your frustration with me. I'm the one asking you the question.
No, bitch interrupted me and said some dumb shit about me, so I had to put her in her place.
Oh, my faith, you asshole.
I'm sorry, you guys are speaking to us, E7 NCO and the Marines, so I don't know why you guys are not talking
Sir,
so
sir, here I'm civilian, my guy. I'm a civilian here, my guy, just like anybody else.
It don't matter, man.
Well, maybe other people who aren't you should talk to me nicely. Because you were talking to me nicely.
Whatever your fucking name is.
What's up?
Why are you so ballsy to talk to a woman like that on an app?
Why am I so adamant to let idiots in my world know that they don't exist yet and that I'm supposed to help them exist? I don't know.
I promise you that.
I'm trying to answer your question. You're interrupting me while I'm answering it.
How about can you give me 10 seconds?
Can I interrupt you while you're talking?
It was pretty quick to be aggressive towards a group of individuals or talk about a group of individuals that don't share the same vision of how we practice our religion. I'm a Catholic man, sir. I believe in Jesus Christ, just like you. But we also understand what the passage is also spoken of. And in that passage says that God himself wants individuals to find him and to believe in him and his son. And not force someone into that realm.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then, sir, because where you're going, you already said something wrong, so I have to clarify how your justification is going. Okay, Yahweh is a name. That's what we always grew up knowing. God does not have a name. So the fact Yahweh exists means that's a personification God took on for a short period of time that we don't associate God with because that's not who he is as a true person. That's just an angelic part of him or a piece of him that we don't need to accept. That could be evil for all we know.
From water to air, I understand.
Cool. Well, start understanding more. Be with me and let's fucking free ourselves. I don't want to say ourselves.
Then don't direct your frustration to a group of individuals that don't seek Jesus Christ as a godly image. You know,
well, I see Christ Jesus. I don't care if he died on the cross.
Guys, this isn't a board meeting.
I'm listening.
I prefer
if I'm coming across
honestly. The cities never understood structure. But anyways, you are a Catholic.
I'm not running a board meeting. You can jump in where you can. Just be a little.
You're an NCO. You're not running a board meeting when you're out there. But okay, you're leading. You're a Catholic. The Jews, Rabbinic Judaism, their religion or their institution or temple preaches that they executed Christ via stoning and that he is a deceiver and he manipulated the people and he's guilty of worshiping foreign idols and that as a punishment he is eternally in hellfire suffering the worst of torment. Now in light of Jesus Christ being the way, the truth, and the light, and that the Jews are going to be around until Christ comes back. You're Catholic, so I guess you believed it at that point. So in light of that, it makes sense that an enemy of Christ is an enemy of the truth.
No. Why?
To those who believe Christ is the Messiah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but some Christians are like live and let live, and they don't get it.
Correct.
But fundamentally,
yeah, those are going to go to
fundamentally, if we're the kingdom of God and they're the enemy, and they declared themselves enemies of the king, that makes them the enemies of all subjects of the kingdom of God.
Generalization, making stupid generalizations. See, okay, look, there's two kinds of people in this world. There are people that are happy with making broad, sweeping generalizations about everything, and that believe the television and media, regardless of what side they're on.
The only person that is more stupid than Illumi on this app. That is a fact.
And then there are people
that is a fact.
Matt, that question was
Well, you can say you disagree with me, it's fine. It's okay.
I understand what you're saying, and I get what you're never hold another group of individuals responsible.
Yeah.
I'm not. The way I practice might not be the best. I might not be the best Catholic, sir. But I'm not gonna hold a grudge against the Jewish people for what happened to Jesus. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're not holding the children to the iniquities of their fathers. I mean, God can do whatever He wills. However, if them Jews profess what the rabbinic or the institution professes, then that would make them self-confessed enemies of Christ.
Wait, wasn't it the Romans?
No.
It was the Romans.
This is not about persecuting someone over the guilt of killing Christ or crucifying Christ. This is about rejecting the anointed one, the Messiah. So you can go ask any rabbi, if someone were to reject the Messiah when he has come, what should be done with him and what would his step be? And they'll give you the same answer.
But Illumi, look, I know really, really, really some of the best people in the world, okay, Jews. I know really good people that are Muslims. I know really good people that are Christians. Have to be Christians. I know horrific people that are in each one of these groups as well, right? There's good people and bad people in every single one of these groups. Why would you generalize like that? It's like that is the stupidity that fucking destroys the entire world. It's that kind of thinking that's dumb.
Can you tell me what I'm generalizing?
Well, I guess what you're saying, now, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying the Jews, if they don't believe in Christ, then they're an enemy of Christ. Okay.
No, I didn't say that. I said if they follow their institution, which says Christ is a deceiving liar and that he enticed the Jews towards the worship of foreign gods or false gods, and that would make him an idolater, and he's in eternal hellfire, damnation, suffering the worst of torment.
Yeah, but that's no different from every single religion in the world, or at least
I don't believe any religion is espousing that they killed Christ and that he is condemned.
No.
Which religion does that?
No. I disagree with you. Look.
Well, you're going to have to provide the fact of.
Well, let me finish what I'm going to say, and you can disagree with me. Okay. What I'm saying is.
So there's no truths. You don't believe in facts or truths.
No, I believe that what you're trying to do is simplify the world. You're trying to say all Jews think a certain way, or all Jews within a specific synagogue or a specific.
I said rabbinic Judaism. I believe
rabbinic Judaism. Hold on. Rabbinic Judaism is pretty darn broad. Not everybody there believes the same thing. And I'm sure there's like millions and millions of rabbinic Jews who probably don't give much thought to Jesus, who he was or who he wasn't or anything like that. And so they don't necessarily have a problem with Jesus. But there probably are some people, and maybe there are some, certainly there's some Jews within Judaism who have a problem with Christ. Just like within Christianity, there's a whole lot of Christians, a lot of Southern Baptists who say, okay, the Jews think differently from us, but we kind of admire them in a way because they're God's chosen people. And then there's some Christians, look, my grandfather, right, World War II, he was 15 years old, he signed up, Irish Canadian Catholic, he signed up to go fight the Nazis. He was a Christian, and in his religious ideals, he used those to go and try to liberate Germany and, to help try to free the Jews and the Slavs and everybody else that was getting picked on, the Germans. And there was also Christians, Germans, that called themselves Christians, who are killing Jews in the name of Christ. The world's just not as simple as you fucking make it out to be. That's what I'm saying. There's good people and there's bad people within everything single group.
I don't think you understand what is being said. Perhaps you're not understanding the words that I'm saying. Simply, I made the statement that if a Jew follows in the tradition of Rabbinic Judaism and confesses the notion of Christ being a false Messiah, and at this point in Rabbinic Judaism, if you're claiming you're awaiting a Messiah and this isn't Christ, you're practically guilty of believing that, because he is a person who has claimed to be the anointed one. And hence, even if they don't say it out loud or they have the ill sentiment, they're still saying he's a liar. Now, that would be that's what I'm saying. I'm saying people who believe in that notion that Christ is a liar would be an enemy to a Christian. Now, an enemy to a Christian does not mean you need to engage in hostility or you can't have some sort of contract. But nevertheless, you need to understand that people who are directly in animosity to Christ.
Okay, so that's fine, but I don't think, them believing that Christ is not God's son doesn't mean that they have it out for Christians, doesn't mean that they have it out for Muslims specifically, all of them, in a sweeping generalization. It doesn't even mean that a lot of Christians believe that Jews have it out for them.
No, I'm sure a lot of the Germans in Nazi Germany were good people.
Well, that's. I mean, there were probably Nazis within Germany.
With that. Like, with what I chose, I'm going to disagree with that, but I'm going to say that their initiative or reason for doing it wasn't wrong, because the Jews we have that rule the world today, all we know about them. Jews don't rule the world. They don't rule the world. No, listen, they're everywhere in our higher political agenda.
I actually will give it to them. We do rule the world, and I think it is a compliment that such a small population of people.
Rafi, don't.
Such a big population.
You're stirring the pot.
I love it.
So I'm going to explain what happened.
It shows me that we're so much more smarter than you, and you guys are so dumb that we can rule the world, and I love it. Thank you.
No, it doesn't show you're smarter. It shows that if the Romans wanted to, they could come from the same place the Jews came from and destroy all of us. So if he doesn't know that, then I guess he doesn't know what he's talking about. Do you know that, Happy?
I honestly wish.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I actually take it as a compliment now.
Alright.
I don't take it as anti-Semitic. I take it as a compliment. Thank you, guys.
You know what all you fuckers need to do? You guys need to. You guys need to study up on some Buddhism. Is what you need to do.
You guys have to realize how we got to stop ruling you. Apparently we rule you. I love it.
Fuck off, Robbie. Right. You guys don't rule anything.
I love it.
So what I was trying to say is that the Jews actually came from a place called the North, and we don't know what the North is. So if we look at other that happened, if we look at the Crusades and what happened to the Christians, is that Norse pagan people came nowhere and started living on their land, attacking them. We have no idea where they came from. You can't say they came from Greenland. That place doesn't fucking have that many people.
I have a question.
It has its own.
What are you even talking about?
Bodie, where are you? Tell me what how much rent do we owe you?
How much rent do you owe me?
Yeah.
Bro,
we're obviously
to seeing Jesus and his real earth.
We're taking up a lot of space in your head. We're taking up a lot of real estate in your head, so we must owe you something.
Nah, that space is small, so it's fine. It's complimentary.
I just told you what you owe me for rent, bro. I just told you what you owe me.
What do we owe you? Tell me what we owe you.
It's something to do with.
I get to see your reaction when you see Jesus on his earth. That's what you owe me.
So what do we owe you?
Yeah, your reaction when you see Jesus. That's what you fucking owe me.
You got it, pal. You got it. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry you were hurt. I'm really sorry you broke your heart.
Yeah,
I'm sorry some Jewish guy fired your father. I'm sorry your mother didn't get a job because some Jewish woman got it. Who knows the origin of your... Every villain has an origin story. Hitler's origin story was he didn't get into an academy, blame Jews. So what's your origin story? How did the Jews fight?
Well, I first want to give him a doll so he can show me where a Jew touched him. That's my main thing.
Well, the first time the Jews fucked me over wasn't with the Jews, their damn God. And he was like, fuck you, Rob. I'm gonna go be a God. That's what happened. That's when it fucked up.
Who was that? Jesus? Because Jesus was Jewish.
That was Yahweh who did that shit.
What made Jesus
the predestination of Jesus. Rob brought the soul for all the animals. Jesus brought the soul for man. and Yahweh came in and fucked us all over.
Buddy, are you trolling or are you being sincere?
And
I'm being sincere. Jesus brought your soul, bro.
Body, and you know what's the best part of it too? Not only we live rent free in your head.
Dude, this guy's an embarrassment to other Christians.
That's even the best part.
This guy's an embarrassment. Hey, Rappy, you know, this guy's an embarrassment to other fucking Christians. He is. He is an embarrassment.
He worships.
He needs to acknowledge that, you know, the whole message is that they find him. You know, and like you said to Randy, you know, the funny part is when you see Jesus, dude, that's disrespectful. You know, that's very disrespectful. A little bit of, you know, of composure. You know, you might not agree with someone's religion, how they practice it, how they're at, you know, why they operate they do, but to come on and target them because they're not the same as you, sir, yeah, and then have their audacity to fucking project Jesus Christ. Dude, I hope when you pass away, you go to those people, and when Jesus looks down upon you, and he presents all this shit to you, I hope he turns you around and says,
"You already know what happened."
I just gotta say something. You know, Jesus was circumcised. He was a Jew.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you for a little bit more.
Yeah, you worship a Jew.
Anybody who will, Rafi,
circumcise yourself, you prove no point.
How do you feel worshiping a Jew? But seriously, how do you feel worshiping a Jew? Even though, like, you believe in Jesus, right? You know he was Jewish, so you're worshiping a Jew.
Yeah, it's not. He hasn't really fully thought it through. Okay, he hasn't really thought it through.
You know, the entire situation is just such a fucking tragedy, Ruffy. If you really are objectively scholarly about this, yeah, you had a god down on the southeastern part of the Mediterranean, small group of people wandering around, mostly a bunch of sheep farmers, you know, and they had Yahweh, and then you had one small group of these guys, Jews, right? And the fucking Roman Empire decided, hey, I'm going to adopt it. Without like really getting permission or telling the rest of the Jews that we're going to spread like one specific branch of it, and then they spread it all over the fucking place. So not only did the Christians steal the religion that originally belonged to the Jews, but then after they stole it, they said, and I grew up Christian, right? And I'm trying to be as objective as I can. Not only after they stole the idea, spread it around, mutated it, and changed it a new hero, but then they killed the Jews and the original people who studied and have the origin of this religion, and they said, hey, you're not in our newer version of the one that we stole from you, and we're going to kill millions of you. It's a big fucking, it's a tragedy, and this is what humans do to each other. We tell ourselves stories, we tell ourselves that my opinion is the right opinion, anybody who thinks differently from me is evil, we're all narrow-minded, and then we group people up and we kill one another, and the whole fucking human situation is a goddamn fucking horrific story.
Matthew, I'm worried.
I was next. I interrupted him with him talking, and then I was going to talk next. So I got to do that. How are you next if I was talking before you were talking?
How am I next because of this? Boom. That's called a fucking monitor badge. It's called a monitor badge.
Because he's a Christian that believes in Jews, he's got the moderator badge. That's how it works. How easy is that?
You know, and I'm going to bring that guy back up. But the thing is, how can you come up here, project yourself as a Christian, and then criticize others for, you know, for the direction that they go in life? You know, at least in their religion. You know, and then it just dumb fucks the shit out of me. You know, this is an individual that say he's preaching on behalf of Jesus Christ. The very Jesus Christ that I love. He is my Savior, never denounce him. You know, you guys might not agree with him, but I respect you. You might not have love for the guy, but that's fine, because I still respect you. because to me, he's everything.
Yeah.
But that does not mean I have the right to come down and tell you that, you know, y'all you guys a bunch of fools because, you don't see salvation through Jesus Christ. You know what? I'll pray for you. That's all I can do. But I'll still be your friends.
Right.
Where's that guy at so I can bring him back up?
Well, there you go. And I think this is a good illustration of, like, you go into any group of people, I don't care who it is, you're going to find good people and bad people in every single group of people in the entire world. Muslims, Jews, Christians, black, white, Asian, China, go travel. It's you're going to find that. And I'll just land there, and I'm fucking done. See you guys.
Yeah, Matthew's another interesting character, I have to say. He always has something that he runs.
It frustrates me. It just frustrates me, you know. Other Christians have come up here, you know, hell, they might be more swagger in the scripture than I am. Hell, they can decipher paragraph to paragraph, all the way down to literature. But the thing is, the reality is, I'm not going to seek ill to you because you don't believe in Jesus Christ. I pray for you, you know. But that's just me being a good Christian. And, you know, I respect you guys. Yes, even Tiger in his own chaotic ways. At least it might not be my way of seeing it or agreeing with it.
Tiger's not allowed to believe in anything. He can only believe in communism.
That is true. He got you there, Tiger. He got you there.
He's got a king. The ruler. He's got a...
I think they are barbarians and they don't rule over anything. And in our world, they practically don't exist because they have people there. They have not. They didn't even have a nation state for thousands of years. So I don't understand this Rafi guy talking so big about himself, and it's dumb. It's really dumb.
What? Sorry, I missed that.
I have no idea. He's speaking.
Yeah, all I know is, I grew up in Los Angeles, California, as well as other places. And one time in my life, I was fresh out of high school. I moved out of my family home, and I was just doing real bad, man. And I ended up almost at a situation where I was living out my car. And two people that opened their doors was an American Jewish kid with Israeli parents and two Israeli students that came. I started to go to college with. It happened twice in my life when I was like 18 and like 23. I just came on hard times. And for all the I'm Arab, Greek, Christian, and for all the people I helped from all different colors and faiths and backgrounds at that age, like my Jewish friends were the only ones that opened their doors and said, you can stay with me as long as you need to get back on your feet. Like, and for that alone, anybody ever tries to harm a hair on their head, yeah, we're smoking that pack very quickly. We're going to piss on his grave, all that. I'm not playing around. So, I look at people, how they treat their friends, man. I don't know if you ever had an Israeli friend. Hey, man, some of the most right, they're not afraid of shit. Like, if it's a bar fight, they laugh at that. Like, they'll shoot them and their brothers, they'll shoot their way out of situations just to survive. So, I just never had friends like that here in the United States. It didn't exist.
Thank you, Rabbi, for that. I really do appreciate that. Thanks for opening it up for us. That's a heartstring story right there. So I did a little bit of that chat GBT, and I pulled a textbook key code out of BB's asking. I said, I have a retard on the Jews. I said, is that right? And you know what it said? Let me tell you what old ChatGPT said. ChatGPT said. It said, if a Christian is to hate on Jews, they are fundamentally rejecting the earlier identity and the family of Jesus, which goes against all formality of what Jesus' preaching was directed to. You know, so when I have brothers and sisters that come on here and try to look down upon the Jewish culture and the religion itself, I tell you what, you can make a guy grab a lot of blood pressure medication.
It's what's cool now, you know, that Qatar is funding these podcasts and these news networks. Like they created an anti-Jew algorithm. Like, see, they created a very sick trend. Like they did it to an extent of you go into a room and it's like 100 phones on, all being worked by AI to repost things and have fake accounts so they could manipulate the algorithm. They spent a lot of money on this, and you know, that shit. You know, that shit really had a big difference. I mean, you know, like, right? It was just the minute October 7th happened, like it was already like it was ready. It was like built already, ready to go. And then afterwards, that's when all the disinformation campaigns came. And then you had like all the neo-Nazi shit in America kind of coming up, like making these little cornball ass little white trash white boys kind of pop their head up, where years ago they were afraid to, because too much of the general public didn't recognize what they're called.
I mean, Rabbi, technically, the way I sound, I could be one of those white trash boys.
Rabba, you have to understand.
Well, I mean white trash is like a, you know what I'm saying, like a Nazi, like, you know what I mean?
I'm messing with you, my guy. I'm messing with you, my guy.
That's how I mean. You know, I don't like Nazis because of me just growing up in the jail system and shit, like out here. Like I always had to make an example out of them, because when I was younger, they used to like look at me weird and try to like smile and do little bitch shit because I was with the blacks. So
Did you make them your gum?
I'll just say that, you know, I got active, man, and I got off on it. You know what I mean? So
yes, sir.
Yeah, I shut me a few times behind that. So, you know, that's why I don't like them. You know what I mean? But that's just.
And see, Rabbi, I'm gonna tell you my opinion real quick. I think what's happening right now is when something happens, society wants to find a reason. Yeah. When something like the situation at Iran that needed to basically happen, it did. I mean, we've been on for months talking about, and we know the literature, the history, the culture, the chaos, and everything that's happening. And finally, we're now at that stage where this is what happened. And now we're chugging through the action, trying to get to the climax. And now everybody that is scared, I call it scared, because, you know, now they're seeing what's happening. Now they can see the change to be taking effect. And so they need to start finding a blame. You know, obviously now they're blaming Israel. And now because their statements of claims are getting debunked, now they're blaming that it's the Jews. And, you know, what's next? You know, someone has to have a blame. And I right now I'm calling the Jewish people the flavor of the day.
It's not that. First of all, the first hour, do you remember when there was another attempt on Trump's life during the correspondence dinner?
They put a hit on his head. I heard
Correct, but do you want to hear like the first thing that the Arabs, the Muslims came in, like the Jew haters, everybody, they were running rooms. It was the Jews, because Trump was about to sign a deal with Iran. The Jews are trying to stop them, so they blamed that hit on the Jews right away.
So that's really low IQ to try to put that.
But this is how quick they were to respond to that. That's how fucked up it is.
Iran is a terrorist. Iran is just a simple terrorist proxy that has fucked up the Middle East, and it goes against the asset and power of the United States. Military force, political engine, petrodollar. And they are a mechanism for China to play their little war games to destabilize everything that the U.S. has in the Middle East. That's what that is. So, that China, Russia, Iran, alliance is what Trump is trying to beat out of trade and power. And that's why he took Venezuela. That's why everything's going to be better. And, once we start revitalizing the infrastructure there, all that oil is going to go to Galveston. There's a lot of great things that are happening, but these people have to be taken out, man. It is what it is, man. Like they threaten everything that we have. I mean, you want to know what's crazy too, Rafi? What's really nuts? And it shows how you can't just do business with China and think you're safe. So Kuwait in the last 3 years, Rafi, the Chinese to come and redo infrastructure, digital infrastructure in the country. They put up AI cameras. They put up security surveillance equipment in commercial properties like hotels. They had all the security at the ports monitored by Chinese software and technology, right? And then of course, the Russians have the drones, and they have satellites in space, so they're able to coordinate with they use the assets that they have as far as government-wise to help their technology, build in Kuwait. The minute the war started between Iran, all of those security cameras, the speed cameras, the AI facial recognition cameras, all the data was getting mirrored to the IRGC from Kuwait. All of it. So when the United States contractors that couldn't stay on the base, right, when they had to go live in like private apartments away from the base to kind of blend in, they were using all these traffic cameras and everything to follow them. And then they were sending drones to the apartment complexes they were staying in, or the Airbnbs and the hotels. So they spent all this money to try to, we're going to have better technological infrastructure. And now you just gave them full transparency of your nation to your enemy within a day. It's a sick game, bro. It's a sick game. They're playing, they're trying to disrupt our power over there, man. That's what they're doing. So enough is enough. They gotta be stopped, man. Fuck, man. Enough is enough.
I agree with you.
I think Lowe's going nuts with the gifts over there, dude. Freaking. Like, I don't know if you're blowing, like, kisses to Ravi,
What?
Ravi, you got a freaking cheerleader, dude. The whole entire time Ravi's going, you're just sending gifts. I'm just over here dying, Chloe.
I'm just having fun.
No, I agree, Ravi.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see a good economy come back to the Middle East, man. I don't want these assholes to have any leverage over anything anymore. Enough is enough. Like,
I think it will happen. Ravi, think about this. So before Kamimi, bring in. Look at the GDP for Iran. Look at the economical growth. I mean, look at it. I mean, the data's there. I mean, you can just go back and see the growth under the Shah. You can see it, and if most of the IRGC gets out, well, to say fully out of Iran, I would say you have a better chance of winning that Powerball. They need than that actually happening. But I think it would be contained. It would be there but contained. And that's just me personally feeling
You know
about
what the
it.
IRGC is gonna be there like the KKK in America. It's gonna exist, but they're gonna do it quietly with
it's gonna be
They're gonna go to rural areas. They're not gonna be in those metropolitan areas running shit anymore. They're gonna become all like poor and second class citizens. But they're gonna have their ideology.
Yeah, I agree. They're gonna be like you said, the
Or they'll
KKK
just
of America.
or a new coup, or if we're lucky, like just a new part of the army just pokes their head up and say they're taking over the country and they call it something else, but they don't go to civil war. They just kind of rebrand it and shut the fuck up and listen. And not cause so much problems. I don't know.
But look at Iran, dude. What I'm trying to say is, modernly, the growth of the economy of Iran, the people will benefit so much more. They'll bring back value to their currency, and also, they have a good market platform of oil, which competitively Iran can really promote its economics and GDP very rapidly. And that's just my personal opinion. But what's happened? But the IRGC, Rafi, you gotta have my there. The IRGC has been starving its own people, for 47 years. And I think what it is they when you take away control from someone, they just, you see this a lot in fighting. When someone can run his mouth and look tough until you actually get up there and fight someone, Rabbi, you know exactly what I mean. Then they start fucking windmilling. Hey, look, bro, I thought you said you can fucking fight. I thought you said you're the guy on the block. You're over here fucking windmilling and can't do shit. That's what we're seeing right now with the IRGC is, fucking Israel and America fucking blasted their fucking face. Now the IRGC is just fucking windmilling fucking fish, hitting whatever they can fucking land on. And so that's how we can tell they're weak as fuck.
No, I just kind of want Trump to do one more good round and just bomb the shit out of him one last good time, though. I would have done it by now, but I want him to bomb one last good time, bomb them, fucking really, really hit him hard. And then you watch how things change. They only understand one thing, the economic crunch that we're doing to them is big, but the only way that works is if China comes in and says, look, we've lost enough money in this situation, shut the fuck up and go meet with Trump, and it is what it is right now. We could always re-strategize under a different administration in the next so many years. Like there's tactics that China can do to just tell Iran, hey, it's time to shut up. So give them your nuclear waste, and it is what it is. But China will come in because China is their banker, and China's losing the most money by this strait being closed than any nation in the world. So that's the way the blockade can work. But I think he needs to bomb the shit out of them a little bit more, honestly.
I think
China tomorrow, Trump.
Yeah, I thought he was supposed to go to China. He was.
Yeah. Go meet with Xi Jinping. I say that if Mr. Paladin doesn't show up, I will gladly G-Lo, I nominate you for the president of Iran.
Thank you so much. I'll just pass it to Pahlavi though.
Okay. I say Rabbi and G-Lo. Rabbi and G-Lo.
Well, I'm not Iranian, so I don't think I'm going to be allowed to take the seat.
But you're Western, so we need that Western influence.
Yeah. I'd rather be in the Gulf, like the Arabian Gulf. I don't want to be there.
I always said, for there to be complete change in Iran, especially after having the Islamic State, if a woman comes to rule, that just shows that there's already a 180-degree flip. Just for a woman to be a president or somebody to rule. To them, that's going to be a shocker for all the men that were Islamic.
Oh, that's gonna be so fun to see.
This is like, that's 100% flip.
Oh my
There
God.
wasn't a woman president yet in America. Imagine a person right away in Iran on that flip.
Yeah, and imagine that Pahlavi's daughter, it would be a queen.
Well, if they went to the length of reestablishing the monarchy, yeah.
If that's not listen, he's a transitional leader, so it could very well also be a republic. If people, the majority votes for republic, that could be. People could vote for monarchy. People could also vote for constitutional monarchy. We don't know. We don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, constitutional monarchy, exactly. Have like a parliament system too, and everything and all that. So.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, they have rights. I mean, it's not like Iran doesn't have a royal family. They do, but it all depends on who you talk to about it, I guess.
Yeah. Everyone has his own opinions.
But I mean, I know there's Shia here that are sick and tired of the IRGC. They don't like them, and both Persian Jews here in LA. Like we have a supermarket called Sabzi here, and there's always both. There's the Jews there and the Muslims. And I swear to God, I left my wallet inside of the cart like a dumbass, and I was getting ready to get on a plane to Kuwait. If that shit happened in any other store in LA, my identity would be halfway to TJ or something. Two older women saw the wallet and grabbed it at the same time and gave it to the cash register. So, they're a really good population out here, and so I want to see that their country will get improved. But, man, these people who are in power over here, man, they're death cult worshippers.
Thank you, Robin.
No, I mean, I always had my lawyer's Persian. Man, what the fuck? Shit.
Aren't we all either paralegals, lawyers, dentists, or something?
I kid you not. And he came from he himself is not religious, but his background was Shia parents. And I asked him, "Oh, Shia." He said, "Yeah, how do you know?" And I'm just like, "I know Armand, I know." And I tell you, best fucking lawyer I spent to get out of trouble, man. Because I truly was innocent of the charges they wanted to throw at me. When I got him, everything changed. Best fucking lawyer. Best. Smooth. Knows how to dress too. My DA liked him. Like, because my DA was a woman. One going against me. So when she saw him, she was like, "Oh, you got him now? Yeah, bitch. Shut up. You don't want to go to trial, bitch. Figure it out." And that guy was the best lawyer. And Arvon and Derry, man, you ever get in trouble in LA? Red Arvon, man. Best lawyer in the city.
Yeah.
And the food too. I mean, fuck, man. Iranian food's very good.
Is. I mean, if I say myself, yeah, it's not bad.
No, it's not bad. It's some of the best food.
You guys talking about that Kubi Day?
Cool, yeah, all that stuff. The way that they make the fucking bread. The bread they bake. Oh my God, the way they make bread. And then I like the rice that they make with the pomegranate and the saffron. Oh my God, I could eat that for days, like war rations. I could just eat it.
Me too.
I remember in London, it was a little restaurant back in the Iranian restaurant. I used to go there. Like I literally I get a whole bucket of that rice, man. It was no joke. It was a very serious addiction. And then the raisin cookies too. Oh my God.
The raisin cookies, right?
Yeah, the smaller ones. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how to say it. Yeah. Very nice. Oh my gosh. In LA is one of the best supermarkets, and it's an Iranian supermarket. One of the best.
Have you ever had the green plums with a little bit of salt?
Yes. Years ago. It's funny you say that.
They're so good.
Ago, man. Yeah, they are very good.
They're like sour. Very good for the belly.
There's like a dish with like a lamb that you guys make plant, but I forget the name of it. And I used to have like a little spoiled ass Saudi friend from a very, very predominant family called Al Layan. Whenever he'd come, he's like, you know, Eric, go to the Iranian, just go. Just take the card and go. Take the car and the card and go. every fucking day, like, because I was the only one he could trust with his cards because I don't drink. He's like, go. I'm like, how else am I going? Go right down to fucking La Cienega, go to this Iranian restaurant. I think it was called Daraband or something.
Daraband, yeah. You know what it's named after? A place in Tehran, in the north upper side of Tehran, where it's like a park with restaurants and waterfalls, and you can sit in between these waterfalls and have food and shisha and drinks, and and the water is just flowing underneath your feet, and you see the waterfall, and it's amazing. That place is called Darband.
Okay, so that's okay. Now you're teaching me something that I don't know. Thank you.
Derbent. I know Derbent very well.
Yeah, Darband.
Yeah. One of my partners from Derbent. He speaks Farsi, Hebrew, Russian, English.
Wow.
Yeah, and he speaks Kafkazi too.
Have you ever seen
Kafkaz region? So yeah.
Kafkaz, I know that region.
He speaks like 5 languages. So it's funny because we do deals with some legends, and he just sits there and listens, but he doesn't say that he speaks Persian. And then he goes to me, he's like, okay, they want this, they want that, so be prepared, they're going to be asking for this. He right away tells them. But he translates it in Russian. Oh, he's being tricky. Mm-hmm. I take him in a lot of meetings with the Persians. He doesn't ever say, but like he speaks fluently. Like, well, Kafkaz, even like their language, like the Tibetan language, is very close to Persian. Very close. So we gotta be sneaky.
Yeah, we actually have Iranian Afghazis, and they're usually more white skinned, maybe even blue eyed, maybe even blonde.
You also have from a region called Kuba, close there. Kuba, they say.
Cuba?
Yeah, Kuba.
Yeah. Could be.
It's close to Derbent.
Oh, cool.
I bet one in Kuwait.
yeah, I don't know. I'm speaking nonsense. Iran war, or the coming, because they were building up State of the Union. However, all he said is the same thing he is repeating over and over and over. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. Well, it doesn't appear that was enough to win confidence of a majority of Americans in the war, at least of the younger generation. Now, it polls very well for the boomer generation, but when you get down to the millennials and Zoomers, it's not polling well at all. It's awful.
And Joe, sorry to interrupt you, but I think one thing that we're missing here is this, right? Trump is talking about something that's 10, 15 years could be an issue. It's called hedging, right? He's saying, hey, in 5, 10 years from now, this could happen, right? But it's not something that we're seeing at the moment, right? So if people knew, for example, if Iran had issued, some kind of attack, or there was some proof that they had done something, related to American, now it's a different story. Now it's like, okay, yeah, this makes sense. You're going to do it. Okay, this is going to get worse. We got to stop them now, right? But people aren't seeing the problem here because it's not being reported and what's happening. And so they're like, hey, you're assuming they're going to do something. What if they don't do anything? And they want to be like, are you going to do the same thing in North Korea? Hey, they have a nuclear weapon. Let's take them down. Let's make sure they can't do it. Like, where does it lie? And so I think his lack of communication. And the other thing is the fact that he went all in with Israel on it. But then, okay, well, why not let Israel lead the show? And we kind of say, okay, hey, you bang up Israel, we'll knock the shit out of you. So kind of say, hey, we got your back, but you lead the show, is also something that bothers people on it. And that's me.
Real quick, I was under the impression early on, it made it sound like Israel was going to lead a lot of this. Am I just...
No, that was the plan. But then I think Trump, here's what I think. And again, you guys know my point of view on this, but, or at least when it comes to, but I think what happened is, and the New York Times reporting, love it or hate it, someone leaked what happened in the Situation Room, and if it's true or not, we don't know, but nobody's directly answering whether it's true or not. It sounds like, basically Netanyahu presented the information, and Rubio and others said it's the same. To Trump said it's the same bullshit. The Israelis kind of give you some intel about severity that may be true, may not be true. At the same time, Trump has been talking about since 2001, or even before that, in the 90s and 80s, about destroy Iran. Like, Iran is the biggest threat. He's been talking about that forever. So, for people to say, like, oh, he never talked about this, he has consistently talked about that, even in his first term when he assassinated Soleimani and things like that. So, I mean, it's important to understand that, I think when Trump saw that and Israel's going in, and he thought, after what happened in Venezuela, we can go out, and I will get, America will get the glory on this. I will get the glory on this for doing it. He probably told me, hey, step aside, let us run the show here and do it. And then when it didn't give the results that he wanted, now he's like, oh shit, well, okay, let's do it. Because I really do think if it was thought out, the first thing you should have done was close moves and then go in there and be like, oh yeah, now you want to get oil out? Fuck you, and do it. So it really doesn't make sense. I will say this though, if you read the New York Times thing, Raising Cane talks about, hey, this same plan was presented to other presidents who were ready to go, and the only issue they had this was will the American people be able, every president wanted to do it, but it was, can we get the American people on board with it? And Trump just said, you know what, I'll do it. I'm probably going to be the only one who can, so let's go ahead and do it. If you read the New York Times article.
So I know there's a lot of, question about how Trump is whipped by Benjamin Netanyahu, that this is really just Israel's war. However, optics-wise of it, when Trump went on the Middle East tour last year, and now that you see the Sunni countries and Israel and the United States of America appear to have all allied in this war on Iran. That Iran has been this thorn in the side of the Middle East there for many years. How come we don't, have the same animosity
towards Saudi Arabia or the UAE or any of these other countries that are participating not only in the war but also giving us where we have our some of our bases to launch some of the attacks from. How come we don't hold them with the same animosity that people hold Israel? Maybe I'm just saying things people haven't thought about yet. It's just what I've observed.
But Joe, one thing to realize is before all that, did you notice how when Biden was president, Saudi Arabia wouldn't even call or talk to him, and that's the reason why somebody earlier was saying, "Oh, look at the gas prices and all that." And it was like, well, okay, but Saudi Arabia wouldn't even talk to him to help lower, to increase production or do whatever, right? So you actually have. I'm hoping Trump tells the Arab nations, because everyone's telling the U.S., "Oh, do this, we got your back." Instead, he should just say, "Hey, Saudi Arabia, you just take him out now. We'll close the Strait of Hormuz, we'll do that stuff. You take him out now. We did our part. You take him out." Because Saudi Arabia, it sounds like, wants Iran gone. And you have these allies in the region who want to do it, which is going to be fascinating to see how this plays out and what France and all these other countries, how these Middle Eastern nations treat them, knowing that they weren't willing to get rid of Iran, because Iran is hurting these nations just as much, and it'll be interesting to see how this all folds out.
Clearly, go ahead. You want to jump in here? Jump.
Yeah, I just know because the news outside of the United States look at Israel as being the lead other nations because they know that they're actually in the Middle East. The House of Commons put out an article recently talking about the fact that they look at the United States as backing Israel, because Israel, their military, their everything is really the lead in this particular war. Even though some people think that is proactive, but I look at it completely different because most people today, even Americans, Israel's wagging the tail of the United States, and that's the furthest from the truth. I've been to Israel 3 times. That whole region is surrounded by Muslim countries, right? But if you look at the government in Israel and how they operate, there's a lot of Muslim people that actually in the government where you don't see any Israelis in any of the Muslim countries' government. So I think it's just me from October, that horrible situation, all of the missiles that's been thrown at Israel the whole time, they're just trying to get a handle on it. And I think the UAE, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, I think they want Israel to be in the position. That's why they partner with them. That's just my observation. And when you read the House of Commons, it just gives a completely different perspective from America. What I call mainstream media is not any news at all. It's just it's the tell of the Democratic Party. That's all I say. I live.
It appears that this conflict with Iran has been a long time coming. I have also heard, Matt, about presidents. I think Trump mentioned this, that, after they would leave office, they're like, man, I wish I did something about Iran. I wish I did something about Iran. And clearly, when we took over Afghanistan and Iraq, that was only staging for the inevitable taking on Iran. So it's unfortunate, though, because it's not popular. Gas prices going up. People, elections will always come back to the issues. What are you doing for me lately? What are you doing for me now? Trump and the Republicans made a big deal about the gas prices, and the gas prices are through the roof right now, and the highest I've ever paid in at least probably 25 years. So I don't know. I think it's really bad, and because I'll tell you what it is, because I'm kind of in the tweener generation, is many younger Americans saw this as their opportunity for prosperity, to have their moment when we would have a large growth of prosperity. Kind of, it seemed like we were on the verge of that in 2019 with the economy. Many Americans felt like re-electing Donald Trump would bring back that type of economy. Now he's done a lot of long-term stuff, $21 trillion in investments. However, I think it's not resonating quick enough. And if we don't do something about the gas prices first, it's going to be a tough midterm. I'm letting people know. What do you think, King? Chances in the midterm.
Well, did you hear me earlier talk about the gas prices where I was saying, what he's, in some ways you could call it genius doing is, did you hear this thing where he's saying he's going to he's going to eliminate the federal tax on gas? Right. Right. So they take off 30 cents on it, right? And then you're going to go and say, well, okay, 30 cents reduction, but look at the gas price, it's still high. And then the question, okay, Governor, I'm asking states to do the same thing. Reduce the tax you're creating on it. And now it's like, when the states say they won't do it, it's like, why won't the Democrats reduce, the Democrat governors of the largest states in our nation, why won't they reduce the costs? Why won't they do that to help the cost of living? It's, in some ways, Joe, it's a genius move. It's a checkmate move, if that's what he does. Because it's like, okay, well, if you want to reduce the cost, are you saying all this time, California could have charged only 20 cents when federal was charging 30, but instead you guys chose to charge more and then try to blame Republicans for it? Like, come on, right? So, I mean, that could be a move that changes things, just being honest.
I don't know if it's enough. I think we need to see significant change in the direction of the economy.
We will. And, I think there's going to be some major impacts, I think, in the next couple of months, economically, from the job market and things like that. I mean, actually, jobs are picking up in certain areas. I don't know if you read that last jobs report based on what was expected and what.
So, do you think the war will be concluded by the midterms?
I think the war will be concluded by early June. And the reason I think that is, I think the war will be concluded in terms of the way we're doing it. I mean, technically the war's over, but we're dealing with this conflict and this continued, kind of blockage and all that stuff right now. Because I think this whole conflict should be closed up by early June. I think Trump going to China also has something to do with this. And I think you're going to end up with a solution to all of this sooner than later.
Man, I like your optimism, but let me tell you, it appears to me like a war of attrition. It reminds me of an internet war. Nothing ever really gets solved. It just drags on for days, weeks, months, and years. And it's until someone willing to actually stop. I think Trump had the idea that they would cry uncle right away. And it appears like they have no interest in actually, they know they can wait it out. I think one of the, and I'll end right, I think one of the flaws that our country has in, threats from our opposition and our enemies is that they know they can wait it out for the next president.
Yeah, but can they wait it out? I mean, here's the thing, right? If you're blocking them and you're controlling what's coming in and what's coming out in terms of food and all that stuff, how much can they really block off, Joe? I mean, how long can they survive? And that's the question.
I don't think they can, Joe. I think that I was saying this earlier, and I don't know if you were in the room, but if they have to cap their oil, and I mean their GDP's been destroyed for a year, but if they have to finally cap that oil, they're gone.
Well, I think about it. They also can't get oil. I mean, now they're trying to send oil via trains to China and other places. Like, how do you get it to your customers? How do you get it? So now you have this surplus you can't get rid of because if you try to send the ship out, it's going to be dead. It's going to be
15
destroyed.
years ago, came up with a concept called 10% of the budget should be on things that are unrelated. It was called 70-20-10. 70% of our time on core business, 20% on adjacent business, and 10% on other.
Is America's chances
Prove mathematically, of course he's a brilliant mathematician, that you needed that 10%.
Because I remember
to
when
make the
Trump was
sum of the
calling
road
for it,
work.
saying,
And it turns out he
now's
was
the
right.
time. Now's the time to rise the government. Well, who's the leader now of Iran right now? I think that's kind of the part that is misunderstood. Who would the people even rise up?
So like cardboard cutout. That's not
Well,
really.
Joe, I mean, I think we made a mistake because we had an opportunity when the sun was there to offer that Lindsey Graham and others, but just Trump didn't want to part of it. That's the problem.
No, I mean, it's the economic war that we're going to have to do now. Did you hear me in the room earlier just talking about
I should per me. I'd love to.
So he's kind of shackled, you know, with 80 years ago, our country kind of determining the rules of warfare and what would effectively shut them down, really shut them down, so that they hit rock bottom and the people erupt enough to change that regime. We can't take out those kinds of facilities within that nation would have done and have done before warfare. And, you know, he inherited this new way that we approach warfare that's you know, allegedly it's more civilized. So we don't take out their train depots and their infrastructures and, you know, their communications and their electronic grids. And I mean, we're not going after them like we could or have done in order to win a war. And I don't think it's about how much we have in munitions or not. I don't think that's the issue. I just think he's shackled that way with our rules of engagement now. So it has to, by default, be an economic war. And you have to hope that they're at a point where they can't sell any of that oil. The other weird thing is, you know, not weird, but I mean, they attempted at these attacks on their neighbors, as they were saying were happening because there's American bases. And I believe it's not about that. They were going after their competitors to stop the oil production coming out of these other nations. And, you know, it's just interesting geopolitics.
If we
also,
came out of the oil industry,
because I also think
and then started a venture capital firm,
that whole region is looking not just at
if we came out of the
where their
manufacturing
weaponry
industry
came
and
from,
created
who's still, you know, behind them or helping them. There's got to be a resentment to some extent from in that region. I mean, that's another factor. But for us, I just think we're going to have to go full court on the economics, different than just, you know, the stranglehold, the sanctions. It's just, you know, that didn't do enough, obviously. But you just have to hope that they have no ability to fund that nation. And that may be where that uprising comes from. At the beginning of the war, it was all about regime change. And that was the loud message that was, you know, going out. And everybody was behind it and thinking we had great success with it. We were on the, you know, the heels of achieving it.
Just
and now
finished
you're really not
touring
hearing it.
Neuralink here in Austin, Texas. I gotta say it is extraordinary, the innovation they're doing, the technology that they're developing to take people who are paralyzed, who have ALS, who are not able to
feel like
and give them the ability
this
to
could
move.
last quite a while. Like, what does victory look like? I guess it's a peace deal or some sort of agreement with them. And according to what he said today, was you know, it's a non-starter. They're not even offering to resolve it.
They're never going to surrender. I mean, this is not Imperial Japan. They're not surrendering. I mean, that's the jihadi, right?
I would wonder if victory. Yeah, well, I was just
ask you, Joe. Let's ask you, Joe, in that last sentence that I was jihadi thing, go out as quote-unquote martyrs in a sense. You know what I mean? Is that where we're at? I mean, I don't know. Like,
if I can help you do that, I will. You are a faith-based or kingdom-building entrepreneur.
The great Satan.
Where you want to make an impact in the world.
Serious. I think that's what it is.
It is what it is what's going on. I mean, I have a video I'll put in the chat of all these mothers that it came
What
out
happens when you hire me as your social media manager?
All
Step
these
number one,
mothers
onboarding.
over
You're
there
gonna fill out
that
this onboarding.
are, celebrating the death of their kids because they're martyrs. I mean, it's like a sick culture that feels that way. But yeah, this is not a culture that will surrender. They'd rather, starve their population and, I just don't see a surrender. And the only way you're going to win is by the only way you end this is by winning. An agreement's not going to end it, and you're never going to get an agreement.
I just got the euro excuse to perform for cute. Cute, but you could have put this towards your first property in Dubai. Of course, come, let me show you. This is Greens, the first with a community park and youth, where price is 0.5 million dirhams. First, you pay 10% down, and then.
Like, I don't even know how many times have we been to the negotiation table with these guys? I mean, what are we on? 15, 20?
Uncover the truth. Hire Phoenix Investigations. We have a team of over 300 investigators nationwide that have the experience.
Take care of it if you don't.
Can you seize their oil? I mean, you force them to cap it. Can we seize it? Because that's the lifeblood.
But even then, like we're saying, they will just, I guess they'll just die. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of like, I'm trying to say, like, it could be a war of attrition, like Joe's saying. Like, they're willing to go 5 years, it's not the story on a number, and have their population just literally die off.
This is how it is. From all the inventions we previously had were kind of a tool for doing something. So we invented fire.
We're still there. You know how that goes?
Want to see something cool? Let's do it over here. We have 125 people watching your newspaper. How many of you read the newspaper every day? No, yes, no. Gucci would be far better off going to every watching blog and buying ads there. Not really are the prices. I mean, ROI, CPM, CPOs, CTCs, whatever. The value they get on the back end is so much higher. And here's a better one. They can track it. Yes, I don't see companies going away from online marketing. And when they start embracing social media marketing, it's really going to explode. I don't know, that's a decade from now, but
this may continue on and go on.
So, if it does, and it looks like it probably will, my fear is, though, this is such an easy election talking point. Say, look, elect me. I will end the war. Well, we saw Obama do that, and he didn't end the wars. So we know very well people will just run to get elected on this. However, this is an easy win to bring over all the Dove voters that don't want war.
Right. And by the way, it's a good point. How does Marco Rubio and Vance juggle this if it's still going, Joe? I mean, there's no way that this can still be going as we approach 2028. There's no way the Republicans will win if we're still in this mess. I mean, in the mess, when I say mess, I meant mess at that point. You know what I mean? We're not in a mess now. We'll get out of this, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, right now you have an enthusiasm deficit. Like, voters aren't. The only thing going for Republican is that the Democrats are crazy and have lost their minds. I mean, if all they do is sit quiet and not try that hard, they'll get back into power.
Totally. By the way, that strategy would have worked in 2016, 17, 18, and then of course, all these other years. They should have sat on their hands and they would have won. But go ahead, Joe.
No, that's exactly what it is. Largely because the Republican Senate does not deliver wins to the American people. How can you ask?
Did you know that nearly half of U.S. TV streaming time
that have joined the Republican Party over the last 10 years during the era of Trump to go out and vote for their senator, their Republican senator, or their Republican congressman? And the Republican legislature has it wins first. See, that's why I'm not that are frustrated. I'm not frustrated with the Republican Party. I have been for many years. It's clearly the Republican Party is still being ran by the Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell wing. And this has been the thorn in the Republican Party's side for years.
But Joe, that voter, that independent voter or that moderate R, that is the problem is that their alternative is the socialist Dem. It's not the moderate Dem anymore. That's the problem. And the Dems are being dumb because maybe they could scoop this up if they presented themselves, or something with the independents. But they're being taken over. Look at the different primaries around the country. Look at the Michigan primary. So like the Dem primary, Haley Stevens is like a moderate Dem. Not an offensive Dem, and she's running against a whack job that may win.
You get like a Clinton, Abby, or like someone that's somewhat, like
The way that I can be
moderate,
unique is by just being creative and reveling in being young and being a little crazy. So, for example,
I'm just saying,
there's this
like,
feature called
they
poking, where
could
you just go
scoop
to
it
someone's
up,
profile and you
but
poke the person.
unfortunately,
And
they're
like,
being
what does that
taken
do?
over
Nothing.
by
It sends them a message. It's like, you've been poked. Like,
progressive
who cares?
side.
I mean, it's like I thought
the
about it
Michigan
when I was
primary
drunk or
to me
something.
is
Like,
such an
people
example
really
of it.
like poking each other for
This
some
Abdul
reason
or
that,
whatever the
I
fuck
don't
his
think
name
anyone
is,
can really
ends up with that. I mean, hopefully Rogers will beat him and the R's will keep that seat, but what? So you're a voter in Michigan. What's your alternative? You're pissed off at the Republicans. You're going to vote for Abdul whatever.
Well,
I mean, what's his name? I can't even remember.
guy with the rug on his head.
I'm sorry to bring up Michigan, but it's like a
the way
good
that
example
I
of
can
it.
be
That's the
unique
guy
is
with the
by
rat on his head.
People ask all the time.
That guy.
It's impossible for
Jeff Bezos.
He's extreme.
What is your claim to fame?
Hi, Chicago.
No, I think he's a doctor. Wait, but there is a reverend somewhere, right?
Yeah, definitely.
For a brother or something. It's a reverend or a brother.
That should go like right there on the wall.
I don't know who it is, but I want to respond to you, Abby. Look, I definitely agree with you that the alternative vote, and that's the only thing the Republicans got going for me, is that the Democrats are
As an investor, I look for assets at the
Last month, after more than 21 years
they don't go
working as a sexuality educator at the Gaynor School, I was fired.
Gen Xers,
You may hear that I was fired for a retweet. Well, Chicago business owner, listen.
To expect that we're going to have that type of turnout, I grew up on the Upper East Side. And I think the Republican Party writes it off. I've lived to see the Republican Party become a low propensity voter. When about 25 years ago, obviously, Republican voters would come out regardless for the primary or the general. But now it's the other way around, where you have such a fervent Democrat base that I just feel like you'll have people that say, well, voting doesn't change anything. Y'all heard this, right? You hear the black pillars on here all the time, right? I vote and nothing ever changes. Or what is my vote worth? Or,
You can't vote in reality.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and look, I don't agree with any of those talking points. But what I'm saying is that spreads, and you get more people when Republicans don't deliver domestic wins. All they need to do is get us some wins. The SAVE Act, which clearly the establishment Republican Party is not going to bring up. There are certain things that need to be taken care of. And then when there has been popular legislation, we fumbled the communication side of it. The Epstein law, the most popular law to pass in the last 10 or 15 years. You had all these legislators sign on it, and Trump's White House completely fumbled the rollout of the communication side of the Epstein files. So, man, it's been a rocky, optics-wise, it's been rocky for the low information voter. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Do you think,
I am ready to get my second basal treatment.
What we use is an insulin for a transplant. You're not working out. You have bandages on that for quite a while.
There's no recovery time. You can go right to work. You're not left with any scarring or time off work. It's just some micro needles in your scalp, and you're on your way within a few minutes.
Really not any pain at all. You just feel a slight pinch. Every person that comes into the steps, we snuck into the conference where each ticket is worth $7,000. This is the Milken Conference in Beverly Hills, where people like Elon Musk, George Bush, and some of the biggest investors in the world show up every year. We got invited to private events nearby, so we knew we had to go. We drove up to UCLA, told them, and somehow they did. Then we started talking to different founders and investors and told them about a platform that helps people file patents in minutes. The response was crazy. Some of them wanted to use it, others wanted to invest, and one guy liked it so much that he invested to another private event that's happening tomorrow during the conference. So we're gonna go and follow this happens.
We're relying on, we have social media, anon us here talking, trying to, when election season comes up, to pluck one or two to our side. But it's clearly not the establishment
Okay,
of the
so we
Republican
talked about
Party
Modi'in,
that
which is a
is
great option for you,
intended to try
and
and
I'll help
talk
you
to
out.
you.
Now,
They
why did
have
you
the
work with me? Well, my
I
name is
think
Alex
that's what
Weiner.
one of the big
I'm one of the
gripes
first
are,
persons in this city in
is
September 1990. I know the city
millennials
like the back of my hand.
Gen
And I
Z
know all about the
and
archaeological
those
sites, the
Republicans
tourist sites,
that
and the history of this place.
in
I moved here with my
decades
family
of
and my
that
siblings years ago, and I watched my father struggle to get what was promised to him as a Oleh Hadash. Now, also, you come from an English-speaking country. Here, when they make a deal, a contract, it's with Israelis. It's a different ballgame, Israelis, and sometimes they don't easy to understand for Israelis. And I'm there. I've had endless years of experience dealing.
The Republican Party itself is still the country club Republican Party of the old generation, of the boomer generation. Look what Trump delivered. Trump delivered Trump RX. And look, don't get me wrong. I think it needed to happen. However, how does that significantly influence the millennial and the Zoomer generation? We had it captured that we could have ran with the younger vote, with crossovers. However, what has rolled out over the last year and a half, and I don't just blame Trump, I blame the Republican Party, the Mitch McConnell, the Lindsey Graham wing. I mean, I can go down a list. I'll tell you, when John Thune was put back in, because we had the opportunity to change the course of the direction of the Republican Party. I knew it would be Washington as usual when John was placed as the Senate leader, that nothing was going to change. This was our opportunity. So don't be surprised when we have to go another round of beating off these damn communists because we dropped the ball this time.
I like Johnson. I mean, I really like Mike Johnson. And Thune I'm not overwhelmed with, in terms of like a leader, but Johnson I think is dynamic.
Well,
I mean, he's from your world. I mean, you can disagree with me. I've just always got a good vibe from.
Yeah, no, he's good as a neutral. He's not a firebrand, clearly.
No.
But this reminds me of the John Boehner house. No different. John Boehner's house would deliver votes and deliver wins and send them over to the Senate, and they would die in the Senate. You remember how many times that happened? The same thing. Yeah, I mean, the Republicans in the House are voting bills and delivering them to the Senate, but the Senate's not taking up anything. The Senate's not moving on anything. This is, and they want to chalk it up and say, well, we don't have 60 senators and stuff like that. Well, maybe if we weren't so focused on things outside of Washington, maybe, and these are where voters start to tend to say, well, why isn't Trump's administration doing more to get or to divide and conquer senators? Do we have no way to peel off Democrat senators? Is that how bad it is right now? That we're so gridlocked that we can't get anything through? I mean, I guess clearly, right?
I mean, it's interesting to go state by state and see whether we can knock a few of them out. I mean, I think what's going to be interesting is what happens in Maine and whether Susan Collins can hold on. You know, I was saying this in a room, we were in the room yesterday, that all of New England, there's one Republican in all the states in New England, and that's Susan Collins. Everyone else is a Democrat. Every House member, every senator.
Arguable if she's a Republican.
I mean, but that's all you got in all of New England. Every one of those states.
Yeah. And a lot of this has to do with the Republican Party. You know?
I mean, I think, who's the one guy that was sort of an enigma? Sununu. Right? That they had a Republican governor.
Yeah, Sununu. I think we have a deep bench that has presidential aspirations, but we have the grand old party in the Senate, and nothing changes. And I don't know how we ever get over that hump.
Depends on. So, if I had to speak about what's going on in my community, I would say that for all of the people who left or don't really believe in the Republican Party anymore, there's a lot of black people that's coming to the Republican Party, and they're coming for different reasons. And based upon optically what Trump has done already, he's done enough, even regardless of the war, because many black people see that as a necessary evil, in which a lot of us, I ain't gonna say don't really understand, but we don't have the like I didn't have the context, and I'm no measurement, but a lot of us only really know what's going on in our community. And when it comes to the whole Iran thing, but that's not really something we really pay attention to, you know. So the loyalty, especially the ones who have been so loyal to the Democratic Party because of the whole black people are gonna treat us right. You know, when you get over to that side of social media, now they like, man, fuck the Democratic Party and everything they stand for. Let me try out Republicans. And then when you actually get somebody who does what they say they're gonna do, even if he got into a war, even if he says something, you know, or he may misquote something every now and then, he's done enough so far where we can say, okay, well, if he said he was going to do it, at least he went and did it. And he's winning over a lot of black people, and slowly but surely, a lot of black people are dripping on over to the Republican side. So,
Lord, what about black Republicans? Like, do you think Byron Donaldson has a shot with the black community in Florida to get elected as governor?
I think so. And I don't think it's because I think so. You have it's two elements. Number one, he's a black person, and number two, he's a Republican. And when you combine those two elements together, that is what makes him attractive. For example, the guy out in Texas, he don't talk like us, but he's a black guy aligned with Republican core values, and he's not afraid to really say that, or conservative core values or whatever it is you want to call it. But the stuff that's coming out of his mouth sounds exactly like what black people traditionally care about. Even the ones that are batshit crazy, they just hate Trump so bad because they brainwashed. But yeah.
I mean, are you familiar with why he gets so much hate from
Byron Donalds?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
He does get a lot. That's why I was curious. I mean,
why can we tell from just this one scene that Steppenwolf never stood a chance against Superman? The Superman's about to finish him for good. A Boom 2 suddenly opens behind them. Wonder Woman and Aquaman immediately shift into combat stance. And stepping through the portal is Darkseid fully grown. Darkseid is the ruler of Apocalypse, and in theory, his power far surpasses Superman's. But on Earth, suffered before. At this moment, Steppenwolf staggers back to his feet, burning with rage as he glares at the Justice League, completely unaware of the danger behind him. Aquaman strikes without hesitation. His trident pierces straight through Steppenwolf's chest. Superman follows up with another punch and leaps into the air, gripping the Godkiller sword, leaving no time for anyone to react. And with a strike, she decapitates Steppenwolf. Her head rolls across the ground and comes to a stop, right at Darkseid's feet. Until the moment of his death, Steppenwolf never understood why his master didn't lift a finger to save him. The truth is, 100 years ago, Darkseid personally invaded Earth. As molten lava carved glowing patterns across the surface, and sealed 3 months completely, or erupted. Amazons, humans, and the old gods joined forces to surround Darkseid. A Green Lantern fell first, killed instantly, sent flying by a single
every
kick.
time, and I have such pushback
Amazon
because
arrows
every time a
erupted,
Jewish
and the
person
gods combined their power
supports
to
a
deal him a
candidate,
devastating blow.
it gets
Ares
called
nearly split
impact.
Darkseid in
Sometimes
half
it
with his
really
axe,
has nothing
then
to do
finished by
with the
kicking him
state
away.
of Republican
Darkseid would have
constituent
died right there.
likes
300
the
years later,
candidate, like it
he
likes
sent
his
Steppenwolf back to Earth
fiscal
to reclaim the mother boxes.
policies,
But what
likes how he
Steppenwolf finds was that he
protects
had
the
already
corporate
become
interests that
nothing
they
more.
might have. I
Why
mean,
couldn't
it could solely be domestic, business considerations. And if you're not Candace Goldstein, you're going to say that, or people will say it. And it's such bullshit. He's in Florida. I mean, my question was if the body will rally around, I picked him. You could pick, a different black conservative in another state. But he just happens to have a state very high population in his constituency.
And I want to be fair, Kathy. You crazy?
He's awful.
Grifter. I don't really care what he has to say, but he's very. I'll just say he fucking hates Jews, and he's a weird guy. But he's been somewhat of a online. He's had a lot of support online with a lot of very vocal people, and a lot of the. I feel like online, this guy in real life is winning. And that's only why I literally know nothing about the guy. I don't know how good the guy is. So I won't comment.
Byron Donalds coming from Southwest Florida. Lee County's demographics is 62% white, 24.5% Hispanic, 7% black. That was Byron Donalds when he was elected. I don't know if he relies on the black voter for support when he already hails from a predominantly white issue.
Isn't that like Naples, Sanibel, Fort Myers, that whole area? Yeah.
As y'all know, I've been following Byron Donalds for a long time. He's big in finance. The guy's people watch his takedowns.
Yes, he's fantastic. I've heard him speak a lot. I've met him a few times. I like him a lot. And again, Pepe, it's funny because I like him for domestic reasons. Like I haven't even thought about how he votes with respect to foreign policy. Like he's just. It's like, I mean, we could look at Tim Scott also. Like, I happened to pick Byron Donalds and ask the question of Sword, but who's not on here right now.
I think that this troll that has been he's very anti-Israel. They're just basically it's and we know how it is with these bot farms and all of the from whatever fucking Middle Eastern countries. They're all going against and they're paying for a lot of our social media influencers. A lot of these guys are paid whores. They're going to slander him. There's some now, and I don't know that he's could be somebody who's pro-Israel. Doesn't matter, but he's going to get slandered no matter what because people like him are running against him, and that's just a sad reality. And it's just something I've observed, and I don't know how. The kind of the disconnect for me is I don't know how perceptive the black community is to these kinds of smear campaigns against him and how that would affect him.
I don't know. Where's he in the polling? Do you know?
I personally.
Yeah, Don.
He's the leading.
Yeah,
in the primary. Oh, I think he's got it. I think it's in the bag. I think you might as well already put his picture up in the governor's house.
Who's the Dem running against him?
That's a good question. I'll pull up the names. There is a guy that has made some news. Yeah, so Jay Collins, Paul Renner, and then the Jim Fishback guy, which y'all were talking about earlier. Yeah, he's kind of a weasel. And then the Democrat candidates are David Jolly and Jerry Demings.
What is Jerry Demings sound familiar? Was he the mayor? Or no, I'm thinking of someone else.
Hey, is the room quiet? I just got back in here.
No, we've been talking.
Okay, hey, how's it going, Joe? I hope all is well.
It's all well, buddy. We were just talking about the Florida governor race.
Ah, okay. Interesting. What do you guys think is going to happen with DeSantis afterwards?
With him, I don't know. He's I mean, the fact that he went against Trump kind of, I feel like, hurts him. I don't know. I don't. He's not my governor, so I pay attention to him. But I don't know. With him, I'm just gonna be fair and say, like, I would have to. Why are Floridians voting for him? I don't know. They obviously like him. I don't see what it is that they like.
I like DeSantis. I think he's done well. I mean, I don't know if you remember the debate between him and Gavin Newsom. Did you see that or no? Or anybody?
I remember seeing highlights of it.
I mean, he did pretty good. I mean, that's against Gavin Newsom. So I mean, I don't know. I actually think that DeSantis would be a little bit more harsher than Trump, if you want to put it that way. Because the guy actually knows what he's doing. He's actually like.
But I get like he's too mandatory of I don't know how to put it. Like my impression of him is that he's
You sat on the floor.
He's too much of a politician.
City Hall.
Which in a way, I just
wow.
don't. He rubs me the wrong way.
Such an impressive resume.
Hey, baby, I wanted to comment on you got a hot mic. Producer, you alright, brother? You in the studio? Yeah, Pepe, I wanted to comment on what you said. My phone had died. For the ones, for the people that he seems like a Uncle Tom or whatever the case may be, did they say why, or did y'all ever get a chance to go deeper into?
Well, it's highly dependent on. It's not the traditional American Uncle Tom stuff. It has more to do with you have this guy who's like a conspiracy theorist. He's just like hates Jews and Israel, and he ended up coming up with a lot of these nicknames for him, and then of course I think this guy is doesn't hate Israel, so he has money. But he basically online he gets a lot of hate from the at least that I would see from the black community. The quote unquote America First community, like whatever group of fucking people, and they call him all kinds of names because he's getting APAC bucks basically, and it's and I do think it's unfair. You have this grifting piece of shit Fishburne, who I really he says that he's America First, and he's let me go to Israel, America would be perfect. Like he's just fucking retarded. Just total fucking grifter. But I think
one more thing, just again to clarify, so it's very clear. APAC is a bundler. A bundler. They do not write checks. Checks are written by American, Jewish, and Christian citizens that support a particular policy. However, in someone like Byron Donalds, he's running for a state office that has APAC, by the way, when they bundle, it's only for federal congressional, not any state elected office, and not the executive branch. So money that he's getting right now to run for governor are coming from constituents, or it's coming from people that happen to be Jewish by religion. So all of a sudden, should he not take checks from Italians or not from Jews? It's just such bullshit. They're his constituents. We are constituents. Should I not give my governor money in his election? My governor happens to be Italian, by the way. I'm going to support him.
No,
what
the
fuck does this have to do with the state of Israel? It's retarded.
Yeah, but
it's a state election.
Yes, but Fishburne would accuse you of being a Zionist.
Well, I am one, but what's that have to do with me supporting my governor being against crime in my state?
I know. This is why I'm saying it's super disingenuous.
It makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, no,
and only stupid people would follow that. Even if you want to make the argument that someone's running for Congress, that it is a bundler. It doesn't write checks. It takes people that are interested in a particular issue and bundles their money. That's it. And each person writes your own check, and only up to $5,700, because that's all you're allowed legally to write.
Yeah, but this is the reality, though, is that this is okay. Hating Jews has become like a cool. What the cool kids have been doing for the last couple of years. I think it's dying out. Honestly, everybody's sick of it. It's boring to listen to. But if okay, you have a grifter that rides this little wave like Fishburne. He's like, oh my god, you took the Zio bucks. Oh my god, you fucking traitor. You're not America First. You Jew loving, Israel loving piece of shit that just wants money and don't care about everyday Americans. That's his whole spiel. Now, I don't think that the average person is going to buy into his bullshit. But, I mean, that is the attack that they're going to go with. And in a way, it does have real-world consequences when they do these attacks. But if we look at the Florida who's voting in Florida? It's going to be a lot of fucking old people. Don't know which part of Florida, but of course, older people have a much higher turnout. This guy, he's not. But yeah, it was bullshit. He had to deal with this. It was a slanderous attack. Every politician take money from every fucking people. This is where I find it really disingenuous. So you can be like, I'm
The
somebody
moment the
who's
girl stole the Iron Man arm from the lab, it instantly attached itself to her arm. Then she stepped onto one of the Iron Man boots, and the other automatically locked on and tracked itself onto her foot. By the time the security guards at the door realized what was happening, they were stunned to see the girl already wearing the entire suit. This was a university lab's attempt to recreate an Iron Man-style armored suit. Unexpectedly, it fit the girl perfectly the moment she put it on. At her command, the boot blasted out intense flames before the guards could move in to stop her. She shot hundreds of yards into the air, disappearing so fast that even the exhaust trail was gone in an instant. The girl was thrilled to have first experience flying. She activated the built-in voice assistant, only to discover the system was far from complete. It was just a beginner-level training AI. Amy told it to navigate her to Chicago, but the little thing started introducing Chicago's famous instead. It was clearly a very primitive artificial intelligence. After smacking itself on the head twice, it finally managed to set a flight route to Chicago. Then the suit drifted across the water, successfully turning itself around and heading toward Amy's hometown. A trip that normally took 5 hours only took the girl 30 minutes. As the suit carved a stylish arc through the sky, the people in the small town were left speechless. Amy, meanwhile, calmly skimmed over the water, clearly having gotten used to the suit already. She was only 2 more intersections away from home when the AI assistant suddenly announced that the armor had not been charged before takeoff and was about to lose power. Amy immediately panicked. She had learned how to take off, but no one had taught her how to land. As the air pressure inside the suit became unstable, the helmet flew off. Amy quickly ordered the assistant to switch to manual mode, but the power was already critically low. Before the switch could happen, her left arm piece detached on the spot, causing her to completely lose balance and crash onto the road. A genius with an exceptionally high IQ, Amy had developed this suit using scholarship money and school grants, but it was obviously still in the early stages and far from fully advanced. She could only carry the pile of broken scrap metal home and figure out how to repair and improve it later. What Amy didn't know was that the moment she walked through her front door, a mysterious person had already set their sights on her. Coming from a poor family, Amy tried to ask the owner of a parts shop to let her buy some components on credit, but he flatly refused within seconds. Even her elite MIT credentials didn't change his mind. Just then, the mysterious person from the day appeared and pulled out cash to pay for Amy's purchase. The moment the girl stole Iron Man arm,
I'm 100% on board with that, and I do think that that's where there's this with a lot of these people on the far right, you're going to get. I would say like 90% of the people that are quote unquote on the far right are just grifters. They're pieces of shit. Like you really they never get along with other people on the far right. They're like one of the things that made me not be on the far right was being around the far right. Like I just thought they were just like such despicable pieces of shit. Like some of the worst people I've ever fucking met. Really. Like
So what do you consider yourself now?
I mean, I would consider myself like I'm actually, I would say rather moderate. You know, I'm somebody who's not very conformist. I'll hear a narrative where we're told we have to believe a certain thing. That maybe one of the most controversial things would be like all groups of people are the same and they have the same potential, and it's just like no, we don't. So you can tell me that like for example, we import smartest people from Nigeria and India, which genetically, for example, they're yeah, it might be cultural too, but we're importing people where we selected for them to be the most intelligent. That somehow we, for example, people of European stock in the United States are going to be able to compete with them. No, we're not. Ashkenazi Jews tend to do better than us, East Asians, whatever. African Americans tend to fare a lot worse. I don't. This whole like equality narrative that like evidence of
but how does that form your vote, Pepe? Like, in your state, okay, in your statewide elections, in your congressional elections, what are your issues? You have water issues. You have big time water issues. What do you care about that fiscally is going to happen in your state? Is going to happen? Do you care if your tax dollar pays for a new stadium or not? I mean, like, what do you care about?
I look well past that, and like, my brain has been stuck on the whole thing about the inequity equals inequality. And there was a study that came out the other day, for example, that showed that Africans, for example, fare a lot worse on average than white Americans. But if you control for IQ, they do as well as us. Shocker. And this whole equality, what's really bothered me is that when you try to like deconstruct everything, there's not much of a difference between different groups of people that have different, they've evolved from each other for tens of thousands of fucking years. There's no difference between men and women. All of this bullshit. But it's just like, but there obviously fucking is. You want me to just nod my head in silence and pretend like there's no difference in groups as a whole. Like, yes, there are women that can beat the shit out of the average male. There are black people that are much smarter than 3 of my brains combined. That's fine. But there's this thing where people always want to place people as the fucking oppressor. And one of the problems I have with the far right, for example, if I was going to look at like the National Socialist, somehow, once you get rid of the fucking Jew, everything is fine. Everything is dandy. We will be these strong, tall who will conquer the fucking world. But no, that's never been the fucking case. Like, you guys have always, I mean, we can look at the British. You had a bunch of fucking that came in and conquered them and dominated them and treated the English as second-class citizens. There's never been this fucking Aryan unity or groups of people that were ever fucking equal. It's never fucking happened. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Somebody.
See, I'll jump in there. One thing that I was going to comment on earlier about, black people calling him Uncle Tom and stuff like that. So you're typically going to have 2 types of people that are going to look at him in that type of light. One of them is a Democrat for life, and that type of black person, they can't even explain to you why they're a Democrat. But the answer to that question is that because they were programmed that way. And they're programmed that way so much so to where, and when I say program, I'm talking about by their parents, the grandparents, the culture, things of that nature. And they're programmed to the fashion that if you vote Democrat, you're black, and if you vote Republican, and it's the most idiotic way of thinking. And thousands of black people, probably hundreds of thousands of black people are waking up to this. You got to look at some of the things that black people care about. And so, for example, Trump brought on Kennedy. Kennedy is uncovering a lot of shit in the medical field. A lot of black people have kids with attention deficit disorder, attention deficit hyper disorder, and all of them goddamn disorders. And these are the things that are being uncovered that black people didn't even know they cared about because they didn't know. It kind of became so much a part of their life that they didn't even realize it was a problem. And now that these things are getting unearthed and they're getting answers to their question, other than what Democrats usually say, just mentioned racism. Like racism is the answer for everything. And it's like, it can't be the answer to a single thing because now it puts me in a position where I'm defeated and I can't do nothing to change my own situation. So there's a major shift where people who would look at a ballot and they wouldn't even see Byron, now they're me just look at everybody. Okay, Trump, he's attached to the he's attached to the Republican Party. From the optics perspective, this is what it looks like, how Republicans behave. Okay, I can agree with that. Let's look at their values. Okay, they believe that something as simple as you're either born a man or a woman. Okay, I agree with that. And it starts to build up a mental momentum where the colors are gone now. And now I'm looking at just the words, Republican. Right? Then when you step outside of the national perspective and you look at it from a state perspective, you start to see how people like Mamdani is behaving. So that starts to paint a picture of what the Democrats look like. You see how Virginia just got all these damn tax laws. You see how Minnesota looks. And this is what the more educated we'll call them black buyer, if you will, where they're buying into, they're going to vote for. This is what they have to look forward to when it comes to voting Democrat. So it's kind of a combination of, I don't agree with that shit, meaning Democrats, but also, well, it's another thing, it's, damn, I can't believe my parents had me thinking this way. So it becomes more of like a disgust type of thing, like, how the fuck could I be so blind and not view these people just because they were Republican? Okay, well, let's start at the top. Trump is the head Republican. Shit, he laid the tariffs out. Yeah, he might have lost the court case. I may not even understand it, but goddamn, the shit worked. And he said that prices were not going to increase because of the tariffs. Damn, that shit worked. He's actually doing what he said he was going to do. You know, before the Iran war, he stopped all of these wars. Okay, we actually got somebody in here who's doing what they said they're going to do. Then you spin the plate. Oh, Kennedy. Kennedy is over here finding out vaccines are hurting people. Oh, shit, my kid got ADHD. Maybe that's the reason. Like, it's coming home into black people's living rooms as to one possible reason why they might be in the situation that they're in. So now when you start going around and you start hearing people like Jack Crockett who say things like, nobody want to go out here and be a farmer. You don't want to be a slave. So you're associating farmers to slaves when there's a huge in the black community where thousands of people are now becoming farmers. So now Jasmine Crockett is literally offending her own base. It's just some of the most idiotic ways of communicating that they're pushing black people away. And the Republicans are like, well, this is what we believe in, you know, in a unified approach. So it's a combination of both as to why I say black people are transitioning from the Democratic Party, and they're taking not only just their vote, but they're taking their loyalty to Republicans. And 9 times out of 10, they're not going to get it back for at least another 5, 6, or 7 generations. Because the same approach that our parents took with us, we're going to take the same approach with our kids. We're going to say, don't vote for them. You see how crazy they is? Look at how their kids, their kids believe that self-expression is walking around with different colors. They believe that you can be born as a him, her, Z, zer, they could be cats, they could be like all of that shit's going to be associated with being a Democrat. And it's just never going to work out. So I don't see them bouncing back for a long time. But the story's still.
Well, I will agree with you. We're kind of like the hard part about that is that if you look at the approach that Democrats have been taking for the last, 10 years or so, and you do see it on the far right for sure. It's where they do scapegoat an enemy, and we are going to get this parasitic group of people, these horrible people. And we can look at like white people, and they'll use a lot of euphemisms like the colonizers, whatever they use. And they basically, it's just like, once we get into power, it'll be amazing. And we know where the far right will do it to other groups. But it is a very cheap way of, in fact, it's a way of not actually trying to solve a problem. It's just, you're literally doing the easiest thing. You're just like blaming somebody else for the problem, and you're just going to, trash them. And that is one of the things where I do think that you get black conservatives, which I disagree with a lot. Moral man, very conservative man, much more conservative than I am. But I mean, he does, for the most part, have like kind of like a roadmap for like how you're going to run your own life. I think you would want to individual to listen to. But I don't know. I have lost a lot of hope for America. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I'm a rather nihilistic person. I don't see things the way I used to. I mean, when I would engage with black people, for example, I was known as like this huge mega racist. It's just like, oh, okay, these people are going to call me names. I'm just going to go ahead and throw insults back at them and, be very disrespectful and just kind of like how I get treated. But at the end of the day, I realized this is just like, it's petty bullshit, but I found, comedic value in doing it. But I don't know that how, like, some of the biggest problems I see in the United States is that, like, we can look at a lot of the division we see in this country. It's going to come from people, large donors and countries that do not have our best interests in mind. It could be because they just have their best interest in mind, whether it's Israel, but countries that want to fucking take us over with their religion, like Qatar. How do you stop the paid whores in our country from being influenced by these people? Like this Dan Bilzerian faggot, who's I don't know what the fuck is. I don't know what he does. But he travels to Qatar with the former leader of CARE. And this guy he's of Armenian descent, and he's somehow like a symbol of the West, of preserving the West. Like, no, he's a fucking piece. I don't know. We have I don't know how to solve this. Like, it seems like such a human problem where people are just greedy, they're corrupt, they'll sell their own people out, even their fucking families out, in order to make it.
We start one issue at a time. So the question from Abby that kind of got us going down this path was, what is your top issue? So if Abby was to ask me that question, my number one issue has been for a very long time immigration, illegal immigration, also too much legal immigration, and I know I'm further extreme on that than many people on stage, but I want to see a moratorium on immigration. My second biggest issue is the economy, and my third biggest issue is abortion. Abortion's murder. So I can rattle off what my top political issues are of the day. What are your issues, Pepe? Like, what's your number one political issue that you would like to see changed in?
Not to be divided, and for us to continue our course. I understand we're at a very special place in time where after World War II, we were dealing with Japan and Germany to the same extent that we are now. A lot of countries have industrialized that we've had to compete with. But for us, like, you could say it's a lofty goal, and I would say somewhat not realistic, but my whole thing is for people to live the American dream. If I had to sum it up, that is literally for Americans to live the American dream. That is it. That is literally, if people could do that, any of the shit regarding race, any of this stuff, like, it doesn't matter. Can we continue on in this country with our children having, I don't have children, which, kind of ironic I said that, but could the people that that inherit this country have a better life than us? That is literally what motivates me. You know, simply as I can put it.
Do you think that's kind of why we're fighting?
Oh, go ahead.
The idea of, you know, the American dream that would mean something different to everyone, right? Like, it's subjective. Right, Kevin?
To an extent.
Yeah.
All those platitudes. So, but I think I don't want to gloss over your very first point you said, though, which I thought was great. You said unity. I'm paraphrasing it. You said you don't want us to be divided. You're saying as a country, domestically, that was your very first point you said.
Yeah, I do think we're a very divided country. We seek to, whether it's politically, by race, by whatever, we do seek to fight in a very tribal way, where I don't see this as being a good thing. And people like me, I say somewhat reactionary, are going to fight for my camp people, and that is where I know I'm not the only one. But how, like, I personally don't know if this can be solved, and that is one of the things that I've cared most about. Literally, this is what I've cared the most about for years. You know, aside from personal stuff, at least.
See, my position. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
My position on that is I do not want unity with the left. I often have seen over years that the Republicans and the right wing will play to the left wing agenda, that will compromise our values, our interests to go along, to get along with the Democrats and the people on the left. And that's partly why where we're at today. I think these people want to kill us. I don't even think they want a country with us. Seeing what the Democrats in Virginia are doing, where they're going to lower the age, or they're floating the idea of lowering the age to get rid of the Supreme Court justices, the Virginia State Supreme Court justices, just because they ruled against them. These people are awful. And I don't think there is unity. Yeah, I don't think we can have unity. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not willing to capitulate whatsoever with these individuals on the left. The people on the left I see as wanting to, like, destroy us.
Give me my eyes.
And I don't just mean like us as like like our fucking country. And I don't really. That is where the big issue comes in. How do we deal with these people? I mean, we're so divided.
Gold, I can see it.
I don't know if there is like an actual.
I think Trump's began some of it. The defunding of some of the universities. These ideas only spread when parents send their children off to college.
Yes, sir.
Death. Nubis, come forth.
Many people grow up in a family that's very loving, but all these crazy ideas about 72 different genders and shit like that. It's now throughout the internet. So I mean, there are other forums where you can.
People will never be released from prison. Number one.
The mind is still. But I think that's really what we're kind of adjusting to. Is I'm an older millennial, and I think many, others that follow that, we grew up in a centralized culture where we largely had, may there be differences regionally or also racially, things like that. We largely watch a lot of the same, like we've all watched MTV. Nobody. We all listen to the radio. That's why we see them watch the same movies.
I'm saying, like, fuck is you doing? Yeah, it's $13.
Our culture is decentralized. The internet has a lot to do with that, and I don't think it'll ever go back to either. 20th century relativized culture. So I think we're kind of adjusting to that, and we're flopping around like a fish out of water, trying to figure out the path forward on how do we get a direction with our culture.
Or there are advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you gotta stop, man. Or,
my top three would be immigration, abortion, and education. And I kind of tie immigration and education together because
I'm reminded of
I have a lot of friends in the recruiting staff and the recruiting business. And one of the things that I learned was that anytime the U.S. talks about a skill gap, all of these other countries will create a curriculum throughout kindergarten through 12th grade, and they would literally produce the talent that the U.S. needs. And it's like, well, if other countries are doing that, why the fuck can't the U.S. do it?
Right.
If we have
other people, other countries.
I'm not saying they can't, but in one sense, to the benefit of the American empire. The fact that we are such a gravitational pull in the world for people to be able to change the curriculum for kids from 5 to college to suit our economy. If that doesn't show activity, I don't know what does.
Yeah, you got India, you got, I mean, pretty much everywhere. If you're pursuing jobs, those places, I just see the business or whatever their equivalent, I guess they call it primary, secondary, or whatever. They're literally having these kids go to various IT, cybersecurity, everything that the U.S. possesses that we have a skill gap. They're like, okay, hey, so let's engineer this curriculum and start producing this talent so that way they can go to America.
And you know what, Sword? A number of the professors that are at, like, Wharton, at our top business schools are Eastern European. They're not U.S. born and educated. If you take a look at the professional staff at our best business schools that are producing our ultimately our business leaders in the country, and our corporate giants coming out of those schools, they're not taught by Americans.
So we essentially outsource our education as well, not only our jobs, but our education. And the thing is, we could produce those people here with people knowing. The problem is that if we try to use the same teaching methods that they use overseas, go back to the methods that we used to use, that might be too harsh, and the left would claim it wasn't inclusive, racially motivated, or that it was somehow based in racism. And
Alan,
part of that responsibility is born to the right for exiting itself from academia in the 80s and 90s.
Whoa, Marshall, they can't survive in a university right now.
I didn't say they could survive. I'm saying professors who are conservative have chosen to leave. That's not my point. Instead of having William Buckley 2.0, you have nothing.
Let me respond, please. What the right did or did not do has nothing to do with what is being taught in urban areas, and specifically go back to something called New English and New Math. I'm not talking about the right. I'm talking the way they decided to teach in this country fucked it up. My aunt is a...
Then blame parents for that.
Yeah.
That's a parenting problem.
No, that's not a parenting problem.
Yeah, it is. If you don't bother to show up at your school meeting and protest your curriculum, that's absolutely a fucking parenting problem.
They didn't teach grammar in elementary school. They didn't teach grammar. They didn't teach parts of the sentence.
That's not my point. If parents were more active instead of making excuses for their kids and telling teachers that their kids didn't need to learn, it would be a lot different.
Okay.
Marshall.
In our lane.
And the 2 points you've made, I agree with. Yes, the right ran away from education, and yes, parents need to do more. Absolutely. You and I are in agreement about that. But that is tangential to the argument. The argument is, the point was that if you try and impose standards that actually make a difference, you get so much complaints from the left that you can never make those a reality. And we're going back, and look, I'll give you an example because actually that's a good point you brought up.
No, it's not just friends, it's teachers. I have a friend who's a teacher that used to teach in the Rio Grande Valley. She wanted her students to write 4-page essays, and the school district told her she could only make her students write a half-page essay. Part of that's a problem. Part of that's a participation problem.
Yes, but
they all
what the students are participating in is crap. That's the
emotional learning.
Now,
I don't disagree. I'm saying it's partially crap. Parents aren't paying attention.
My point, God damn it. Tennessee was 49th in the station, in the country. They have all of the bullshit from all of the latest teaching methods and inclusion and everything else, and they went back to remember hooked on phonics. They went back to that, and they're now in the top 25. From 49 to top 25. It's your
you might be thinking you left one place off the list.
But on this very spot.
Ellen, I'm not saying, I'm saying the key decision makers aren't paying attention.
I want to interject after
Yeah, thank you. I know, but I'm making a point, a specific point, and you're going off in left field.
Okay, then please connect it. What am I missing?
Hold on. I wanted to interject. And we got Joe B on stage. She knows more about education than I ever will. However, look, Marshall, blaming the parents is overlooking that largely about 15 to 20 years ago, there was an agenda in many school districts to change over the administrators into these gay, liberal, lesbian, butch dyke principles. And they ushered in an entire agenda that we've watched play out. This stuff about the different sexualities and genders started in schools. It wasn't like parents had an option to vote on it. They forced it on the kids, bro. This is an agenda we're dealing.
Also, school boards get elected. Wait, hold on, Marshall. School boards get elected. Boards of regents get elected. Marshall, school boards get elected. Boards of regents get elected. School superintendents get appointed. Governors appoint heads of education departments in states. It becomes political. And then you try to survive as a Republican teaching in these jurisdictions and in these places that politically have a school board that, I mean, look at some of the videos coming out of North Jersey where they passed these policies and take a look at who's on those school boards.
Interfaith in Raymondville, Texas.
Okay, so I mean,
before I was born.
However, they're political. They're
simply
political, and if you're a Republican trying to teach, you then also get outed by students that don't like your political opinion on something, and next thing you know, you're in the middle of a scandalous situation because your politics are different, or are conservative. I mean, there's just story after story of this.
I'm not denying that happens. I'm simply saying let's check on that is parents at school board meetings and people throwing out the bombs at elections. If they don't throw out the bombs, then why do they get bad curriculum? You then also have to look at the state. You also then have to look at the state and the county.
Boards of regents are elected in states. They're statewide elections, the boards of regents, correct? So
Yes,
you can
ma'am.
get
We're
saddled.
currently having one where I live.
Okay, you can get saddled with some pretty bad regents that then make these decisions. I mean, even if you have parents, I mean, you also have school boards. It becomes super political. I mean, to go look at the bigger cities in our country. What they're going through in their school district. Look at California with the ethnic what they call.
Marshall, I am very
proud.
Marshall,
That's not the point I was making. I had a friend who was a teacher for 15 years. And I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I wanted to comment on what you said, Marshall. So, I will be honest with you. So, they do the school board meetings now are via Zoom because they don't let the parents go in the schools anymore, even to volunteer for our kids' events. Any, Halloween party, this or that. The parents are not allowed in the school. Okay, talent shows are not allowed in the school. So Zoom, and I'll be honest. Via Zoom, there's 5 of us that are in these once a month Zoom meetings for the school boards. But I can tell you that this curriculum that every year they roll out the same bullshit curriculum and they just word it different, but it's the same thing. And I mean, I'm heavily involved, and there's I feel like the parents don't. Maybe there's just not enough.
You've definitely seen this gymnast. On your For You page, this is Sydney Smith, and she proves you don't need our house logo to go viral. While athletes at big-name schools had national TV deals and full media teams behind them, Sydney was at Connecticut State University, a Division II program, grinding with nothing but her phone, raw talent, and unreal flexibility. No hype and no spotlight, just consistency. Then everything changed. She posted one clip, the W pose. She drops down, folds her legs into a perfect W shape, and holds it like it's effortless. It didn't look human, it looked impossible, and just like that, the video exploded. Millions of views, shares everywhere. People couldn't believe what they were seeing. Overnight, she was being called the most flexible gymnast in the NCAA. You've definitely seen this gymnast on your...
a lot to say about that.
Where the gym is
cool. Try and afford our lifestyles. There's a little bit of responsibility when people take taxpayer money. That they need to be accountable, and I realize the parents have to do it. However, we can easily blame the school districts and the administrators for doing this. We have an emphasis on getting kids increasing their actual test scores in reading and things like that. I mean, it's only gotten worse the more money we throw at this shit.
Which is why my criticism was never like it's a criticism of participation. If people, for whatever reason, decide not to participate, then they get the government they deserve, not the government they want. And yes, people please just let me finish.
No, but what if
please just let me finish?
Maybe the problem is government in education.
Oh,
that's not my place to decide, and that wasn't the point I was trying to make.
Hold on, Aiden.
Come on, I got interrupted. I was trying to make my point. Can I make it?
No, we're having dialogue. it is our place. You just said, hold on, if you're going to hold the parents accountable for their participation, how can you then say, well, it's not my place to have any say it?
You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
Hey, may I finish? Because you would get
Not
the end of
really.
my statement, and maybe we would agree if I was allowed to finish the thought. The thought is, instead of having 5 parents,
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that
in our system, and parents are busy. Yes, there are one-parent households, but if there are only 5 parents in that room, and if when teachers try to assign and raise standards, that the school board shoots them down because the parents complain that their kids are getting held high standard, then how do you produce children that are able to survive? Because I'll tell you, going through the system, it doesn't work when people don't participate. And the answer can't be that our choice is somehow left to people that don't have any time. If it's 5 people in a room, like Ann, who, by the way, Ann, I haven't said this in a while, but I always admire that about you. You always put your money where your mouth is. If Ann's the only one showing up for her kid, and the teacher wants to do something so
I need your comments. I need your shares. And since no one on this app actually organizes anything,
how do you make that change?
I got the answer, and I'll pass it to Ann right after this. She wants to say something. You said Ann always puts her money where her mouth is, except when it comes to education, where the government gets to dictate where her child goes in the requirements. Where what they should do is, rather than the money being attached to the school, wherever that head count is, it should be given to Ann, where she her child to where she wants to send her child to be educated.
Yeah.
Something
I was
violent
going
agreement.
Catholic school, but I can't.
Voucher. Yeah, so I'll pass it over to Ann, but she's not able to because of how government in many states, now I know some states have fixed
I'm
this
so glad you
with
have
the
dogs
vouchers,
and not kids.
but many states
You
it
have
still
way
is
more
not
flexibility.
I
There's a party tonight, let's go.
Ann, like, physically money with.
I'm willing to
I
give you an
know
hour
she does,
back.
but I meant, Ann is an involved parent. She goes out of her way to make sure that's done. She doesn't make excuses, right? More parents like that means school system.
Hello, I'm Brian Trent. I'm president of
Tyson.
Tyson is a real estate fund located here in Texas. We operate in Texas exclusively. We're a small company, family-owned company. My son, after graduating in Division I college football, works as our vice president of marketing. You may have already talked to Micah. If you haven't, he's always available to take your calls. Another important member of our team is Jonah Hansen. Jonah is a wonderful young man. He's very sharp.
Things that are, I mean,
out of line, ahistorical,
yeah,
perverted.
Is this
I
legal?
think my biggest issue is they do this emotional learning, and it's very cringe. But yeah, and so there's people that are not aligned. It goes against those values. They don't want to. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother. Basically, all the teachers, majority of them, they are okay with teaching this kind of stuff, and the ones that aren't left.
Yeah, and my friend left. When she was not allowed to assign a 5-page essay double spaced to her student, she quit. Because you can't, like,
Where the gym is.
in my state, where I live is about the poorest region, it's got the most people in public assistance, but it's also the most underprepared for college. And it's because our standards are low. As George W. Bush said, he was right. The bigotry of low expectations tanks students.
Here's the thing. All of that is true. But if you look at Eric Weinstein, and what happened at Evergreen College. It was a great college. The students loved it. Everybody was getting along. And they got a new dean, and it poisoned the college. All of a sudden, you had all of these protests. And they ended up getting kicked out. They were one of the him and his wife were one of the highest rated teachers at the college.
Yeah,
this
what happened
is
was
what we're talking about. It doesn't matter if you're an involved parent. It doesn't matter if you're
at the
spending
university level. No, at the school district level, yes.
2 hours a week doing homework or 50 hours a week. They're teaching garbage in, garbage out.
Yep.
And that's okay. Back to my original point. All of those education systems overseas, they see what they need to compete, and they make sure their kids do it.
How do we fix that in our country?
Say that again?
If parents can't be involved, it's not a parenting issue. How do you fix the fact that universities are doing that? What do you do?
It's not just the universities, it's K through 12. What do you do?
Yeah, I got that point. I'm asking, what's the practical answer to the problem?
Practical answer is you need to get those people out of the education system. And if that means homeschooling, as tragic as that is, then it's homeschooling. But that appears to be the only option.
The one-parent households can afford to homeschool?
Or Republicans need to do what they did. Now that they've got an administration that isn't going to go after them the way the Biden administration did, they need to go after the school boards and create the same mess they did at city council meetings back in the early 2000s.
The federal government needs to do the job of the public.
What do you
mean, what I'm
getting? No, I mean the Department of Education, I think, needs to be shut down.
No, I wasn't asking about the Department of Education. I'm asking about your solution sounded like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like your answer was the federal government needs to come down on these school districts and make them teach the right thing.
Well, no, that kind of would help, but that isn't what I was saying. I'm saying, number one, going back to local control certainly would help, but I think the main thing is to get the left ideologues out of the education system, period.
I don't disagree with that. Education is far too liberally paid. But how do we do that? I'm sorry. I'm trying to be a stick in the mud. I just want to know how we solve the problem.
No. It's a valid question, and my answer to that is: remember, Republicans in the early 2000s started raising hell at city council meetings, and by doing that, they ended up getting people on their local governments elected, and then that county governments and state governments.
Simply suggesting the wrong level of political power with which to deal with this. It's not at the school district level, it's at the city level.
I feel like it's the Federal Reserves.
The Federal Reserve doesn't have anything to do with education.
I feel like all the money leads.
Doesn't have anything to do with it.
I got a question for you, Marshall. Why are you such an oppositionist to just regular conservatives and regular maybe libertarian values? Is it a personality thing? Is it a borderline personality thing? What is it that makes you actually not want to fight the Democrats and you just sit here and complain about Republicans complaining about the Democrats? I'm just really confused.
This guy called me crazy. Come on. I'm trying to have a genuine conversation here.
Because I'm involved in all the people on the stage, there are 3 people that actually contribute massive
rest of us either bitch about it at Clubhouse or go to RNC meetings and fund, I guess you would say, priorities in order to achieve those elections. But out of everybody on this stage, Marshall's the only one.
Part of the agenda. Yes. That don't mean that you're
Why do you think?
If you ever done,
I door knocked for Dave McCormick this last election. I flew to Pennsylvania.
Have you ever door knocked? Have you ever like tried to resist the liberal elite actual Democrats? Hello?
But if you ever door knocked, you wouldn't get past my door. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, it's hard. Door knocking is not an easy thing to do, by the way. I look up to Marshall for, I mean, he's good at it.
And while I give Marshall all the credit for his efforts, and you too, Abby, door knocking is not the only metric by which we judge whether or not a person can have an opinion about this, nor does every person reveal everything they have done in this.
That was good.
We can eliminate that as the reason why we should or should not listen.
But I know, like, Joe and
That's not why we centered this on me. We centered this on me because fucking what's his face decided to center me. Like I was not the conversation until fucking.
I give you the utmost respect. No, I give you the utmost respect for you.
I know. I just like I don't like being with.
I just want to know.
And the only reason I was the center of conversation.
Marshall.
Yeah, wait.
How many other people turned a blue district red? You did that. Everybody else on stage managed to do that? Because I failed. So
why would you want to turn the red?
We definitely moved a significant percentage of our vote.
Yours or my contributions, but Marshall literally turned his district down in there that was blue for like 100 fucking years. He turned it red. He actually did that.
Why did he turn it red for Viking? You're just being very vague. To me, I feel like these things.
Why would he turn it? Because exactly what we've been talking about on stage, what priorities. If you can figure out what your political priorities are, you might figure out what your party is and why you may need to take a blue district and make it red.
I think a lot of people are misled about where things are going. And I don't know where you guys are at with Trump and him being taken over by Israel.
That part, lovely man, whoever the hell you are, you're like way off on what our conversation is.
No, I was asking questions. I said I don't know where you guys are.
Well, you don't. So that's not actually what we were talking about. We were talking about priorities.
No, Young, you're doing the fucking Glenn Beck thing where you said,
keep your anti-Semitism like in check, so we can continue to talk about Republican priorities.
I didn't say nothing yet.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
you absolutely. Yeah, but you can keep your Jew hating like to yourself. Can you go back?
Actually, a Jew is actually probably.
Really? Okay, so Marshall, how long did it take to turn? Can we go back to what we were talking about? It is really exemplary to take a district. 10 years to and what? And do you think it's solidly turned now?
No, it's at the presidential level and the senatorial level, it's red. At the local level, it's very blue.
Let me ask you, Marshall, did you not?
No, not for the Republican cause, but not for the president. If I ever got asked for the president about the president, my answers were honest. I didn't give my personal opinion. Right, that's not my job.
Yeah.
My job was to prepare. Just let me answer very. My job was to prepare people to vote. And so they asked about the president. I was going to vote for the guy.
Did you hand out anything a brochure about him, or just the local? Like what physical paperwork did you get?
A congresswoman and a state rep and a state judge.
See, when we handed out for McCormick, we also handed out for Trump. Like when we knocked,
No,
we
we don't.
document,
We don't mix
we had
the two.
like a flyer, you know, and we had a flyer for McCormick, but we also had a flyer for Trump.
No, we don't mix the two here in the way we do it.
How does Brad attribute you turning a county or a region blue from red in it during a presidential cycle? I'm just curious, where's the connect the dot for me? How are you responsible for doing that?
Oh, Congressional District 15 turned red. District 15 had typically been held by a Democrat. My Congresswoman Monica Cruz managed to turn it red for the first time in the district's history, and a vote for this for the first time since Richard Nixon.
You wrote on which wave? What cycle was that? Which year?
Oh Lord, I think it was 2018. She wrote in on the popularity. She got reelected in 24 on the wave of Trump. So like, she votes with Trump, but like her local appeal is that she's managed to pass 4 bills, a couple for veterans, one for like water and drainage farmers, and one for like medication. And it's been the first time somebody in the Rio Grande Valley has passed a bill for the public in 40 years. So by turning the congressional level red, it also helped us promote the president. Now, while I never directly promoted Donald Trump, the ability to get people to vote red on a congressional level meant they had to go past the presidential level. We're going to vote red for Monica. Stats show, at least Texas stats like UT Marist and the Dallas polling and Dallas Morning News polling, stuff like that. You have a great chance of getting them to vote red at the top of the ticket. If they're going to go down the ticket and vote for Monica, they have to pass Trump. More likely, if they're going to vote for Monica, they're going to vote for Trump. So that's how my connects. Brad, thank you very much.
From my understanding, though, typically voting is down ballot, not up ballot, right? I haven't really heard too much.
No, I'm not saying that it's. I'm saying by getting somebody to go down ballot and think Republican. Stats and political behaviors show in voters that they're more likely to vote at the top of the ticket for that party if they're going down the ticket to vote for the same party. You're more likely to vote for Trump if you're going to vote for Monica.
I mean, did she deliver? Like, what was general? What was her? 20? You got 20.
So her first win was by like 5 points. Her second win was by 8 points. Her win was by like 12.5 points. Something like that.
And she's still in office. She's been doing well.
Yes, sir. Like I said, she passed bills. She's the only rep in the Rio Grande Valley to pass legislation for the valley in 40 years. Since our former Congressman Hinojosa, who was tied in real well with the establishment in Congress, both Republican and Democrat, was able to get stuff from the Rio Grande Valley.
Marshall, if Donald give you a call and offer you a job to work in his administration, maybe shaping policy, would you join the Trump administration and work for Donald Trump?
Hey, Abby, what's your question?
So I'm trying to find on my phone. We went to people's homes. We had an app that kind of told us everything about each house and their voting patterns, and
so
like you weren't going blindly. Like we had a lot of
no. There are several. There's one we have called Added Impact. There's one we have called Sidekick. There's one called I-360.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't work for Donald Trump because you don't actually like Donald Trump. Got it.
Yeah, so I-360, I worked for that one. I helped manage a state rep or a state senate campaign. We have a lot of trouble within our state senate campaign, so I'm like not as big a fan of it as I was, say, 5 or 6 years ago. Luminar and the Added Impact app in Texas to be a little bit more active than, say, I-360. But I-360 is still really good software. So yeah.
Do you use it to knock on the doors?
For those unaware, what this when I go to the door, I click on their house, and it says, for example, Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez live there. Mrs. Gonzalez is 56, and she tends to vote Republican. Mr. Gonzalez is 66, and he tends to vote Democrat. And your target list is Mrs. Gonzalez. So I knock on the door, and I talk to them, and I ask for Mrs. Gonzalez. We have a conversation, and at some point, she either says, well, Marshall, I'm happy to go for Monica, or, thanks so much for your time, I'll talk to you later. That's kind of how the app works.
That's like 1 out of every 3 doors because you knock on 3,000 doors just to get 1,000 conversations, right, Marshall?
So, Abby, did that answer your question?
It's sort of, I mean, we had a lot more info than just that. And pretty much did those, that was a high percentage. We were going to have success with it.
That's our software, too.
Yeah.
Like our persuasion models on getting independents and moderates. But once we transition to a GOTV model, all I'll be getting is the base.
That's interesting.
The worst part that I did about I-360 was the fact that you would go 1 or 2, and then the next house wouldn't match that was in there. It would just be like.
I found that too. I found that the data in I-360 and Tuckers often did not match the people.
Hey, Brad, were you going door to door for Donald Trump? I didn't know you were actually going door to door using software. How many conversations at the door fronts did you have, Brad? Did you beat? Did you beat Marshall?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's interesting. The other thing that we talk about this in rooms, no matter what state you're in, has ballot harvesting. So we did.
And mine does too. We call them politiqueras where I live.
And that really made a difference. I mean, and this last cycle, the Republicans really took advantage of the harvesting, and I think that helped really bring in a lot of votes. So, how many?
Wait, Abby, before you go to that next question, can we just jump back to education real quick? I didn't get to say what I wanted to say about education. Because through property taxes, we collect $1.2 trillion a year, and Department of Education has a budget of over $200 billion a year. And so when we're trying to figure out what's wrong with education, it could be all that property tax money that the liberal elite Democrats collect on the backs of every American every single year to fund their communist teacher unions. Sorry, I didn't want to jump past that little point there.
Right.
No,
we can't avoid it though, right?
Of course we can avoid it. We can make state law, and we can do what I was doing and just ignore it.
Get rid of property taxes?
In my state, no. The government in my state is funded 3 ways: through oil and natural gas sales, through property taxes they quarter, and through property taxes, which seem to increase ever more, but which the state legislature seems to be on a path to eliminate, which means the Texas government loses lots of funding.
Easy way.
That means the communist teachers lose all the funding. That'd be great news.
So I'm not saying we shouldn't have to shoot property taxes. What I am saying is the Texas government can't do what it's currently doing without the property taxes. We have to eliminate the amendment that allows no income tax and have it.
How about this? I got an idea. How about banning public sector unions? We used to have a ban on this years ago. Breaking up the teachers union, I think that's a great idea that was raised. These are public employees, good public employees, be able to unionize. We used to 100 years not allow this. So we should probably go back to that model because these unions have captured our government.
Absolutely. I used to work at the IRS, and I was in the National Treasury Employees Union. And guess what? Push came to shove, paying union dues for 5 years and getting sexually harassed and physically threatened at the workplace. Well, guess what? They decided not to represent me in the EEOC case. So I had to do all the work myself. And that's fine, because these unions are nothing but integrated into the organizations themselves. They protect and conceal to keep the scam going. We need to shut down 80% of the government. It's completely broke and serving no purpose. Why file a tax return? They can just send you a fucking bill. The whole thing is a scam. The taxation industry, the education industry, these fake Republicans like Marshall and Brad here who go around and act like Republicans, but they're really just Democrat shills. I meet these guys all the time in Illinois. They don't fight the Democrats. They're fake Republicans. They're nothing but liberals themselves. Proves it day after day here. Brad the Viking Warrior here on Clubhouse is the same thing. And that's all they do. They're just grift. They're not really conservatives. They don't care about fiscal conservatism. They don't care about eliminating the liberal intellectuals who are ruining. All right, I'm complete. I am complete. I've landed my plane.
People who doesn't like Lindsey Graham. It's one of the interesting. We had an interesting election in South Carolina. People trying to depose Lindsey Graham. There was the Project 2025 guy, Paul Bands. It ran into a lot of people in this state suddenly deciding they don't like Israel, which is interesting. Probably not reported on much, but it's specifically trying to get Lindsey Graham out for that reason. But the usual normal reason people don't like Lindsey Graham is that he's kind of a rhino on other topics.
Doesn't he yield a decent amount of power in the Senate? I mean, as a constituent, we had let's say this, we had Harry Reid for years, who was just awful, and you had to hold your nose. I mean, he ran against a very a cringe Republican, and a lot of Republicans did not want to support that candidate, so they kept Reid in office. But he also, and just like Graham, I mean, he ended up as the majority leader. So this small state that we are, population, had this incredible power in Washington. So we kept him in. I mean, I would think in South Carolina, Graham is pretty senior in the Senate, and there's definitely an appeal to that, correct?
There are videos where people will go to his hometown and just boo for 7 minutes straight, because the accusation is that he spends only one of each 6-year term actually interested in South Carolina. I mean, I'm not saying I believe the accusation, but the accusation is
pretty true.
The accusation he will lecture the people of South Carolina when there's a hurricane about how people have it worse in Israel. And actually the election got, it's just a very small thing.
He's pretty focused on Iran, though. I mean, it seems to me his foreign focus was a lot more on Iran.
The truth is, no one likes Lindsey Graham. Nobody in his voting district, nobody in the country. Everybody hates Lindsey Graham.
To the guy that was speaking, Lindsey Graham is more focused on geopolitics and foreign policy than he is states. You have a right to complain about him, and as such, the people do have a right in Carolina. However, he has pushed various Republican agendas across the finish line on a national as well as geopolitical level.
The guy takes orders for F-45s over the telephone calls when prank calls call him and they say they're from Turkey and want to buy jets. The guy is a Raytheon salesman. Oh.
And I wouldn't listen to people on Clubhouse that tried to campaign on Clubhouse to win a fucking seat in an office that they filled. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
I will.
That's the great thing about ad hominem projection. That's a you problem, Brad.
That's not ad hominem. That's what you did. Fucking man from some Clubhouse. Don't dodge it now.
Anyway, I asked him what the state was, because I had just seen something on TV about that particular dog. He knew right away. And then he just started telling me stuff about South Carolina. He's not so far into his state. I mean, I guess I agree with you. His focus, he was on foreign affairs for so long. But has he produced for the state of South Carolina? I mean, just...
Yeah, he's extremely parochial.
So ironic.
Extremely parochial? The guy's indebted the country $40 trillion. He's ruined the nation. He's a traitor. He's a schmuck. He's an F word. He's a P word. An F word and a P word. You can figure it out, right? F word, P word, that's what he is. F word P word.
As a consequence of being such a senior member of the Senate, it means his state gets a lot of things. In the same way that John Cornyn, a senior member of the Senate, means that John Cornyn is able to bring the meat home for Texas. Right? Senators, to a really big degree, should be parochial. Right? They should.
Parochial? House of Cards with Kevin Spacey. That's who we're talking about. F word, P word. A P word. He's a P word and an F word.
Chosen by the state legislature usually was to represent the trading interests of the state. Right? So senators really do have a place in representing the large business interests. And
yeah, he works for Raytheon. Takes orders over the phone direct for new fighter jets, personally.
Getting me, are you not getting me ignoring you? Like, I'm ignoring you because what you're saying doesn't matter in your own day. Like, at least have the decency as a former candidate to wait till somebody's done speaking. So all I was saying was it's extremely important for the people of South Carolina to consider the seniority of Lindsey Graham and what he brings home to the state. I'm not saying he's a perfect guy. I'm not saying he's a guy that cares about domestic issues super well. But I am saying the senators should be parochial. They should care about the, and if you have a senior one, they can bring a lot of meat home for the public, and that should be considered when about getting rid of them. If you get a junior member, they're a backbencher for years.
When you say, Marshall, that people in Senate that are involved in foreign affairs, like, you could make the same argument about Tom Cotton too, that most of their public persona is about their position on foreign affairs. And would people argue he's not good for his state? You know?
If I were to ask you, what are the top earmarks and pork products that came out of the Congress people, you won't even tell me who it is and how much and where. I already know these numbers. Number one pork product was in Jersey for $150 million by a congressman. If that's the type of meat you're talking about bringing home while the national deficit skyrockets past $40 trillion and monthly annual interest payments exceed $100 billion. $100 billion. That's $3.3 billion a day.
Currently, you also have like his whole disaster relief. Like, granted, I think it still wasn't accurately but he did bring that money going home, and his water infrastructure project that he brought that massive, I forget how much money, he put that at the list that was going on. So Carolina does owe him some because he doesn't really necessarily forget him. His primary focus is when he takes a soundbite, it's always on foreign affairs. And I agree, he should.
Yeah, he hangs out with Reza Pahlavi and goes to his little soirees. Oh, you don't like the truth about Reza Pahlavi and Lindsey Graham's relationship?
And just screaming it.
That's okay. P words and F words. You all know he's a P word, right? Lindsey Graham's an F word too. F word and a P word.
Should really just.
Who's running for governor in South Carolina? Is it Nancy Mace in that race?
Yes, she is.
That's right. My sister in the long gray line, Nancy. Nancy.
Quite eccentric, but I think she's a positive figure. But they're currently about. I think tomorrow they're going to redistrict when it goes. So the maps of who runs what part of the state might completely change. So I don't even know how they're going to.
But here's the crazy thing. Joe, and others. Wait, here's the other thing, Joe. With it, get rid of Lindsey Graham. Who replaces him? Who's the power dynamic that has as much pull as he does?
That's what we're going to talk about. Lindsey Graham has significant challengers. Lynch is a businessman from South Carolina that is significantly challenging him. He's got others, Paul Dans and Patrick Herman.
Paul Dans
came out.
Yeah, he's good.
He supported Mark Lynch, right? Mark Lynch is now moving up. Right now, it appears like at least Lindsey Graham will have a significant challenger. What makes this different? Hold on. in previous years, Lindsey Graham has never really faced
I agree with all that in the campaign world. But without Lindsey Graham, think about this. Would Trump have been able to push his agenda through? Like, Lindsey Graham has been one of the...
Lindsey Graham has been a heel in Trump's presidency.
What I mean, a lot of things that... Like, Lindsey Graham has been able to stave off he helped in staving off 2 fucking impeachments. He's also been one of the chorus boys. Like, to be honest, like, but you put a junior senator in there, Lindsey Graham, you take him out, okay, right now, you're looking at power. Like, who hasn't?
Okay, Lindsey Graham tanked the midterms in 2018. He put up a bill that had no chance to pass of getting rid of abortion. Do you remember this? And there was such outrage that the Democrats used that to campaign off of, to push the 2018 election into where the Democrats got support from it. Lindsey Graham is responsible for doing that.
See, I push back on that one. I think Trump won out on that one because he gave abortion back to the states, and like we own it. Like, I'm pro-life.
That's after the fact. Hold on. The ruling of the overturning of Roe versus Wade occurs after that.
Correct. But Trump was never on board with that. That wasn't part of his agenda. He never really was.
So why did Lindsey Graham put it up?
Because
it was to tank the Republican support.
No, it wasn't, because that's actually what he believes in. Like, that's
pull Trump down.
No, that was literally what the Republican Party had, like a significant number of that at that time. Remember, there was a lot of support for that on the Republican.
The timing of it, he knew exactly what he was doing. It was just.
I think that's a bigger. I think that's a conspiracy theory. I think he really thought he could get it through. I'm fully aware. We all lived it.
In the Senate.
I mean, come on. I mean, he advocated for that for the longest time. So did a shit ton of Republicans advocated since Reagan's there.
I don't disagree. They hold the position. I don't think they actually support it. But
well, I mean, that's a whole different thing. They do cheer it on all the time. Lindsey Graham went up there and thought, you know what, we're going to put this on the ballot and actually create the divide. His problem was he didn't read the tea leaves. Like, at that time, I think he was looking back towards, like, you know, there was going to be more people that were anti-abortion. The abortion bill, the Democrats got their one and done, and it benefited Trump. Like, in reality, they blew their entire wad in that midterm, and then they had to push Joe Biden across the finish line, which you got 4 years of Democrats, which now gave us 12 years of Republican awesome. So now you have 12 years of Republicanism versus, you know, having a fucking, I don't know, who would have been up on that? Gavin Newsom after Trump's second term. Like, now you have a chance for 12 years. So, yeah, maybe he mistimed it. Maybe he was going with, like, hey, we have power, we can push this through, and he really wanted to do it. And a lot of Republicans were backing that. A lot of evangelicals were backing that. A lot of coalitions were backing it. But at the same time, it benefited Trump.
I don't remember
Joe, he's the chairman of the budget. Did you know he was the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee? I didn't even realize that.
I remember specifically that the timing of it was done to tank Trump. This was what was talked about. It wasn't like there was major support for it. It's not even there isn't even major support for banning of abortion when you poll Americans. So I'm in the minority for that.
I honestly think he thought he could get last ditch grab.
Okay, but then move on. He got the big beautiful bill. I'm trying to say he's the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, so he got the beautiful bill passed. So I would say he redeemed himself. Well, you know, with respect to other legislation, he also went after the JCPOA, fought that like tooth and nail. I mean, but staying domestically, he got Trump's legislation through. And that's the question. What I was asking: how do you vote out of office your senator that runs the budget committee? I mean, that's powerful.
Trump bent the knee to the establishment Senate Republicans this term compared to him bucking them in the first term. The Senate Republicans showed them that they run the show in Washington. And to get anything done, Trump had to come tuck his tail in between his legs and side with them and continue going with some of what they wanted to do. Here we are with the Iran war and stuff like that. So, look, I just see it differently in the sense that
but Trump wanted to go after Iran. Like that was from his first term.
It was clearly also Lindsey Graham has wanted to go to war.
But Lindsey Graham never advocated for like a Newland or a Bolton policy. He's advocated for like more of like stronger like fucking sanctions. That's what he's pretty much.
No, Lindsey Graham, it's famous for saying bomb Iran. He goes on Fox News all the time talking about how we should just bomb Iran. He's been doing that for over a decade.
Yeah, but you gotta look at his actions in the Senate.
When he's not on television. But
yeah, you gotta look beyond like Fox News. You gotta watch him on C-SPAN.
His public position on Iran has been to go to war with Iran. When no one else was for the, publicly doing it, Lindsey Graham was. This is literally Graham's war he's been wanting to do for a decade.
I think back in the day he used to be friends with McCain.
This a lot.
Is that right? He used to be friends with McCain, and he and McCain shared that view. McCain used to come around South Carolina. There's a video of him in Murrells Inlet, which is near Myrtle Beach, and he campaigned in 2007 when he was against Obama. He was caught singing "Bomb, Bomb, Bomb Iran," and the Democrats didn't like this. Obama, I think, made a point. In hindsight, he was quite wise, but I think Lindsey Graham I would say Lindsey Graham seemed to have bridged the McCain world with the Trump world.
But Democrats will bomb Iran. Like, the Democrat policy was always to be tougher on Iran. In fact, that was their campaign slogan is, we're much more tougher on Iran than the Republicans. That was literally their, I don't know, for 25 fucking years, that's literally their entire slogan. Like, Hillary Clinton said, I'll blow them up. Obama, even on the campaign trail in 2008, said, I will deal with Iran, I'll solve it, and they were able to do any of that stuff. He was like, I'll draw a red line in the sand. That didn't go over well. And so we're sitting here going, yeah, the Democrats were kind of soft. No, he had a different approach. Hillary wanted to blow the fucking Iran off of the planet. Then you had the Newland approach, Bolton approach, and Trump backed down on he used Bolton as a proxy, like a pawn. Like, hey, if you guys don't fucking act right, I'm going to bring Bolton in. I'm going to execute his plan. And they were like, oh, no, we don't want this. So now, all of a sudden, Trump is dealing with Iran, but he always said that he was going to deal with it. Lindsey Graham saying, yeah, we should go to war with Iran or whatever. Yeah, the Fox News bites, that doesn't mean shit. You got to actually watch the Senate floor, and you got to actually watch what they say when it comes to war powers acts and what they give their speeches on. You have to sit there and pull that in.
What did he really say then, Brad? If you're saying that, because he's had the public position to go to war with Iran for 15 years.
He can't go to war. First off, it's Lindsey Graham. He can't unilaterally go to war. That.
I don't even know what you're arguing.
But he's never advocated. In fact, he put measurements and he was like, we need to find a way to deal with Iran. He had bipartisan support. He was cheering on bipartisan support. I mean, it's just absurd not to recognize that. He had Democrats and fucking Cruz and everybody else cheering on about we need to deal with Iran. All of these guys used to sit there and have the same fucking stream of thought.
It's what I said. It's the establishment Republican wing of the party. Trump had to play ball with them rather than buck them in the first term. Because let's remember, when Trump badmouthed McCain, Lindsey Graham became a thorn in Trump's ass. So look, this all goes that I pushed back on the position that Lindsey Graham has been great with Trump. No, I think it's the opposite. I think Trump had to play ball with Lindsey Graham and the establishment Republicans, the Thunes, the McConnells. And I mean, that's how I see it.
Of course he had to play ball with them. I mean, that's part of our our system. The president is not a king, so he can't fucking just do it.
I realized the mummy was
But
still
he-
alive. The 1,000-year-old mummy.
No, it's not. He brought them to heel. Literally, you're watching it right now. Like, Indiana just flipped completely. Everybody that was, quote, established Republican or incumbent, everybody that Trump endorsed, what is it, 9 out of 10, fucking came up and won. Like, overwhelmingly. So, like, all of the tea is written on the walls right now. Like, it's all, the signs are glowing. Like, hey, Trump has actually officially took over the Republican Party. It is what it is. Whether you like it or not, whether you hate him, it doesn't really fucking matter. But his policies and his agenda are there, and Lindsey Graham has helped push the majority of his fucking policies across the... I don't like the twat waffle, but I can tell you what, I appreciate the fact that, hey, I don't have Lindsey Graham really fucking around like Mitch McConnell played the fucking footsie. But I can sit there and go, you know what, Lindsey Graham? At least you're fucking whipping up votes, making sure people are following his fucking agenda. And Trump seems to have you on lock rather than the other way around.
What votes are they whipping? What has the Republican Senate done?
Did they not put constraints on, they didn't put any constraints on the fucking president for the Iran thing, right?
He played within
right.
He played within the 60 days. So once they...
But I mean, they had that vote 4 fucking times, and they didn't fucking put constraints on. Who do you think solidified that? Do you think it was just, you know, oh, they unanimously? No, these fucking twat waffles all fucking talk together. They all fucking whip each other up.
So I mean, other than the big beautiful bill that was pushed through, what has the Republican Senate delivered?
Literally judges,
White
the
House,
Supreme Court,
White House security, the immigration enforcement.
Really? Like, seriously?
No, they did money. Hold on. For immigration enforcement, they did money, right? So
well, you need to pay those people. You need the money to actually go overwhelmingly. Go ahead.
So the big beautiful bill. What is some policy?
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20%.
You're kidding, right?
I'm literally not.
Like, where the gym is cold, but the piano's is just a noisy hall. Now there's a nightly brawl.
The House is voting on bills, and it's dying in the Senate.
But I mean, like,
Okay, so the tax policy.
I mean, you got all your appointments.
Border security.
That was big beautiful bill. I get
Border
it.
security. Government funding. They finally got that through.
We did the big beautiful bill in the first 100 days of Trump's presidency. What have they done since? Look, I'm a Republican. I'm just calling into question that the Republican establishment in the Senate hasn't let a lot of stuff go. They're not focused on new domestic policy outside of the big beautiful bill. I get it. The big beautiful bill was very comprehensive. Did a lot. Funded ICE for 4 years. All that stuff was very clever. But they really haven't done anything else significance. You know,
I mean, they supported the tariffs, the DEI restrictions. They helped the energy and regulation rollbacks. They did election. No, he can't unilaterally. Like, you understand that the Senate and Congress actually like fucking pull that back, right? Like, that power doesn't solely rest with him. So he does need senatorial support. The same thing with his energy and regulatory rollbacks and the reconstruction of those. He also did the Senate also did the workforce changes. I mean,
the housing affordability.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Laken Riley Act. You had, you know, a number of things. Oh, and also the appointments. They're appointing fucking judges left, right, and center. But you know, those go under the radar.
But this, I know.
Water infrastructure, the nuclear modernization. You know, all the bringing all the nuclear plant back online again.
So deregulate.
Buy gold and silver, sell stocks and cryptocurrency.
But you know what it takes to deregulate. Like, you have to sit there and you have to get those pass-through discussions. You gotta go through. That's not like an easy thing to just roll back like tens of fucking thousands of regulations and say, oh, hey, they ain't doing nothing. Like, the calendar's pretty fucking full.
Then the question is, do you think this has been a successful Republican Senate term?
Yes. So far, yes. Like, they have given the latitude for Trump to actually execute his administration because he couldn't get it passed through Congress thanks to the Dems because it's a narrow margin. Hell, it's even narrow in the Senate, really, if you want to be honest. So, like, what they have done is just shielded Trump to allow him to effectively go ahead and do it. While they've basically targeted areas that they actually could. I mean, I don't know what you want them to do with a narrow margin. Like, the Marshalls of the world to put fucking more Republicans out there, but you know, you're arguing against a Marshall, and then you're saying, well, I want to get rid of one of the biggest powerhouses in the fucking Republican Senate, but I want this other guy who will have no pull, no power, no fucking connections, and no ability to sway votes. You want to replace Lindsey Graham? Like, I'm with you. Fine, get rid of Lindsey Graham. But tell me who's going to take Lindsey Graham's place. And it's not going to be the newly elected senator that's going to be able to have that power. Who is it? Thune? Like, Thune's got power, but you can't chip away all the... Hey, you know what? I want to get rid of all these guys because when they're all junior, guess what? They don't have the power. They just don't.
I also want to say something else that they did. I mean, if you watch the hearings and you see also in the beginning of this administration, a lot of the exposure of people that were in different agencies that were brought in front of them. I mean, maybe that was part of the Doge thing, but that coupled with kind of getting rid of or making sure that the progressives within the Senate did not get their policies through. I mean, a lot of what they did was also on the defensive, not just what they passed, but making sure what didn't get through, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get where it's coming from. I'm just going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of voters that have the same opinion that I do.
See, my response is,
Republican senators largely sat on their hands. Well, they haven't delivered enough wins. I'll give you an example. We have right now a bill that's supported by 80% of the public, and they're not moving forward with the Save America Act. It's been pushed heavily by Mike Lee. It's not moving forward. It's heavily supported by the American people. John Thune says it's a non-starter. It's not it's been voted on many times by the House. It's not going to go anywhere. So there's definitely a disconnect with the country club establishment, Republican Party, and the voters of Republican.
And daughters of Alpha and Omega upon the situation.
Well,
they don't have the 60 votes. What do you like? They're right. It's a non-starter. They don't have the votes. And then on top of that, you're going to have the filibuster. You're going to take their time. You're going to take their calendar away for other agendas. They just do not have the votes. The problem is that you don't have the votes this term. Unfortunately, that's just the way the map and the math work. Like, the Republicans are going to retain the Senate. Like, there's really like a less than 1% chance that they're going to actually fucking lose it. Like, even fucking Edmund could fucking run this fucking campaign for the Senate and actually succeed. And that's saying a lot. So, like, the idea that they're going to lose this, no. I mean, even the Democrats don't have a real big playbook. That's why they're not dumping as much money. Look at where they're spending that. They're trying to win House seats.
And now, body control.
Yeah.
The chamber, the Senate will remain Republican, or at least more like as your dad's husband more likely. The House is going to go Democrat.
Well, I don't know about that because the maps are kind of changing. I still say 50-50, flip a coin, and that's how you can tell. And it's going to be 4 +4 or -4, one way or the other.
Okay, so there was one time in Texas history, 2001, we had a 1-seat majority in the House. The next election, we retained a vast majority of representatives. We currently have a 1-seat majority in the House. So you could be right. Maybe a scenario in which like that 1-seat mark grows.
Correct. And so I'm sitting here going, yeah, like the Senate, unfortunately, yeah, I wish the Save America Act would pass. I issues I have with the bill itself. I think it could be a lot more. Trump is really good at running on vagueness and allowing interpretation to be like fought out in the courts. But at the end of the day, I still think that this would be a good thing for America. But when we look at it, he just doesn't have the votes. Like, where is he going to get them? What contrition do you want them to do with the Democrats to get them to switch sides and vote for it? Like, you have to play that math.
Okay. They have the votes to get rid of the filibuster.
And if you get rid of it, why would you do that?
The Democrats want to do it when they take.
No, they won't. No, they won't. They will absolutely.
They've argued.
Harry Reid didn't do it.
They've argued for 20 plus years that they've never done it. Here's the problem. Here's the reason the Republicans don't do this. If we do it, you get the SAVE Act and maybe 2 or 3 other bills. But then, when the Democrats are in control of the chamber, they will be able to force everything in their down without our consent. And it won't matter. And it won't matter because we got rid of the very rule that would have stopped them from doing it in the first place. And if it's inevitable, then we should look at the last 15 to 20 years of them promising they would do it. They've never done it. And they don't, currently as arranged, they don't have enough members who agree to get rid of it to actually vote for it.
No, listen, it was down to 2 senators overturning it last time. It was Sinema and Manchin, and they're no longer in the Senate.
And the guy from Philadelphia.
Let me finish my thought, okay? So we're not dealing with the Democrat Party from 20 years ago. This isn't Harry Reid anymore. You see the newly elected Democrats in Virginia and what they're floating the idea now of changing, enforcing retirement
Republican voters decide on the 4-year-term Republican leadership position? Why is this so highly manipulated and controlled by fake Republicans?
I get it.
Why every ballot there are no Republican candidates for judges? Why do Republicans have no power and controlled by weak rhino Democrat control groups who can't slate or stop Democrats from dominating Chicago and Cook County, etc.? Hello?
Now that they're going to get the votes, it will happen inevitably.
If they get rid, so think about it. They have to be in power to get rid of the filibuster. So they have to actually go ahead and do it. The Republicans are not give up. That they will be able to use and force the Democrats to actually give up and force them to take time off the clock to end the fucking filibuster. That the weird thing would be to sit there and go, hey, you know what? Let's take what little time on the calendar there is, remove the filibuster, have these arguments. Let's go on for a fucking, what it would be, Marshall, at least 3 months. Arguing about it. Yeah, and so take all that time and say, hey, you know what? We're going to dedicate it to the filibuster, and then say, hey, we're going to get rid of it. No, let the Democrats burn through that. Why would we even conceive of doing that? Because I don't want them to decide
voters decide on the 4-year-term
I think it would be 3 or 4. Marshall thinks 8. Somewhere in the middle. Why would I want to do that during our term when we can actually pass things doing we got rid of the DEI cuts. Okay, so I
can't slate or stop Democrats from dominating Chicago.
some of the funding mechanisms, the D-rates, those were kind of fucking important to us to help stabilize energy production, things those lines. You're thinking just ending the filibuster, but again, I'm telling you, they would be stupid of us to waste our fucking time doing that. Let the Democrats waste their time doing that.
It's really hard to get the 60 votes, by the way. It's just, that's impossible.
Yeah, because the Democrat Party doesn't want a country with us. Many of their supporters want to kill us. Even some of their politicians have advocated for killing Republicans.
I was talking to, we have an issue in our state, obviously, and it actually is in your state too, because you have the same thing legalized there. In the big beautiful bill, they screwed over the losses versus wins in for people that are in casinos and gamble. And there are casinos all over the country. It's not just Nevada, it's New Jersey, it's Louisiana, it's many states. And they one of the senators from Nevada, who's a Democrat, brought it up and could not get the 60 votes, even though this is an issue bipartisan that affects many states and many industries and constituents in those states. I think she got like 57 or 58 votes and could not get over the 60 threshold. I mean, it's just really hard, and that was a bipartisan issue. And it's just, and it's also hard, as what they say, to get something onto the floor of the Senate in general.
It's hard to get something within our agenda, but the other point about the filibuster is it is the protection of minority rights in the Senate. As convenient as it would be to get rid of it, the founders really genuinely intended for there to be.
The founders didn't create it. The founders never created this.
No, the founders did not create it. It was created in the early 1800s as a Senate rule. And the reason it was created was because there was no way to end debate in the Senate chamber. To getting rid of the filibuster doesn't just change it to a 50+1 calculus. It makes it so debate is absolutely endless. So the filibuster doesn't get rid of the ability to talk endlessly and hold the floor. It does get rid of the rule called cloture.
You put white sauce?
Isn't both with 60 votes. My point is the chamber, if you get rid of the filibuster, runs by endless debate.
You put white sauce on white bread?
Despite the son of a bitch and corrupt motherfucker that guy was the first dude since 1865 to get the chamber to run in a functional manner. And part of that problem was continuous debate without end. Not to no cloture stopped the Senate from functioning well. And maybe it's the time, maybe it is, if the Senate decides to go to a place where cloture is done. And it's endless debates all the time, no matter what.
I'm John
But I have a
with the John
feeling
News Network
the
breaking news
American
alert
public would get very frustrated
Israel and Iran
very quickly if the Senate of the United States was not able to end debate on a matter that they disagreed with,
like
because they got rid of the filibuster.
This is Alex.
Like her fucking funding.
Exactly. So you'd be able to have a filibuster on a mandatory funding bill, right? So you want to fund the military? Well, guess what? They can endlessly filibuster that bill. And as long as they can talk, that bill gets held up. There's no ability for cloture. There's no ability to end debate. There's no ability to stop the passage.
Okay, you made your point. You don't have to keep repeating it. Listen, what we deal with today is if one senator objects for the unanimous consent request to move forward, then they don't even have to debate. Okay, so what we're dealing with, what we're dealing. Oh, come on now. What
that
we're
is
dealing
Rand Paul.
with.
Rand Paul does that all the time.
Let me make the point. Let me make the point. Okay, what we had previously was endless debate where they actually had to go on the floor and debate this. However, now what we're dealing with is where they don't have to
filibuster because
so it's not like all of a sudden things better because of this rule. They should have to go on the floor. We need to get rid of at least the zombie filibuster where they can just avoid even the topic.
But I agree that you should get rid of the part of the filibuster where you're allowed to email the parliamentarian in the Senate and put hold. Rand Paul does that.
It was Rand Paul that actually started that bullshit. Literally, like you do realize that waffle, actually is the reason why we have that format today.
can just say literally anything with a list on it. Anytime you reference a list together. If it's people, if it's a list of places, if it's a list of anything Rand Paul objects, it makes there be a bill read, and then he objects to the bill read, and then he objects to unanimous consent, and they can't pass anything. Right? You want the Senate to function, stop people like Rand Paul from the filibuster, which I agree with you, Joe. Get rid of the ability of parliamentarian. Make people hold the floor.
Marshall, he's only filibustering because he's questioning the spending. You just want the spending to be ignored and kick it out the door. What is wrong with you? Hello?
It's a function of the U.S. Senate. If the Senate can't function, which it can't.
We're talking about why he filibusters in the same way why you filibuster and filibusters here on Clubhouse. You guys are the fake Republican filibuster hypnosis guys on Clubhouse. Texas Republicans. This is what filibustering means. Let them project their filibustering. Please proceed to filibuster. Hello?
The real thing that this comes down to is yes, the Republicans can't pass a SAFE Act because you have to have 60. You can't because you have to have 60 votes.
Yeah, Joe, you have every right to be mad and upset. You have a right to.
No, you don't have to talk for me. I can talk. Look, the zombie filibuster was not invented by Rand Paul. It's been around and it's been used heavily since.
No, but Rand Paul's from it.
Hey, can I talk, bro? I let y'all sit here and make your points. It's been since the 1970s and 80s. It's been heavily used. So this is a cop-out to blame it on Rand Paul. This has existed for over 50 years pretty regularly. And look, voters are frustrated with the Republican Senate. You can make excuses for it. However, it doesn't change that voters are frustrated with them. And that's why I think Republicans shouldn't rest on their laurels come this midterm.
I'm sorry, we shouldn't
By the way, there's a 1962 movie.
50+1 chamber. It was never, it's not meant to function that way.
Marshall, you're going to have to eventually figure out where you're going to get your hearing aids and find out how much it's going to cost for your hearing aids, Marshall. Kmart, I hear, has good deals.
The zombie filibuster came in and it dominated in the procedural reforms of 1972 to 1975. Are you pushing back on the dates that I've listed?
No, sir. I'm not. In fact, you and I agree that getting rid of the zombie filibuster would be a good idea. I think the filibuster should still exist. That I think the ability to email the parliamentarian and put a hold on legislation should absolutely be eliminated. Brad, I really genuinely don't believe we ought to eliminate minority rights in the Senate. I don't
think we should get rid of it. Like it would be detrimental to us. Like Biden had problems. You remember all the times that actually the Senate Republicans kind of thwarted Biden's agenda? Do you remember a few of those? You want to end that and give that to Kamala Harris? You want to give her the Senate on full tilt?
Biden's agenda, like giving Stacey Abrams $2 billion at the end of the day, passing out trillions of dollars in COVID scams? His agenda? You mean his frauds, his scams, his larceny, and the Democrat pilfering of our treasury?
Oh, Joe, to make your argument, there's a 1962 movie, very famous movie called Advise and Consent with Henry Fonda. And it's basically about drama in the Senate. And one of the famous scenes in the movie is the lengthy filibuster and just the drama and how the filibuster screws everything up there. But it's a great movie. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Basically, but it's 1962 that came out.
Look, this isn't what the founders intended. I understand why they do it, and I understand why they went with the zombie filibuster after what happened during the civil rights era in the 1960s, how awful some of that was. It's because the politicians don't want to go on the record. Because the longer that they can advocate for their position silently without ever being put on the record, we can't, as voters, hold them accountable for taking positions we disagree with them on.
Fully agreed. I think you hit the nail on the head.
Look, Abraham Lincoln was one of the greatest filibusterers this country's ever had, next to Marshall Rankin and Viking here, who apparently need to get their hearing aids checked. Because they pretend that people don't exist and they just talk as if they know everything. But they don't know what a good filibuster is. So I'm going to tell you what a good filibuster is. It's somebody who won't sit down and let guys like Marshall filibuster hypnosis you onto focused on stupid shit. Not priorities, not paying down the debt, cutting spending, being pragmatic.
Probably make the agreement people have in debates, like getting that stuff in committee, would probably make this a lot easier. So if I really do, I honestly agree.
Filibuster.
I need to get rid of the zombie filibuster. Like you're right there. I think the filibuster itself should stay, but the zombie filibuster absolutely ought to go. It's outlived usefulness.
A lot more faith in the Democrats not, jamming through their agenda.
No, it's not that I have faith. I just don't think the Republicans being the people to get rid of it, the narrative after that would be good for us. If we then insist later on, guys, your shit come down our throat, the answer will be, don't look at us. You fucking did this shit, not me. I'm just operating by your rules. Right? If we maintain that the filibuster should be there and the minority rights exist, then we maintain
That just says the same thing every day. It's just
authoritarian to us.
Well, we've hashed this out largely. My animosity is still with the Senate Republicans, and it's been one of my biggest gripes is the Mitch McConnell wing of the party. Sure, a blind hog stumbles upon an acorn every once in a while. They get in there that I support. They don't necessarily represent the interests of the grassroots right-wing populace, and they haven't. And I think Trump wasted an opportunity. However, he learned his lesson the first go-around in Washington that if anything done, and if you want to have him support, you better play ball with the major players like the Lindsey Grahams. And I agree, he is a major player. We'll see what happens if the Democrats as they prepare for life with the Republican Party after Trump. Will they stab Trump in the back? I don't know. Look,
I don't know, but I'll buy you a beer.
I don't think these Republican senators are snakes, bro. They go with the wind at any time they have an opportunity, and they only look out for their own ass.
A couple of things, Joe. Like, I have my contentions with Mitch McConnell. There are things that, like, I can go throughout history and say, I don't agree with Mitch McConnell. We could all beat up on Mitch McConnell, but to sit there and say the motherfucker didn't hand us the courts across the nation, the Supreme Court, that feat alone has to give me like, all right, dude, I get it. I didn't like some of your antics, some of your bullshit. I didn't like some of your positions, but you gave us a fucking monumental. And to be fair, Mitch McConnell gave the progressives a win. He gave them states' rights over abortion. The progressives are just too stupid to realize they won on that front. But the overall thing was that he actually got, like, you have to look at what the Supreme Court has overturned. Like, not Roe v. Wade, but like the Chevron decision. Like, you have all of these different things that they went ahead and did. And they're going, all right, now it's back in Congress's hands where it belongs. And you basically have Mitch McConnell. You literally have. You also owe Joe Biden a smidge of gratitude because thanks to him and then the whole board phenomenal. The Democrats like a round of applause. So for all you Dems in the room, progressives, you should definitely thank the Dems for creating that shit show that you didn't like. So Mitch McConnell gave us not just a victory, but he gave us a all-time administration victory. Now think about this: if Vance or Rubio loses next term and a Democrat's in office, It's a conservative court. It's a constitutionalist court. Now they can't legislate through the Supreme Court to get their doctrine.
Because they pretend
So
that people
we're
don't exist and they
we're
just
kind of
talk as
protected.
if they
Like
know
Mitch
everything.
McConnell put up
But
a
they don't know
security
what
net, and I gotta hand it to the man. He was a fucking
It's
genius.
somebody
I don't
who
like
won't
it.
sit down and let guys like Marshall filibuster
Yeah,
and
it
hypnosis
was the guy
you on
who
the focus on stupid shit.
He was the guy.
Not priorities.
I
Not
don't
paying
know
down
if
the debt,
anybody
cutting
besides
spending,
you or
being
Joe
pragmatic.
has ever listed the speech. But he said to everybody, you'll remember this.
Yep, and he got it. He got it all the way. And we won that side. Like, it took us literally guys to get that. And we fought tooth and nail, and Mitch McConnell never gave up. He never stopped. He kept charging forward. He kept playing the politics game. And unfortunately, it is a circus. You have to recognize for what it is. You have to figure out how to politically outmaneuver your opponent to get your agenda.
The progressive
You're
vanguard.
thinking like a lot of people have to fall into this trap of thinking like Republicans can rule forever. There's going to be Democrats, and they're not all bad. Like some of their policies are not 100% bad, but you have to recognize that when we are absolutely against a policy, we want the mechanism to be able to say no, stop that, and we now have it. Mitch McConnell set that up. He gave it to us. Now we can do that for at least, I don't know, maybe a decade more. And now we're pretty good. You now have Trump, who shifted a lot of the Republicans over. Hats off to him. He's got, a little bit. But the time frames that you're asking about, you also have to remember there are moderates. And unfortunately, MAGA at time wasn't going to win elections. You needed the moderates. You needed conservatives. You needed every other entity outside of MAGA. So if you couldn't win on your own and you needed help, then you have to realize you have to give something to that side. Trump recognized it. Everybody else recognized it. And even Vance recognized it. And he's not even MAGA, to be honest with you. His policies are definitely, they cross over, but they're not necessarily in alignment with MAGA if you actually listen to where his stances are on things. But he's, Rubio, he's more of he shifts a little bit over, a little bit more to the center as well. You have to play with the center. You have to draw votes in from the center. If you can't do that, you lose. Hats off. My case in point, my evidence to this is Kamala Harris's campaign. If you cannot pull the moderates, you will fucking lose in abysmal failure.
Yeah, Trump created the largest coalition for the Republican Party since the early 1900s. He created the largest youth
If you
vote
can't
for the
read your
Republican
phone up
Party
close and
since
watch
Richard
TV from
Nixon's
across the
landslide
room
in
with the same
1976.
pair of glasses,
Right?
Ladies
the
and gentlemen,
coalition we grabbed
How do you feel?
was huge. It makes the case in for a
Ladies
very
and gentlemen, the
broad.
network news hour with Sybil the Soothsayer.
What's the part of principle, obviously, but a broad 10 that gives us a broad enough coalition to win every time. Like he did a really good job in 24 at that.
Yeah, so the coalition's cracking. But look, I want to move this just a little bit. Wednesday, there's going to be a major announcement about the 2020 election. Kash Patel's been on the record talking about this, that they're going to be releasing information about that the 2020 election was stolen and that Trump actually did win it. Now, how would it make people feel if it comes to find out that it wasn't only Democrats but also Republicans that had their hand in it?
Then I might have to eat a whole lot of crow, because I've said for at least 5 years.
Well, you've been going hard. You've been going hard on it wasn't stolen. You got a lot of crow to eat. Something goes up.
This is going to be released by Kash Patel. I think it's Wednesday, but maybe let me look at that. I'll look again at it. Do you remember? Did you hear about this, Matt?
I saw little bits of it. I just haven't had a chance to follow up on it. But so they have an official date now, kind of like on.
I think so. I think Kash was on one of his shows and said this this weekend. That let me pull it up. I'll get some more details for you. I'll nail it.
Like what? He obviously didn't give out too many details because I'd be curious to see how he
he'll end up showing that part of things. You know what I mean? I wonder what it looks like. That I wonder if it's direct evidence or it's kind of like, you know, the whole like subtle evidence of something fishy was going on. You know, interesting.
What he has said is that he's promising arrests, that there will be arrests that this leads to.
Damn. I mean, I know a lot of people call this crazy when it came to this, but all we've asked is if this is true, this is like tragic. I mean, this complete undermining of our democracy. I don't know what you even do. I don't know how you even recover. They better not hope that they have like a ton of good evidence, because I don't know what you do. Like if I was said, yeah,
we crushed them politically.
To our top story now, long debate ended with the
agenda.
Yeah, I mean, is that
either them or us? That's
we'll activate that. I mean, I don't know if this comes out and it's like we're looking at another side that's literally looking for our demise. It might do something like that, right? Like it was like let's just all go ham and get the filibuster, you know. I don't know.
Look, I've been following these Democrats. These are slime.
Fuck Trump.
I'll tell you what. For a long time.
With the dopamine.
Okay, AJR, thank you for your adding. And I just feel like we're at a boiling point with these people. I mean, they want to hold their boot on our throat. And I'm just, more concerned with the Democrats' authoritarianism. And look, maybe my solution's wrong. Maybe we should save face, turn the other cheek, like we've been doing for many years. I just feel like that if and when the Democrats ever get power again, they are going to seek retribution. They have promised this. And we saw what they did to Trump supporters.
You can't get the money from property and sales taxes. Just hit them with the dopamine.
The voters.
Take the catch. Why
banning
would
us
a
from
city
social
take
media.
on the
We
liability
saw
of
what
the
they
casino
did to
business?
the Tea Party, people that organized Tea Parties in America during Obama's term, where he punished them by using the IRS to go after them. We have seen that many of these Democrats are, they don't want a country with us. They advocate, they chum the murder of Charlie Kirk. And I don't have the solution on what to do outside of my natural instinct of saying we better do something before they do.
So you believe that Charlie Kirk is dead?
Yeah, we're not going to go down that conversation clearly, but we're not going to talk about it. If that's what you want to talk about. What we are talking about, though, is the allegation that the 2020 election was stolen and that arrests are going to come out. Kash Patel talked about that.
Do you believe that Epstein's dead?
What happens to the electors that were arrested in Nevada? There's a bunch of them. They haven't released, like they haven't dropped the charges. It was appealed. You know which ones they were? They called fake electors.
An alternate slip. I remember when that happened.
Yeah, it's an alternate. They still have charges.
That's supposed to be legal to be able to put up alternate slates.
I know.
To do.
But it's I think it went all the way to the state Supreme Court here, and they upheld it.
Yeah, they did that to people in Michigan too. The Biden administration was going after them. I don't know. I think things are real bad with our country, and that I'm not sure we really we're clearly in a cold civil war with these people. Do people agree or disagree?
Oh, I feel like it is. It started on a lower level of just people arguing. Now it's really splitting families, and people are not hiring other people. It's gone up to the next level.
is there anything more than undermining our Democrat process of electing our a duly elected president by the people? Crossfire hurricane. We already know they did that.
Exactly.
We already know that a coup was attempted. We already know that they spied on Trump's campaign. Now, if it comes out and arrests occur about the election in 2020 was actually stolen, I mean, where do we go forward from here? There are some of us that have been pretty convinced that this is how it's been, and now it's only getting worse. So if we allow these people to have power again, what are they going to do to us next time?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at, is I don't know what you do going forward, right, Joe? I mean, it's like...
Right, I don't know.
Like, who wants to live with people that completely take away everything you believe? Like, I don't even know, like... I don't know what you do. I think, unfortunately, we go down the road we all don't want to go down. I mean, I don't know. If you don't want to live with people a certain way, I guess either you separate from them or you in a different way. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's why I'd say the 2020 election and the allegations and everything that was leveled against the other side really needed to be resolved in a lot of ways. We can't just be simmering around like this. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know. We'll see what Cash Patel has, but I mean, I guess the only good news, if it seems like it's not like totally direct evidence, like we have literally, if we have people saying that what they're doing certain things, that would be really bad, you know? But if we have like, you know, there was a suggestion of this and that, and, you know, maybe we can avoid a lot of a huge mess of things. But man, if they come out and they're just like, we have this particular individual who is working with this individual, and they literally were changing things, and I don't even know, like, just wow. And then you got Trump. You have Trump.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we have Trump, who's been completely maligned and completely removed from having a voice on this matter. And who knows what he'll do? I mean, I don't even know what he will do. I think this is real personal to him, this whole 2020 stuff. I don't think he's ever going to let that go. But go ahead, Joe.
Should be personal. It should be personal to voters as well. I mean, this completely undermines our system. We don't have a country if we don't, or we don't have a republic if we don't have this system. Look, do you remember? It was about 3 or 4 or 5 months ago that I guess it was at the end of last year, so maybe about 6 months ago, that the feds went in and confiscated the ballots from Georgia. Recently, Georgia tried to get the ballots back, and they're not releasing them, and the court has come out and said that the feds don't have to release them back to Georgia.
I was wondering where that was right now. So I have a feeling this is all part of it. This might be okay, we have something.
And since no one on this app...
And here it is, you know, like, here's the evidence, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's probably all tied together, right? That's kind of what you're thinking?
Well, look, if they can't name who or what organization is behind when they stopped the counting across the board, or it was like 6 or 7 states, all at the same time, they stopped the counting in the middle of the night. Never seen that in my life. And staying up all night watching the elections from the beginning to the very end in the morning all my life. They stopped the counting. Someone made the call. Who organized that? Who was behind that? Those are traitors. That's the actual term of traitors right now.
Sure. And by the way, you mentioned Republicans. If it turns out, I think that really kind of woke up some of the guys that we know as Republicans in this room. Because it was Kemp, right, who was the man behind the curtain, so to speak, right, in Georgia, right? He got it all right?
In Georgia, yeah. Kemp, I don't know if he was behind anything. However, he failed to act on stuff.
Exactly. But he could have looked the other way. That's considered action.
Well, this is what led to some of the boil up after the 2020 election. Is Trump called Raffensperger, which was the Georgia Secretary of State, and Raffensperger was the one that came out and said the phone call that he was intimidated by Trump, that Trump said something along the lines of, well, can't you find the votes? And he felt like Trump was trying to buy him off or whatever. And that news story took off, and it made it look, and that was the beginning of the framing. This was prior to January 6th. But this was the beginning of the framing that Trump was trying to, he wasn't going to leave the White House. He was going to undermine our system by, he's an authoritarian dictator. That was the beginning narrative, all from that Raffensperger phone. Some of us don't forget this shit.
I agree. I'll never forget it. That's mostly why I support Trump. Is what went down. I'm sorry, but it just is. I mean,
And since no one on this app actually organizes that,
it doesn't really matter. I'm still like, what the fuck happened here, you guys? There's really some pretty good. I'm not like somebody that just goes along with everything. Then some funny business went on. There's no way you can't look at this and go, what the hell? Like, especially with like it was Philadelphia again. All this is coming back now. Where they boarded up the windows, that whole deal. Remember that?
Oh yeah, where they blocked people from watching them count and stuff.
And then COVID itself, like there's no way there wasn't cheating with the whole country doing mail-in ballots. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, they completely changed the system. It was usually the ballots get counted in the voting district that you're in, and then it all gets reported from that. What they took these major city centers. And they said, well, we're going to, rather than have these individual polling places where they do the vote counts, we're going to bring everybody into this one big arena, and then we're going to vote for this entire region right here. Well, this is what they did in Atlanta, in Detroit, in Maricopa County, just to name a few.
So George Santos was from Clubhouse.
Because of this. And I think that oftentimes gets overlooked. If the theft we would have never had a January.
That's correct. Correct. And of course, I've heard people say, I won't mention names, is like, why are we still talking about this? I mean, of a more problematic issue that's never been resolved. You know what I mean, Joe? Like, we're not doing this, what is it? What are we, 6 years after the fact?
Maybe, maybe so.
Just for shits and giggles. Go ahead, yeah.
Well, no, maybe some people think we should just, we'll let this go. We don't need to worry about it. They'll never do it again. Let's have, I sure as hell don't believe that. But I think if we don't punish the people behind this, and I don't know if it's a Democrat or a both, but if we don't punish it, then they will do it again to us, and they'll do it even more. And our system will never, it'll always just be a bunch of bullshit.
Well, it will always be doubt. You can't have doubt in a democracy. You know what I mean? You can't have this suspicion that that's the only thing that keeps this shit going is trust. I mean, like literally looking in and saying, okay, that was fair. We got what we wanted. The other side played a fair fight.
Hello?
And like, there's winners and losers. But when you're completely rigging, there's like no faith like in the system at that point. Like I don't even know how you.
And since no one on this app actually organizes anything, and nobody's ever accomplished anything from this app, and if I get into George Santos,
I don't want to even bother voting anymore if it turns out that someone just completely fudged everything at the basic level. You know, it's like literally, it is like at the voting machine level, like somehow. And I saw something about that. I don't know if you read that. Again, that's popping back up. I thought there was, like conspiracy theories around it. It kind of looks like
everything's got to stop at some point. I mean, America, we're going into the summertime period.
A lot of funny shit business going on. And I don't know.
And so we're walking by the
I
Washington
don't know how
Monument,
you like
and
actually
there's
go
like
above the
four
next
young
time. I don't even know
Orthodox
what that looks like, you know.
I do fear check out of the system. And if they check out, that
Signature things are always pretty. They have their own camera crews.
we don't have a strong enough base
And it's like the way to heat houses.
to win
I'm sharing with my
elections
brothers. I can show it to you in
without
person.
If I want to
getting
learn, I
low
just
propensity
open
voters involved. And that's just the reality of it. We could
I just
easily
don't get,
become
like,
a
you
party
gotta
that
be,
rules the House.
I mean, I know where she's at ideologically.
But
Someone who's pretty close to
struggles
like
to get
how
our
that
voters
the
out
whole
to win
run went there in
majority
Washington.
elections.
It was pretty far.
Missouri as well, was Missouri as well. So,
We're constantly have ownership of the House, but not the presidency. That's the funny failure of that.
Archer
Right?
Avenue. By Midway, the South Side.
tonight I'm ordering
You know,
free
because
on.
they're going to set it up that here the Republican Party is finally gaming the system in their favor by putting together voting to give the Democrat or the Republicans a hell of a good shot at holding majorities in the House.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
And
to
after the next census, to the House. And if we can just get there, a Democrat president in power in 2028, I think 2028 will be the nail in the coffin of this Democrat Party if we're hold on to the White House.
Happy International
If
Day.
we're not.
I got married in 1975, and I was actually making more money than my husband practicing law. He was General of Arkansas. I could not get a credit card in my own name. If you went to the bank to get a loan, you had to supply a baby letter saying that you were never going to have a baby during the period of the loan. In many cases, you had to have your husband's permission to start a business, and he did not have to have his wife's permission. My husband's cards have been Mrs. Lawrence Eldridge. Bella actually was able to pass legislation that allowed women to have their own credit.
Huh. Yeah, what are you doing in the audience, Sam? And make you a moderator.
I got married.
Happy.
It's the son of a woman. Speaks her mind when she's told she shouldn't. So she can't understand she couldn't.
We would have the office.
It was not.
She needs to.
What is not a woman?
That's brutal.
I
You
got
guys are brutal.
podcasts were only
Well,
for
what do you
famous
make?
people. And
Brad?
Podpitch got me booked on 4-Pole Podcast.
Or in your
Look,
Marshall, I
realistically,
know. I don't know about Brad, but go ahead.
they're just not populist right-wing supporters. I mean, they Marshall is very by the book, and he sees the world by the book. Like his arguments about the education earlier in the night is like, well, the parents just need to hold them accountable. And it's like, look, man, not everything can be done by the book. That's a lot easier said than done. And man, I don't know about Brad. I'll reserve
Brad's a funny cat. I mean, like, you know me, I like Brad, obviously. He is. Brad is very knowledgeable. You know, I don't take that away from him. He knows a lot of stuff. But I don't know. I think Brad can go probably either way when it comes to it. Like,
if you're looking for short-term,
and Marshall, like you said, he's very much that kind of person.
And since no one on this app,
I guess it's our job to convince those folks, I suppose, right? Besides moderates, but yeah.
Matt, they pushed back on all my prognostication. You know, we've been talking for like 5 to 6 years with these people, right? And I largely get tons of pushback from Brad and Marshall. But I just want to say for the record, I've come through with a lot of predictions in the future about how politics were going to play out. And look, I wouldn't count. I don't believe in this. You know, we have the chance for 12 years of support. I didn't believe it when Trump won the presidency a year and a half ago, or almost, you know, a little bit longer than that. But I don't know, man. I think we have some Republicans that just support the status quo, and they don't want to take risk. They don't want to push outside of what we're familiar with. And it's natural for right-wing people to stick their head in the sand. And I've seen it for years. The Republican Party, one of the biggest complaints that we should have about them is that they're do nothing. They just go along to get along, and but they don't. They don't really pass significant policy that affects the culture. And I've used this in debate often, and it's like you can't really pin any of the racial discrimination or any of that stuff on Republicans because they don't ever pass any laws that has anything to do with that. They don't really pass laws. That's a good point. Now financial stuff, lowering taxes, they play it very safe. And when the Democrats understand that to force generational change, you have to max it out and push that Overton window with sometimes extremism. However, over a period of time, your extremism becomes common thought or commonplace. It's kind of like 30 years ago, gay marriage would have been unheard of. Now it's just common thought. It's common, it's commonplace throughout civilized society, right? So if we ever really want to make significant change, we need to push hard on issues and lose. We should not play safe. We should want to be advocating to get rid of the personal income tax. Trump's idea about if we can raise $800 billion in tariffs, 90% of the tax-paying population would not have to pay taxes. Like, these are the ideas that if we pushed through, we would get generational change. Yeah. Rather than we suffered, I'll land right here. In the 20th century, we suffered under massive progressive changes between what Woodrow Wilson did, the New Deal, the Great Society. We don't have anything like that in our, the last opportunity we had was Reconstruction, and they killed our president before we got to really enforce it. They had it for 30 years, but they weren't, the world, America would be a much different place if they didn't kill Lincoln when they did. And we haven't really advanced that type of cultural change, and we're living largely in what the Democrats of the 20th century have built.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And you can't know what works if you don't try it, right? That's one thing, like you're saying, push the boundaries a little bit. We tend to play the safe game and just kind of feel comfortable and not get uncomfortable. I think Trump has tried to do, there are some things that he's tried to do to really push that, like make us feel uncomfortable. Let's get out there on the front. And if we fail, we failed. But if we grab a win, then we know it works for everybody, right? That's the idea. Is you rack up wins, and like you say, you can get one that's generational and keeps you in power. I mean, all it takes is one. And you can't just be playing safe, doing the same old, typical Republican, not willing to do something because somebody will call him racist. You gotta work it. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, you have to look at it as a battlefield of ideas. That you advance your ideas, and even if they fail, the next generation can pick it up. Okay, so if Trump's tariff plan and getting rid of the income tax on the lower 90% population fails, which it will fail. I mean, there's not enough support for that. We'd get pushed back by the Brads and Marshalls on that idea, So we just wouldn't have enough support for it. However, if you plant seeds now and fail with the Trump presidency, we could have a president in 10 or 15 or 20 years from now that would be able to advance that idea. You have to look at it through the Overton window. The idea should be thrown out and advanced as far as we can get it, even if we fail, and take that risk now and let the next generation lift it up and advance it. Because look at what the Democrats do. You can see how the Democrats advance their ideas through the generations. Each one pushes it one step further. One step further. Now, there's a reason why they do that. How they stand out of their monolithic crowd. And that's a whole nother story we can talk about one day. But Republicans don't do that. Republicans tend to want to play safe. We win the election by the skin of our teeth, and we need to advance cultural change.
But by the way, I would rather lose doing the right thing. I think that's one thing that, as much as people think that Trump is all about him and politics, I don't think that's always completely true with Trump. I know this is a huge stretch, but I do think Trump does things, like I just said, where he wants to do right, even if it does cost him anything. Like, I think he would throw the midterms just to do the right thing. I had that discussion in this room. I don't know when that was, 2 weeks ago or whatever. I think we were trying to figure out, like, what's the balance on that? Doing the right thing and supporting your party. I don't know if you remember that conversation, Joe. I don't know if you were here, but maybe I'm completely, mixed two things going on. Maybe Trump is self-interest, has self-interest in other things, like, I don't know, like we said, maybe in the money game. When it comes to politics, I think maybe he doesn't really care for politics and rather just do the right thing. I don't know if anybody else has that impression. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being about it. Maybe I'm the cold. Maybe I'm the cold, Ann. Maybe I'm the cold, Ann. Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say he definitely wants to go down in history as the best. So I know that. But with that being said, like, he has to have the support from the American people. So I think he's in it for himself, but I also think that he's in it for us too. So it's a win-win. Like, he is gonna, he wants to go down as the best president ever. So with that being said, I have high hopes. Like, he's not going to screw us. That would be like a bad look on him. He definitely
That's true. By the way, is that a bad thing? I mean, we always get told that he wants to go down as a really good president, and I've always been told, like, that's a bad thing. Like, why is he working toward that? I don't know. On this app, you get that impression. Like, why wouldn't a president want to work on doing things that he feels will make him the best president? I mean, I don't know why that's so, like, shunned upon him.
I think what you're raising is this great question that should a politician govern by the polls, or should the politician govern by the gut? I think every politician is faced with that, and I don't know. Look, I've seen it extreme both ways. They were ruthless by governing by the poll. Whatever the poll said, and you would think, well, politicians work for us, and they should go with what the people want, and things like that. And I don't know, there's this fine line between that. And I do think Trump uses his gut over the polls.
You would govern differently the way that you want to be governed.
Yeah, like, I think, that's clearly, like, oftentimes, if you really think about it, if you've ever been in positions of power, it's like how you want to be governed versus how you would actually govern.
And since no one on this app actually organizes anything, and nobody's ever accomplished anything from this app, and if I get into your
on the rise up, starting back in 2012, and over the years, right? And when he's actually in power, and also learning from his mistakes over the years of being in power, right? Changes how he approaches things. But clearly, I do think there's this difference in, especially every person, wants to be governed largely different than how they would actually govern. Thought about that, Matt? Have you ever thought about if you had power, how would you actually govern? Like, you advocate for these positions of how I want to be governed, but how would you actually execute it? Or would you just fall into, being a tyrannical leader?
I might turn into a tyrannical leader the way things are going. I don't know, Joe. I don't.
You have to try to read books, gentlemen. There are books on governance. I mean, you could read Machiavelli, you could read Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. The truth is, less is more, and Trump overturned and regime changed the government with just a feather. So there's something mystical, magical, powerful, and Trump has always branded himself, and everyone is essentially Trump branded, meaning that when you think of Trump, it's that gold hair, red tie, blue suit. Like, the guy has conditioned us to a very high degree. But as America, the big thing really is the culture issue and the debt and the military industrial complex, but also the medical industrial complex. 4 trillion? That's 400 billion a year in fraud. Everybody in here knows there's fraud in the system, and it's rampant. And doctors and health insurance corporations and medical groups and big pharma, they raped the country for trillions. The COVID-19 response is like a $10 trillion fucking response. It's bullshit. They've looted the treasury tenfold over. So, they have essentially wasted generations. That's pretty unholy. It's pretty fucking disastrous. Hello?
Real big.
Yeah, you're spot on. It's the boomer generation, boy, they've really passed the buck on to the next generation. And I love boomers, but man, I tell you what, they went through the greatest moment of prosperity ever for the peasant history of mankind. And I don't know if we'll live to see that. And was it worth it, all this money that they have spent? They've spent us oblivion. And I think, like, it's been and I've said this earlier, and I'm kind of torn on it, but I feel like we've passed the Rubicon. Like, there's no way to turn. Like, if we don't have the most powerful military in the world, it all falls apart.
Well, not necessarily, because you got to look at the other two major GDPs in the world, which is India and China. Those are the top three. So all rising tides raise all ships. We just have to make sure we don't go to war with fucking China. And we got to make sure, if we do, India is on our side to fully invade and take out the communists. But, hopefully we won't have World War III. But, World War II is a good indicator that we will have a World War III, or we are already in a World War III. And the fact that Zelensky is a goddamn fascist who's not elected, holds no open elections, but sells U.S. manufactured drones on behalf of Silicon Valley and Palmer Luckey. We're living in an alternative fucking reality here that most people don't know that you're actually living in, which is that the CIA has $100 billion a year budget. And they've been doing it for fucking 50 years, 100 years basically. So, when does that shit end? When do we as taxpayers keep funding top secret military operations globally on behalf of pretty much private business interests? But, it's neither here nor there. The matter is, is this the society you want? Because if you listen to the Democrats, they want to put magats in re-education camps. They want to arrest Pegsa. They want to arrest Marco Rubio. They're the bigger fascists. If Trump was a fascist, he would do what they want to do to him and everybody else in America.
All right, so, I get you, Alistair. Francis, welcome to the stage. I didn't know if you wanted to speak on what's being talked about. We're open to any opinions. You can just do whatever you want. I don't know if you're there. Are you there, Francis?
Yes,
guys I'm honored to be on stage. Just give me a little bit more time before I open my mouth.
Yeah, no worries, no problem. Goop Poo. I don't see your name. You've been on stage before. Welcome to. If you want to say something, go for it. Otherwise, carry on. Actually, AB, I don't know if that guy was snoring. What was he doing? Joe, do you know?
Yeah, making noise or something. I went into a room last week and I got invited up and I just hit the yes and I didn't know the microphone and I had background noise. Damn, they kicked me out of that room a freaking heartbeat. I was like, I see how this is. It's like, well, I'm just gonna rule with an iron fist, man. When these people start fucking around, bro, now I don't remove them. I just kick them down to the audience because I know, but damn, bro. Like, let me tell you how bad it is, Matt, when you don't run rooms. Like this app, bro, it's awful.
No, it's really, I told Matt that.
It is.
It's really bad, man.
And like, there's no place to even have a little bit of content. And I get it. Look, I understand some of the characters. I've been around here as long as you have. I understand the political dynamics with some of it. But man, I tell you what, like, just to have a place where we can just share what happened this week or what's going to happen in the week with the news is all we're looking for, you know, because like,
Well, I try to do both, like, because you can't just have hours. What are we on? I don't even know. I'm way past 24 hours, this room.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just have, like, serious conversations for 24 hours. Like, nobody is up for that. You know what I mean? You got to have a little bit of both, Joe. And sometimes you catch it when the room's pretty out of control. So you're like, where's the serious discussion the other
No,
night?
you have no idea. Like, every day me and Joe are like, okay, why the hell, or for that, where's Beaver? What are they doing? Why are they, don't do that, guys.
No, I try. And Joe saved it last night. Joe, remember, we literally, I know the moment. Remember, you're like, I'm coming up. I'm not in the room. And ever since we got that, that was pretty funny for the most part.
Well,
yeah.
The constant, when your rooms aren't going, the constant is crash out. Like every room, everywhere you go, it's, what do they call it? The Oppression Olympics and, racial struggle sessions. And like, it's just, it's so awful. And so like, that's always the constant. And I get it. Like, we got to have some comedic breaks. That's why, look, Alistair, I think he's low-key hilarious. The way he was trolling. And look, I didn't say nothing when Adams was tearing into Brad last night.
Oh God, that was incredible. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
You guys must have just on mute. You guys must have just been really having a good time, you two. Holy shit.
Here's me not getting in the way of that fire.
I don't mean to, like, it's like,
wow. Like the last week, Brad's finally stopped, getting on my ass. He used to scream at the top of his lungs at me every time I was in a room.
Literally every time, yeah.
So I'm trying my best to, like...
I don't know, I thought tonight you was gonna, because you guys were not getting along.
I thought it would spill over to Joe at some point, but somehow Adam sucked that all up, you know what I mean?
I know. I gotta thank Adams once in a while.
Fuck your way to the States. We're gonna fuck it. All
Okay, thank you.
God, these people. I would have thought you was third. Yes, Peter. Yes, Peter.
Oh my God, Peter, no one can understand you.
By the way, Joe, that's mostly me. I'll confess. What I do is, you know me. The number one rule is everybody gets to speak. Like this guy. Oh, this guy's back. I didn't tell you, by the way. Fucking idiot. Put a shirt on. Whatever. Is this guy gone again? I can't look. Oh yeah, he is gone. Okay. Joe, what I was saying was I pretty much get everybody a chance, like a one chance, like that guy. No, I don't really look at profiles. I just throw them up here, and then like if they're not gonna participate, then I just toss them down. So that probably is kind of annoying for you. I just want to.
Yeah, no, we do like a little bit of like
Each film
like edible me and Matt let up Jules a thing every time, and everyone gets all pissed off.
That's cool, man. I've ran rooms. I know it. And you don't want to get to the point where you're cutting people out of the rooms, because all of a sudden you're going to look around and there'll just be a dozen of y'all in the room. And
you got it right. If you look at the opposition rooms, they're pretty low on actual people, because they've been scarred up and like it's just mods, you know what I mean, left.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. My secret sauce, I'm just gonna give it out. Not that it's like too much of a secret, but if you let everybody speak, you're gonna have a room. It just is, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Even if you don't
so
like
you
them,
get on your ass that way, like Matt, and I know that they get on you. That's how it used to be with me. If I let, like, then it was always like, why did you let them say this to me? And it's like, dude, like, y'all are adults. And I used to take it really personal, and I used to, like, try and, like, accommodate everyone. What a waste of time.
Well, that's what the Democrats say. They say it's too dangerous to have the debates. So they are really the biggest echo chambers, the biggest hypocrites, the biggest fascists, the biggest supremacists, the biggest fake intellectuals. And, you know, that's why we have to essentially defeat them through the law and start making arrests. And until we have sheriffs and federal prosecutors and state prosecutors willing to actually put criminal politicians who are not fiscally conservative in jail, because it's all a grift. The NGOs in every major Democrat city are pulling the same scam that the USAID and all those NGOs pulled, it just on a micro level, but it's still in the fucking hundreds of billions nationally. So it's a huge fucking grift. And we need 100 Cash Patels. Can he clone himself in India and bring a clone, Cash Patel clone army here to make mass arrests? Because it's not just the illegal alien invaders we have to arrest. We have to actually crush, essentially, the criminals in the political system who, have taken advantage. The biggest thing from the COVID-19 was the PPP loan. That was $1 trillion government program. And look how many people they're arresting, left and right. Every day some new fucking person gets arrested.
That's very much true. Yeah, Edward, hey, you're up at this late? Edward, what are you doing?
Yeah, legitimate people like me can't get $1.
Yeah, I'm up late because I have a project tomorrow. I'm going to be at a nursing home for 12 hours. So I had to prep all the food and stuff. And my wife decided to go to sleep, so.
You're sneaking on, Ed. Ed's all sneaking on Clubhouse this late.
yeah, well, she's sleeping, so it's all good. But, Alistair, you forgot one group. Because, you talked about all of the leftists and everybody else. You forgot the race hustlers on the Democratic Party, because that's all they talk about. It's pretty sad. They're the dividers, but they call everybody racist, but they're the ones who always want to highlight everybody's color. Kind of interesting.
I know, that's what Ban does. He goes, you don't support gay black men? You don't support black women? Hello?
I think Edmund is the most misunderstood character on Clubhouse, because if you listen carefully, he's not wrong in what he says. Yeah. He just has the vision to get it out there and say it. He takes the risk in saying it. Because look, Lincoln, he locked up a bunch of Democrats. He locked his opposition up. And that may be what we have to do with this cold civil war we're dealing with the Democrat Party. I don't know how we continue to exist with them in the future if it comes out that responsible for the stolen election in 2020. Mr. Edward, that's what, right before you came in, there's supposed to be a big reveal by Cash Patel probably on Wednesday about the stolen election.
We know what happened, whether they tell us or not, but there's nowhere in the world anybody's going to tell me a lady that did not get 2 points.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah?
Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, hold on, I'll put in the audience.
Yeah. So a lady that did not get 2% for her run for president, and a guy that was half dead got 81 million votes. Yeah, okay. I know you can send me a lot, but that right there will never happen.
Did you guys hear me or no?
We can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know if you could hear me or not. I thought I was talking to myself.
That was you. That was annoying.
Oh, I thought my phone was glitching. I thought like nobody could hear me. That's why I was like, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. So, that's the
Joe, have you ever seen
Don't put on either.
Joe, have you ever speed ran through Super Mario Brothers?
You can't hear me though, right?
He's doing this purposely.
That's what we did, dude. We like speed ran through like 200.
It's hard to remove him because he has a stupid gay thing. Okay, good. He's gone. He has the stupid thing where if you click on it, it freezes. He doesn't know what he's doing.
I'm immune to it because I'm Android.
It doesn't do that.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. I love you.
Yeah, you got it.
Mercy, Peter.
Oh God, how's he back?
You're welcome to
Peter, I said merci.
Peter.
Peter, he's trolling.
Wow. So, Joe, I think that we all know, the country knows, the Democratic Party knows, they can't win based on policy.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
So they know they can't win based on policy. I always ask Democrats, could you give me your number one pro-America policy? Tell me what your pro-America policy is. You make people depend on government. You tell people to kill their babies. You tell the men not to be responsible for their
What the fuck? You ever notice how Peter forgets English when he's in trouble?
So yeah, it was Dolan.
What's my problem? Sorry, I showed you.
You gotta have. You see, Matt, that's why I'm not on at night. This is crazy.
Edward, they'll tell you that their plan is restorative justice. We have an attorney general here in Chicago who issued innocence certificates to 100 people. Multiple people in that group she knew were mass murderers, and she still released them and gave them over $300,000 in settlement money, and some up to $2 million. So this concept of DEI, social justice, equity, attorneys and ankle monitors, there's no cash bail, so they can go out and do recidivist murders. It's utter chaos, and why we don't have sheriffs and attorney generals, especially at the federal level, who can do special interventions and make arrests and correct the legal system when there's problems with corrupt lawyers and judges who are 100% Democrat, because on our ballot, there are no Republican judge options, only Democrat options. How is that possible? How do Republicans not have equal representation at the ballot? So we live in this huge Democrat-controlled industrial complex where crony Democrats are at the Cook County Board presidency for 30 fucking years. You can't beat them. They got the whole system rigged and fixed. They control the whole fucking thing at the election commission, everywhere. So until there's arrests and until the federal government does it, will never ever be free. And we need a Bukele type of intervention from Trump, and we need it as soon as possible. If he's going to intervene, he needs to intervene here in America in every major Democrat city and make mass arrests and really send these people to a pleasant re-education camp, maybe in Como.
I think California is kind of an example, Edward, when you agree of how the Democrats would like to just overlord, completely own every mechanism of our government, because California is just completely run by Democrats. So there was something else I was going to. Did you see? Oh, go ahead, Joe. You were going to comment on that?
Yeah, no, that's definitely what it is. It's the Democrats' agenda is to create a one-party rule system where they get to advance through the hierarchy of their party who the next leaders are of our country, and that's their ultimate goal is, and that you see that in communist countries, same thing that the Democrats will.
Can you give the example of those democratic countries?
who let Republicans be their leaders.
China's the best example of a one-party rule system.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay, let me explain. What about the limitations that they impose to their citizens? Are they in the same level of mindset with the American Republicans, or they are different? They are different. They have different versions.
They're inside the one party of China. They do have different sides within it. However, it's still just one party rule.
What about the methodology? Their methodology, the style to govern the country. That's the dispute.
Yeah, the methodology is the same methodology that the Democrat Party in America would like to ultimately execute on America. That is their ultimate agenda.
That's the goal.
But when you see all groups of China, would Republicans do the same like China do to Uyghur people, to some group of people in the United States?
No, not the Republicans, Peter.
Exactly, they are completely different.
Yes, Peter, your understanding is, when you hang out in these rooms, you're understanding it.
The Republican Party has a different concept. The Republican Party believes in a republic where what we have is a system based on federalism. And what that means is a decentralized governing throughout different levels of from state government up to the feds. However, in a one-party rule system, even within a republic, if it was ruled by one party, all the actual deal-making would be done in the party back room. And everything else would just be for show. It would be just going through the motions because they'll have already agreed upon what the outcome is in the background.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Necro, welcome again. You're always good opposition. I don't know if everybody's ready for some opposition, but you're saying in the chat about the no kings. Do you believe we are under some kind of kingdom, or king rather, Necro?
I mean, not right. The Constitution doesn't allow it. So right now, yeah, there's no sort of king. But
why do you guys say it then? Why do you guys say no kings? Why not just do like? I mean, actually, like no tyrant maybe might be better because like obviously we have no kings, but maybe someday America can have a tyrant. I don't know. But anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you have to make your voice known if you have a person who is in office who is lead the country and aspires to make it into a monarchy. I mean, like you have to make it well known specifically your opposition to it.
That's not why they do it.
Wait, do you think Trump wants to make the country a monarchy?
They don't say no fascism. They're careful with their linguistics. They choose a ridiculous term like no kings, which obviously means nothing.
I'm waiting for this guy's.
Honest, yeah, I think that, so when I thought of the no kings, my mind went right to like Christ is king. And so like they are saying no kings, that's the way.
That's an interesting approach, Ann. So they say get rid of Christ, essentially.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Necro would be behind that.
Let me reframe Marshall's question towards Necro. Necro, can you link for us the policy that is advancing to turn the United States of America into a monarchy?
So one in which essentially has power. I mean, make sure we have right terms of what we mean by monarchy, if that's fair.
Monarchy is ruled by a king with hereditary primogeniture. So Donald Trump would be the king, his son would be the next king, his son after that would be the king, his son after that would be the king.
Yeah, the easy way to answer that, Marshall, we'll take the common definition of what a monarchy is. Go ahead.
Yeah, so specifically though, I mean, I mean, that's a pretty.
This is what Necro does. I just want to point this. When I actually ask Necro to define it, he philanders and filibusters and wallows around like this.
So
the common definition of a monarchy, we're going to accept that. Can you link the policy? I'll say it again. Can you link the policy that Trump is advancing to create a monarchy in America?
Okay, so we're not going to be unified in definitions.
No, we just agree to a definition, which is a king passes his rule from himself to his son. That's the definition.
Okay. So specifically, we're going to specifically. I mean, I could give a policy specifically about what I mean by and what most people I think.
Oh, I need voice inflection, Necro. Come on.
I'm sorry, and I'm working on it. But, anyways, if you want specific examples and ways Trump tries to, aspire to be authoritarian, I mean, not necessarily I wouldn't say he's Hitler or anything like that.
That's next. He has a kingdom, like an actual monarch.
Okay, well, if you think that specifically that anybody thinks that, that people wants to become like King Henry or anything like that, in that the same sense, it's the exact same literal sense, then I don't know what you're talking about.
What am I supposed to call the No Kings protest other than a bunch of people who think Trump's a king and a hereditary monarch?
It's really about propaganda that they distribute and who's funding it. Surprisingly, Warren Buffett is a primary funder. And they put down slogans like, health is a human right. Healthcare is a human right. No ICE. Basta. Basta. No ICE. Basta.
Marshall, I'm not going to play the game. I'm not going to talk. Somebody else is going to be talking. So
yeah, I'm saying you.
See, Marshall's good at filibustering because he wants to maintain the filibuster because Marshall is a clubhouse fake Republican Democrat filibuster. Hello?
Necro, what is this thing about the monarch?
Oh, by the way, real quick.
Well, I'm willing to give you.
Necro, can you hear me? And then real quick. Your question, Marshall. Because I'm assuming a king would be able to automatically, quote unquote, knight the next person, the next king.
Yeah, that's why I said hereditary primogeniture.
Yeah, that's where. Okay, keep going. Decker, can you answer that? His question.
Yeah, so there specifically is that ways that Trump aspires to be an authoritarian. I would say that there's specific policies on, for example, the fact that he wanted to punish people who burn the American flag.
George W. Bush wanted to punish people who burn the American flag. Check next.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's still authoritarian, right?
No, presidents have done that. It's not that big a deal. So please check. Go to the next thing.
Necro's been on me all year about the burn flag thing. We've been going back and forth a year with Necro.
So you said that it's not authoritarian, so it's not designed to punish speech. That is.
No, what I said is other presidents have done that. So let's not pretend. Let's not pretend that Donald Trump is somehow unique.
Marshall, hold on. Let me reframe it here. That doesn't actually putting through that law. If he is able to push that through, doesn't give him a monarchy. What I'm asking specifically is not policy that you find authoritarian. What I'm asking is what policy is he advancing that will give him ultimate unilateral power in our country? Because from my understanding, we still, at my chagrin, the Senate controlled by an establishment Republican that I complained about for 2 hours. Mm-hmm. And we still have the House of Representatives. We have a Supreme Court, to my chagrin, doesn't rule on everything that I wish would go my way. even though it does rule on some. So we still have state governments. We still have state constitutions. And tell me the policy that Trump is advancing that wipes all that away.
Yeah, I mean, this conversation is essentially going to go nowhere if we're just going to be like saying that, it's not here yet, therefore, you have no right to disable.
That's not what he's asking.
No,
he's asking
but you're
he's asking
saying,
a specific
like,
question
you're asking
about
all
kings and the No Kings protest, and people at the No Kings protest thinking Donald Trump's a monarch.
No,
and you apparently wanted to defend the fact that people thought he was a monarch. So he's asking you specifically how is he a hereditary monarch?
I had no idea that Marshall does a loud mic like Adams. That's impressive, Marshall.
Let's let Necro answer. So Necro, what policy is Trump advancing that will slip us into tyranny?
Well, I just gave you an example of one of them, and of course, there's also plenty of other ones that I can name. For example, the fact that he tried to invoke the gag rule to forbid scientists from using certain words in climate science because it makes them look bad.
Wait, he did the thing he's allowed to do as an executive, and that's somehow an authoritarian asterisk?
It was down. The executive order was struck down, but it still is.
Struck down. If it was struck down, that would mean that he's.
Oh my God! So you're suggesting basically that you're essentially going to say it doesn't matter because it's not a law. It's still whether or not it is actually a law, right?
No. How is that authoritarian? Obama wrote plenty of executive orders that got struck down by the court. How's that?
No, but executive orders, regardless of whether they hold up, are still authoritarian functionality.
That's not my point. If he had unilateral power to install that would be one thing. But the court struck him down and said he couldn't.
Marshall, can you answer this question? So, if Hitler's policies that were authoritarian, were they authoritarian regardless of not?
He was a military commander, different from President Trump.
No, that's not the question. Were the policies which he planned, were they authoritarian before they became laws?
Was there two other bodies of government that were able to challenge Hitler's
that wasn't the question.
That's the part you're leaving out.
That wasn't. It's completely avoids the question.
Because there's a big difference between what Hitler did and what Trump is doing, as much as you would like to conflate the two. This government is set up, the Constitution is set up with three branches of government. They are constantly challenging each other. But to say because Trump exercises his authority as given by the Constitution, and that when that exercise is challenged by another branch of government, instantly makes him a dictator, is where your argument falls apart. Every president does it. Some are challenged, some are not. But to characterize what he's doing as a dictator is bullshit framed by the left, because they're trying to dig into their grab bag and find anything that will create an emotional response from the public so they can get votes. It's the same as when you're at your senior prom and you're trying everything you can do to get your hand on your date's titties. And you will say or do anything to cop that feel and hopefully stick your dick in her. It's the same situation.
Alan.
Yeah, so the question I asked
since no one on this app actually
Marshall, you can answer it since you're on stage if you want, but overall, to me, essentially the argument is that it's not authoritarian as long as it actually never becomes law. So essentially, to me, this is confusing the map for the place pretty much, is that, it wasn't ever something that was implemented, or for it never was the case.
If it gets struck down by the court system, it means the system did its job.
But but it's still authoritarian.
No, what it means is that the president decided something that the other branch didn't agree with. That's not authoritarian, that's a president overreaching the different in definition and in kind.
So, Marshall, if I asked you this, if I was to try to come up with a policy which excluded all Republicans talking, is that authoritarian even if it doesn't become law?
I would say it's shitty, unequal, and unjust, but I wouldn't call it authoritarian.
Is it authoritarian, though?
If you were listening, I said it's shitty, equal, and unjust, but not authoritarian. If it were authoritarian, you would be able to say it and do it unilaterally without anything to stop you. The fact that the president gets stopped by the court and gets stopped by the Congress means what he's doing is not authoritarian by definition.
Okay, so me censoring Republicans, as long as it never becomes law.
You can't censor. That's not my point. My point is when you do it and you get sued about it, and the court says, "Hey, by the way, you can't do that." That's not a definition of authoritarianism. That's a definition of a president overreaching, which presidents of the United States have overreached for 250 fucking years.
Yeah.
In case you bring up, because that very thing happened, but not by a president necessarily, but by the bureaucracy of the government. Conveniently, I was just watching a now 2-day-old interview of Matt Taibbi discussing how the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, and I forget who else, issued thousands of emails to private organizations telling them to squash certain stories. And conversely, when the left freaked out about it, there was one letter from, I forget who it was from, the FBI, to Death Row Records, cop killer. They sent one letter saying, gee whiz, could you not release that because it might cause more cops to be shot? And the left lost their shit over that. Yeah, so that was a very good example you brought forth, Necro, because that was not the three branches of government. That was the bureaucracy carrying the wishes of one of the branches of government.
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, fascism as an idea was not authoritarian, as far as I understand. From what you're saying, it's just essentially is that because of the fact that it became a actual implementation of law, that's really what made it authoritarian. That ideas in and of themselves cannot be authoritarian until they are actually implemented, is essentially the argument that's being made.
Well, I think the argument that you're making, and let me try and think of a way I can get it equally wrong as you've gotten my arguments equally wrong. I think the argument you're making is that you keep, excusing the actions of the left because you support trans rights, and because you support trans rights, you're just hoping
250 fucking years
that they get back in power because you just want to see more trannies when you look through the newspapers or go online to find a tranny hooker. That's the way I understood your.
It's evolving into insults.
No, I didn't say anything about an insult. I was genuinely trying to understand the argument you made, and the fact that you would accuse me of insulting you. Well, that really.
Let's refrain from all ad hominem, gentlemen.
This is violence against my person.
I got a question for Marsh. Talking about Reconstruction and how America didn't make the investment in the South, and I'm just wondering, is that why there's such a class difference between the North and the South, and why the South is full of white trash? Hello?
So, what are you talking about? What Alan was saying. Just go ahead. Well, I mean, he made the suggestion that, the reason I support the left is because I support, I have secret fantasy with trans people specifically, and I want them to be able to do this. And so it was all into personal attacks, but no sort of anything substantive. So.
Which echoed what you said, Necro.
Let me reset the room. So I asked Necro a very specific question, which he's failed to answer, and how to link Trump into what policy he was advancing to establish a monarchy in the United States of America. So he's failed on that point. What he countered with largely is that ideas that are proposed, even if they don't come into effect, and even if they are not enforced, can be ruled as authoritarian, hence making Trump a monarch or a king, right? That essentially paraphrases what we've had to listen to for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, I've made my position very clear, and I have not seen any refutation of what I've actually put forward specifically.
I think you failed to make your point.
And what was my point? Can you repeat it back to me?
No, I think I gave you a very clear example of why you were wrong, and you chose to ignore it. I think that's what happened. And I don't know, could we take a poll of the room to see if that, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the fact that presidents and the branches of government are in conflict with each other. And if you knew anything about the Constitution, you'd understand that that's why the founders made it that way. So a president proposing laws and other branches of government saying, no, you can't do that, and having a fight over it, and Trump is doing that too, yet somehow you've decided Trump is a authoritarian or a dictator or king or whatever other disparaging mark you want to make is absolutely false. And yet you want to keep ignoring that. Now, I think that's a direct response to your question. Now, would you like to counter that, or are you going to try and gloss over it?
Yeah, specifically what I've seen is particularly complete. I brought points, for example, of Trump's policies that I agreed were authoritarian, and I haven't seen a refutation of those.
So I'll give you an example. I'll refute it. So an authoritarian dictator would enforce some sort of policy that would render the legislative branch completely powerless, where the president could then advance into law anything he wanted, or he would render the Supreme Court completely useless and cut out any of their power in the rulings, or even if they did rule, he would completely ignore them, which he has not ignored the rulings of the United States Supreme Court. So, look, that was what I was looking for, is some sort of policy that he's advanced that would actually block another branch of government.
Right. So the violations of trying to take away free speech rights of people, that is not authoritarian, or freedom of the press, that's not authoritarian.
Okay, I said it really clearly. You're not addressing any of my points. What you're doing is you're bringing up. Hold on. You're bringing up red herrings to try and divert the points I just made. That you failed to be able to link one policy where Trump actually hinders or neuters, for lack of better terms, another branch of government that would ultimately lead him to have unilateral power.
Yeah, so trying to revoke people's free speech rights and trying to take away
You were just saying he's trying. He hasn't. He's tried, but he has not completed.
You're still failing to link something where he has hindered another branch of the government. So now what you have highlighted is where Trump has executed the power that he does have. Okay, so what you're saying now is that the executive branch, and we can have that conversation, that the executive branch may have too much power. Is that what you think? Because he hasn't worked outside of the parameters of the executive branch. Can we agree on that?
He has violated. I mean, I think there are plenty of grounds for impeachment.
He's tried.
That's not what I asked. No, that's not what I asked. I asked, has Trump done anything outside of the powers granted to him in the executive, being the head of the executive branch? He's the head of he's a single man that's the head of an entire branch of government. Has he done anything outside of the parameters that has already been afforded?
And I'm going to repeat my answer, which is that I think there are reasonable grounds that he has violated his...
Name one.
When he declared the missile strike on Iran.
Well, that's actually within his power as the president.
No, he doesn't have the right to declare war without the approval of Congress.
The War Powers Act gives them 60 days. What are you talking about? Hold on. The War Powers Act is very clear that the president does not have to go to Congress for 60 days.
Okay, so he can attack a country as an act of...
Every president. Yes, every president. Listen, let me teach you. Every president has the power, according to the War Powers Act, given to him by Congress. Congress gave the executive branch that power, that they have up to 60 days of any conflict before they have to seek out getting congressional approval for war.
So a president can launch...
They may not even have to do that.
So...
They may not even have to do that because it's
yes. Your
so
answer is yes.
a president can launch...
He can launch an attack.
Okay. Is this guy done? Okay. Just so the president can launch any missile at any country as long as he notifies Congress.
Not any country.
No, he doesn't have
to genociders.
to do that. He doesn't have to do that. Moving on. You know, you seem to have issues, so I'm going to help you out, Necro. How has Trump tried to take away free speech rights? Suppression of protest and dissent. Detention of pro-Palestine student protesters. Ideological testing.
I just gave an example earlier, which is...
Asylum seeker.
So
law firms and lawyers.
Alan, so I gave an example.
Yeah.
I gave an example earlier of punishing people who desecrate the flag.
Yeah.
So that's violation of free speech, right?
How did he punish it? I'm not seeing it in this list here. So let me look it up. Has Trump punished people?
That's actually a crime. They're not allowed to do that. That's actually a crime.
What about the violation of free speech in Iran?
You're not allowed to face the American flag. That's a crime. Right?
What did Francis say? Go ahead, Francis.
Defacing anything like that, like the American flag, is actually a crime.
It's not true. Not true. It's protected by the First Amendment. Yeah, it is. United States v. Eichmann. Read the case.
You know, Necro, I gotta say I'm okay with that because we saw the previous administration attacking people who desecrated the trans flag. the LGBTQ flag, and so yeah, you know what? I'm okay with.
Do you have any evidence?
Yeah, it was in the news. Let's see. In the meantime, people for desecrating the LGBTQ.
LGBT desecrate. Are you talking about Mayor Pete Buttigieg? Mayor Pete? How did Mayor Pete become a military officer without going to ROTC or even doing basic boot camp? How is it that senators or congresspeople can just create officers in the armed forces? Hello?
Yes, individuals have been both attacked and prosecuted for desecrating LGBTQ flags or crossings, often facing hate crime charges and significant jail time. Notable cases include a 15-year sentence in Iowa, 2019, for burning a church's pride flag, and multiple arrests in 2025 for vandalizing flag near Atlanta's Rainbow Crosswalk. It looks good for the goose.
And was it their property or was it somebody?
Never attack a symbol of a gay, black, elite, intellectual Democrat. How dare you? How dare you?
You know, the crosswalks were public property.
Yeah, you can't do it to public property.
Yeah. I feel like there's something that you're not. That it's more to a story than just simply somebody had a flag.
There is. They imposed. Yeah, if I want to fly my American flag, that's fine. But why do I need to see it on a public place, on a crosswalk? And don't I get the right to express my opinion on that crosswalk?
You have the right to express your opinion with your property. You have the right to burn your flag, but you don't have the right to burn other
I think it's called public property.
But you can't destroy it.
Yeah, you can't destroy public property.
How was burning a tire track on a crosswalk? Was that destroying it? It's still there.
So guys,
Yeah, okay, you're gonna, I can see. That's the excuse you're gonna hide behind.
What excuse?
So can I say something, gentlemen? The reason I say it's a crime was because I was arrested for that.
No, it's a gay crosswalk, I don't want it to, if I drive over it and skid over it.
We have a true story here, hold on. Go ahead, Francis. What happened to you?
So during the Iraq War, I took an American flag. I went down to DC. I organized my university. We went down there. I took an American flag. I wrapped it. I had bought with my money. I wrapped it around and I burned it. I went to jail for 5 days for that. And they told me it was a crime and that my citizenship could be revoked if I ever did that again. That's what I say it's a crime.
Hello? Francis, do you have any proof that you were threatened with your citizenship being taken away from you?
I can't. I went to jail for 5 days.
I know, but going to jail for 5 days isn't necessarily proof that an attorney general or something told you you were stripped of your citizenship. It's quite a claim. What made you want to burn the U.S. flag and reap the repercussions of doing that by the White House?
I learned my lesson. That's literally what I just said.
Oh, so you fucked around and you found out.
And it was wrong. I was told it was a crime. I wasn't allowed to do that. And I was very ignorant about that. I thought I had a freedom of speech right to do whatever I wanted.
Did you think about maybe just like doing it in your backyard and then putting up a YouTube video? Like, did you have to go to Washington, D.C. to go to the White House?
I didn't take the flag and took a lighter fluid and lighted it. It wasn't by myself. It was a group of us, and I took responsibility for it because I organized.
Yeah, you took it. So what is it about America? What was it that you were protesting? What about America that? What are you complaining?
Iraqi women and children. When
Oh.
they burned down an entire school and they killed like 150 children.
In Iraq?
That's what. was wrong. I went to jail for 5 days.
Beaver.
Said that.
Beaver
Those people who massacred 500,000 people leaked wrong information and they put the launchers of missiles inside the school. They locked the doors of the school to students who don't avoid exiting the school during the attacks. To make some kind of leftist
I was a college student. I was telling them it was
administration of terror because they are terrorists and they live with terrorizing others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used 1.5 million bullets in 2 days to kill 500,000.
So, I mean, I think specifically though, I mean, I don't feel like, I feel like there's a lot to the cases that you're mentioning, Alan. Now, if you could find a specific case where you had a person who simply their own, that was an LGBTQ flag and they decided to burn it, which I've seen a lot of online, but I've never heard of anybody who was simply, you know, was prosecuted because they had a LGBTQ flag of theirs that they decided to burn on, you know, I mean, that's clearly, and if it was the case that there was a Democrat who did that, I would be equally as opposed to it as a person who's punished for burning the American flag.
Even if it violated burning laws at the time?
And, like...
So, you know, cities have burning laws, right? When they can burn and when they can't burn fires?
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't, you know, burn something if it's a threat to public safety.
There's a difference between burning a building and burning a flag. It is freedom.
So,
well, there's one.
Hold on. What it specifically is that certain regions have no burning laws where you're not allowed to have fires because those areas are dry or prone to fires. So you're only allowed to have a fire at certain times. Do you think they should still be able to burn their flag during those periods when no burning laws are in effect?
I mean, sorry, what was the question?
Do you struggle understanding my questions?
No, like, sorry.
Why do you clam up every time I ask you direct questions?
No, yes, question again.
He's low IQ, I think. He's not material for this discussion.
No, so do you still support the burning of the American flag even when no burning laws are in effect in that region?
Do I support the person's right to burn a flag even when there's no burning laws within that region? I mean, absolutely.
And in fact, at that time, absolutely, you say. So they should risk starting a fire in a dry area. Okay, like areas like Colorado have no burning laws in certain cities, right? Certain areas because they're prone to fires. Certain areas of California have no burning laws in effect, right? Do you think that your speech trumps this?
Do I think that free speech trumps people's whatever is considered a hazard? Like, and I obviously, like I said, if there is a hazard, then I don't support it. And if it's the law, then, like, you know, no, you
didn't say that till now. Not like you've been saying say that till now.
Yeah. I mean,
it's simple. No, you don't. You don't support the burning of the American flag for the right of someone's speech if it's at risk of starting a fire in a fire-prone area, right?
And I mean, yeah, because you can't endanger people through in the area.
We've established that people don't have the right to burn the American flag 100% of the time, right?
It depends, so no, it's just like you don't have the right to shout crowd fire and
you do if there's a fire. You do have the right to shout there's fire if there is a fire.
Yeah. But you can't do it just in a public theater, right?
And if there's a
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, essentially, like you can, like, you know, yeah, you can come up with like all these different things, but I mean, it's, to me, I'd like to illustrate freedom of speech in the same way as like with like your hands. Like you have the right to your hands. You are.
So
not
real quick,
hold on. I just want to finish the point.
Okay.
So yes, you're always going to have like specifically certain boundaries that, you know, you have the right to move your hands, but you don't have the right to move your hands in people's faces.
What's the message that's being sent when you burn the flag?
It depends on the context. I mean, you can have people who oppose America's foreign policies in other countries, like so many people, whether they be leftists, communists, or even libertarians, have done. But I mean, you know, it's specifically you expressing dissatisfaction with.
So if I go so that's kind of back to my other point. If I go to the Pacific Palisades and I light the whole place on fire because I hate the rich, is that freedom of speech? Like if I that's how I show off my disdain or something for the American flag burning is disdain for the country for what you just said that it did. And can I just go to the Pacific Palisades and light it on fire because I hate the rich?
Is it your property? Is it your property? Is it your property?
Okay, so it's a property thing because you own the flag. I guess you get a chance to do your expression, right?
Well, I mean, it's not the only thing. I mean, there's other things with property that's
well, if I own, let's say I just bought a little piece of land with all the like if I just I don't know, what if I rented a house or something? I can just rent on it. What if I bought the little piece of land that had all the stuff on it, safe to burn? Is that good enough to meet that requirement that I own the property that led to the burning of Pacific Palisades? I don't know.
If you burn the property that led to the Pacific Palisades.
Mm-hmm. As an expression of frustration, the rich.
I mean, if it's your property, it's one thing. But given that everything is secure, there's no other endangerment. Then
calling out fake random Republicans in Texas who hate Trump.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this like the papacy?
So, I would like to see Trump, if that's what you declare as authoritarian, I would like for him to be authoritarian and arrest someone for burning the American flag so it can be brought in front of the Supreme Court again so we can overturn that ruling. It should be illegal to burn the United States American flag.
And you're free to have that opinion, but it's still, I mean, the constitutional amendment, but I understand why.
No, it's not hold on, let's be clear. It's not a constitutional amendment.
Yes, it is.
It's no, it's not. It's case precedence. It's case precedence. It's literally, you even cited it, 1989, a Supreme Court ruling. It's case precedence, much different than a constitutional amendment.
So Donald v. Chicago is something that's just the Supreme Court precedent.
Okay, so do you understand case law, case precedence, and what it means?
I understand that.
That it can be that the Supreme Court can just like what happened with Roe versus Wade. It was case precedence that Roe versus Wade existed. It was not the supreme law of the land. It was just a ruling that established, which the Supreme later in years on rule opposite of it and set the precedent a different way. So I believe, in my opinion, the court should change their ruling from what they found in 1989 and allow us to have laws against the burning of the American flag.
Okay. Well, I mean, you have the right to feel that way about, but the thing is, though, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that people who want to, because the people who oppose Donald Trump, essentially are people who are very likely
to. American flag. Yeah, You want to burn the American flag? Gotcha.
No, I don't. But I mean, to me, it's like I understand why Trump wants to punish people who burn the American flag, because a lot of people who don't agree with his policies are the people who are most likely to express their opposition to it that way.
Isn't it largely only people on the left that burn the American flag when they're upset?
It's not only people on the left, but yeah, a lot of people on the left.
Largely, I said largely.
I think the majority, I would say, yeah.
Can you name when? Can you name when?
Yeah, when Republicans or conservatives burn flags, I don't know which one. What are they? Have you ever seen that?
There are libertarians who have burned the American flag.
They're definitely not Republicans. So
okay, but that wasn't that you said leftists. Libertarians are not leftists.
In a lot of ways, they are. Yes, libertarians are much more left leaning than they are right leaning, for sure, 100%. Where do you think the whole transgender ideology concept comes from? It's we're just going to let live and let everybody just do whatever the hell they want. Just prop up. It's individual freedom, right?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was what conservatives said that they liked, though, was individual freedom.
No, small government is what conservatives advocate for, and family. So they advocate for family rights. So true conservatism is about the nuclear family. It's not about the individual.
Okay. So and I know libertarians believe that conservatives still supporting any state, pretty much.
What's that?
Well, libertarians, they argue that even though they're better than liberals on, reducing, the government from being anything, the government.
Recession is coming. Buy gold and silver. Sell stocks and.
But I mean, to me, it's I would if you think the libertarians that they're a bunch of leftists, or I would recommend you.
Libertarians believe in illegal immigration. They're let them all come in. We shouldn't have borders. Libertarians believe in unfettered abortion. Let people have the freedom. The mother has the freedom to kill her child. I mean, yes, this is what libertarians, many of them, not all. I mean, Libertarian Party is largely just a party frontal right-wing and left-wing people.
You brought up immigration. You brought up immigration and abortion. Do you not think leftist governments who have supported closed borders or have been against abortion? Because I know plenty of leftists.
Not in recent. I'm talking about today, and the positions today. I'm not talking about positions 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Democrats think black people should be afforded rights.
Yeah. The parties did change. I agree with that.
Not really. They still don't think, that all Americans should have equal rights.
Well, I would agree that the Democrats have been a failure to Americans, but I still think the same thing about Republicans. So, I think both of them are essentially, if you removed a lot of the cultural war issues, I think they're pretty difficult to distinguish, in my opinion.
Joe, I got a question. If I had an American flag that was old and dirty, and I had a permit to burn trash in my private property, and I lumped it in with all the socials burning, if you had your way, you would make that illegal?
Yeah, I think communities should, if it was my way, I think communities should have the right to set that as their law. Now, it should be up to the communities, though, to be able to do that, yes.
Yeah, and I believe that the Constitution should protect people from tyranny of the majority on human rights, so.
I think
there are people
Beaver's scenario, I'll probably just disagree a little bit with Joe. I think in that case, I think we know the intention of someone trying to get rid of an old flag, perhaps, you know what I mean, versus somebody, out in the street at a protest doing it. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm assuming you're going to say the standard should just be the standard, right, Joe? On that one or no?
I don't really understand the question. However, should we be able to should we have the right to govern ourselves, to set a law to burn the American flag? Yes, we should. We should have that right to be able to set that law. Right now, due to case precedent, it says we can't have that law. What actual individual liberty we're not taking people's speech away.
Joe, you have to. It is a speech issue. You have to look at it as art creation, because the moment you outlaw it, now you create a fixation opportunity for people that actually do. It's the same thing with the Quran burning. There's this Christian guy who goes around burning Qurans, and then the police have to put out the fire, and then the Muslims are trying to put out the whole thing is just wasting everybody's time. And I like all the debates and conversations, but we have to, I know it's just this fucking social or conference call, but I'm saying, like, as a herd, do we actually intelligently prioritize what our government is doing, what the taxpayers are expected of, and how do we essentially stop running a broken simulation on a redundant, fully automated setting? I mean, these conversations are awesome, but honestly, isn't that, like you said earlier, Abraham Lincoln arrested criminals? So is Trump actually going to liberate us, or is he just like got the hello? Fuck it, buckets, 2 tears in a bucket. Like, is anything ever going to change? I doubt it. I think the status quo is gold. But miracles and breakthroughs do happen. Trump is that miracle and breakthrough, but how do we get the all-seeing eye to focus on liberating America? Because how has technology not essentially created efficiency? The internet is supposed to modify everything, and the biggest thing that isn't modified, damn, teachers unions and our national education system, which is bupkis. And look at Clownhouse. Like, this could be the future of Dr. Peepee here. Could be teaching a class and maybe making a salary, And we can eliminate the $1.3 trillion annual budget for education. It's just a joke, but not really, because something's got to give, and something's got to give in Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. So we talked about this earlier. We discussed that Kash Patel supposedly has a big reveal coming up where he's talking about arresting people are responsible for the theft of the 2020 election.
Well, there's also a lot coming out with Rand Paul, Fauci, and Tulsi Gabbard is also releasing information on biolabs, 40 of them in Ukraine. So, the Pentagon and Fauci and all these bioweapon research programs, they're being exposed. And Dr. Bill Gates has been exposed. And, there's still got these Epstein files. I mean, does anybody here look at Thomas Massey's, Instagram and X account, or Rand Paul? I mean, these are leading conservative intellectuals, not the homosexual elite intellectuals of the Democrat gay trans party, who want to tell you everything is racist and everything is because of structural right racism. We still got to think about indigenous. We got to think about the immigrant communities, and we have to think about the open border. Things got to go back to normal, is what they like to say. When things go back to normal. Well, Pandora's box is open, and nothing goes back to normal when things start getting weird. And things are going to get weird, in my opinion, or the state will just persist and the Democrats will actually return to power and wipe away these years of work. So, hello?
Yeah. I mean, as far as I understand it, I understand Americans have gotten away from what our Constitution actually said. I mean, plenty of things in the Constitution that are pretty explicit, like explicitly says, forbids being subject to cruel and unusual punishment, but surprisingly, the majority of Americans find it acceptable. And so, I mean, it's one of the things I do find disgusting about Americans and overall for my country is that somehow it's something that we've been okay with.
Was it acceptable for how the Washington, D.C. Legal system treated the January 6th protesters?
If you're talking about specific cases, I mean, there are some that I do believe were given sentences that I felt were a little bit lengthy. Like, I feel like, you had some of them, I think, guys like, I think it was Joe Biggs. I mean, I don't think he should have got off scot-free, but I do think that I don't think he should have been sentenced to, I think it was like 17 years or whatever it was. I think, to me, the thing that I found really interesting was the fact that these people, got any time, got all this time that they served. But meanwhile, the guy who would let it did not face time, but that's something that, I knew was pretty much never going to happen. But overall, I mean, as regards to, I do believe you can give specific examples. I found a little bit lengthy. I mean, as far as people, though, who assaulted police officers that day, it's like, I don't see how Republicans who have claimed to be the party of law and order could be okay with those people being pardoned. Essentially, it's like, if I was a person, if I was a police officer in DC, I don't see why I would want to be defending Trump anymore because of the fact that, he could have any bunch of riders come up and he'll pardon them if they assault me.
Mother of dragons, but no man alive has seen a living dragon.
Yeah, I guess thankful that we have the Secret Service and don't have to rely on the DC police.
I am not a liar.
Oh, I don't think you are, because I've never met you before.
I mean, but doesn't that mean that, essentially, that do you not value law enforcement, though?
Insulted at the gates.
Well, you literally just said that you think it's
You promised to receive me.
We have received it. Here we are.
Okay, but they still work to protect everybody
All
who
of us
is,
will die.
the police force protects everyone in DC. I mean,
The murder rates prior to Trump's involvement with enforcing the law there.
Please be careful.
I mean, it's DC crime rates have always been high. I mean, of course.
Until Trump put the National Guard into the DC police force isn't really something to go around and champion. It's like the beacon of policing example, like this great policing example, right? Would you agree?
My name is Daenerys.
I mean, as far as the failures of the DC Police Department, is so much about everything about the police department. But I mean, you're right. But to me, is that what I see, like what happened on January 6th, was that you had police officers who were who were assaulted by protesters that day. I mean, they were.
Democrats didn't steal the election in 2020. Would January 6th have happened?
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is kind of a thing where it's like, I don't know if we're going to see eye to eye because, I mean, you believe it was stolen, but I mean, all the evidence that I've seen shows that it was secure.
Secure.
Yeah.
Secure. The most secure election ever.
I don't know if it was, but it's like it seemed like pretty secure. I mean, Trump's.
That's what the Democrats told us. That's what Biden told us, that it was the most secure election ever.
Okay. Well, I don't know specifically about whether it was the most, but I think essentially to me, it's like.
Do you think 100 million mail-in ballots is a secure way to run an election?
talk about the concern about the mail-in votes, specifically that, there were a bunch of people who sent their mail before they, right after they start counting or something like along those lines. I don't know about the security of mail-in voting, but I mean, in general, it's like, I think that, it's some people.
There are people.
So if you're asking me about what are the best methods for people to be able to vote, I haven't looked at all of them.
Do you think it's authoritarian that the United States Supreme Court has now ruled that mail-in ballot cannot be counted after Election Day?
I don't know what the basis for that is, but I mean, if
During the 2020 election, they were counting ballots up to a week after the Election Day. The United States Supreme Court has now come out and ruled that they cannot do that, that Election Day is Election Day, and that if ballots arrive after Election Day, they should not be counted. Is that authoritarian?
I don't know what the basis for it was that they made that.
There are people.
Said it in the 2020 election, they were counting ballots up to a week after the election.
There are people.
It was a secure election, you said. And now the United States Supreme Court has ruled that they cannot do that any longer, that those ballots should not be counted. Is that authoritarian of the Supreme Court?
And
That's not influence in the hall.
What's their reasoning for that? So I would have to look at it.
Would you be for counting ballots like
I'm a
a
social
month after?
parasite
Like,
in the
what's your
time in the
limit?
seat you shook.
I mean,
Everything is racist,
I do
including me.
believe that,
Black
things should
supremacist
be
fall.
done as fast as possible. And so, I mean, if there is limits on people, being required to do that, but I also believe that, there's plenty of other concerns, like just forcing the stop counting of voting, like what happened in Florida back in 2002. And so we're back 2000, but ultimately I don't know I know there's concern though about, them taking ballots in. So I can't say ultimately though, whether it's right or wrong. I mean, it seems to me that, election laws, what is decided by law is a state issue.
I'm assuming you're not for voter ID.
I do believe that there should be some form of verification.
Wow, I was surprised. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a person who, thinks that it's right to say that, that voter ID is racist. Although I do believe there are concerns. I believe we've touched on this, me and Joe, where I brought up research by journalist Greg Pallas that he did in a documentary, and you said that you watched it. I was wanting to know specifically if, like you said, the movie. I believe you said you believe the movie was factually inaccurate or something.
Me? So what I want to talk about is what you just referenced. What you just referenced. So you talked about that you are okay with limits on counting ballots, right? So the Supreme Court now, we have already established, ruled that they can't count after the election day. So the Brooks Brothers protest is what you referenced, that you do think that people should not be able to protest the counting, because that was roughly 2 weeks after the election that Miami-Dade County wanted to continue to count ballots after the election was already done. So why are you okay with having limitations, but you're against the Brooks Brother protest that occurred in the 2000 election.
There are people like Jessica who have such a sunk like I cost. said, it's like I don't know necessarily what was the ruling the Supreme Court made. I said about
like you go one way or the other. Like
I'm a person who is mostly, sees a lot of laws as simply not just purely black and white.
Sit on the floor.
Like the issues that are being decided, it's like.
Is the Constitution a living document?
I don't know what you mean by a living document, does it?
If baby Hitler was alive and you had the chance to kill him before he became adult Hitler, would you do it?
Fuck yeah.
So you're
Put a
asking
baby in a river.
whether I would kill a person when they're innocent.
He's being blown up before he can even walk.
Okay.
Yeah, pockets.
No shit. People are having abortions every day, B. What's the difference?
Oh, that's a good question. Joe, what do you think? Would that you should abort baby Hitler before he becomes adult Hitler? Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, Joe's stuck in a mind here a little bit. Hold on, folks. We got him. Just kidding. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't think you can declare a baby a king or a fascist. And I largely don't think these people that are on the No Kings protest can declare a president a fascist or a king, or it's largely just, a attempt to try and rally support for the next election cycle. That's right.
It's organizing.
Get from baby Hitler to
And look who funds it. George Soros and Warren Buffett.
left turn, Joe?
Did you see the list of the funders?
Oh, my bad. I was late. My bad.
Well, Joe, I think it's interesting. I think this is a question I would like to know is that, there's always the saying of the enemy of my friend is like whether that's true. Would you become friends with Stalin if it was your only way to get rid of Hitler?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would.
Absolutely.
But I don't know if everybody in this room would do that.
I'm not sure any of us know what we would do at that point. But I don't think it has any relevance to any topic regarding President Trump.
Yeah, the baby Hitler thing was pointless too.
Yeah.
It was just a thought.
But I like it. Yeah, I was just saying I like it. I like thought experiments. Yeah, I'm for it. I love thought experiments, Alan.
We're just picking Necro's brain on how. What do you think? A young Gen Zer and what they think about the world around them.
Necro, how old are you?
27.
I'm fucking 29. What does that mean? I'm almost 30.
Yeah, I know. He's told
I'm basically a Gen Z. I'm 96.
Yeah, 29. So.
Am I right?
I don't know when the cutoff is for Gen Z.
I was before AOL.
Yeah. But were you after, like, the old?
2000 is Gen Z cutoff. 2000 Gen Z, so 4 years? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a millennial, thank God.
Actually, millennial, I think it's either like 96 or like 95, something like that.
Thank God I made it.
But I know for sure I'm Gen Z, because...
Yeah, 99?
Yeah.
Damn. Anyone born after 2000 that is don't think that is crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm really glad I'm a 90s kid, technically.
Alright.
So you just love politics. I mean, Necro, do you think you'll ever try to run for like state representative pockets? Do you ever think you'll try to run for state representative? Will you guys ever do anything other than coming on Clubhouse like for years and years more?
I'm gonna keep delivering loads.
I'm glad you asked that. I'm glad you asked that, Alistair. Yeah, I've always considered it. I've thought about, one of the positions, policies I would want to push for, and at least in my state, is the age of consent to 18, abolishing mandatory minimums on simple drug possession, and I would also want to extend the punishments for people who rape children. I believe that those people should be sent to life imprisonment without parole.
I think they should be castrated. I'm with you. No, I would never run for any type of representative position at all. I'm not trying to sell my soul, but I will deliver your loads. Pun intended.
Load deliver.
I also would fight to, I mean, this is another thing that puts me at odds with most Americans, is my opposition to capital punishment.
I think we should bring back the death penalty. So.
What about immigration, Necro? I support closed borders. You can't have a functioning country without borders.
I love that.
Yeah. No, it's like, I mean, I think one of the things that Trump has done that, you know, to me, it's like, it's his most effective policy that he's, you know, actually has kept his promises on this immigration. Now, I disagree with some of the methods that he's done it. But for most of all, it's like, you know, I believe in, you know, the purpose of what he's trying to do. I think, you know, it's something even many of the Democrats have had to admit, as much as they try to pretend that they weren't in favor of defense back in the early 2000s, you know, and talked about how corrupt Mexico was, like Joe Biden did. The Democrats, party that was in many ways just as, if not more harsh on the border for a while, but you know, and so, you know, but yeah, even some Democrats have admitted to that, you know, the border was more secure under Trump in his first administration than under Biden. So that's one thing, you know. I think, you know, why I felt Trump had a good chance of winning in 2024 was because immigration was so bad.
H-1B visa holders, should we increase them or decrease them?
Yeah, that's something I haven't really thought about too much. I mean, I do think, you know, there are definitely jobs for people who are outside the country who I think are the only people who are qualified, that plain Americans aren't able to do it. But in the end, I also think that, you know, there's plenty of lack of funding for Americans to begin with, which I think should be addressed.
Americans in doing these jobs.
You ever ran for president? Lose?
No, yeah, I believe I would.
Yeah, literally, people would hate what you have to say, which sucks.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the thing, though. It's like, you know, I do like the idea of putting, you know, America first. And, like, my greatest issue with Trump is the fact that he's, you know, not America first. He's spending so much money on this war. When, I mean, it's been shown, I mean, $72 billion that has potentially been spent on this war could have given every community college completely.
There was it's over $1 trillion. We're spending annually $1.3 trillion. We're engaged in war for 1 year. Technically, we spent $1 fucking trillion on war. It's crazy.
No.
Yeah.
I know, Kitover. Yeah, we don't agree on a lot of things. I agree with you on that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how much money we spend on war. But it actually makes us money, which is sad as well. Yeah. We really profit off of it.
It doesn't make you money when you only make $5 million but spend $7 million. Are you guys all broke? Hello?
No, and that's not what we're. What?
Well, you gave me money pockets, so obviously, you know, you're at a negative.
We'll never finish what we're doing. It'll keep going. Unfortunately.
You have to understand how to run a business. You got to turn a profit. The government's no different. You can't keep running an insolvent organization. It's lunacy. Hello?
The people running it are making bank. Hello? The people that are not running it like us are the ones paying the dues. Hello?
Yeah.
They're doing just fine.
Well,
They're doing exactly what we want to do. And
well, the medical industrial complex is doing great because that's the biggest budget, 4.2 trillion a year, and you're a recipient of that pockets. You work in medicine. Without the government, you wouldn't make a salary. Hello?
I'm not in the government. That's why I just said I'm not running.
Yeah, but you work in the healthcare industry. Who do you think funds the whole healthcare industry? The government. 4.2 trillion a year, Medicare, Medicaid.
I quit that shit.
You quit it? No.
Absolutely. I've quit being there.
No.
Went into the claims department. Quit that shit. That shit's ridiculous. Fuck working on healthcare. It's a scam. There's nothing I can fucking do.
Well, you got to get on the board of directors because there's a lot of little health groups billing Medicaid $100 million, and the doctors are making 1.2 million.
Didn't you try to run and they fucking turned you down, bro? Who's running that's really changing shit right now? Nobody.
Rand Paul, he just got an indictment on Fauci. They're going to arrest Fauci and Bill Gates. Hello?
Finally, after the fucking COVID, finally. You think they'll ever fucking get arrested? No. Bill Gates is not getting fucking arrested. We serious?
Yeah, it's really sad.
Bill Gates is not going to jail. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, it's really sad because
Bill Gates is a pay without.
Bill Gates is the bane of my existence now.
I hate that man. Steve Jobs as well. Fucking hate Fauci as well. Didn't call him Fauci out since HIV.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually working on since there's been like a trend of making all these art pieces for the Epstein administration. I've thought, I mean, it's a shame that I don't have a DSLR because I thought about doing a Bob Ross parody video where like I was doing this painting of parody of Mount Rushmore where it's basically Epstein and his bestest friends.
Trump.
Yeah, Trump, Bill Clinton, and Bill Gates with Epstein. And I thought about having Elon Musk at the site, crying.
Can you get a white wig, Necro, and just pretend to be Andy Warhol? Can you do a gay voice?
I could try to do like a Carl Sagan, kind of high voice.
I believe in you.
Sorry, what?
I said I believe in you. Do it.
Yes.
No,
my name is Carl Sagan.
I'm picturing man. That looks beautiful.
Oh, that sounded so gay.
Yes.
My name is Carl Sagan. In the future, hundreds of people will gather on a conference call app to figure out unique ways to how to waste their time through multivariable expressions of political propaganda.
That was actually on point. I still hate you. That was on point.
I did a video where I did how marijuana will ruin your life, and I talked about how you might have to become president of the United States if you smoke marijuana. The past 3 presidents, Obama was president at the time that I did it, and so I said the past 3 presidents have all admitted to smoking pot at least once, and they look like they've aged 20 years in just the few years that they've been in office.
Yeah, I think politics did that to the man. Obama came in looking 20. That dude left looking 80. Like that dude looked stressed.
Did they even drug test the presidents? I don't even know.
They should. They fucking.
They probably don't.
They probably have a piece of their poop in a bag somewhere. Fucking just saved.
Yeah, they don't. Drug test. Hey, Necro, what do you think about Trump lowering the classification of marijuana? Is that a big thing? Do you now consider?
I heard about him and Elizabeth Warren putting forward a bill, and so to try to decriminalize or to repeal the old law that on the federal level where marijuana is criminalized, and so if that's passed, I would appreciate. I do appreciate.
No, there's not a law. It's a classification. So they lowered it to a class 3 now.
Yeah,
schedule 3. Yeah. Okay. The executive branch can do this in their authoritarian power unilaterally.
Yeah.
Do you think that they're going to backdate all the people that were arrested and free them, or do you think they're going to keep them in jail, the people that were arrested?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
That's a really good question. You might be able to submit for a reconsideration.
You think?
Well, I don't know, but if I was in that position, I would.
Right. Okay.
I mean, there's plenty of things that I would say that I do agree with Trump on. One of them is him trying to go after big pharma for the cost of prescription drugs, because that's one thing. I do support. The other thing would be his position on. The political landscape. You mentioned marijuana. The other one would be abortion. But about 2024 was that 3 red states voted that voted for Trump, also voted abortion rights on their measures as well.
Interesting about the big four, because he does attack on the drug prices, and he has pushed price most favored nation pricing deals to lower prescription costs. His administration said it had deals for 17 major drug companies, but he's also making deals with pharma, not trying to destroy or take on, but they include benefits for company exemptions. So I see, and he has to, obviously, because if he's going to give one for them, he has to give one for all. So I see how people make it. Someone put in the chat, he's not doing anything again. Yeah, he is. He's just giving them tax exemptions like he is with any other corporations. But he is literally lowering the pricing, and Medicare is dealing with that as we speak. So come, I believe, 2027, drugs medications for diabetes and insulin, and even I think treatment for your diabetes lowered for people who are lower income, so that they can afford their treatment. So I do praise him for that, because that's very much needed.
Yeah.
It should be just for the sake that it's already been admitted that it's not very expensive to do so.
Yeah.
What's not expensive?
To provide that medication.
Oh yes, it is very expensive. No, it is very expensive.
No, it's really not.
Insulin?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's the manufacturing.
They've already admitted that so many times. It's we gotta be done with that.
Yeah.
It is really just to put money in many pockets.
Yeah.
Manufacturing a drug might be cheap, but how much was the R&D for that drug? How long did it have to go through testing? How expensive was the testing?
Well, Alan, are you talking about the COVID-19 vaccine? Because I don't think they did much testing on that.
No.
I think they had the patents for 15 years beforehand.
No, I don't want that.
Oh, it's the same when it comes to COVID-19. I understand. Okay. Special rules, special circumstances, not a standard. I understand. Okay.
It's been in good standing for a long time, and that's what came forward in the conversations.
Like in the vaccine, it's just a gene modifier.
There's no good reason to charge so much for that medication.
There's also no reason to charge high prices for plenty of drugs. So yeah, I would agree. Ozempic, they said it costs about $5 to make. In other countries like Germany and Canada, they pay less than $100. While we pay
Well, I don't think a shawarma sandwich should cost $20, but I'm still prepared to pay the $20 for a good shawarma sandwich.
Well, and that's the thing, though.
That's really funny, and thank you for that, but also...
I think
Novo Nordisk has stated it spent over $10 billion on
Yeah, tell us that you don't need that medication without telling us that you don't depend on that medication. You don't have to pay for it. Okay.
Whether you need it or not, they spent over $10 billion.
That's really
Alan, Medicaid spent $60 billion on peptides, so it all balances out, doesn't it?
Well, I got to pay this and I got to pay that, so everybody else should pay something. That's not right.
The chemo industry is a $60 billion a year with an absolute 100% failure rate. Should we keep funding $60 billion worth of chemotherapy every year? Or how about $50 billion to Catholic churches? Maybe the Catholic Church medical industrial complex should come to an end. $50 billion a year to Catholic churches every year in this country? That's a lot of money. The Pope has his own medical industrial complex.
We hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Just take turns. It's okay.
So,
I want you to be able to speak because you're trying to speak right now.
so,
Lied about it.
So I just looked up on Yale on Yale School of Medicine the cost for one vial of insulin. It costs
$2.
yeah, it's
$2 and it costs $35. You don't have coverage, it's about $200.
Yeah.
It's a fucking lot of money.
yeah, and
It's only because we have PBMs.
Yeah, and they were charging like for a while. It was well over 1,000 people were paying
For
for
so long.
Yeah. And we can blame our PBM for that. We can blame our, the benefit managers. We can blame the FTC for that. We can literally blame, there's only a few, 3 companies that are the major competitors with insulin. I forgot the fucking company, so sorry, but I believe it's Novo. Yeah.
Pfizer, J&J.
Yeah, you're not listening. Go ahead, Kitover. But what's crazy is that when my mom didn't have health insurance coverage because she was doing everything under the budget for tax leaving, and one round of her chemo was $130-something thousand.
Oh my
For
God.
pancreatic stage for cancer. One round of her chemo. That's uninsured. Well, she passed away because there was nothing they could do. I still got the bill, and her bill was over almost $2 million for a week in the hospital. I believe 2 appointments at the oncology center, and I believe 3 rounds of chemo, which I did at my house, by the way, the last round. They sent her home with me, where she passed away, and I still got a bill. And I'm not paying it, obviously, because I don't have to. But it was $2 million fucking dollars.
See, if we had smart contracts, instead of paying the medical industrial complex $2 million, you could have taken a settlement check for $100,000. Would you have taken it? Would your mom have taken it?
I mean, she only lasted 3 weeks after diagnosis, so probably she would have rather had us have that.
A settlement check. J.G. Wentworth, it's your money. Spend it when you need it.
I probably would have just to take advantage of the system, sure, because I'm gonna die anyway, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was so fucked. And I was like, bro, it was just fucked. So I hate the healthcare system. I worked in Medicare for about 3 years. I worked in the claims department. I worked in finding seniors primary care right after COVID. And it was just the seniors right now, they paid 65 years into taxes, and their Social Security is being wrecked, completely taken. They're broke. They're literally, these seniors are fucking broke. Don't even get me started on our veterans. Veterans are homeless, broke, no coverage. The VA doesn't do shit. The VA doesn't even let them know that they're entitled to a civilian doctor along with the VA doctor. They have no idea. I'm only scheduling seniors.
No.
Have no idea still that they're entitled to a civilian provider.
Well, you can go. Anybody can go into that emergency room,
But
but
also getting proper representation.
if you're a veteran, you can't just wander around and say, "I'm a veteron. I demand to be seen by a doctor."
We get that you're funny. We get it.
You're so smart.
Well, you're making all or nothing claims, Pockets. They're not accurate.
It's okay. Don't entertain that one. It's okay.
I think what's worse essentially is to me the cost of gasoline is the oil companies made record-breaking profits during when the Russian pipeline was cut off. So it's not.
Is that a bad thing?
Well, essentially, though, the thing is that my point is oil companies are not desperate to make profits. It's not that they're desperate to make profits as to why the cost of gasoline is going up.
It's still not a good argument because whether a company is desperate or not has nothing to do with anything. Whether they're desperate to make it or whether they're not desperate to make it, fundamentally companies get to make money.
I really like your vocabulary, but also you're not really contributing to this conversation.
An oil company is just trying to maintain their quarterly earnings revenue growth by 5%, 10%, 20%. Or maybe they're going to have a big gusher.
You're right. Well,
I think that the people that are trying to speak about real things.
Hold on. So basically, the thing is that to me, so people say they don't have an issue with business. Like, they have issues when the government decides what you get and how much you pay for it. But somehow, is it okay if corporations do the same?
Because corporations have competitors. The government does not.
Yeah, undercut them. If you can make.
I'm sorry. I mean, it's not a factor on our.
If
one oil undercut them, make it cheaper, and then you can sell them and undercut them, and then the market will adjust.
But also, why are you mean?
Because I was talking to you earlier. I have to teach you.
What? See, Beaver, I'm glad I just want to say this. It seems to me that the left has an emotional crisis. That what they're experiencing, that's the main problem. And the problem is they've decided they hate Trump. And they can't accept that other people don't hate Trump. So they just keep looking for intellectual reasons why we should all hate Trump. And it's not working. And it's not going to work. We will never convince people that Trump is a bad person. They've decided that, and it's an emotional response. Everything we're in, and I don't know if Necro is on the left or the right, he'll probably deny being on the left, though he's certainly parroting a lot of those talking points. But before I was called away, I went through those lists of how he's limiting free speech. And first of all, he's not limiting free speech. The government can and will decide where it gives its money. And in this, certain presidents will direct the government funds towards one set of corporations. Then another
and another lobbying
in different places. And we see that time and time again. Yet when Trump does it, somehow he's inhibiting free speech.
They're all so
and you
mad.
can see it. He cut funding to NPR. He cut funding to NPR. Well, where is it written we have to fund NPR? And then I did something where all of the places he targeted had taken legal action or taken political action against him personally and against his administration. So if they are going to get into the political realm, well then
I make you nervous. That's why you keep me.
You do it. Well, because you keep this. I'm not. You're rude, but you keep interrupting.
Interrupting each other.
And so, in conclusion, again, it's an emotional problem, and we need to treat these people. They're 12-year-old teenage girls who are upset because they didn't get invited to their best friend Susie's birthday party because the other girl that they hate got invited, and they just can't get over it. That's the level of emotion we're dealing with here.
No, yeah, you're speaking facts. It is an emotional response to hate somebody. I don't think people hate Trump, and if they say they do, they're just being emotional or being petty. I think people just don't agree with his politics, and they use the word hate because they're emotional and they're petty. People just need to say they don't agree with them, and leave it at that. I don't agree with the left. Don't interrupt me, please. He's gonna ask for this. You asked for the same thing. You asked for the same thing.
Go ahead.
No, I got you, because I interrupted you like 10 times, so it's okay. But I feel like with Trump, I don't agree with a lot of what he's done. I don't agree with the younger version of Trump, which, people are weird when they're younger. A lot of people make mistakes. A lot of people in the 80s were fucking weird. Okay, half of you on the stage were probably fucking weird in the 80s, doing some weird shit. Look at the 90s were talking about weird shit in the 90s. But this Trump, the one I mean, the dude's a businessman, dude. He's not even a politician like that. People got to get that through their heads.
He's good at sales.
The dude's a businessman. He just wants mine. And I'm for the green. I just want green. I don't care about the left or right. I don't care if you're conservative.
And he's honest about it, though. If you really listen to him, he's not. He tells you.
He ain't honest about shit, but he's crazy.
I'm not saying like he's really forthcoming. He'll tell you, though,
This is why
what he's
you
doing.
muted, though. This is why you get muted. Like, I'm good.
Seriously?
Yes, love. Like, come on, I'm trying to mute him all the time.
He's much
you guys-
smarter than Biden.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's much more politician than Biden.
Yeah, hold on. I have to defend the 80s and 90s. For the record,
You weirdo.
the 2020s is a lot weirder. I'm going to tell you that right now. We didn't face tyranny, medical tyranny. We didn't face all this people confused with their gender, 72 different genders, transgender, all this bullshit. It's a lot weirder now.
Oh, I was talking about like drugs and rock and roll and fuck yeah, like getting fucked, party and I wasn't talking about that, but yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and pockets.
I was talking about like the weird 80s, Go ahead.
Yeah, but
Excuse me, guys. Can I have you pocket?
the 80s
No, you can't.
once HIV hit. But pockets,
Right.
26, like it's 26% of the people on the left think
Right.
it's okay to kill Trump.
Right, and that's great.
Yeah, no,
That's crazy.
when you say no, they just disagree with them. I can't tell you the number of people
Right.
on the left. They're like, I wish Trump would just die.
Yeah, it's
That's-
insane.
Yeah, it really is. So that was the only thing I wanted to say. As far as the 80s, up until 83, 84, it was great. And then HIV hit. And then, things got weird. If you had sex with somebody, it could kill you. That fucks with people's brains. And there was no cure. And it was a long, painful death on top of it. I mean, people forget.
I think it's crazy to wish death on anybody. My bad, Nick.
Well, I think wishing death on someone, I think really it's like, it's something that plenty of people have. There's a whole... No, it's not both sides. You're not going to go there. I think it's like 3% of Republicans agree that political assassination is valid. But on the left, it's like 26%. That is a huge disparity. So no, this is not there are good people on both sides. So you think that specifically you have data that shows that, the left is
there was look it up. There was a poll that was done and it came out that's where the country is at. Go find the link. Well, I think that both sides, I think both of them can work in toning down their rhetoric as far as I'm concerned. As far as I understand it. And, I think specifically that, that's one thing it's like I think, I would agree on. I just don't think it is exclusive to one side. And so, but if you have that Helen that shows that the left is... Look for the poll. Well,
That's weird. That's weird.
But you made the claim, Helen, that, it was...
Yeah, and it's a recent poll where both sides were asked if it was political violence was okay. Do a Google search. I'm sure you will find it. Well, I actually believe that you and I think, actually had this conversation. I think you and I went to can't remember if it was PBS or it was Marist or something like that. But I don't remember it being, where one side was more infinitely, completely inverted with how they view political violence. I'm disturbed by any side, by, any sort of approval of violence to another person. As far as, feeling that somebody else, you wish that, they would just die, not that you would wish that, anybody would commit violence on them, but hoping that, they will eventually, pass out or something like that.
I mean, I know plenty of people in my family who have wished that of me, and I've, I mean, is it something that people wish? I mean, that people have. I mean, I don't know, but to me, I understand that people have that opinion of me myself, and I don't have any thoughts on it. So.
Be very tell your cousin I said and yeah, I heard that. Fuck you. That'd be good. That'd be great.
Yeah, that's very appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If y'all think Rubio or Trump's bad, wait till Rubio and Vance come in.
Mark Rubio, you think he's bad?
No, I like him.
I was gonna say.
Do you hear my point?
Oh, the left thinks he's bad. Got it.
Yeah, if they think he's bad or they are bad, because I think they're going in as a joint ticket. I don't care what anyone says. Sit down and hush up. That's all I wanted to say to the opposition.
I think Mark Rubio is going to be a great kind of like, in a way, because he is more, I want to say moderate, but he is very conservative. But he is more moderate in the way that he speaks to the left about conservatism and his beliefs. I think he's a way more, I want to say, just better communicator than Trump is. I think Trump is just so blunt and brash, and he's just very shock factor that people are not prepared to even process what the fuck he's saying, just because how shock factor he is. But Mark Rubio, he's able to break it down. So I'm looking forward to him. I haven't seen JD Vance forever. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, but definitely looking forward to Rubio.
I think your persona, guys, hold on, Necro. I think your persona of JD Vance and Marco Rubio are largely crafted by the media.
I haven't seen JD Vance in forever.
Well, yeah.
I follow them.
Even in limited. Can I finish my thought real quick here? Even in limited fashion, the right wing and the younger generation of the right wing will be more extreme than what people have seen with Donald Trump.
I didn't even speak on JD Vance's persona, so I don't know.
They're looking for answers.
Yeah,
and they'll find them there.
I think that's what Joe B's trying to say. Joe, am I echoing it correctly that the next generation of Republicans are likely to be even tougher than Trump was?
100%.
Hear us talk, right? You hear the ones that are in the next generation, and we demand more solutions than what Trump has delivered.
Yeah. I honestly think Ron DeSantis, Joe, I think you're not. I don't know if you're a fan of him or not. I forget where you are.
We'll talk about it. You want?
He's on the gallows. Up in Indiana.
We had our battles.
Up in the Midwest.
Ron DeSantis would be a beast.
Up in the Midwest.
I think Ron DeSantis would be a worse nightmare than Trump for the left, in my opinion. I think I said that before.
He would send immigrants to what's her face, Nancy Pelosi's house.
I think Ron DeSantis. He's pretty much the 2024 president. I think, and so I don't.
What's up? If you're listening,
damn, what if she was gonna say all hail Trump, bro?
No, he was just
totally missed out on the moment.
Look, with Ron DeSantis, I think he's been a great governor in many aspects. However, he lacks the personality to become the president. He's not likable. He doesn't like people.
Yeah, but that makes him more vicious and than Trump, right? At least Trump is likable.
But we'll never see it because we'll never see a president Ron DeSantis. I can tell you.
It's right.
We also said we'd never see a President Trump either, but here we are, 2 terms.
We get President Trump.
Hello. And the worst economic fallback during COVID, we got Trump.
Do you like Pockets? Pockets.
I love DeSantis. Yeah, I think DeSantis is so funny. I really think he's likable. I really think what he did with the immigrants trying to come to Florida, that was hilarious. I think that certain shit that he does very low key. To be honest, he's kind of very much like Trump, but just low key about it. So I like DeSantis. I think he's an asshole, but a good asshole. And that record's squeaky clean. You can't find him at nothing.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, I think to me, like, the greatest issue I had with Trump with DeSantis was probably when he signed his Stop the Woke Act, which concerned a lot of people who were teaching history because of the fact that his lawyer was pressed to define what woke was, and he said and believed that there's that racism that any of America's institutions or laws, which in many ways is, is something that has been understood to be, pretty much established in academia.
Understood by who?
That is not true. Not in academia.
See, it's funny. You're using you're pointing to a specific person, Ron DeSantis, but when you reference what woke is, and you want to counter it, you're saying it's understood.
Wokeness?
And it isn't understood. There's a theory that racism and the effects and the disparities with which it's there's a theory that the disparities that exist in the United States are caused by racism, but it's just that. It's only a theory, and it's a theory that doesn't actually use it. It uses lived experience as the basis by which it arrives at its conclusions. So it's fraught with, even within academia, it's fraught with problems. That's why it's called a theory.
Okay, well, I mean, essentially, it's something that is still, like, in academia, it's really something that there's, data that shows. I mean, you seem to implicitly acknowledge that there are disparities that exist. Now, I'd agree that they're not necessarily proof that, is actually is actually that race is the cause of it, any more than, Asians having high test scores is racist against white people. So I mean, I definitely am aware of that, but it's like at the academic level, there's definitely discussion of essentially whether it can be attributed to race, though.
That's all they do in academia is discuss. Come on now. Show me a product.
I mean, that's essentially what, DeSantis, the law, they essentially could not, that couldn't be legal for people to discuss that, basically.
Yeah, I kind of don't see a problem with that.
Well, I mean, I think it's important for us to know our history, know of what laws are actually.
Well, can you say the specific law? Give me a law that says a black man can't do something that a white man can do.
Well, I mean, essentially, there's not anything explicitly that says that is the case.
Then problem solved, isn't it?
But yeah, we still have it where specifically that plenty of people who are black somehow, seem to be struggling to get to a position in society with roughly the same merits, if not more merits than the other person.
But is that caused by racism?
Well,
or
no,
is it caused by individuals' behavior?
Well, and like I said, it doesn't mean it's not necessarily racism, but I mean, can we, it's like, do we also have to believe that essentially that black people just suck at everything, and I don't agree. I just don't agree with that.
Oh, we have common ground. No, black people don't suck at. I think we can acknowledge that. That's not a problem. But you know, when we look at the different disparities of outcomes, we can look and remember laws are designed to protect individuals, not groups of people. And we can look to individual behavior. And then when we look at individual behavior, then we can start to see, well, did racism occur? Was there prejudice involved in this specific thing, specific action? For example, that, you know, people always bring up, well, Wells Fargo was discriminating against black people, et cetera, et cetera. And guess what? Glory be, they were penalized for that. And that's the way it works. You know, well, if you're going to discriminate, well, then, yeah, you will be penalized. That doesn't mean the country is racist. It means the country is racist. A country that's racist would not penalize a bank for that. So, no, to find any law. And that's the problem, because once they achieve that parity in the legal system, it then had to become this, you know, amorphous, well, it's underground, which I can understand.
Alan, that's just not true. The country is and was racist to a very high degree and still is very much now. DEI, woke, social justice activism, community representation, all these terms are still out there. Hiring practices discriminate against white men. It's all racist, and a lot of wealth redistribution that's already taking place is racist and discriminatory and preferential towards melatonin density. Democrats do it all day. It's part of their platform, and it's racist. Hello?
So I will just say, I mean, so the drug wars itself was, I mean, historically was motivated by racism.
Yeah, you know that the whole crack cocaine epidemic, who is providing drugs to the African American communities? Do you know?
I mean, I presume you're probably say it's the Democrats or...
No, it was the Bloods and the Crips.
Okay, can I...
CIA had nothing to do.
Alan, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead. Okay, so what similarities do you see between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
None.
None. There's zero.
You know, as people always remind me of how old I am. I remember when George Wallace was alive. So I don't need to go back and read the history.
No, I know. I'm just asking a simple question.
Okay, well, there you go.
Let me ask you again. What similarities do you see between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
Okay.
George Wallace was a racist. Donald Trump is not.
What similarities do you see, Dan Adams?
Dan Adams, what similarities do you link between George Wallace and Donald Trump?
Racism.
Okay. That's easy to say.
Wait. No. Let me be very specific.
Yeah, give us specific.
Yeah. Let me be specific. Before Donald Trump was president, the racism that he's shown as a business owner towards blacks and his business practices. If you want me to go into detail, I can. But I think you all know. Well, I shouldn't think, but I'm assuming you know his business practices before he became president.
We asked for specifics. Could you give us a specific?
Yeah.
I think he can.
He can. Do we want to go?
The Central Park Five
event. We can start there.
Well, hold on.
No.
We can
Well,
go
you're not
there.
your piece. We can talk about that. Dan Adams referenced business practices.
And we got
That's not the Central Park. That's not the Central Park story. So we
All
have
the
first
redlining
event.
discrimination in real estate, him and his father did for years.
It is. He took
So can you give a specific, Dan Adams?
was specific. He took money out of his own business practices to pull a front page ad in the New York Times to say the Central Park Five was guilty.
Have you actually read that statement?
Yeah, that's a story.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the time. Wait, hold on. So before you all just jump on, right? So a lot of people haven't read that in real time. But back in 88 and 89, when it affected the black community, I read it in real time.
They confessed.
Yeah, but
Everyone thought they were guilty.
Dan.
Wait. Hold on.
Everybody's reaction would be the same.
Hold on.
If they're guilty.
Hold on a minute. So you're saying that the Central Park Five, everybody was guilty of the crime that they were accused of?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That was the public saying that they were guilty.
Wait, so why bring up admitting to a crime?
They admitted it. That's what we're saying.
Guilty.
They admitted it, not us.
Oh my goodness, great.
There were kids and there were covers.
Wait.
We know it.
Hold on. We can't get this confused. Come on, we're people that have brains. Did they admit that they were guilty or not, Adams? Come on, dude. Are you fucking serious? You're gonna sit there and say that it didn't say that they were guilty or not?
They weren't guilty.
I know they weren't. That's not the point. Did they say it though? My God, I give up.
As far as Trump knew, they confessed.
It was all right. So if you're
A 16-year-old kid.
It doesn't matter.
Get out of here.
What they did.
They're
Your
not.
piece is what they did. Doesn't matter their age.
No.
And you're not this dumb, are you?
You're not using common sense. Use common sense.
It's not common sense. It's what they said. That's the whole point, you guys. Hello, anybody home?
Were they guilty?
No.
No. Thank you.
Did Trump know they were not guilty? No.
They were guilty.
Good God.
When he published,
first of all, this is horrible.
When he
A published act.
did he know they were guilty when he published it?
You
Or had they admitted
regardless of it?
guilt?
Okay, so let's move to business practices.
But you lost that one.
Hold on.
And if
I got a follow-up question.
He would
You
have
never. Hold on, Dan. I got a follow-up question. Dan, can we look in this room?
No, I'm not. He would have.
Dan, in this room we have dialogue. We go back and forth and take turns talking. Look, I have a question for you.
Yes.
But how was Trump racist with this Central Park Five? Never linked the actual racism to it.
Their race. So before I give my answer, do not respond. Can I ask that?
Good luck.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. So
look,
before I finish my statement,
you came in here to tell us that Donald Trump was racist,
right?
And you failed to do that so far. I'm asking you to explain the specific.
You can't dictate the conversation, Adam.
No, you're not allowed to complete a sentence.
I can't do this. I mean.
Exactly.
No, we're either going to have a conversation or we're not.
A conversation is not allowing somebody to complete their sentence.
Okay, you finish up and then we're going to go. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Thank you. So repeat the question again, please.
Okay, is there a disconnect here? I asked very clearly. I've also made a statement. So you asked for me not to speak. I sat here very quietly, and now you're asking me to speak again. Right?
Interrupt.
Because you're I'm not interrupting. You asked me to speak.
I got interrupted.
You're filibustering because you don't have an answer.
No, I don't.
How Trump is racist.
Ask the question.
That's the question.
Oh my goodness.
We're repeating your question that you asked. That's insane.
One person, please. One person.
This is black exercise. You guys be nice.
Okay, I'm really trying to be patient because I really want to have a good conversation.
Racist. I can't understand. He wants to defend the guy, but he says something worse.
Could one person speak, please? All right. Seriously. Can one person speak at a time and ask the question?
Why are you acting this way, Dan? Like,
oh my goodness.
Link how Donald Trump is racist with the Central Park 5 listing in the paper.
Okay, when I answer, nobody respond before I
need more qualifiers.
Go.
Not exactly why I can't answer. Somebody jumps in.
He's
you guys own flaws.
You just tell us you don't have an answer.
Go ahead.
Dan, it's taken you 5 minutes.
No, it hasn't. Somebody jumps in.
Start talking.
Start
talking. 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you. Number one. See, here we go again. See? Every time I start talking, somebody interrupts.
Dan, sometimes you have to ignore the little...
sometimes I have to ignore.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Go.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. It's convenient for you, right? So, number one, if it happened to a group of white males, he would have never have taken out a full head. See, here we go. See, thank you. See, somebody was about to talk, and I would finish my statement. So, number one, I'll repeat again. If this would have happened to a white group of males, he would have never taken out a full-page ad in the paper. It was because it was black males, he took out a full-page ad and said they were guilty. I don't know if everybody here, I've read...
You've made your statement.
I haven't finished. As soon as...
Okay. You've been taking a freaking hour. Go.
Dan, we have dialogue in here. Go back and forth because it's dead air time.
Did I finish?
No, Dan, I'm going to stop you right there because that was such low IQ bullshit. Number one, you don't know what would happen if it didn't happen because there was not white men who did it. Number two, like Jesus Christ, this is so fucking retarded. Like, this is brain dead. Just shut the fuck up. Don't even talk to this guy. He's dumb.
It was incredibly... I don't even know where to begin.
I don't know if I could just state the obvious. He never mentions their race. He never mentions them directly. Well, what he says is his only thing is he says, I do not think, Mayor Koch has stated that hate and rancor should be removed from our... I do not think so. I want to hate these muggers and murderers. They should be forced to suffer, and when they kill, they should be executed for their crimes. They must serve as examples so that others will think long and hard before committing a crime or an act of violence. So that's the strongest statement he makes. But his complaint, if you read it, is not about black people. His main complaint is that families, white, black, Hispanic, and Asian, have had to give up the pleasure of a leisurely stroll in the park at dusk. His complaint is
So
about
why was the assumption there
law
that
and order. It has
that this is the type of crimes that black kids do? That I think the assumption was out there. Would you not agree?
I think the assumption was at the time he wrote it that as far as he knew, there were 5 black youths, or as Joe Pesci says, youths, who had committed a horrible act. And so he was responding up to the lack of law and order.
Yeah, at your piece, anybody's reaction at first would be that, regardless of color, though, right? Because there's no indication that he's doing anything that anybody else was doing at that time of a different skin color, no? Like the actual reaction.
Like I didn't live in that area at that time. I have family in Philadelphia, and they said it was just horrible for black kids. Just constant racial profile was horrible.
Okay, but the reaction. I'm talking about the human emotional reaction, not anything to do with skin color. If literally across, tomorrow in the newspaper, you and I seen it, we would both have the same reaction regardless of our skin color, right? That's my question. Not what's going on in the neighborhood, because that's assuming that you're planting an assumption on Trump is reacting to what's going on all over the neighborhood, and that somehow this is some kind of racial comment that he's making. I'm talking about just the normal reaction that somebody would have to an incident like this. Do you see that at all or not? Or is that just out of the question? I
think that would be a normal incident, but I think that they would just, to me, have you all seen the movie about this whole incident? Have you all watched the movie?
Winfrey one?
Yes. With Ava DuVernay. Yes. If you watch that film, you can't help but to have emotional response, everything that they went through, and then just to come out and say, "Oh, by the way, we found out it wasn't you, so we'll give you a couple $1,000." There's no way you can repay those they went through. Some of them were even raped. Okay, so a couple $1,000, that's bullshit.
Okay, I think after the fact, I could agree with you. I could find some compromise here. I actually do have to watch the movie. I haven't watched it, so I need to get a little caught up. I can meet you there. That's fair. I don't know if anybody wants to disagree with that. I don't think whatever happened afterwards is appropriate. Yeah. But I was saying at the initial time, because that's the main argument, I believe, right, is that Trump went right to the newspaper, I guess condemned them, right, as being, insert whatever racial thing that you want on it, and that's that, right? That's the whole gist of why we're talking about this, right? It's like this is assumption that he did all that, right? Am I in the right place? I don't know.
Yeah, Trump thought they were guilty. The public thought they were guilty. They did confess. They were false confessions, obviously, but imagine if a crime happened today, came out, and it was on CNN headline. 5 teens in Memphis just confessed to murdering a 17-year-old girl and raping her viciously, and then public talks about it for like a week, and everybody's saying it, and then someone takes out an ad saying they should face the death penalty.
Beaver, do you have children?
And then it comes. There were false confessions, and the public sentiment totally shifts.
Yeah, do you have children? How would you feel if someone took your kid down to the station and questioned your without your consent?
Right. Correct.
They know damn well that's illegal. You cannot question those kids not there.
Okay, Trump do this when he posted it.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with Trump. Again, there's no connection between Trump and the police coercing a confession out. You see that, right? We got to get realistic here. There's no correlation. Trump didn't call the police and say, "Can you coerce those kids to say something?" Come on, man. Like I said, we can meet in the middle on many things, and that's why I think that's what crosses the racial divide if we want to go there.
Like, we don't need to make this a race thing. We can meet in the middle on some things, but okay.
But doesn't the belief of Donald Trump being a racist you have to take some liberties and some assumptions that all white people are inherently racist, so then Trump must be racist too, because Trump this and took this ad out that he is a racist because of their race. Essentially, that's what Dan.
Yeah, you still have to make an assumption that black, and there's no evidence that he did that.
Exactly. That's very. That's very hard to correct. Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead. Sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to go all over you. I mean, obviously, as we've been on this app, the default is that white people are all racist. So going into this, we have to figure out how do we untangle this for this other community to realize that that's not the case. And that's a very hard thing to do because we do know about our historical past that has happened. We're not going to deny that. So we're up in an uphill battle. We see that, right, Beaver and Joe? I mean, come on. Like, default is all white people are racist, right? There's no question about that.
Yeah, she left.
Yeah. So they all leave.
I call that what the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is they think we're all inherently racist, so they are racist towards us. That's really what it ultimately is. That's the only way you can link Donald Trump being a racist is the assumption that all white people are racist.
That we preside under has racial epithets that transpire over into our communities, which does not level out to an equal playing field. All black people don't think all white folks is racist. That's bullshit. That's asinine for somebody to think like that.
But are you sure about that, though? Like, are you really sure about that?
Frank, I've been told really. Hold on, Frank. We take turns here. We'll let you speak. Look, Frank, I've been told clearly by some black folk on this and in other locations that all white people are inherently racist.
Frank, you can go for one.
I will say this. I'm 51 years old. I done lived down south. I done lived up north. When it comes to racism, is a lot of people want to say, get over it or it doesn't exist. That's where the tension comes from. Now, after that, if you want to sit here and go back and forth, well, explain this and explain that, when we all have logic to see where certain things are and where they're not, that's where the bullshit starts.
In fairness, the app is not a fair sample of the real world, right, Joe? We've always said that too. But, we do have to go by what we've, I guess experienced a little bit on this app. So, I don't know. I'm just saying, it's hard to, if someone comes in here like we've seen, I think with these two individuals, if we got to the real heart of it, they would say white people probably are on default are racist. So it would be very hard to have this conversation if that's the default, right? Does anybody disagree on that? I mean, clearly if the default wasn't that, then we can have a conversation. That's why it's really hard to have this. Like I can meet people somewhere on some points but we got to be really just careful and logical. I mean, Trump is not calling down the police station to help out with making sure these boys are entrapped in a way to confess things they didn't do. I mean, it's just like, unless there's something in the movie I don't know about. Sorry, you guys.
Trump did. You're right. But Trump's, how do you call it? How do you say it? His persona, his celebrity. Push the narrative now. And if you didn't see it, if you haven't seen the documentary or the movie that the lady was telling you about, it's kind of hard to.
I get it. Yeah.
That you gotta see them. You gotta see it.
That's fair. Like, I'll speak for myself. Obviously, I need to. I just went by what I've heard for years on the app. I haven't really watched any movies or documentaries or done any of that. So yeah.
But I think that goes back into the kind of the problem, because for me, I do not think all white people are racist. Okay, I also don't think that there's a cure for racism. You can only treat it. You can't cure it, because it's kind of like an individualized, learned behavior. And if you saw that film, not only that film, a lot of films, I think a lot of white people, a lot of other groups, they shy away from looking at it. It's too horrific. It makes you fragile. It makes you have to admit some of these truths and systemic things that are underlying that we can't see, but we know they're there. And it makes all of that come to the forefront. Whenever I ask someone who is white, have they watched? Oh no, I haven't seen it. Why not? Because we all know what happened to people who are accused of rape. A lot of time they go to jail. 15, 16-year-old boys getting raped in prison, and then just say, oh, by the way, we found out it wasn't you.
Is there a reason why people would think that young black teenagers would be more likely to commit crime that doesn't involve racism, or is it purely racism?
Let down your long hair.
What's wrong with your face?
I was born this way.
Go away! I'm waiting for someone to have some. More often, and then they may just think, well, they might do it next time. It might be a black person.
And you know what, Peter? That's a very good point. And I often wonder,
my ass.
I have this perception that there is an increase in this particular pattern or an increase of that particular pattern. And I think,
You call
okay,
that
is
a
it
try,
actually
you little
happening?
man?
Or is it just what I'm being fed
You're never
in
gonna
my
make it,
news
you
cycle
loser.
and what I'm being fed in my social media? So I try and look at the statistics for that and apply the same level of scrutiny that a group like Black Lives Matter applied when they declared that the police are targeting black people for murder with police.
You answering your own question. Is basically it's just statistics. You just hold on. You just
I know what I'm doing.
but you're saying they only things.
Yeah,
I'm straighter than you. No, you're not. I am. No, you're
So
not.
if you're not researching anything else, you're only
This question is probably, it might not be the question you think I'm going to ask. So
no, but you asking a question and answering it.
Yeah, no, I haven't asked the question yet.
You
So
just said
when I
it's
look
something
at
that's
those
often.
statistics and I see the numbers and I apply the same logic and math that Black Lives Matter used in their thing, and I come to a conclusion.
There are people.
Why is it, and other people don't come to that conclusion, why is it instantly gets called being racist? Because, Frank, I can meet you at the idea that you want acknowledgement of your experiences. But why can't you admit that there are actual behaviors that are going on that we have the statistics for, and those things are a problem?
Can you cite one, please, so I understand?
Yeah. When you look at violence between ethnic and racial groups, I have to look. I don't want to misquote the numbers. So let me find it. Hopefully I've got it here. Okay. So when you look at violence, that includes perpetrators and white victims from 2017 to 20 through 24, 21 for 4 years. There were 2 that same time period, there were only 371,540 incidences of a white perpetrator and a black victim.
So how many white on white?
Have a clear disparity.
It's how many white on white though at the same time, not
They don't report things. They only report what happens in our neighborhood. They don't report what's going on.
the crazy thing is they actually reported it. They just look it up.
I'll give you those numbers too. I'm happy to do it. White, 8,721,450. White on, well, I think that, white on Hispanic is 1,006,400. Now the black perpetrator, black victim, as I said, the white victims are 2,382,400. Black.
So y'all commit more crimes than us.
Black, yes, but
You're proving it.
This is using Black Lives Matter mathematics. Black perpetrators, black and black victims, 1,884,250.
But isn't it common sense that all has to do with proximity? You're more likely to have some type of disagreement with somebody that you live close to. And people there probably look like you because y'all come from the same community.
So wouldn't you see, if it's a proximity issue, then you would see equal numbers between white and black victims?
Yeah, but we all know that a lot of things that happen in certain neighborhoods, I'm just going to say it in white neighborhoods, it's not reported, Alan. White men are the ones that's doing the reporting. They sweep a lot of that stuff under the rug.
No, actually, that's not true. Because when you look at the 911 call statistics, you're seeing that white people make up about 26% of all calls. Black people make up, so you have it. They make up, what is it, 65% of the population. But they're only accounting for 6% of those calls. But in the black community, I think it's like 14%.
See, but look at the percentage of the calls for black and brown.
All of the police.
Imagine I want you to tell me these statistics. When you read off black versus white, and then you read off white versus black.
Yeah, I'm going to show
statistics.
Hold on. And this comes from the Bureau.
More than likely there will be robberies, in-house invasion, home invasions, carjacking. It's all. I mean, it's still bad, right? But I guarantee if you really want to put your nose in those statistics that you want to read out so much with those disproportionately lopsided numbers, when you go to the white side versus black, I guarantee you more than 70% of those crimes were based on racism, skinhead shit, Klan shit. Run those statistics. And when you look at
you talking about?
All right.
Like, I'm the one person in this room that
it was really based on racism.
No.
I think he's talking about the type of crime.
No, if we first of all, this makes sense. So you have 13% of the fucking population that commits over 50% of the fucking murders in the United States. Even though we dwarf you in size, you guys numerically commit more fucking murders.
Per capita or what is
per
that?
capita in total. In other words,
Can you put those? Could you put your supporting argument, the link in the chat, so I can look at that? Thanks.
You can look at it, but you're not going to understand it. It's also in raw numbers that
How dare you say she's not gonna understand it? Who the fuck are you talking to?
I'm gonna follow up on this.
She'll understand any numbers you put up.
Frank, can you hold on then? Alright, look, I'm gonna follow up on this. This is a bunch of gaslighting. I lived in New Orleans for 15 years. The murder is awful. Blacks killing blacks goes on. You cannot try and gaslight us and convince us this is this is being done by white supremacists or KKK. The biggest threat to black males is another black. Don't gaslight us. It's not just statistics, it's lived experience.
And it would appear by these numbers, this threat to white males is black males too. I think the amount of violent acts that total black people make up 3% of all of their violence.
Right. By the way, how did we get on there?
Good. My how the tables have turned.
By the way, how did we get on there? We're talking about Trump and whether or not the Central Park 5 is something that is tied to Trump. We get
To bring it back to that, the point is that individuals' actions and behaviors affect how we view that group. If you see a bunch of skinheads, protesting in the city or commit violent acts, people are going to blame white people for that. Is it right? No. And I forget who it was. Well, it wasn't Eastland. It was the other person. Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't judge the whole group, a whole group by the individual's actions. And yet, we do. And we start to notice patterns. And so, to say, well, it doesn't completely excuse it. But I think when it came to the Central Park 5, and again, when you look at, before I say this last thing, when you look at the police's action in that particular case, there was no defense of it. I will grant you that.
Yeah, can we answer now?
Yeah.
You're saying a lot of unanswered things.
But the fact is when you see that much crime being committed by the same group of people, you start to notice that.
All right, so who else wants to speak? Who is that? Frank?
No, it's Risky. So I want to say a few things because the guy that was just talking, I've been listening for hours, a good like 4 hours. The guy that was just speaking, you made a lot of racist references tonight. Just like even terms that black people call other black people. You're trying to jump in and dig with those shots against black people. That's very disingenuous with any conversation you're really trying to have that's going on.
Who are you speaking about, real quick, just so we know?
The older gentleman that was just talking.
Alan. Okay, keep going.
Yeah,
okay.
So he's been making racist remarks the whole night. But saying, how is Trump racist and others? It's a lot of things, the youth and all that. You made a lot of racist stances that other people have made. As well as you just spoken about Central Park 5. A lot of y'all haven't seen it because y'all don't want to face the truth of how racism played a part in that. That's another word for y'all. But in other words, go ahead.
Risky, I just want to correct you. You said you were here when we talked about that, right?
I was in here for a good amount of time.
Right. And when we were talking about Trump in Central Park 5, not that because we denied it, but there wasn't racist stuff to it with the police and all that. You know that, right? You heard that part or no?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify because you made it sound like we are just talking that we don't think that part was
y'all only know so like a few people said it, y'all only know what the media put out there. Y'all don't know really like black culture because y'all not black. Y'all don't know what black people are going through, so y'all sitting here trying to explain
No, it's not. That's not a fear. The number one cause. Okay, first of all, we can look at the number one cause of death statistically. The number one cause of death for black men, black boys under 18 is literally murder.
No one cut you off when you said that. Okay? So can I get the same respect? I appreciate it. So y'all said the biggest threat to another black man, and that word that you said was another black man. And then y'all said the biggest threat to a white man is another black man. And the biggest threat to a white man is not a black man because of violence. It's because of the work ethic in the strength in the position that we hold in life that we're life's fetish. White man is not wanted as much as a black man. That's why y'all fear black men. It's not off of.
Nobody said that black the number one cause of death for white men was black men. Nobody said that.
I never said that. I said fear. I said fear. I said fear. The biggest fear of white men is black men.
No, that is bullshit.
No.
Because black men are fucking retarded in comparison to white men. No offense.
Wow.
We rule everywhere. Hold on. You guys can't even. You guys independently can't even fucking name one black country that's even as fucking developed as Honduras. They don't exist. You guys have. And the places that the blacker the places
most of them have been colonized
because you guys can't run your fucking selves. You guys should be colonized.
No. You're not gonna raise baby this morning.
I mean, it's a false equivalence as well. Just gonna put that out there. Well, trying to make a comparison between African nations and the experiences of Black Americans is a false equivalence. So, really, you are just making
the United States.
You're just trying to make an emotional argument.
Making a factual argument.
Yeah. So for this, for the intent of this conversation, I think you should probably leave your determinations within the United States, right?
Okay, you reviewed my point. Let's look at the country.
Nigeria.
Look at the cities. Let's look at the cities with the highest murder rates in the United States. What do they all have in common? They're all black.
What do you mean?
The cities with the highest murder rates in the United States are all have a large black population.
Do they have anything else in common?
They're black.
Would it be density, maybe?
They're black.
So the places that experience the highest rates of murder, right, homicide, as you're describing, right, are these densely populated cities?
No, there's actually places in Mississippi, for example, that are rural that have very high murder rates. They commit, even despite being poor, if you compare the poverty levels to the for example, Native Americans, which also have high poverty or poor white rural areas, they don't even match the level of homicide you get with the rural poor, especially in places like Mississippi. Black people, there's strong positive correlation between high murder rates and being a thug with black people.
Okay, so I just have one more question before I hop off the mic for you, Pepe. When you're making these comparisons, I heard you say something about, on average, black people kill more than any other.
Not just on average, they do kill. The majority of murderers every given year in the United States, despite their small size, are black. That is a fact.
Okay, and so if we take that statistic as true, okay, I'm not looking at it. That's fine. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just kind of testing how you think about these things. And you said, following that statement, that something should be done about that, right?
Murder? I didn't say. I did not say that when it comes to the murder. No.
Oh. So it's just a thing that you say. You don't think anything should be done about that?
Oh yeah, something. I didn't. I know. I was pointing out a fact. I was not pointing out. I was not making a prescription for what should happen.
Okay. That's good. And you typically stay away from prescriptions. I heard you, Alan, by the way.
No, it's just that I was trying to. Somebody made a claim, and I was saying bullshit. Here's the facts, and it wasn't necessary for me to say what should happen.
We don't proclaim to have all the solutions. We're just trying to fact check right now.
I am using the same map, the same statistics that Black Lives Matter used in order to determine that the police were targeting black people for homicide. If you'd like, I could bore the room and go through that map.
No, I'm aware of the statistic.
Can I get black totem pole? Get in this.
The disproportionality of white.
Put some black totem pole in.
Black versus white first and black victims still exist.
Right.
So
Yeah, and so you're the person who thinks should be done about that, right?
Well, I don't know. Did I say that?
I think you did.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, and I think black
right.
Something about it.
So do you feel this way when you analyze the historical facts surrounding the violence that, and crimes that were perpetrated by any other race, including Europeans and all immigrants?
That's the problem.
I'm not talking to you, Pepe.
We could discuss that, but as Black Lives Matter said, when they received complaints about the focus on shootings of police by against black people, we're focusing on this right now. So if you want to have that discussion, we can. It doesn't change the stats, and it doesn't change any of the conclusions we come to, and it doesn't change the fact that there were serious problems.
Well, I mean, it does, though, right? Because if historically people haven't been... Oh, my gosh. My
we wanted
goodness.
deflect the problem.
Okay.
No, in other words, monkey see, monkey do, but no, let's look at the people that aren't acting like monkeys.
No, I'm just trying to identify a logical through line person's rhetoric, right? That's what I'm doing. I don't know what you're doing.
You're deflecting.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Matt?
Yeah, there's facts and then there's derailment. You're kind of scooting away from
I'm just trying to understand where he's coming from. I'm not... Hey, listen, guys. It's okay.
No, I'd like to
okay.
put some totem pole in it, please. All right, let's look at a couple of things. Just on,
I'm going to answer her very quickly. I think the historical facts matter not one bit to the man in my profile picture who shoved an elderly white man down the stairs and killed him. It was either yesterday or the day before yesterday. To that man and his family, no one, it doesn't matter the history, because that man is dead. With Matt, a white woman 2 weeks ago got attacked by him and didn't prosecute because I don't want to prosecute a man because they have it so hard because of their history. I'm paraphrasing what she said. Or the judge said, well, we need to take into consideration all of the history, and my background is an African American woman. All of these killed another man. So keep talking about history. We're done with it. You better clean up the act in your community. Waiting for you to do it.
Okay, all right.
We're waiting for it to happen. Because if you don't, I'm not going to do anything about it.
All right, let's address a couple of things, some facts. Let's put some facts in it. Let's put a few facts in it. Let me say a couple of facts. The black totem pole saying things. All right, now, first of all, I'm black totem pole, the indigenous Negro on the stage. If you see, there's a gold
Okay,
badge.
no, you're not going to, no, shut up.
Hold on. Come on.
There's no such thing as a fucking...
all right. You see that badge by my name? That means I bring value to any stage I'm on. I'm top 2% on this app. I'm going to be respected as such because I'm the man in here. So with that being said, we're going to compare two states. Let's look at Maryland and let's look at, now there's a degeneracy in both of these states. There's a high drug level in Maryland. I mean, and there's also a super there's a super high drug level in Oregon. Oregon people.
Okay, first of all, we're not worried about these degenerate white hippies. Okay, they're shut your Wait a minute. You literally, we can look at literacy in Oregon. However, but the white hippies that like to do drugs, I get it, but they don't have to worry about is little getting a gun to getting a gun stuck to his fucking head to have his shoes stolen. Like you don't have kids running around with stendos and Glocks, shooting each other up like you do in Baltimore. This is fucking retarded.
My thoughts out. Now, the state of has a much higher drug weight than the state of Maryland. And as we look at the communities in both states, now, Oregon is a white state, Anglo-Saxon, and Maryland has a higher amount of Negroes. But here's the thing about...
In Maryland, you're more like murder.
Wait a minute. But in Oregon, you're more likely to OD from illegal drug use. Hold on. Now, wait a minute. Also, in Maryland, their per capita earning is $75,000 a year versus Oregon, $45,000. All right.
DC, Maryland, you're talking about the DC. Okay, where do most people in Maryland live? They live in the suburbs of fucking DC. The highest earning.
Oregon. These are two different states.
Disingenuous. Once again, if you shut your fucking mouth, okay? We can look at the highest incomes per capita, okay, in the United States. It's going to be the suburbs of Northeast Virginia, suburbs of. We can look at like Montgomery County. We can look at the counties surrounding DC as well. In Maryland, very high income, where the majority of the fucking people live. They're going to live in the near DC. Okay, and you're comparing that to a rural fucking state like Oregon.
No, we're comparing it to Oregon.
This is stupid. Very fucking stupid. And yet, despite the high income of the state of Maryland, look at the murder rates, especially in PG County and Baltimore. It is much higher than the rest of the fucking country. You goddamn idiot. You fucking moron.
Totem pole land. Now, as we compare these two states, one white Anglo-Saxon, one black. One is governed by a black governor. So that means that the community is black and it's governed by black. Maryland makes more money per capita. Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. There's a higher drug rate in Oregon than it is in Maryland. When we say and we compare these two communities, the more educated of the two communities would be Maryland. So that means that the Negro, when given an opportunity to get education, produce at a way higher clip than the white Anglo-Saxon do. As we currently go, hold on, that black total, the indigenous.
I'm gonna shut your dumb black ass up. Okay, first of all, look at what percentage of the kids from Baltimore can even graduate at a fucking 8th grade reading level. Okay, now I understand you have the people that statistically will carry the state. Okay, these are going to be the federal employees that live in the suburbs of DC. This is dumb.
You can be a federal employee and you can't read. It's not work.
You are so fucking stupid. Just like you're not two things. You're not indigenous and you're not smart.
This is racism at its finest. And
at his finest, man.
Y'all racist as shit.
This dude Pepe talk too freaking much, man. I wish I was near you, you freaking prick, man. Who you think you are talking to somebody like that?
I'm your master, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Look at all the balls. Now we're stuck in the court here. Now let's look at freaking talk. The drug use in Oregon is astronomical.
Yeah,
they got it on fentanyl. Hide behind the internet talk. Wait a minute. The drug use in Oregon is astronomical. We see from illegal substances, cocaine, fentanyl. When they're given a chance to govern themselves, they legalize drugs. And they kill off the community when they're given a chance to govern themselves. Well, hold on. In Maryland, there's a black governor. His name is West. Westmore is a clean-cut, smart, intelligent black man. But not only is he able to govern the state of Maryland, and at such a high clip, there's not many states in the United States that have done better than Maryland. So when you try to say that people don't have the ability to govern themselves, wait a minute, Black Totem Pole has to come in. Have you ever seen a totem pole that stood next to one black totem pole? Now when I come in, you see the badge next to my name?
The only big black totem pole you get is in between your chocolate cheeks when you get fucking your butt splayed.
My totem pole right here. Before you start comparing, we look at state. And
Why
black
you don't want the
people
information to get out? Why you don't want the information to get out that big?
Because
shit.
I'm glad he brought that up, and there are plenty of examples where black people have good reason to be proud of their accomplishments, but that still has nothing to do with the statistics and the disproportionality that one can see in those statistics. Every 5 hours, a black woman is murdered by a black man. That is not something to be proud of. And maybe it's less in Oregon or more in Oregon compared to Maryland or Baltimore or any other place.
Yo, that is a lie.
It is not a lie. Should we get the
Anything you say, justifying
I started the post in the black femicide groups, and I verified it. And by the way, you guys are getting busy because 4 years ago, it was murder every 7 hours.
Black on black crime.
If that wasn't good enough, now you're killing a black woman once every 5 hours. Look up the statistics of a black man killing a black woman. Take that, divide it by the number of hours in a year, and you get every 5 hours.
racism.
What?
Who's talking to you?
Justify racism.
So who's justifying racism? Where do you get that from?
People moderating this room. Like,
Okay.
ain't nobody.
Don't talk over me. Yo, Pepe, you won't tell me anything.
Don't talk over me. I'm still answering your question.
You won't be doing anything if you keep talking right now. So Pepe represents. I want you to know. I want you to tell me who is justifying racism. Mine is Pepe. Go for it.
The only power white men have right now is blood.
But who's that? Who's talking right now? Are you the guy that was talking? No.
I was the guy that was talking.
No, really. I thought there was no. It wasn't you.
We were both talking. Y'all keep viewing us.
Matt, I just want to say, as the only white representative on the moderation, we must be, because we're all white.
Well, we had that discussion earlier. By default, we're all racist. I mean, that's the name.
No, it's not
You guys kept muting this guy when he was.
Except for Frank. Not all, but most.
Yeah, Frank said. For muting totem every time.
Okay, here's the line.
Am I white?
Muting totem every time he gave.
But Frank was pretty cool about it. Frank
I'm fine with it.
know they're racist together.
You have an agenda. You guys have an agenda. It's no that's talking right now. You guys have an agenda. All right, Othello, shut up, man. You're just yapping right now. No, you have an agenda. Relax. You're gonna be okay, Othello. You're gonna be okay. I want to talk to the no guy. Is he still here? No. No.
Yeah, all y'all
Okay.
black.
Come off the mic. I'm moving you down. Anything else? What? Repeat what you said. Repeat what you said to us. Go ahead.
You're making these black jokes and shit. We see that racism. Stop playing dumb. And you're using these facts to justify racism against black people when people bring up the exonerations that black people lead in. That you want.
Okay, so you just mentioned there's facts, right? There's facts, right? You mentioned that. How is that helping help with racism? If there's facts.
Well,
Hey, Matt.
No, hold on. He was asking him, but also you bring up exonerations. Okay, exonerations are still relatively rare, and when it comes to the absolute lopsided amount of murder, okay, and violent crimes that the African American population commit, that would not even put a dent in that rate. And so, once again, this is more deflection. This is more, hood scholarship from our intellectual Negroes on the stage, and it is bullshit.
Hold on. I want to Go ahead, Risky.
I'll get back in the queue, please.
No, yeah, you can't after Risky. Go ahead, Risky. Risky, is it or no?
Yeah, black totem.
Can I get this? This is a prime example of white men are.
Well, we're gonna go again. Let's go again. Wait a minute. Let me handle this. Let black totem handle this.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick though. This is the reason why white men have this super fear of black men, because they think they can say what they want with no consequences. Because it goes on with white men.
We are not. I am telling you the fucking truth. You goddamn
talking to you.
The fuck are you talking about?
As a white man, I support this moderation panel. As a white man.
This is a prime example.
How dare these white crackers spit the goddamn facts and regard another damn bunch of black murderous motherfuckers out there. They speak the facts and they got the facts and
Can black totem pole get back in?
We'd like you more if you did refer
This is not
in the third person.
Yeah, this is not
This
a
is not
Indigenous Negro black totem pole get back in one more time. Now hold on. Now let's go again. There's only one state with the black governor, so I'm going to use Maryland again. I'll say Maryland up against a state like Colorado, right? When we look at illicit drug use, of course,
you keep on comparing one fucking standard.
Anglo-Saxon.
Okay, but let's look at the amount of single motherhood. Let's look at the rates of fucking homicide. Let's look at what takes places
Why won't you allow the black Negro to speak?
We're gonna compare the fucking states. Let's compare the fucking states. Tell me where in Colorado you get a place that's even close as being as dangerous as Baltimore. You don't get it. It doesn't exist. Why? Because you need a bunch of low IQ chimps to be living in the same fucking place to get such a violent place in the United States.
We're exposing the Anglo-Saxon.
Why won't you let the white moderator speak?
Watch how I expose him. Now let me expose.
Why won't you guys let the white moderator speak? He wasn't done.
I wasn't done. Now hold on. Now wait a minute. As far as I'm concerned, there's a danger when you're using illegal drugs and substances. Here again, Anglo-Saxons in Colorado use drugs at a much higher clip, which result in community breakdown at a higher clip tomorrow, or Baton Rouge, or Biloxi, Mississippi.
That is retarded. There is nowhere in Baltimore.
Drug use by Anglo-Saxons at an astronomical point in the state of Colorado. When a Maryland as among the lowest of states. Not only do we rank amongst one of the lowest of states, we're still governed by the black.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, so despite the disparities, okay, in illicit drug usage, okay, you still have shitholes. Now, let's look at, and despite, and this is where I think it really explains the differences between black people and white people, is we're to look at the murder rate in the state of Maryland, it is much higher. Okay, white people, whether or not they're on drugs, commit less murders. They're less likely to chimp out and kill people. I mean, but unfortunately, that is a uniquely black problem in the United States. You guys love shooting each other.
Where we got that from?
Right, where did that behavior come from?
That's deflection.
I'm finished. Wait a minute. Now, as last I checked, there's a place called Charlotte, Carolina, which is a black city. We can compare Charlotte to Denver. I was just about to say that. Now, when we compare Charlotte to Denver, and it's called.
Guys, let's not let that comment go. Where did black people
Denver, Colorado has a much higher murder rate than Charlotte, which.
Okay. Yeah. So
Charlotte is a black city. Why do you keep muting?
Zip it, Chip.
Charlotte,
You don't got a totem pole, you with your little tiny pecker. Shut the fuck up.
Charlotte is a black city, and Denver is a white city. Denver compared to Charlotte, North Carolina, there's a lower murder rate in Charlotte than there is in Denver. Now hold on, white Anglo-Saxon.
Okay, do you want to do the numbers? We can do the numbers. Okay, so I got a mute. Alright, here we go. We got a mute because you're tripping out. Mute because you're tripping out. Now, we can do that, but however, if we were to look at the race of the people committing murders, I'm willing to bet you that the white murder rate in Denver is still a lot lower than the murder rate in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Good control or bad control? It's definitely control, but what's wrong with you guys there? I think bad.
Amazing. That made so much sense.
What? Shut up. Bad control is operated by muting the whole fucking stage.
Amazing. Hi, I love the black excellence and scholarship in this room. It's amazing.
What? Shut up. Think about it. Yeah, you're done.
You're amazing.
Yeah, I know I am. Thanks. What are you? Is the question? We don't know.
I don't speak chimp, so I can't answer. Yeah, you're right, I don't. You're right, I don't.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the comment thing where
What are white men
when someone said, well, black people are violent, they said, where did we get that from? Well, I think you can go back, and I'm sorry, but Africa was not this idyllic land of milk and honey where everyone lived in peace and harmony. Let's remember that all of the slaves that came to America were sold by other black people. Slavery was practiced as they learned it from the Arabs for centuries, and that the cultures were extremely violent. And then they came
Bro,
to
you're
America,
fucking retarded.
and
Every culture on earth was extremely violent, man. What you talking about?
And when you look, yeah, but you remember,
I don't know what dimension of what bullshit you dealing with.
yeah, remember the movie The Woman King that talked about the Dahomey region in Africa? Yeah, one year it would be a fitting tribute to him if they would kill some slaves. So they killed, I think, 500 slaves in one day, just as a birthday present to him. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. I'm sorry, but when you came to America, it's true, you imitated the Scots, Irish, ultra Scots, who felt that the best way to solve any problem was through brutal hand-to-hand combat or fighting.
If we was naturally built that way, man, listen, we would have never went into slavery. We would have killed all y'all then. So you can't even explain that. Come on, man, be for real.
Black people in Africa who put you into slavery.
But if the culture was like that, don't you think that we would have fought instead of submitted?
No. No, because
you guys decide you want to jump spears or do whatever
it was
or whatever you have these much more sophisticated so white people and actually every race except black people, to be honest, that would come in weapons and they would have tactics for taking overtaking happen. That is just the reality. That's why you guys have always been
Still there.
No, you came in peace.
Trickery.
Just like you ran up on the Mayans and all them, but you came in peace.
And the American Indians.
Trickery. They say Columbus was worse than so.
Look at all the movies, man, from Dirty Harry, Terminator, John Wayne. Y'all always lead with guns and everything y'all do.
There's no real history to be trying to
Not too much on John Wayne.
I'm just saying, hoping to stick with black folks. We
Not built like that, man. We're spiritual beings, man. We it's y'all the savages, man.
We had tribal beefs, just like Native Americans. All the, they had tribal.
Everybody on planet Earth, man. Everybody. That was the way of life, man. The most powerful guy was the king, man. Was the leader. It's still like that.
The thing is here.
Kind of recognition they be talking about.
Hold on. Let me ask. And Joe, you bring it back around. I don't know what you want to do. Yeah. Oh, I was just going to ask him. Tell us again about the black plight in America and how tough it is to be black in America.
It's amazing. It's amazing being black.
Yeah, tell us why you're afraid of white people. How we made it tough.
I ain't afraid at all.
Tough on y'all. And we succeed because of the white person. This is all we ever hear.
It's built in the system, man. It's systemic. It's built in the system.
Guys, I want to challenge Joe on this. Joe, it's so difficult that they can't even become a president of the United States. That's the problem in this goddamn country, right? So you need to understand that, Joe, okay? There's never been a black vote.
Ask your women how much they love the black man.
That's hyperbolic, though, right? Out of 47 presidents, there was one. Let's be real.
Listen, when do the excuses stop?
Half of one.
When do the excuses stop?
I mean, they're not
I'm not
excuses,
making no excuses, man. It's a fact that is built in the system.
You got one life.
To be one-sided. I mean, it's a natural action, man. Listen to this. It's a natural action.
Listen to me. Hold on. Count your dream. You can do anything you want in this world. Don't let the white man hold you down.
Oh, he can never hold us down.
At all. It's not about the listen, man. If I were
Ain't nobody stopping.
the difference when you want to be held down. You shouldn't be held down by anybody. Not like a person.
Down, get up by force, right?
Hey, Joe, I didn't realize.
Get the fuck up off the ground and do whatever needs to be done to take what we think is ours. That's historically and pattern-wise what everyone else has been able to do. Fucking do it. Let's do it. Let's take that.
Listen, man, don't listen to these people. The white man is being deep in that.
I agree. Quit bitching on Clubhouse. White people about your. No, listen real carefully. Quit bitching to white people about your problems in your life on Clubhouse and do something about it.
As a white man, I agree with Joe.
Well, I didn't realize I was powerful.
That's not it, man. I'm saying this room is richer than you, Joe.
is the system so systemically racist against you? If that's a fact, see, you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. If the world around you is so off because of the white man, then do something about it. But you say you're rich, you're richer than the white man, you hold the white man, you got the white women and all this stuff. You can't have it both ways. So which one?
Because both are true.
But both are true. Okay. So the white men are holding you down, plus you're not being held down by the white man.
No, not the white man. Not the white man. The structure of whiteness. That's a different thing.
This is 2026, man. We're not talking like we're in the 60s or 70s.
White men are going extinct.
Well, I'm really confused because I didn't realize I was this powerful. I'm using my skills completely
You can
wrong.
barely model a room.
Yeah, like look at that. Look at that. See, I have
a bitch in you too.
I know, I'm a bitch.
Yeah,
I'm a victim. I'm a victim now. So that means I'm powerful. What are you doing then? You're not doing anything with your life.
I'm definitely doing something with my life. What are you doing?
Because I'm supposedly keeping you down.
You're running from the sun.
Oh, I'm getting burned up by the sun now. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that why I'm here?
You'll always be less than me.
Okay, good. There you go.
Matt.
You're
As another white man on the stage, I agree with him.
Matt, can I ask a question? Are you being hyperbolic?
Who's that? Oh, no. Wait, what part am I being hyperbolic about, do you think?
Well, you said I'm a white man and I didn't know I had so much power.
Yes. No, I don't. I didn't realize I was keeping everybody on the stage down at this point.
You're being serious?
No, I'm being serious. What do you think I've done wrong to you?
So I don't think that these are. I think they can often be personal conversations because there's conflict when we talk about these things. When people are addressing the structure of whiteness and white supremacy in the country, they're not talking about you specifically a lot of the time, right?
Wait. I'm part of that though. You're including me.
You are a part of that, and I'm glad you acknowledged
Wait,
that.
Joe. Hold on, Joe. But wait a minute. If I'm part of this big picture, then how am I not feeling the power and I'm enjoying the glory of all this?
Whoever's muting me, stop muting me. I'm trying to answer Matt's question.
Where does that show up in my life?
Well, okay, so I mean, like, there will be aspects of your existence that indicate that you would not be subjected to the same efforts by different entities, right? We can agree to that, certainly.
Hold on. Let me ask you. Have you ever experienced what it's like being white?
No.
How would you know? How do you know what it's like? You don't know the plight of the white man or what we have to go through. So
well, I mean, you can investigate, of course, right?
How can you know? You're putting yourself in to the belief that you know what it's like to be white. However, you've never been white. You'll never experience what it's like being white.
Right. And
Joe, African Americans. Joe, hold on. Another question. Is the plight of a white man anti-black but pro-brown, or just anti any color? That's the question.
Yeah, she's at least 24.
That's the question I have. Is it
less than 1%.
Are they racist against every color?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking anyone.
You can't pick and choose, right?
Like white people. So the question is, because you have these people like the president of Sundar Pichai or Satya Nadella and stuff, who are colored people who are running these major companies in this country. You vice president who was half black and half whatever she was, Indian or whatever, right? So I mean, is your premise that it's only against black people, white people, or is it any person of color?
Well, I think what you guys are contending with in this room right now is that there are a predominance of black speakers, so they'll be speaking from their perspective. But of course not, right?
Well, of course
like
not.
to answer your question, of course not.
No, you didn't. So I asked you a question: is in this conversation, ask anyone who wants to answer this. Are you saying that white people are racist against only black people but pro-brown people, or are they just racist against everyone of any skin color?
You just want to be supreme. You just want to run the world. Yeah, you're trying to preserve white prestige. That's the whole thing.
So brown people help promote white prestige?
Yeah,
That's amazing. So Satya Nadella I've never been to, as a white man, I've never gone there. As a white man, I've never been.
Even Africa too, man. Y'all
Yeah, I've been to India many. Hey guys, I've been to India many times. So what does that have to do with that?
Are you white?
Am I white? You tell me. You guys said I'm white, so I must be white.
It's not white, you idiots.
Well, you're irrelevant.
Yeah, so I think like
But now I'm irrelevant, and the white people are the racist. God, and I'm just.
Let's threaten murder, be in the back channel like a
Stay on topic, and you're trying to insert some.
No. If you're talking about racism isn't only black and white.
yes.
Oh man, you guys just got screwed. Oh shit.
Yeah, so advancements and representation don't mean that we can completely divorce ourselves from how the history systemically disadvantages people,
So
right?
it's history, not today.
Well, I mean the structure of the history of the country, right?
Got it. So
well, I mean, I think you're. I'm sorry. With all due respect, I think you're being slightly disingenuous if you don't openly recognize how the structures that run the country currently have been built historically.
So you're saying that the structures that built this country have historically been racist, and yet
Yes.
those structures have allowed people of color, maybe not black people, in cases yes, but people of color, to achieve pretty much dominance in controlling companies like Microsoft and Google and things like that. So those are people of color, by the way. Yeah, those are people of.
Yeah.
I don't know.
the yellow brown.
It's a perception of dominance.
Your question.
So is that your perspective? Your perspective is it works for everyone except black people.
It's basically
Well, well, no, I
that's what the blacks do, man.
You can't pick and choose who. Like, why would it be? Why would race picking and choosing who gets rich and who doesn't in this case?
Well, I mean, it does, and there are many structures. I mean, there are many structures that it does.
Brown people are seceding.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just use an example so that we can bring this into reality.
Well, man, the Nigerians, like,
Okay, you guys are getting me.
the highest money on almost any group in the
I'm trying to.
Okay, give me an example. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you know what a racially restrictive covenant is?
No.
Okay. So, a racially restrictive covenant is basically a clause in the. No, this is very real. A clause that's included in the deed. Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're gonna let Rich do his thing.
By the way, it applies to brown people. He's right on this. No, let him finish, but he's right on this. It seems to me that only black people are affected. But it applies to all races.
So can I finish what I was saying, or are we having another disingenuous conversation?
No. So racially, so those covenants apply to all races.
Can I finish what I was saying, or are you going to continue to do this? This is I'm not here to be adversarial with you.
Tell us about your made-up shit. Hurry up.
All right. So racially restrictive covenants, a clause in the deed, a land deed, right, for your home, that indicates that you cannot rent to anyone who is not white, right? Very ambiguous, right? This means everybody who's not white. This is a real thing, right? Then they change this. These are social contracts, right? So between owners who want to sell their home, these are not federally mandated, right? And then they do become federally mandated, right? Am I here still?
Yeah, we're listening.
Oh, okay.
We're waiting for you to make your point.
Okay, so inside of racially restrictive covenants, there's a tier. It can be based on geography. It can be based on contracting. It's based on a lot of things. So if you need more Chinese people, obviously it would be advantageous for you to be able to rent to them because they need to be able to get to work. We take them out of the clause, right? If you need more black people, it's not as easy to do this, right? So
it's a quota. We get it.
I'm sorry, Peter?
Yeah, it's a quota. We get it.
Okay, yeah. So I'm saying this to say, like, two things can be at once, right? So while the government is on its public face at this time, so the 30s, 40s, and 50s, is working toward a space where they're giving more equity in the system to previously marginalized groups. They're also simultaneously working to limit the access to, I guess, a normal American life for those same marginalized groups, right?
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're basically talking about quotas like DEI quotas and things like that. You're talking about that essentially our government, and you're absolutely right. They have been they've been making things based on color, based on an arbitrary system. It's actually not
they're not government.
defined by, I just said that, not defined by government. That individuals are using these things, and thankfully those are gone now. DEI and all that. You can't make these decisions, and you shouldn't make them based on any race. The point that I've been trying to make, and consistently make, is that, it's always been against other races. Now people are anti-Chinese, and people are doing this. You're always going to have this major problem with race and with issues. But to say it's only black people that are going through this is disingenuous, to use your phrase.
Well, I mean, I agree that it's disingenuous, but again, I would just mark that you, like I said at the beginning, you are talking to a specific demographic inside of Clubhouse, so they're going to speak from their perspective. And also to address what you brought up, like, you compared racially restrictive covenants to DEI practices. You can feel that way, but one is corrective and the other one is exclusionary. So they are different in this way.
So just to be clear, no, hold on. So just to be clear, when you have things like DEI, affirmative action, all this stuff, you're putting quotas. So actually, if you talk, in many black people have complained. Look at the lawsuits filed in California against universities like UCLA and all that stuff, because a Chinese kid gets in because the quota is met, but a black kid doesn't get in. Why? Because I have to meet my quota. I have to meet my standard, and therefore I took this kid. And now there's white people complaining, saying, hey, a black kid got in because they have to meet the quota, but he wasn't qualified to get in. So the whole point is exactly what I'm saying, is when you say I have to bring certain people in based upon a quota system and not based on qualifications, you're actually hurting those people, because those people are not actually achieving what needs to be done, and you're actually marginalizing other people. What about the white people in that case?
Now, when they're not bringing unqualified people in, man, you still got to qualify, because they meet that one requirement. Like, yes, it is, but they're not bringing unqualified people in. But do you think, man, they're going to hire somebody that can't fly?
Bro, as a this new administration, but I used to get audience saying, how many black people did you interview? I'm like, well, I had to prove that. I have to ask people on the application when they come in and say, how many black people? Why didn't you hire this guy? I said, well, I didn't hire him because he wasn't qualified. Here's what he has. Here's the 3 guys I hired. Here's why this guy's not qualified. Yeah, but why didn't you give him an? And it's like, oh my God. Or why didn't you hire this person who's Asian? Or and stuff. And it's like, oh my God.
That's not right, man, for it to work like that, man. I didn't think it worked like that.
That's how it works.
I don't think it worked like that.
It does.
Still got qualified. If you own a company, you can't just hire all white guys because you own it, man. Give somebody else a chance. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But giving them a chance, right? Hiring them is different than saying, oh, well, because you didn't hire them, you're a white racist firm only. Well, what if you actually went through the process of vetting people and they weren't qualified and you didn't hire them? So be it. Well, unfortunately, though, the narrative comes, oh, look at you only hired white people. Come on,
I mean, but that's like a little shaky though, because that's not really where that comes from. This comes from like nepotism, cronyism, good old boyism. Like, we know where that comes from. The need for that correction comes from a system that was intentionally exclusionary. We're talking about.
Wait, let me ask. After your mini mouse, this is like.
What about genetic IQ?
We'll get there in a second. Hold on.
Biological determinism is disingenuous.
What if the company only had 10 white applicants apply, and that was it, and they all 10 got hired? Is that considered racism?
No.
Okay, then we're good. Like that happens. I mean, I don't know. Okay, just double checking.
Yeah. So Matt, the only question I would have, and like this is speaking as a person in 2026, like in the future, right? The only question I would have is if there are only 10 applicants who applied and all 10 applicants are white, what were, how did they source those applicants? Like, was the job open to everybody? Was it like.
Yeah, no, it's totally open.
Yeah, okay. Then if it's open to everybody and that's who applied, then that it is what it is.
Okay, just double checking that we're all like, being honest, fair actors in this whole thing. So okay. Joe, does that make sense? You haven't made a different. You didn't not Joe here or the other Joe, but Joe, you got a problem with that? If 10 people that are white that applied, there were only 10 people that applied that were white and all got hired. You're cool with that, right, Joe?
Yeah, man. Yes, man. If they qualified to do the job, yes, man. Nobody else applied, and it ain't all just one side. Man, that's what DEI is. You know what I'm saying? Include somebody.
No, hold on. Matt, you gotta be fair in this argument. So there's 10 openings, right? 12 people applied, okay? All right? 10 of them are qualified, right? One is kind of qualified, but he happens to be black, right? And the others are all white, right? That's when they come in and say, why didn't you give this guy a chance? Well, he wasn't 100% qualified. And they say, yeah, but is it because he's black? Well, no, it wasn't. Then the person goes and says, the reason I didn't get the job is because I'm black. Because you know what? I'm better than the guy they hired. Well, no, you're not, because it's in my interpretation of whether your interpretation is racist. No, it's not, because actually I don't think you're qualified based on you're racist, and that's where the problem comes when people do that and say, who are you to say that? And it's only being based on race they feel, even though in reality
if you're being 100% honest on your choices and your evaluations, then yes.
That's why OFCCP exists, to make sure companies are honest.
Joe, a lot of people assume that wasn't the case. That's why we had
exactly, and then you get lawsuits.
Put on us,
Check it out. Lawsuits. Affirmative action started because universities were sued. Okay, because the view was, oh well, this guy had a 1500 SAT score, and the other applicants had a 1550, and so you took all the 1550 guys and didn't even give a little bit of chance to this guy who had a 1500. You know why? Because he was black. Well, no, that's not why. Because these guys all have 1550. Well, still, you should have given him a chance. Why? Well, look, he's in a different situation than anyone else. He's black. He went through this. He went through that. You should have given him an opportunity. So it's like the government in a way, or society saying what that person or that institution or that should have to do only because the person's black. Well, hey, guess what? Other people of color came in and milked that, and that's how they move forward. They said, oh, well, hey, you know what? You're doing this black people. What about us? What about us? I mean, you talked to Satya Nadella, who used this, and you should read his story. He's the president of Microsoft. He actually used some of this language and terminology to get himself in a position that was much higher at Microsoft, where now he's the president of Microsoft, right? Ridiculous. Yeah, but I'm saying this is kind of stupid stuff. The guy wouldn't be there if he had to go based on merit. And but he didn't. He just moved up and he said, oh, well, you're not promoting me because, I'm from India and I'm from this area and I don't speak English well and all that. And then he moved up and now he speaks well and he's the president of Microsoft.
He does not speak English. He has no right to have the same score of others. That is the minimum. That's the thing, not the race. If you cannot have the proficiency, you cannot on your race that you are being biased and in the selection process. Right. But if you are qualified, if you have a good record, and it's still being denied like Iranians, that's the thing.
That's correct, Peter. 100%.
King, I have a question. You own a home?
A couple, yeah.
Or you've had those houses appraised, right?
Yep.
Do you know it's a stat that the black community lost $150 billion through racist home appraisal practices? And you can look this up.
Well, you're 100%. I'll say this: even people of color have as well. I mean, my father and others have also had that, but we still persevered and figured out ways to work with. And we ended up, but now in today's world, recently I'm like, I'm not having that problem. Why? Because the way society is now, you can't tell what someone's race or ethnicity is in most cases. You can't tell. right? So you don't know until the person shows up.
That was the thing. When the appraisals were coming, they were seeing the black pictures on the
Hold
on. And they were subtracting about $400,000. No. This was just in 2019. And so
if somebody's asking for your picture as part of an appraisal, then I would get out of that and not be involved with that.
And so what it was is it was a sting.
How do they see it?
It was a sting. So basically, it was a black-owned home, right? And then they brought in a white family to greet the appraiser, and then it was a whole different amount. It was plus 400,000. And so when they did the total of how much black people have lost in equity in money, it's 150 billion. Do you have where is 150 billion just hanging around, right? That's a lot of fucking money that came from black people, right?
Maybe they damaged their homes.
So a lot of
How do you know that we take?
A lot of what you guys are talking to these people about is covert racism, right? But this is more overt because they've actually done things on this. The New York Times have written on this. There's documentaries on this, right? And so that's where you can look and see where it's.
Hold on. I just want to be clear that Othello is right that there are stings that were done, all these things. He's 100% right on this. What he's forgetting to mention, everyone, or I don't know if you're not, is that a lot of these are individual entities, not a system. It's not like a Coldwell Banker Corporation is doing this. It's individual corporate, and that's really because hold on. He's talking over the course of 30 years, or actually over the course of 70 years is what they said, which is a little bit different, and it's also an estimate because they have no way of knowing for sure. They're guessing, saying, okay, here's a number. So it's actually racism in a way because New York Times saying, here's the number of black people. Our assumption is that these black people all got screwed, but they didn't investigate. It's true. You look at it. Read it carefully in New York Times. It says, hold on. It says 150 billion is an estimate. However, New York Times has not independently verified each and every source of this, but our estimation based on the number of black people who purchased homes is that if each and every one, what would have happened. But hold on, Bill. We be honest on that. They said it was
Alan likes data. Tell him go look it up.
Yeah, no, but I'm asking you. Will you be honest that they're saying they didn't investigate every single black purchase? Okay, the entire country.
How are they going to investigate every?
Well, yeah, but they're extrapolating basically based on the small examples they have of where there was discrimination.
Which could be one or two offs. And the point I'm saying is that there could be one or two offs or three offs that you find. You'll always find those in every country, every place. You'll find those. The question is to say that it's systematic. You really have to take down a Coldwell Banker. You got to take down one of these large firms and say this is what they're doing. But they haven't found that. But you can.
What the cases he's talking about, not just one bank, multiple banks across the country, and companies are a part of the system of capitalism. I ain't gonna talk about it.
So today you're saying, right? In today's world, not 5 years, not 10 years ago. So which major bank did they take down?
Oh my God. Give me.
Are you actually comfortable? Are you comfortable actually being hired? Sure, the color of your skin is black. That's your quality.
Okay, Citadel Credit Union, Fairrate, the mortgage firm, others, Olsen First Bank, First National Bank of Pennsylvania, predatory land sales, and keep going here.
So individuals in certain regions. Got it. Okay. Understood. You said it was systematic. They took down huge networks. They took down a chain. These kinds of big. Individual, small and community banks. Got it. Okay, understood. So they didn't get any major.
Well,
things.
the
So it's not
JP
an institution.
They're tied up in the Epstein thing, so they have to pay.
What are you talking about?
You know, that's a whole nother thing. If they want to talk about the JP Morgans and the Schwabs. Yeah, how much money did they have to pay to those victims? Yeah, okay, well. Okay,
What does that have to do with race?
What was your question, Joe?
What does that have to do with race?
Othello, are you actually comfortable with being hired to a job just for the color, because of the color of your skin, that the qualifiers?
No, not in this time, no. But in the '60s, in the '70s, when all of that stuff was started, I can see why they initiated that. But now, in this time, no, I feel like my intellect far surpasses anyone. You know,
They weren't smart back then? They weren't smart back then?
I feel like I've gone around the world twice. Some of y'all don't have a passport. Some of y'all have never even left Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Yeah,
So, I'm not worried about none of that.
But I thought Joe's question was about your skin color, not your qualifications.
No, I'm talking about my skin color. I'm actually glad that they got rid of DEI. I don't think we need it anymore. If you want to base it
I think me and
intellect,
Othello agree.
let's go toe to toe, baby. And none of y'all can beat me at that.
I agree with
Yeah.
you, Othello. I don't
So
think you're
here,
one guy.
let me follow up with Matt. Look, so do you think we should then hold owners of businesses accountable if they hire only based on qualifications, intellect, experience, things like that?
Fuck no. We got the blueprint. We can make money from home. We started businesses from home. We already got the blueprint. Now let's go continue to do what we do. Because what they're talking about is a very small percentage of black people, right? But they want to, they want to make it seem like all of us. Most of us are middle class, actually, when you look at the data. So that's what it is.
I have a question for King. This book called The Color of Law.
I have a long time ago, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's so do you remember any parts of that book?
Probably I do. Go ahead with your question.
Right. Well, I'm just, I'm trying to process the things that you were saying about, Citadel and Schwab, and this couldn't possibly be racist. Like, I think if you've read this book, you know that there's like a historical basis for that racism.
So I've said several times, I don't know if you're listening to me, historically you're correct, okay? I've never disagreed with that. I'm saying today, right? And you guys keep saying, oh yeah, it's happening today. Then I give examples of saying, then how is, and by the way, that book, be clear, and let's see if you're honest, that book doesn't talk about only black people, it talks about brown people.
And it talks about everybody.
Correct. But yet, how then, I gave the example, you still answered. If that book's accurate, how did Satya Nadella become president of Microsoft? How did Sundar Pichai get in charge of Google? Google controls so many white people. Holy shit. They have a person of color? Holy fucking shit. How did that happen? Well, you won't answer that. Hey, you had
I will answer that.
Indira Nooyi runs Pepsi, which is one of the largest, Coca-Cola, one of the largest brands of Pepsi-Cola, right? She was running that for a long time. You look at some of these people of different color and different race who are running these major things. How is that possible?
Because we work hard.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say like something like quite simple actually, which is that one, both can be true, that inexorable harm is being enacted toward marginalized groups, and this includes poor white people or middle class anybody's who can't find things or whatever. But both things can be true though. Like you can have excuse me. You can have people experience advancements in representation in companies while still admitting that largely, and I do mean largely, that level of access is not afforded to everyone, even in their demographic.
Yeah, that's fair. So if you want to base it on, look, I think if you want to better say based on economic status, opportunities are not being afforded regardless of color of skin, I'm with you on it. Right?
Yeah, I would say that actually.
But and you would agree on that. There should be more opportunities afforded. I agree. I think, like I've talked on this stage before, where I believe America and companies should provide more training for citizens or who are local in this country. Take an example I gave to a corporation executive recently. I said, hey, you're looking for help desk people, stop taking your shit to India or going other places. Why don't you go to an area, right, work with that local town to figure out, the communities that maybe where people are safe and all that. Take those people, train those people, give them opportunities, and teach them how to do it here. You may not see much money as going to India over there, but you'll have better, loyal people. And doing it, they'll call like a cheaper person in India, a cheaper person in China in tier 1. Yeah, well, you're losing customers for it. So you're 100% right on that. Okay? But, but when you say that it's only black, only people of color, that's where I challenge you. If you want to say based on people's economic status, which is what you said, marginalized white people, so I'm just going off you, right? So based on that, I'm with you 100%. You're okay. Right now.
So I think the part of this conversation where we're just never going to agree because you seem to want to divorce what's currently happening from what has happened is like while those things do, and I agree, I have included, right, economic disparity across all of the diaspora races, whatever you want to call them, ethnicities, whatever, right? There is an architecture that begins with a very specific demographic that now affects a whole, maybe the system didn't likely intend it to affect.
And it's only black people, right?
Well, I mean, if we're looking at this as a path, right, and we're looking at the start of the path, right, then the skeletal structure of harm begins with black people, and that's why you have so many people on the stage who are black who may be pushing back on the things that you're saying because they have been taught the history of how these things happen.
Has it improved?
Of course it's improved.
Okay, so that's a good
Well,
start.
you put racist, how did it improve?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
That is a good point too. Racism is talking right now. Racism is supposed to hold people down. Hold on, who's talking? Shut the fuck up. Essentially, racism, like I think King was just hitting at there a second ago, is intended to keep everybody down all the time. Would that be a fair statement or no?
I think the function of racism in the United States is very specific brand of racism. Can be that, but with for me, with an added caveat of ensuring that there is a totem pole aspect of this, so that backbiting, right, continues, right? Because if everybody's trying to climb to the top of the totem pole all the time, they're never going to see the aims of the state to keep them in that position.
And real quick, are there winners and losers just in general in life?
Well, I think, I guess, like, if you take it from, like, a Darwinian standpoint, yes, of course, there are winners and losers. If we're talking about America, I mean, that's the ethos of the country, kind of, but underneath that, I don't know, not so much. Like, are you really a winner if your daddy helped you? No, not really. Are you really a loser if you started from, 7 paces behind? Well, no, not really.
Well, you could be a loser if your daddy helped you too. And
I mean, yeah. I don't think you want to hear my thoughts on Nepo babies.
Yeah. You could be a winner too. I mean,
yes, of course.
If you flip that money into something and do something with it.
Yeah, and so that's kind of the thing about America, right? And I think that's how these conversations help to serve the state keep its own supplanted 10% supremacy, regardless of who's in it, right? Because it's a mixture now, right? How this kind of structure allows the state to be in this other place, right? And things, is because like the nature of America, and like I do mean that, like if America were a product to be sold around the world and citizens, is competition, right? It's like America is the lottery. It is the biggest lottery. It is the most faithful lottery on earth, right? You could come here, have fucking nothing. You could be born, have fucking nothing, and in a minute, the windfall comes, and your entire life changes. What they don't say, and what is, kind of, a little bit disingenuous to things like, the preamble of the United States of the country, is that, like, they don't really mean to include everyone. They just want you to believe in that dream so that you keep fighting for it, because that engine also is necessary for their success, not ours as the republic, for theirs as the state.
mean, guys, we're gonna have different viewpoints, and obviously we got to think our opposition that we, can argue their points to what they think is reasonable, and we can listen to it. That's good. I hear what you're saying. By the way, this all started with Trump and Central Park 5, so it's been an interesting journey to get where we are.
This whole conversation started with that?
Yeah, you came in a little bit late on that.
That's great.
Yeah, and look, I'm not, I think you and I both agree, regarding this. I mean, it just seems very strange that other races were able to succeed and at some of the highest points, right? And then there's other people who are complaining saying they haven't done it. What about the economically disadvantaged white people in those firms? And by the way, there's actually that Satya Nadella and others have actually not chosen white people for positions, right? He's actually turned them down in favor of other Indian people. So then I guess those white people are being marginalized now, by the way, and you should check it out. Right. Well,
that's why you
no, but hold on. When you say that, people laugh and say, what are you talking about? Look at history. It's always been black people that have come through. Well, hold on a second, but this one, well, it doesn't matter. That's what you guys deserve. It's like,
I'll give you an example. I can give you an example. Please, let me tell this. When I was a rookie immigrant to Germany, you need to find some general jobs. General jobs for career purposes are in the manipulation of Indians. I swear on my mom, I am not racist. For example, Bolt, and McDonald's, they are just recruiting their own mates because some of the high-ranking officials of those were Indians and they tried to exclude others. And in the same time, they are gossiping that they are the victim of racism in the Berlin. But because of my nationality, I don't face them because I want to keep my confidence.
That's right.
There's a lot of truth to that, actually.
Hey, let me say one quick thing now. As a black man, let me say this quick thing as a black man in America.
Hold on, just chill, relax, buddy. You go. You done? You good?
I think that the main point was talked by me. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, mister.
He's gone. What he's spoken with.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody put him down.
Okay, I'm not. He's coming back up.
Go ahead, Mr.
Those companies are asking a black totem pole. I wonder if he is. I don't know. Hug. You're Hug, aren't you, mister?
Yeah, I want to say one quick thing. I feel like everybody's opinion is based on what their race is. And what I've noticed is white people, of course, are going to way about America different than black people. We were brought here, we were colonized, we built this country, we get absolutely no credit for it. A lot of times we bled and died in wars for this country. We still get treated like third-rate citizens. And I understand all of this shit just comes down to white people trying to preserve their white supremacy. Under the guise of caring about policies and shit that don't exist. Because I don't care if you're Republican, even if Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Green, all these people fought for this man to get elected. They're even saying we made a mistake. We elected a moron, that's the country, blah, blah, blah. So my point I'm making in this situation, it can't be about policy. It can't be the fact that he's a racist or a rapist or a pedophile. This all simply comes down to white and black. You motherfuckers, I'm not saying everybody in this room, there's some good white people, don't get me wrong. But a lot of white people just simply want to roll this shit back to 1776. Y'all motherfuckers want to roll this shit back to cotton fields and slavery. Listen to what I'm saying to y'all. Let me make my point because I think a lot of times when anyone has an opposing viewpoint in this room, y'all shut them down, y'all cut them off, you throw them in the goo, all this weird shit. This is coming from a perspective of me. Now, I'm not saying I don't love America. I do love America. You have a right to vote for whoever you want to. I think bad is a shitty job, and I think Trump has done the worst job I've ever seen. So it's not about partisan. It's not about what party you're choosing. It's everything to do with decency, morality, and being a human being, of which case this man in office is a horrible person. Most people can agree to that, but y'all still support him
running his whole thing on campaign, on fraud, and also running the Civil Rights Division is a racist move, bringing in a brown Sikh lady who is of original Indian origin, not born in America. I mean, she became a citizen later, but you're saying that that is a sign of white nationalism. That is incredible, Mister. I mean, I find, wow, why would Trump trust a Sikh?
So you don't
Sikh,
think...
hold on, no, I'm asking you a question, hold on. Why would he trust a Sikh? Brown, well, actually, it was against him in the primary. Why would he trust a lady like that? Based on her color, because he's a white supremacist. Wouldn't you take a white person to prove election civil rights and all that kind of stuff? Wouldn't you want to put someone in there? Because that white person will then take down other Indians and take down other brown people and take down all this stuff. Why would you trust a brown? Just explain that to me. Why does he trust a brown lady?
I think a better... Look at his administration.
No, I asked you a question.
I'm trying to answer it.
Yeah, brown lady in that position.
Let me say this. If you look... I did. Y'all not gonna let me in. So I'm trying. I mean, every time I say 3 words, answer it. I'm trying to. I'm saying to you this simply point, right? When you look at his administration and you look at who he's appointed in the position he's appointed in, the only black person he's ever appointed was HUD, and we know why that was. He needs a token nigga to dismantle the shit. But other than that, there is no Tim Scott. There is none of these boot niggas
You didn't answer my question. So you just said bitch and moans at me. So I asked you So answer no. Okay, so how does that answer my question? Why did he choose a brown lady who's Sikh? I mean, it's an easy question. Joe's here. Why did he choose? No, not you. I'm asking Mister because he's the one who brought the point on it.
Well,
So why did he choose? Yeah, so Mister's not able to answer the question. So he made a premise. He should be able to defend his point of view. Mister, why is it? Why did he put a brown lady in charge of the Civil Rights Division? Why not put a white person in?
But where's the brown lady at when we're in the interview scene? Where's the brown lady at? When we're talking about this issue, where's the brown lady in the media? Where do we hear her speak?
She's everywhere. Just Google it. Harmeet Dillon speaks to media.
I've never seen that.
I'm not going to do your work. Yeah, because you're not looking. So just Google it. Harmeet Dillon speaks, and you see her interviews. She gives press conferences.
You're spinning the goalpost,
bro. You were wrong. Just admit. Look up.
Mister, go look it up.
I just looked this up, and it might not be true, but it looks like that I looked it up, and I think Trump actually voted for Barack Obama in 2008. Why would Trump be voting for Barack Obama?
Because he likes winners.
Why is he dismantling the voting rights? Why is he doing that? You talking about shit that don't matter.
Wait, who's running the voting rights? Hold on. Who's running the voting rights division? Hold on. Who's running? Who's running the voting rights division of DOJ? It's a colored person.
What person did ever try to take away the voting act?
It's a colored person running the DOJ.
He's the only one. So we got a racist and taking away voting rights.
Wait, where's he taking away voting rights? Explain to me. How is he taking it away? I'll wait. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer your question, King, because I feel like it's like a super easy question, and I'll go back on mute. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay.
Is it Roostard? I don't know how to say your name. Are you there? No. He was trying to get in. I just want to get someone else in, but okay. Oh,
yeah, I'm here.
Did you want to say something? Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm the kind of person that wants to jump in as soon as I have a thought, or else I forget it. So.
Okay. And Trump did not vote for Obama. Whoever said it's a dumb fuck.
No. I'm happy to was saying there's a rumor or look, they don't know.
He didn't even acknowledge him as a citizen of America. He called him.
He could have been.
Well, he went along with what Hillary said, but yeah.
Anyways, I was just pointing out the reason for him to vote for Obama. He's racist. But go ahead. Xerxes, go ahead.
Xerxes, yeah. So I'm gonna answer this question that you've asked, Mr. King. I think that it's like it should be clear to most people, but maybe some people are not aware of how non-white people can be agents of the efforts of the state. They can be. They can be agents. And I don't want to. I'm not saying agents like they're, like this is some kind of like weird conspiratorial thing. I do mean like agents of the state, like in a full position with the government. They can be agents of the state as long as they're willing to toe the line of what the state desires. Like bringing up somebody's identity, or phenotypical features or origin or ethnicity. I guess like the question would have to turn into, well, how is this advantageous for that particular person to have her there, right? Like outside of her just being a person of color, why would it be advantageous? Is she, a person of color who holds conservative beliefs? Does she really, okay, so then
Not
who
really.
said yes? Somebody said yes, and then somebody said not really.
She's actually Army did actually.
Oh, okay, oh my God, so too much.
Can I have a conversation with you guys? Guys, can I have a conversation? Jesus.
I
Hold on.
remember.
Let me just have a conversation directly.
Xerxes' question. Yeah, she's very conservative. She grew up in a conservative Indian family.
She did?
She's a staunch Zionist.
This guy's gaslighting. This guy's gaslighting.
She says that combating anti-Semitism is the number one priority in her office, right? Regularly speaks at AIPAC in Israeli lobbies. So yes, there is a reason why she was hired. Go look her up.
So just to be clear, Othello, this is where. Hold on. This is a gaslight. Hold on, Othello. Are you saying that her family and she was raised in India, family came from India to this country? Are you saying they were conservative in India? Is that what you're saying?
No. She
Go on.
grew up in the United States.
Understood. So,
Conservative family.
no, actually they weren't. Nice try. But actually they weren't. And actually I know the family pretty well. And they weren't conservative, and they're not. And by the way, she was an anti-Trump. She was anti-Trump in the primary. She voted to actually make sure Trump couldn't get on the ballot. She was trying to change, and probably Joe remembers this, Joe Hero, because he and I had long conversations about Harmeet trying to screw Trump and trying to change California law so that Trump couldn't be on the primary against DeSantis, basically helping DeSantis. You remember that, Joe Hero? So, these are things you need to look it up, right? She called it on DeSantis. And by the way, DeSantis chose her to run the RNC. He was the only one. Trump looked over her and chose a white person. Oh, wow, racist.
Okay,
Chose a white person.
look it up. Now you need to be quiet so I can respond.
No, actually, you need to shut up because I was talking. So you need to shut up because I was talking. All right. Yeah, because I'm in the middle of talking and you're speaking. So you need to shut. You need to shut that up. Sorry, that's the first person I moved, but I think it's.
King, were you going back and forth with some what happened here?
Yeah, no. Then Othello came in because he thought he knew everything on it and doesn't have the sources. Believes that certain a family's certain views. Like for example, her family was anti-LGBTQ. Okay, that doesn't make them conservative. Okay, her family was was anti-gay rights. Okay, that doesn't make them conservative. So people are saying that they're conservative because of certain views, but actually nobody's ever actually interviewed the family and asked this question. Nobody's ever actually checked it. So what happens is he's reading opinion articles where people say this is her background and this is where she came from, but without actually checking to say, hey, where do you know this stuff, or how do you know it? Has her family?
He didn't think that we were going to look it up. That's what happened, and I put it in the comments.
Okay, so you copied and pasted from some everything, but okay, cool. So, again, how are her parents conservative? Explain it, since you know it. Exactly.
So she is a staunch Zionist, right? And she even called Mamdani anti-Semitic.
So where she is now? Hold on, I'm talking about where she grew up. Because you said she grew up. So how is her? So notice how? Did you see that, Matt? How that happened? When I asked the question, how he can't answer that. So then he switched now. You're right. Right now, she be considered. So you're saying she called Mamdani Zionist before Trump
Trump chose her because amazing, because Mandami wasn't even running at that time. No. So how did her family? So how was her family? So what kind of family? So she was that way, calling people that way before. Oh, by the way, who was also a Zionist? I guess Chuck Schumer is also a conservative. No, but hold on. So Chuck Schumer was also calling people anti-Semitic. I guess he's also a conservative. That's amazing. Wow, incredible. So just being, against people, against anti-Semitism, makes you, or being a Zionist, makes you conservative. Well, Chuck Schumer should be voting in our favor, man.
Well, here it is. Well, let me lay it out for you since you don't know. She grew up in a traditional Sikh household, yet her parents made it into the conservative Southern community, even hosting conservative political cookouts. So shut the fuck up.
Okay, what's your source?
Bitch ass nigga.
What's your source?
Shut your bitch ass up. You've been lying all
You
night.
don't have anything. So he has an opinion article by some loser who wrote it, and he can't share it. It's not going to be of the person. So you have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm just directly against what you've been talking about all night. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you're proven wrong. When you're proven wrong, Othello,
you haven't proven anything.
I did, because you're using opinion articles. Let's see. Okay, so hold on. Watch this. If he provides, by the way, New York Times does the profile on every member of the administration. If he provides an actual source, I will admit that I'm wrong. If he provides an actual news source that actually names her parents, talks about their background and stuff, I will admit I'm wrong. But if he provides an opinion article, what are the names? What are the parents' 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 names?
Hold on. You know them, right?
What are the parents' names? What are the parents' names?
You didn't know this about.
No, actually I did. Because their parents, see, you're such an idiot, because the parents actually met very closely with many, both Democrats and Republicans. They're not conservative, asshole. Actually, watch this. Othello, can you prove to me their voter registration? Prove it to me.
Let me go find it, because I've been kicking your ass off.
I will bet you. I will give you $100 cash out if you can show me their voter registration.
Okay.
And prove that it's her parents, not yourself.
Why do you do that?
$100.
Okay. Why Othello does that? We're gonna have Brewster make a submission. I think you remember.
I'm on it.
Brewster, you got it?
No, I remember my question.
And it should be State Department confirmed.
I need the ladies need to brush up on the story.
Which lady?
The one we're talking about.
Oh, you're looking that up right now?
I don't know her name.
What was her name again? King. I always forget her name too. Who?
Harmeet Dillon.
Oh, yeah.
DHILLON or DILLON?
DH.
So I just want to ask, more centrist then, I guess?
Yeah, she grew up more, so her parents played the game because they believed that was the only way to succeed in America. Right?
Yeah,
So she kissed the ass of both Democrats and conservatives. She had a lot of, if you look at, like, she falls in the line of people like Bobby Jindal, who were in these red states and just kissed the ass of these people. But when you talk to them, they actually don't have any similar to them, but they kiss the ass because that's survival. And so that's what I was trying to say to him, because I actually know the family, right? And so we actually spoke to them and actually go ahead and say, hey, this is what the person believes, is vastly different than where the person may say, hey, he hang out with. If you believe that who you hang out with, it actually determines your political views, then, Barack Obama has said many times he has friends who are conservatives. Does that mean that he's a conservative? No.
Yeah, but I don't know. So I'm
still waiting for you to provide the evidence.
When a person says conservative, be just referring to political affiliation as a Republican?
No, he said his exact words, just to be clear, those exact words were, she grew up as a conservative, her parents had conservative views, in a conservative household, and that's why she's been conservative. That's why Trump chose her, because she has a conservative conservative views her entire life, which is really not. Even look at a law firm, affirmative action and other things. I mean, the law firm that she.
Yeah, but if you look at other stuff she's done, I mean, there's things to contest that, right? Like I'm reading this wiki her whole life right now, so I'm trying to understand, like, you know, as a person who knows the family. Well, you know, I'm not gonna take. I don't know if I can take whatever. You know, I do believe that people can be, I guess, like personally, you know, something else. Like, you know, obviously centrist in this context, and then we have to look at the reflection of the things that she actively did, right, as well. And what she actively did is kind of like tone of conservatism, like a lot.
But even if you did that, which perspective would you speak to define who she is?
Well, I don't know about who she is, but it's more so about, you know, in my head, my question is like, well, why would she be useful? That's what I asked like 25 minutes ago now.
And she in civil rights, she has zero experience in fighting for civil rights. Just to be
Right.
honest. And actually, if you look at some of her cases, you should also look at her law firm and her law cases. She tended, like, if you look at what conservative influencers said about her when she was chosen, said she's the worst pick. Like Cernovich and other people were like, what the hell is this? I mean, initially they were like, okay, she was supposed to head the RNC. She's a great lawyer and blah blah blah. But people are like, why is she running the civil rights division where she's having experience in this? And she's always been kind of on the other side of the conservative thing, mainly because she's a person of color. I mean, she's actually defended many people of color. Like, for example, she's defended people who, in the birthright citizenship claim, she'd be in the opposite side of Trump. Like, if you look at it, her law firm and all that, now she does all that now and is doing whatever the administration wants because she wants a job or whatever. But a lot of Indian people consider her a grifter ways because of the way she's doing. Just to be honest, that is. So the point I'm getting at is Trump put her in there maybe because he thought she would do what he says, and she is right now. And so he put her in. But I'm saying he didn't look at her and say, "Oh, I can't put her in because she's brown." He looked in saying, "Hey, if a white person said, 'Hey, I'm going to do whatever you say,' and he had confidence he would," he made her.
I don't know if we can completely divorce the fact that she's a brown woman from how advantageous this would look for the state. Like, we're talking about, literally brought this up as a talking point, right? And this is like, with all due respect, you were like, oh, what? She's a brown woman. That is a very useful to an administration that on its face, I mean, like, maybe he didn't like any of them. Maybe he couldn't find one. Maybe, I don't know why. But what I'm saying, no, wait. Regardless of the origin of the person, if he decides that, oh yes, I can use this person's identity to evoke a thing which we already know has happened in the course of, his entire campaign, right? We don't have to talk about Vivek, right? Then why? I don't know how this is like so much of a talking point.
So it's almost like saying, I'm only going to choose someone who's a black woman, right? It's like when he did that, right? Oh, sorry, he didn't do that. But I'm going to choose people simply because of their race. You're okay with that, right?
I'm not okay with that, but I'm saying, what I'm saying is,
I'm just curious. Is that racist?
I'm sure it's racist. I'm sure it could be. I'm sure. One second. Okay. I don't know how you ask questions and then want people to answer, bro. Really, honestly.
Well, because you're not answering it.
Well, you're not.
All right.
Stopping.
Let me ask the question.
Let me answer.
Okay. Let me answer again.
Yeah.
If a person says he's only going to choose someone because they're black and a woman, is that racist against brown people and white people who are qualified and maybe more qualified than those people? Yes or no?
Well, yeah. It would also be objectifying them. Yeah.
Right. So the 44th president of the United States.
1 second. So listen. I also think that it can be, like I said, advantageous to any one government to have a public face that is in line with whatever your desire, right? And so I'm reflecting that to every president that you can probably think of doing this, right?
Let's agree on this. Presidents and people, and I'm going to quote you, that are advantageous to them, and oftentimes race, color, and perception of others can fall into that. And so that actually could be conceived racist because maybe that person not qualified, but it perceives better. Fair. But the point is that you had previous president that openly said, I'm not going to look at qualified white or brown people or even black men who may be qualified. I'm only going to choose black women in the position, whether they're qualified more or not than other candidates. That's
Yeah, did he say that? Are you talking about Biden?
Joe Biden said that for both his vice president and his Supreme Court pick. And his
Okay,
Supreme Court
can I just, if anybody can provide me with like something I can look at, that'd be cool.
Somebody posted. Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden.
Sorg's trying to get in there. Sorg, go ahead. See, if you kind of go down the rabbit hole of everything, you would try to pin against Trump. And then look at how some black niggas operate in the Congress today. You could pin the same qualifiers and negative traits on them as well. Black people have been using other black people to invoke other dumb behaviors out of black people and working against their own interests. So that's why the shit is so circular and it makes no sense at all. Can't nobody tell me the shit that coming out of Hakeem Jeffries' mouth or Jasmine Crockett's mouth, which is literally having black Americans whose ancestors had to fight for voting rights to sit here and disregard their own personal history and allow illegal aliens to take advantage of voting and healthcare benefits that their ancestors didn't get, and they sit here and complain about white supremacy solely on the basis that they couldn't get the things, and then they turn around and give it to an illegal alien. That's like the dumbest shit in the world, and this is what black people are doing. I'm gonna get to my own question, brother. If you didn't get it, then maybe you just didn't get it. Directly to the point that you brought up. No way. So.
Yeah, thanks.
As a sister, not a brother. I said I'm going to the brother. Brother, my bad. No why you mentioned holistic society. So, if you had to choose the type of operating society that you want to be a part of, and it could only be one system, capitalism or nothing else, communism or nothing else, socialism or nothing else, which society would you rather be a part of?
Was that for no down there?
Yeah, no, why? Yeah.
Can't hear you now.
No.
But fitting, I don't know. Anybody who has anything against capitalism, use capitalism as part of your thing for America, and you have to pick one society to be a part of, where there's only one operating model, capitalism and nothing else, something else. If you going against capitalism, what society would you rather be a part of?
There need to be a balance between those or undeniable.
That's not an option.
Socialism in some extent.
That's not an option.
To some extent. That's an option.
It's not an option.
He wants to back into a corner where he can be right. He wants to eliminate realistic problems.
How can I be right if it's based on you?
What do you right? Tell me the question. You're making the point. You tell me.
Okay.
What
okay, let me respond to that, because that's a dumb statement. You're telling me that I'm trying to be right when the answer is solely based on your perspective and what you hold true. So there's no way I can be right. There's no way you can be right wrong. You just have to answer it. You just have to answer it. You just have to answer it based on the priorities that are personal and high on your priority list to you. So I hear people mention this capitalistic society. Okay, if you don't want to be a part of the capitalistic society, or if the capitalistic society is bringing all of these issues, then what would you prefer to be a part of?
A capital system that also has some safety social nets. It is possible, for example, in
That's
a
not the premise of my
country,
question, Peter.
what you are supporting some vulnerable people in your society with safety nets.
Peter, in his hypothetical, he's only going to give you two options. But we
we get your point. Like I agree with what you're saying, but we're trying to narrow it down, right? So
Yeah, we gonna have to discard that answer, Peter. If you don't like capitalism, or if you think that the majority of the problems come from capitalism, see, the fact that you can't answer this question is actually the issue, and that's what we're gonna get to. But no why? Can you share what operating model would be best suitable for you?
I'm gonna say socialism. Now what?
What's the reason why?
What's the reason why? Because it's not capitalism. There you go. Now what?
Anybody else?
Xerxes, this sounds like this would be in your
Huh?
wheelhouse.
What?
This question should be.
I didn't hear the question. I left.
What? Where have you been, man?
I want to go wash my hands.
Okay, say it again, sir. Joy answer.
If you had to pick your ideal operating model for a country, especially if you disagree with capitalism, or if capitalism has come up in any of your talking points as it relates to it being a detriment to this country, to America. If you had to choose one country, or if you had to create your own operating model, where it only possesses one operating model. So, for example, it's capitalism, it's socialism, all or nothing, communism, all or nothing. There's only one operating model. What operating model would be your choice?
I would choose capitalism. I think it offers the maximum amount of allowable creativity, despite its obvious and I guess necessary brutalism. But I do think that there are ways to continue the system of capitalism with it being more equitable. At this point, I don't know what this is that we have now, but if this is capitalism, it's certainly not, it's not leading to the place where it needs to lead to. I think for a country to continue its progress.
Know why you want to try to answer that question again, or you rolling with the answer that you put on the table?
I forgot my answer because I didn't think it was as legitimate question. Dead ass. I did not think it was as legitimate. I thought it was a setup. All right.
So what's the most honest person on the app? Go ahead.
If I had to pick a system, it's down. Oh my god. All hands down is crazy. Only one option. You can't say capitalism because you're not allowed to fix it. You're not allowed to fix it. That's not part of the question. So I would have to pick socialism. And the reason why I pick it is because at least everyone would have a chance. The only issue with that is trying to actualize that chance without a system of income or a system of bringing,
So let me explain why I asked the question. The operating system that you choose tells me who you are and what you believe in. It also tells me if you can't answer the question, then the only way you see life happening is if it's a perfect world. And there's no such thing as a perfect world, especially if you're not governing it. You're not going to see it as perfect for you. But then if you are governing it, other people are not going to see it's perfect for them. So really, if you can't answer that question, then that tells me you live in a world where everything needs to be perfect in order for you to achieve what you want to achieve. If you can't answer the question, then that means that you have a real understanding of life and that you understand that there are priorities and trade-offs and you're not everything that you want, but all you want is a chance. It also tells me if you actually understand the operating models or if you just want to degrade the you're in. So that's all. So anytime someone comes up and say, well, it's capitalistic society. Okay, well if you strip it out and you say you choose one operating model, which one do you want to be a part of?
Yeah, but I think you can be critical of a system while not wanting to do away with it completely. Like that's how things get better is by, critiquing them.
But what if you
that's also a thing that could be happening. Yeah.
And that's one
You
of the
know.
ways I figure it out.
But if somebody fully understands and still doesn't choose capitalism, they could just desire a system that is more, equitable for the people around them and the things they've experienced, which I think is one, incredibly human, and two, still honest.
But it still doesn't tell me if they understand the systems that they're a part of or the one they'd rather move to. Because if when you choose one, you understand what the trade-offs are. I'm willing to give up this because what I hold true for me are these things. So I'm willing to give up.
Are we still talking about army?
One criteria that you need to pay attention to. For example, when you are a capitalist country without some kind of basis of socialism, those two rich people, you see them, they are too greedy. For example, when they come to allocating their money for their needs, they put their fifth priority before the first priority of another person's livelihood. For example, when you need a book to study a course in another language, you cannot afford that. An extremely rich person don't give a shit. He prefers to have caviar with his food. And that is something for me not be able to breathe the same air with them. You know, when they prioritize their caviar over a textbook that you need to learn to increase your information and knowledgeability to help the society. Even that rich person would take the benefit of your learning, but he prefers caviar.
So how would the socialism balance out the capitalism?
I think that in this case we need to have some minimum measures can be provided for the main for the needs of the essential needs of the people of that society. For example, when you are a student, you need to access to textbooks, and with whatever cost it is, if you can borrow it, if you can buy it, you need to access it. That capitalistic country need to provide that if you cannot afford that. With whatever means, they don't give it to you for yourself, but they need to give it to you. You know, they need to help you pass that stage. You shouldn't get stuck in that stage. Two main reasons. The first thing is that you would lose the opportunity, and the society would lose the opportunity of you learning, helping the society. The second thing is that that would become some kind of personal feeling inside you that would tempt you for revenge, and that would make them feel unsafe. I think that there are some minimums. We cannot avoid that. If you can provide that, then think about capitalism. First things first, I think.
So, Peter, if I'm understanding correctly, we can't live in a capitalistic society unless everyone has the means and ability to receive the education that they're entitled to.
Education, the minimum accommodation, the minimum food, and that's it. The other things based on competition. But being homeless at the same time in this country, it is some kind of paradox that would make the whole society at risk, I think, at risk of unsafety. Because this level of um, difference is totally dangerous, I think.
Okay, so if I make an analogy, you with the cleats is obviously going to destroy the team that's not wearing the proper equipment. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So before that game can commence, what needs to happen?
Okay. Before that start, if you are in a professional league playing, your managers needed to supply you the minimum equipment. Otherwise, the team is not allowed to show up in the field. No.
Okay. So the soccer game is the free market, right?
The soccer game in the hypothetical case.
Not necessarily the free market. The soccer game is market.
Is a market, yes.
Okay. And the team with the cleats are not saying this is the distribution of wealth in society right now, but the team with the cleats are the people who have, and the people without the cleats are obviously the people who have not. Yes.
I couldn't get.
Well, I'm going step by. That's we're on the same page.
I couldn't follow you. Can you repeat, please? I'm sorry.
I'm saying in this example that we're agreeing upon so far, the team wearing the cleats, and I'm not saying the distribution of wealth is similar, but the team that is wearing the cleats, that's 50%. They're the haves in the society, and the team without the cleats are the have-nots.
Okay. If they meet the minimum requirement of the match, then they can start competition. That was
Yes.
what I meant.
Yes, but they are not able to get what they need, which is what you're arguing. People in our society are not able to get cleats.
Okay, there are a couple of solutions for that. If they are extremely talented, they would have thought about that before, and they would have raised that point before starting the match, before the problem rises up. When it is not existential, when it is still potential, you have some potential problems and you have talents. You need to contact and communicate with the correct authorizations. If you didn't not, this was on you. If you had some needs and you did not communicate properly before that, you cannot start the match. But if you communicated and your talents are proven and you still cannot find the allowance to start the match, that is another case. It is more excusable, I think. And it is still a problem, but excusable in comparison to not feeling responsible about that. You must have felt that responsibility if you were in the need. In this case, I think that that's not the case. That is fully depends on the case.
I'm so disappointed in you, Peter. You would choose socialism over capitalism?
Well, I'm not done yet.
That. I say that those capitalist people needs to be human. If they are not, they don't fit the system of capitalism.
Okay. I see.
Would you, Peter, would you argue that more and more people are getting cleats or less?
I think that with them, if they have communicated before, and they were fully in the competition.
Not when, but as it stands now. As society progresses, are more people getting cleats or are less?
What kind of cleats? You talking about the metal cleats or the plastic cleats that are built in?
Either. Doesn't matter. Whatever your preference is.
That depends on the case, and most of the cases they need to meet the minimum requirement.
I'm just saying
it's not the competition. They cannot compare their peers with the wealthy ones. But they need to have the minimum.
Beeman, were you trying to speak?
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, so chat said that, here it is. Happiest countries are largely in Europe, running socialism. There are no countries in Europe that are socialistic. most of that I think you'd be referring to, which would probably be the Sweden, Norway, France, Finland, Denmark. I'm assuming around like that type, right? Those types of the Nordic, right, or the Western countries. But I think these countries have such that the populations are so small, and none of them are socialist. They're large welfare states, but they're capitalist. They're capitalistic welfare states. Like the United States is, in economics, it's referred to as a mix of me, because we have a little bit of both. But the problem is, and I think that this is the biggest contention that comes up in the United States, is we have two political parties that want to go completely different ways. And unfortunately, I feel, this is my opinion, that because we're not basing the foundation of how we're running the country in freedom, right? And when I say freedom, I'm talking about maximum, at least regulation, states to decide how the states and the local communities want to run their areas. We are coming up with, we're finding ourselves at such odds that we're destroying our nation. That's my opinion. I don't think we're going to be able to, Democrats and Republicans, they're never going to be able to see eye to eye, because they have, the goals are the same, and people don't think that. People don't think that the goals are, yeah, of course the goals are the same. It's just that we have a completely different way of trying to get there on both sides. But the problem is, when you start to blur those lines, it makes it impossible for one side to be able to do that, because it's no longer rooted in the free ability. Xerxes brought up the creativity aspects, and I think that that's ultimately the biggest point of what capitalism provides, right? When you go through the questions that you ask yourself over the different types of society, whether overall you want a capitalist society, do you want a socialist society, or do you want a communist society economically, right? You got to ask yourself, who do you think, base it in who's going to make the decisions. So who do you think, ownership wise, who do you think should control the production of private property? If you want to build a business, do you think that you should? Or do you think that your community should? Or do you think a centralized ruling elite should?
I think the problem is we don't even have an agreement upon what a free market is.
Well, we don't have a free market. I'll just say that.
That's
right?
it.
A free market doesn't exist.
When you have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get a project started, that's not a free market. That's a cost center.
Right. And that is the socialist aspect of our system interfering with our free market. Right? That's why I'm saying, like, we don't have a free market. This is not capitalism in the United States. This is mixed.
So we need to go harder into capitalism, which not many people would say.
I don't think that a lot of people are going to ultimately agree at this point, but when we see it destroying the fabrics of what we are, we're gonna have to make a decision. And it's hopefully, I'd like us to continue to mature, to be able to say, okay, we want to have a secure nation that can protect its citizens, right, while also allowing the citizens to make their choices as freely as possible, and to freely associate versus regulate them and make it impossible for us to do what we're doing. Right now, our financial system, our wealth is so uneven. We have like, what is it? We were talking about this in another room. 10% of Americans hold 93% of the wealth, right? 1% of Americans.
Probably even it's probably even less.
Right, and that's a big gap, and that's going to continue. That gap is going to continue to get bigger if we don't reduce the competition barriers or eliminate them and allow everybody to compete fairly.
The problem is when all of these policies get pushed, they're never driven home to people that they will affect them too. And what I mean by that is, say you're proposing, eliminating, entry taxes into whatever market. People only think it's applied to corporations. They don't think that it's going to be applied to themselves. Like if you want to start a business and you only have, say, $50,000 in capital, wouldn't it be better if it was cheaper to get something started?
I don't even think that taxation is the biggest. I mean, the regulation, sure, licensing and all of that. It's really that, but we're in such a particularly technological. Our technology is. We're at that point where you could a business online. You know what I mean? With no capital, and you are making $10,000 a month in 6 months.
10,000. Try 100,000 now.
Yeah, sure.
That's the scale that we're working with. Like people were starting businesses like that with the advent of social media. You were able to start a company.
Right, and I see that too. Yeah, if you're consistent with it, sure. We see these kids, these 20 running around.
You don't even have to be consistent. Like
right.
We are at the point where we can be so lazy and still make hundreds of thousands a month. And that sounds like a fantasy, but it's not, because with these generative like AI agents, be the CEO, COO, and CIO of your corporation, and you can employ these AI agents to every single department and report back to you.
Right, exactly. But one of the bigger things, what I was trying to get into, is that the licensing and all this stuff, this startup, that could be. What I'm more concerned is the regulation around creating actual product is actual versus just moving it around, right? Like what value are you actually doing if you're doing like a drop shipping, doing just like a like this. I don't want to say it's trash. I want it because I want to obviously I have a feeling about it, but it's there's a place for everybody, and yeah, sure, you want to move this to this, but we're talking mostly other people are producing manufacturing. What about the creativity of building a product yourself? That's what I think America needs to get to. We need to be able to build for ourselves, and I talk about this a lot. I think
we're getting there already, Dima. We are there now.
I think, what do you think about intellectual property? Because I think, honestly, the patent system is one of the biggest problems in the United States structure right now, keeping us out of keeping us from our ability to truly create and build as individuals, build products and build solutions and build and create versus just push around drop shipping shit from other countries.
Like in what way is it not serving us?
The patent system?
Yeah.
Before you jump in, I want to
regulations.
Yeah, but what specifically is keeping people from?
Yeah, we have the patent systems that build up, like basically patent arsenals that keep the actual definition. What a patent is to stop competition. That should be enough said. If it's so I think that there was
saying that's not right now with patent system.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you give a specific case? Like, I would really like to make it tangible.
But that's not the only thing that's stopping what she's saying. If you look at the two words, intellectual, if you're looking for somebody to take care of you, then that stifles your ability to be intellectual. You're looking for someone to solve your problems. That's the point. So, okay, Bima mentioned, get back to intellectual property, the art of being creative and things of that nature. If you're looking for somebody to take care of you, a socialism, communism, where someone creates your standard of living, and that is how you survive as an adult, or what somebody created for you, and that is what you hold, not you specifically, but just through and through, then it stifles your ability to be creative. Therefore, it stifles your ability to be intellectual. So all of these people,
because you're pacified.
correct.
Well, how would that be true though? If you have more time to, discover your intellectual desires, then how could that be true?
Seriously,
because if somebody takes care of you,
it turned me into a monster.
What you're looking for, somebody to take care of you. It doesn't in your mind because you're looking for somebody to, like, we can see this today. We can see it in the people.
Wait, I mean, you can also see the opposite.
Right, and that's the
reason I gave you a very personal, tangible. Xerxes, sorry. I gave you a personal, tangible example. That doesn't work.
When?
And I've seen it work the same way for dozens of other people.
Well, I mean, like, with all due respect, your individual experience would be reflective of the thing I'm looking for.
But that's what you just did.
I'm talking about.
No, I didn't myself at all.
But the only thing you did was brought up an example to counterbalance mine. When you look at, for example, if you look at black people across the board, the more black people that look for someone to take care of them and they just dress it up with words like socialism or communism, the more you see their bill down.
Well, I don't know how you can make this statement when there are no current historical socialist or communist within the United States that have affected black people.
Because they're looking
child support. Not child support. Sorry. What am I thinking?
You're talking about the welfare system.
Yeah, child support. Well, government child support, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not endemic to just black people. That support isn't endemic to just black people, nor did it start for just black people.
So fatherhood skyrocketed after
that. Well, welfare was not for black people at first, but if you just look at
and it shows how people that's given unlimited resources, like these organisms that's given unlimited resources, tend to deteriorate, right? If you look at rats, there's a series of experiments where they essentially give these rats unlimited resources and how they deteriorate as a species.
What would be the reason?
Need competition to grow in serve. That's what they're trying to say. This is scientifically proven.
Right, but I mean, it's scientifically proven amongst rats, right? Rats don't have to go to work, right? They don't create paintings or sculptures, or go to space, or they don't do any of those things, right? So we are essentially talking about two different people. Two different species. One of which didn't one of which has never experienced that kind of experiment on them.
If you would there be a need for any black people to go out here and get a farm if food was made free at the grocery store?
They would still need farmers. And ideally you would need more farmers because more people would need to serve more food.
Would people homes dead if they were provided for?
If they were provided for by whom?
By the government.
Well, so you mean like if the government owned all the farms?
If if they had a kind of mommy thing where they go to a grocery store and it's free.
We're having right now.
I'm so sorry, I can't hear both of you at once.
If there was some sort of mom dami program where you go to the grocery store and everything is free, would people be, for example, a homestead, buy property, build a home on it, regenerative farming, cows, chickens, pigs, everything?
Oh, I mean, they may, of course.
Yeah, because you can't grow every single thing.
Do you say why? Because more people need more food, which means maybe they need more sources to get.
Who's doing it in the hood?
What do you mean? Why are we talking about the hood?
Who's homesteading in the hood?
A few people are.
Eventually, people who leave the hood, bro. What do you mean?
My grandma.
Who's homesteading in the hood?
Hold on.
Listen, all right. So, when people are talking about people working under socialism, I've tried to solve that problem myself. Here's my presentation. If you don't do the work to socialism, you will be kicked out of the system of socialism. Meaning, if you want to work in the farm, you won't get the free food. Do you understand that?
Okay, Rooster. The hood is not just like the projects or whatever you think it is. Like there's different types of hoods with different types of land mass and different things going on. So my grandparents, for example,
campgrounds, whatever.
My grandparents, for example, live in the hood, but at the same time, it's the country, right? So they have a homestead exemption on their house, and they're able to grow. They have like a certain amount of chickens, and all that other stuff. So it is happening. You just you only see what you see through like movies, like Boys in the Hood and shit like that, and think it's all of that. But there's a lot more going on.
Yeah, I gotta stop.
No one informed my assumptions.
Where have you been?
Where?
To any hood.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we want to go back?
My grandmother's house, does that count as growing stuff?
No, friends.
I just wanted to add that there are.
Like I live right next to a hood.
One hood.
I don't know about.
And I've been to multiple. So, what's your
I think Glow's trying to speak, bro.
Oh, thanks. I wanted to say that there are people that live in countries where you have social housing or even like a basic standard income from the government, but they still choose to homestead because it's much cheaper and they like it. Actually, they enjoy it. It's a hobby. So both things can be happening at the same time.
Not a clubhouse. It has to be their agenda or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, like it's hard to understand these things because if you simultaneously approve of capitalism, like I don't know, the girl with the lips said before she left the stage, because you believe in the creativity, ingenuity, and future competition amongst the people, then in this way, I don't know how to argue such a bleak future of just trying something else. Like ideally, you would be able to engage that creative mind born in the system of capitalism to pontificate about a world of other things. So I don't know why we're talking about a closed box.
We've tried.
The thing is,
America has tried socialism and communism many times.
You know the
I mean, we aspects of it.
So no.
The fire department is socialist. Yeah, social security.
Bro, what?
Alright. We have plenty of programs where people pool money into central pools to then be redistributed amongst masses.
No. You can have a government in which you have all types of parties. So, for example, you would have a socialist party, and you would have all kinds of parties you can have in a government. And if best outcome.
Social programs account for 50% of the national debt. So the thing that you're championing might eventually bring us down if it's left unchecked, by the way.
Sorry, what did you mean? Can you repeat that?
I was talking to Syracuse.
What did you say? Sorry.
I said the social entitlement programs account for 50% of the national debt. So the thing that you're championing might eventually bring us down very soon.
I mean, but the large part of those social programs is supporting a community that can't work, aka the old people. No,
right.
And disabled.
Hold on, I have a clarifying question for Ruth Star.
I'm sorry. Could you just finish the rest of his statement?
Wait a minute, I have a clarifying question for Cersei.
I just wanted to hear. I just wanted to hear the rest of what he said, bro.
The 50% of our spending that goes to entitlement programs, do that include grants? Does that include, do you expect that to go down now that the fraud has been exposed, or a link for me to look at?
Is that the only fraud?
No, I doubt it. Nursing homes, childcare.
Chris.
Wait, what?
Chris Joel.
What's that?
Google the fraud. That's the welfare fraud that's going on there.
Can you put the spelling of that in the chat so I can?
I was saying 50% of the $39 trillion debt. Is attached to social programs. The 50%.
Okay, so I'm just gonna look at this. So this says, and this is, I guess I'll drop this link. This is from the Hubbard O'Brien Economics website. I'll give you guys that link so you can look, just in case you like graphs and stuff. There it is. Yeah. So this is talking about who owns the debt. Oh fuck, I'm getting text from it. So where, if anybody's looking at this chart, where is it? Where do you see things going? Get you another chart as well.
Xerxes, while you can I ask you a question?
Oh yeah, sure. Who's asking me? I can't see you right now.
This war, I had went into a dead spot, so I.
Sword. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I want to just revert to the conversation that I had, and I want to frame it to you in a real world question.
Okay.
But I want to start by being respectful of you in a possible relationship. Do you have a significant other?
I do not have a significant other.
Okay, boom. In this theoretical situation, I'm approaching you to be your significant other, okay?
Yeah, sure.
And I approach you and say, hey, look, this is my plan for our life. And my plan is based on a certain level of equity that the government has in taking care of us. How attractive am I to you as a man that's supposed to court, marry, and quote unquote take care of you and however the way you see it, me being reliant on the government to supply some of our needs?
Okay, so can you say the question, including the government, or the statement about including the government one more time, just so I can hear it correctly?
Yeah. So I approach you with the intent to date and marry, and as I walk through my plan of how we're gonna walk into a bliss, it includes the government taking care to whatever degree you choose.
Okay.
You can choose that. But I'll be attracted to you, assuming that I meet other qualifications like appearance and physique or whatever else you hold true physically.
Yeah.
Character.
Mm-hmm.
But from the financial perspective, my expectation and my reliance on the government and my reliance is also predicated on the government and how well they take care of us.
I mean, yeah, I totally wouldn't be against dating somebody who's in the military other than them being an agent of the state. But this is well, this is like largely what that is, though, right? You're depending on the government to pay you, correct? Oh, do military service members have other jobs?
They actually go and work for a check.
Yeah.
So when I say, you see, this is where I gave you the scenario exactly. You added to it by saying the military, you gave the person a job.
Yeah.
Never mind. We can scratch it. I got my answer.
Okay.
He needs welfare.
Oh.
When people are looking forward to the government taking care of them, they're not thinking about a job.
But I think like for many people who are involved in the system, they do have a aspect of it where they have to work, don't they, in order to receive their benefits?
When people are looking for the government to take them, they're not looking for a job.
Okay, sure. Did you get your answer?
You said benefits, so of course you agree. You said benefits.
Yeah.
Benefits come by way of tax dollars, right?
Yeah.
They come through social programs.
Sure.
Okay. So when people talk about socialism and they talk about, well, it creates a baseline for people's existence, things like groceries, in order for you to use benefits to go and get groceries, did you work?
I mean, I don't know.
So as some people mentioned earlier, the homeless.
Uh-huh.
The homeless, for it, I'm not critiquing whether it's right or whether it's wrong. I'm just speaking to the psychology of it. The majority of women would not choose a man and showed up to the table, and a part of their financial success plan was relying on the government to take care of them, not work to take care.
To be very honest, I wouldn't. If I work and I make a living and I have a house and I pay my bills, I wouldn't be able to feel attracted to a man that does not work or does not make a living, doesn't have a house. That's true.
Or let's say, for example, he showed up to the table and he said, hey, I make, let's average man, what makes 40, 50K. Let's say if he said, I make 30K, but my expectation for my life is for the government to support 10. So I would like for you to accept me as if I'm making 50K. What would you think about that man's logic?
Are you talking to me still?
I have a link in the chat I'd like Rooster to look at while you answer.
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer yet.
That dude's definitely not attractive.
Well, I mean, like, I think, like, I think there's a certain realistic point where people, you know, judge somebody's ability to access means, right? But, like, I don't know if I'm the person who does that more often than not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going after, like, investment bankers and tech bros, you know, because they're, like, super secure and attractive, right? And I'm also not, like, lived life and understands that, you know, it's different chapters, but to not like comprise the whole book of just that one chapter. So maybe I'm like not the right person for that question.
Well, a chapter, I'm talking about the whole book, chapter after chapter. The expectation for that brother is this is a part of his success plan. He plans to make what he makes, but then there's an expectation of him from the government to supply those needs for the rest of his life.
Well,
that's not a chapter. That's a concept.
I don't know that that's like realistic. I've never experienced somebody solely relying on the government as their whole income.
Disability check.
Yeah, I've never dated a veteran.
Okay, so even if it's a disability check, is that person attractive?
I mean,
It's
show me him. Let him talk to me. I don't know, bro. I don't know what you want me to fucking say, dude.
Alright, so this is like
I know what you're getting at, but like with
What
the
am I getting
Homestead
at?
Act of 1862, like that act that provided 10% of all land to white settlers, like was that like you think their wives were attracted to them, or did they just acquire the land? You know what I mean?
Tell more of the history. Don't just start there. Tell more of
The
the
His
history.
Right program, historically to provide white heads of households with
Like for example, in Virginia, where they had the Head Right program, and when they got the land, they still had to come and work, right? They had to build up. They had to sell their own products, and they had to work. Okay. But in exchange, they gave up the land. For example, in England, and they came over here and accepted a plot of land. Well, they bought the land from the crown.
some of them.
what year was that, Othello?
Some of them, because of the Homestead Act of 1862.
1862.
Yeah, they gave that land away, 270 million acres of public land, amounting to 10% of all land in the U.S. To white settlers. So it's I see what you're saying though. I think that's very unattractive. For somebody to sit here and then expect something from the government. Go out and get it, because there's so many ways to make money.
But that still doesn't prove their case, though.
Okay, well, I gave you that.
No, I don't feel that with the Homestead Act. That's why I said go further into it.
But there are exceptions though. If someone's sick or they have a disability, that's another thing. Can't work, or they can't work less than a person that doesn't have the disability, right? So
I agree with that, but for the woman to choose if this person fits her with what she envisions her life playing out. What I was asking about. People have circumstances their whole life, but that doesn't mean me as a man or you as a woman have to choose to be with this person. And what I was doing was drawing a direct correlation back to the concept of being intellectual. If you're looking for somebody to take care of you for your life, in order for your life to work out to its end goal, it disables the person's ability to be intellectual.
I don't think that's true. How do you explain children?
I'm not drawing a connection.
Well, like largely, children are looking toward their parents or whoever is raising them for their safety and welfare, correct? And that environment encourages, stimulates innovation, competition, creativity in them.
Othello, look at the link in the chat. You misrepresented that act.
No, I didn't. It's in the chat. Go read what I put.
Go read what I put.
Yeah, you read mine first.
You read mine next. You read mine now.
Okay. Yeah, it says that this act provided roughly 270 million acres of public land. All land in the U.S., mostly to white settlers, while legally open to all citizens. In practice, it was a whites-only land giveaway, as it was possible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land.
That's not true, brother.
So
that's not under multiple reasons. Number one, this is a modern source reflecting on who those people were in the term the identity African Americans. What you would need to do to prove your point is find a source close or near the date where that was actually produced, and you'll get a depiction of who those people were.
Gotcha.
I'll give you a prime example. Many of the Europeans that came over here were black. All Europeans weren't white. And the black Europeans that came over here were not Moors. They were literally Europeans. And I think
Wait, that's Europeans. Realistic, the whole world, they don't
foundation of United States come from Europe, doesn't it?
No, not exactly, but that's what's taught historically.
That was what how I was taught.
Well, a lot of these Europeans were also in other countries, in countries where there were also living black people. So you could say that it is well known that there were black people among them as well. So they've been there for a long time.
Yeah. And that's where there's a clash.
Because a lot of Europeans, as I saw, they see United States as a better country to live. They are some kind of logical minds. They have some kind of logic, I think. It is not biased in general. But maybe their countries are playing the diplomacy with lower mass, and that is some kind of understandable situation.
Oh, and because they have passports. Yeah, and because these black people also have passports that were from these European countries, because it was the other mostly black countries, they had ability to get the passports from the European country. Therefore, they could just fly back and forth between these countries. Yeah, they were citizens.
When you say fly, what do you mean? What time period you referring to?
From what I know is that they immigrated from those countries where they would live and work to European countries later on when they could fly there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happened before, very far before. I haven't read about that, but I just know that they were first there in those countries and then they remigrated, a lot of them, not all of them, to the European countries.
Gotcha. I was thinking about a different time frame, but yeah, I agree.
Thousands of black Americans did successfully, especially after the war. Researchers estimate roughly 3,500 in the Great Plains states obtained patents, titles to about 600,000 acres, supporting as many as 15,000 people, including families.
Yes, we're here to say that two things can be true. And that's exactly what I read in my write-up. Saying that it was impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land. And then you said how many people got it? And you said how many people got it, Monica? How many black people received it?
Thousands.
Well, come on, give me a number.
If you had read the link, like you told me you were gonna read my link, you'd have the information.
Because this could be 1,000, this could be 10,000, 35,000, how many?
More than 1,000. Thousands.
Oh, okay, that's not a lot of black people.
So see, this is where we get annoyed with each other, right? I'm glass half full, you're glass half empty. We're looking at the data. The data is impartial. I want people to recognize the massive achievements black Americans have made throughout history, overcoming amazing challenges. In the 1920s, cut illiteracy rates in their population in half over 20 years.
I guess you're going to talk about the stock market next.
And then you're focused on what? What are you focused on during the 1920s?
Well, I mean, he's just giving comprehensive.
Yeah, I'm talking
No, he's not. He's
he's just
focused on
giving.
the
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna finish my statement. It's not negative
all
to,
of it.
bro, Monica. It's not
I'm
negative
not a
to.
bro, Cersei.
It's
Stop
not.
it.
It's not negative to remark what happened, bro. I don't know what's wrong with you people. Saying the real events of history should
What's
not
wrong
provoke
with you people is you calling us you people.
I mean, you people, the inhabitants of Clubhouse. Yeah, I mean, you people, the inhabitants of Clubhouse, bro. What,
People
bro?
are narrow-minded. You people are bigoted.
No, man. Like, what it is like you have a problem with somebody adding context, nuance, and acting to the thing you're saying.
No.
Why can both not be true,
Othello
bro?
is. I just. Did you even hear me?
Yes, I did.
This
I
is
also
the
heard
problem
you
I have with
mischaracterize what he
Othello.
said as something negative when it is just a statement of fact.
You know, I don't have the energy to fight.
Cool,
I just
don't have
said-
energy, go to sleep then.
I was talking to Othello, not you, first of all. You
Cool, I'm here
need to
too.
Shut up.
Contend with that.
You people need to shut up.
Cool.
I think that why Othello and I fight is because we have different lenses on the same facts.
And you mischaracterized his lens as negative.
I didn't.
Yes,
What
you did. You said negative out of your mouth.
He misrepresented and only focused on one aspect of the homestead law.
Peter, you need to mod this fight.
In 1862, why are you involving yourself, Beaver?
Because I'm a moderator and I have the power.
Alright.
I'm just playing.
Yeah, nobody was
Don't touch my PTR, Beaver. You don't have the skill.
What do you mean the PTR? I don't want to touch it.
So this is the thing. It was not misrepresented. What I wrote in the chat is that it was nearly impossible for most African Americans, especially in the South, to access or hold this land. So are 1,000 black people most African Americans? Thank you.
It'd be cool if people just read books, bro, and just gather your shit from fucking books, homie. Like, honestly, come on.
Any national poll starts at 1,000 people. Anyone worth its weight.
Okay, cool. Rooster, you brought up your stat. Are you saying that to say, like, the percentage that the government spends on
39
is 60 to 65? You saying that? Yeah, are you saying that to say that that's a bad thing?
Yes.
Really? So, inside of that, they're not providing like free education. They're not providing free food, really. What these things are access to probably really integral care methods for older people and people who need access to like hospitals. You're saying that's bad?
No, I'm saying that it's bad that 50% of the national debt is associated to those.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you read the thing that you were reading fully. It says 60 to 65% actually, and it includes like interest payments on previous debts as well. So unless you have an actual breakdown of which programs equate to what, you still couldn't really make this argument. But then again, like it's not so like but more so than this. Yeah. So, but more so than this though, the conversation we were having was about able-bodied people relying on the government, right? Not 65, 67, 85-year-old invalids relying on the government, correct?
Correct.
Right. So then your qualms with the percentage of the national debt that's spent on social care programs actually doesn't really is inconsequential to the thing we were talking about.
Why is it?
Because the demographic who uses those things are not the focus of your argument. Able-bodied people who expect a handout from the government.
And do you agree or disagree with that?
What? What?
Do you agree or disagree with that?
With what?
Able-bodied people milking the government.
These are because social systems they cannot eat for free. They know if they come in a position.
Let him speak, bro.
Let me finish. If they are in a vulnerable position that was out of their hands and they have put their share inside the table, then the safety net would help them. If the safety nets are not designed for them, it is not a game to eat for free.
translate Disney Obama for me?
He said it's not a game for people to try to eat for free. That's what he said.
Exactly. What I saying that these social safety nets that I mean about socialism and I am defending on is about those people who put their share of work inside the table. For example, when they are able to work, they don't deny working. When they have expertise, they would put their expertise for the society. But if they are stuck in a hard situation, this society would help them recover until they are able to work again.
Yeah, that's
It is, for example, exactly they need, when they find themselves in a hard position, they need to be able to survive, to not be kicked out of the society. That's it. My understanding from socialism.
The abusive victim here will stay on it as a crutch forever, or there's fraud. So that happens too.
Also, there are different layers of support. For example, the people who had been working for longer time with more expertise, when they are in a specific situation, the level of support that they are receiving is different. For example, when you are in a when you have paid less insurance and bills to the estate benefit department, when you are stuck, the level of support is also categorized differently for different people. But the minimum is guarantee, I think.
Yes, I agree with Peter. So it's based upon how many years you've worked, your experience, how much you have paid in insurance, and then you will be categorized into a certain type of support. Um, so it's very based individually. They will look at individual cases. I think that's the best way to approach.
I'm still trying to figure out why mine and Xerxes' views were in conflict with one another.
Well, I didn't see a link. Did you post a link to your statement that 50% of our debt is due to entitlement programs? Because I didn't find that. I did see current spending.
I'm happy to share it, but I don't know how to share a conversation with AI.
I use Grok. It's much easier. It's just a link download for Grok. What AI are you using?
I was just using Gemini. I just hopped on Google.
And does it give you an opportunity to copy paste in there?
Maybe it does. Let me just see. Okay, so I copied it, but it's copied to my clipboard. Oh, there's a share.
Thanks, Tristan.
I guess I copy the share link.
That'd be great.
And you're gonna have to scroll down a little bit because, and it's gonna be weird at the top because my first prompt was just use garden to camps because I was trying to make a counterpoint about where people were coming from comparing Harmeet Dillon or finding a problem with her as a
census, the last before 1862, there were approximately 4.4 to 4.5 million Black American, well, not American, Black people in our country, right? That's what you shared in the chat. So only free people eligible for the 1962 land grab Homestead Act.
1862, and let's do a deep dive on it.
So they couldn't take advantage of it freed, right?
Well, let's see how many people were freed.
Slaves, that's crazy.
In 1862, only people in the North were free, I believe. No, I think they still had. I think they still had some slaves in the North in 1862.
All right, it was a grog conversation. I gotta leave.
Thanks.
Yeah. Can't post it though, unless you guys want it in the chat. But if you want it in the nest, you gotta mod me.
No. Chat is fine. You don't need. We don't need it in the nest. The jumbotron.
Yes, because this is Monica's room and house, and to determine what goes on.
That's right. Thanks for recognizing my awesomeness.
The other thing awesome about you is your weight and the fact that you suck up EBT.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I didn't see that coming.
What thing to say?
He's irrelevant. I'd like to invite people to the Dividing Booth.
Irrelevant. Actually, you don't even know what you're talking about. The only reason you came on stage was to actually sit there and go, I heard the word black man and I want to fucking comment on it because that's the only thing you comment on. That's the only thing you care about. Like, you can just sit down like you think everybody wants to go and say, hey, you know what's great? I want to know what Monica's decision is on racial demographics and breakdowns in 1862.
He just wants to fight.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's what it is, Monica. Everybody wants to hear that squeaky fucking Twinkie-filled ho-ho gelatinous fucking blob on your head.
Oh my God.
You're right.
They'd rather hear from Pagan Broad.
They probably would.
There are moderators around here.
There are moderators up here.
Down trees just from a nasty look. It's Mountain Man Pride.
Yeah, there you go. But you got like you, Monica. All you care about is fucking your little racist, and then you got your little root crew that sits there and fucking goes ahead and does it. So have fun. And it's disgusting. Really, it's disgusting. You ever hear Monica? She ever talk about anything else other than fucking race? Oh, and Jordan fucking Peterson quotes. The two fucking categories that all she can do on fucking Clubhouse, but yet she goes, I'm a nice person, but I want to talk about how black people in 1862 sucked up welfare. That kind's never fucking gonna get enough welfare. Thank God she's a low tier voter. The only thing she can affect is probably the fucking person who's running for dog catcher.
Viking, you sound like a disgruntled radio host who lost his livelihood to podcasting.
No. Anything else? You want to try something else a little better?
Why are you guys so mean to each other? Why is everybody so mean all the time?
I'm not mean. I'm being nice.
What you just said was disgustingly, horribly mean.
No, it's not. That is not even the worst I can do.
Calling the kettle.
Well, then you just contradicted yourself. I said, why are you so mean? You said, I'm not mean.
I'm not mean.
You just interrupted me.
Beaver, was that mean for me today?
You're interrupting me.
No, I think that you can speak as mean as you want because this is political atmosphere. It is not
you can speak as mean as you want. Well, kill yourselves, nigger. You guys should all kill yourselves today. You're a bunch of fucking losers.
Wait, I said something to you, but you went around.
Brad, you've done nothing in this life. You haven't had a family. You haven't had a wife. You haven't produced anything creative. You have a meaningless
You
job.
want to fucking go on there, little fucking guy. I'm not the one that fucking went around Clubhouse for a year talking about my fucking experience. You, motherfucker, bragged about your experience wanting to be a fucking school shooter. No, then you wanted to fucking go on and talk about how you wanted to go to school. Then you said, hey, you know what? I'm a fucking cultural reject because you fucked a tranny and you're in some Airbnb for a night and then you went back to Lawrence and hooked up with it. So again, you're a fucking piece of shit. And you want to talk about my late wife? You can go ahead and fucking do that. You want to talk about my kids? Let's go ahead.
Call me a nigger. He ain't going there.
Oh, fuck. He can say whatever he wants to. The motherfucker.
Yeah, trash bag, don't mention anybody's Eric, you know, I don't know why you would say this.
He tried to be more mean, but when you break the limitations, border of the meaning, being mean, then you are out of the loop. But being mean is not a problem.
Yeah, my friend, you think, man, you'd be pushing for solidarity between Jewish people and black people, but you're saying the N-word out here as a Jewish man? Come on, do better. Hashem is watching.
Anybody see that coming?
He isn't a Jewish man. He was a fucking wannabe school shooter. That's who he fucking was. Motherfucker went on here going to gun rooms going, I can't stop thinking about blowing up a school. That was fucking trash bag. And he's like some fucking Canadian reject wannabe fucking Bear Grylls motherfucker who can't figure out a way to get out of a mall parking lot. Sometimes I swear to God, we do in the conservative Republican rooms, we do collect some of the worst people. But then I'll go to the liberal rooms and I'll be like, they have the same problem too. Beaver, it looks like our party does collect herpes. Both sides.
Those rooms are fucking worse.
Can't have the underwear of humanity without a few stains.
For the peace, we need to kick Mullah out of the politics of the world.